Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-headed human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter's legacy forced Rose and Scorpius together. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Born into Harry Potter's world, Rose and Scorpius are pushed together by fate and legacy. What starts as dislike slowly turns into understanding, forcing them to confront old prejudices, new feelings, and a love neither expected. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Last weekend of 6th year. Oh, come on Allie, whinnied Rose, as they entered their dorm. You cannot honestly agree with her. Allison laid down on her four-posted bed, with the Gryffindor red curtains open, and crossed her legs. Her long chestnut hair spread across her pillow. Rose moved to stand at the foot of the bed. Her fiery red, wavy hair fell just below her shoulders as she stood with her hands on her hips looking pointedly at her best friend. Allison smiled slightly as she looked up at Rose. All I said was that he wasn't unattractive. Rose rolled her eyes, with a heavy sigh of frustration as Allison continued. The majority of girls at this school find him attractive, so doesn't that mean it is more accurate when the majority agrees? Allison sat up while Rose just glared at her. He is the most arrogant, selfish, egotistical asshole to ever walk the planet. How can you, Stacy, or anyone find him attractive? Just as Rose finished, Zoe walked into the dorm. She was slightly shorter than Rose and her dark brown, almost black hair matched the long length of Allison's. Who's not attractive? She asked, as she dropped her bag on the floor and threw herself on her bed. According to Rose, Scorpius, Allison answered. Are you kidding me, Rose? Zoe uttered, sitting up and turning to face Rose. He is as well, hot. Hey, aren't you dating my cousin? Yes, and I am very fortunate that Louis is also very attractive, replied Zoe, giving Rose a saucy look. Ew, Rose expelled with a disgusted look upon her face. Zoe smirked and opened her mouth to torture Rose further, but Allison took the opportunity to spare her friend and spoke up, though in a somewhat daze. Besides, attractiveness is a personal preference. Scorpius may be easy on the eye, but that doesn't mean I would go out with him or anything. But that is only because you can't look past his best friend, who happens to be my other cousin, Rose countered, with a knowing look. Allison blushed and laid back down on her bed with a frustrated sigh. Am I really that obvious? Yes, Rose and Zoe stated together. Allison covered her face with her pillow and groaned as Zoe continued. Honey, it's been obvious for years. Do you think he knows? Allison mumbled from behind the pillow. Are you kidding? Rose laughed. Al is completely oblivious, and he always has been. Just then there was a knock at the door. Rose, the only one still standing, walked towards the door and opened it to see her younger cousin Lily in the doorway. Lily, what do you? Before she could finish, Lily pushed past her cousin and started squealing, jumping up and down, and dancing around the older girl's dorm. Hello to you too, Lily, Rose mumbled, and as she closed the door. Lily was almost an exacted replica of her own mother, slim, fit, and although she was 2 years younger than Rose, she easily matched her height. You will never believe what happened, Lily expressed as she commanded the attention of all three teenagers in the dorm. They all looked at Lily, waiting for her to continue. When she didn't but started dancing around the room again, Rose finally spoke up. What won't we believe? That Simon Goyle asked me out to Hogsmeade. She squealed out, before coming down for her high with an excited and cheeky smile across her face. What? Rose nearly shouted at her. Lily, please, tell me you didn't say yes, asked Allison with a concerned expression. Of course I said yes, he is so handsome, Lily said in a matter-of-fact tone. Ugh. Rose threw her hands up into the air. James is going to have a field day when he hears about this. Not to mention what Albus will do, Allison added. Simon is his dorm mate. Yeah, Lily, he is 2 years older than you, Rose said condescendingly. Do you think this is really wise, Lily? Allison reasoned. Lily was about to speak with a look of shock and confusion upon her face, when Rose had to have another dig. And he is a Slytherin. This triggered Lily's anger. Her expression changed in a blink of an eye. It said, she was her mother's daughter and was about to prove it. How is that even relevant? Lily fuming marched toward her older cousin. Are you really that much of a? Lily stuttered, her face red with anger as she stood right up in her cousin's face, a house-heist. Rose opened her mouth to reply only to be cut off by Lily. And have you forgotten that my brother, your cousin, is a Slytherin, have you? Lily added. Do you ignore him because he's a Slytherin? But Lily, that's completely diff. It is not different, you are just a house-heist, judging everyone on what house they come from rather than who they are as a person. And to think, I thought you would be happy for me, but no. Lily said as she pushed past Rose, heading towards the door. Next time I won't even bother. She added as she exited the dorm, slamming the door as she went. Rose stood, looking at the door in shock as an awkward silence fell upon the 6th years. Well, that went well. Zoe finally broke the silence. A smile spread upon Allison's face. Yup. The two girls smiled before focusing on Rose. Slowly she shared their expression, as the three girls began to laugh. Is house-heist even a word? Rose asked, through the mist of their laughter. This only fueled their laughter further. In the Slytherin 6th year boys' dormitory, Albus Severus Potter lay stretched out on his bed, reading the Daily Prophet, when he was interrupted by the sound of the bathroom door opening. Scorpius stepped out of the bathroom in his best navy jeans and a blue-lined button-through shirt. The top button on his shirt undone, revealing a little skin suggesting what he was planning on doing tonight. So, who is the unlucky girl? Albus chuckled as he sat up on his bed, facing his best mate, watching as he applied some of cologne. Scorpius snorted at this. Do I detect some jealously? He said as he run his fingers through his messy golden blonde hair. Yeah, jealous, because I want to waste my time with girls that are only interested in one thing. Albus replied sarcastically before he turned serious, I actually want to do it right. Scorpius finished getting ready and turned to face his best friend with his hands in his pockets and a smirk plastered across his face. Albus was a romantic at heart, he was insistent on actually trying to have proper relationships with girls. Scorpius knew it was important to him to get to know girls before he dated them. When Albus explained this to him, he didn't understand it then, and he still didn't now. What was wrong with a little fun? Albus said that he should try to be friends first, but Scorpius just told him it was okay because he didn't date girls, he just used their expertise. Well, you should be jealous, he said, walking towards the door with an even larger grin on face, if that was even possible. Besides, practice does make perfect, he added with a wink before closing the door behind him. Albus laughed at his best friend. Even though he could be a player, he really was a great guy and a great friend. They would do anything for each other, he would always have his back. Albus laid back down on his bed and continued reading the newspaper. However, his thoughts soon started to wander. It was nearly summer holidays and then it was their last year at Hogwarts. He couldn't see past that, he really did not know what he wanted. He knew that he wanted to keep in touch with all his friends, especially Scorpius, but he knew it would never be the same. Albus thought he'd probably get a job and earn money, but it all seemed pointless. He had nothing to prove, he had nothing, or more specifically no one to earn money for. When his dad got his first job, he was working to rebuild his and the whole Wizarding World way of life. He also had a beautiful girlfriend in mind, someone who made him want to save up to buy a house and have a life with. Albus had none of that. The only thing he had was an expectation to be great no matter what, the expectation that comes with being a Potter. Albus sighed, got up, straightened out his uniform and headed out of his dorm and then straight out of the common room, ignoring the rest of his house members, in search of food. Dinner had finished, but he knew where to find a great cook. When Albus walked into then kitchens, he was not surprised to find his cousin and her best friend. Rose could always be found in the kitchen, she was an amazing cook and baker. She just had a knack for it, however, cakes were her specialty. Allison was sitting at one of the large tables, out of the way of Rose's area, watching as her friend mixed some ingredients in a bowl. Fancy seeing you here, he said, catching her attention, causing her to turn towards him with a stunning smile. Albus couldn't help but return it, blissfully. He walked over and sat across from her, taking her appearance. It took Albus by surprise, it's like he only just saw for the first time. She was still wearing parts of her uniform, like Rose, but something was different. Albus couldn't help but notice how revealingly her top buttons were undone. Yes, it is a real surprise, it's not like we do this every Friday or anything, she joked. Albus laughed and nodded in agreement before turning his attention to Rose. She had a Gryffindor red apron over her uniform, a mixing bowl tucked in one arm while the other mixed in the ingredients with a whisk. Rose always did it the Muggle way, she always said that whenever she's in a kitchen it is a magical free zone. Even though Rose and Scorpius did not get along, that was one thing that they had in common, their love for Muggles. Surprisingly for a Malfoy, Scorpius loved the Muggle way of life. He still would not give up magic, especially Quidditch, but he did enjoy the perks of living both ways. In fact, that was one thing that all four of them, Albus, Scorpius, Allison and Rose, had in common, they shared this love. Rose loved the cooking and culinary side of things. Scorpius loved the mechanics and technology, cars, motorbikes, TV and appliances. Albus and Allison just seemed to love all of it, just the way they lived, the combination of everything. "What's on the menu tonight, cuz?" "Oh, just a simple chocolate and macadamia slice," she answered stiffly. It seemed as something was bothering her. Albus turned to Allison with a concerned and confused look. Allison sighed and rolled her eyes. "We ran into Scorpius on our way down," she whispered across the table. Realization washed upon Albus' face. "Oh," he whispered in return. However, the exchange didn't go unnoticed. "Yes, your stupid friend, Malfoy, decided I needed to know all about what he was planning to do this weekend," Rose said with a huff. Allison and Albus shared a look. "Al, how can you even be friends with that asshole?" asked as she paced the kitchen, red-faced, mixing. Without even giving Albus a chance to reply, she continued, "Do you know how arrogant he is? How he treats women?" turning to him as though looking for answer. Albus just opened his mouth before she went off again, on her little rant. This was a common occurrence over the years and by now Allison and Albus knew how to ignore it. "You'd think she would get used to it by now," Albus whispered to Allison. "I mean, what else does she expect?" Allison nodded in agreement. "You should have seen them. It's like they turn into different people when they are around each other. They bring the worst out of each other," Albus said, as they turned to watch Rose throwing her hands in the air, pacing and ranting about Malfoy. "And sometimes the best." "Huh," Albus muttered, as he turned back to Allison, confused. "Well, it's like Rose always rises to the challenge with anything to do with Scorpius." Albus still looked confused, so she continued. "She is always wittier around him, even when he just comes up in conversation. Their competitiveness makes them work harder, it brings the best they have out of each other to try and beat the other." There was a pause. Albus thought about it and knew that she was right, she always was right. He smiled at her. She blushed. "It's quite funny actually, they don't even realize that they enjoy it," she tittered. They shared another smile and a chuckle with each other, at their best friends. End of summer holidays before 7th year, Weasley gathering at the Burrow. The summer holidays went by quickly, and there were many chaotic Weasley gatherings to keep everyone occupied. First they were celebrating the unbelievable graduation of James and Fred, and the not-so-unbelievable graduation of Molly and her boyfriend of 2 years Jesse Thompson. Everyone gathered at the Burrow to toast the graduates, and much to Lily's and surprisingly Hugo's happiness Jess's family joined them, including Ella, his younger sister. Ella was a Hufflepuff but was Lily's best friend. They shared nearly all of their classes together. Then, it was the long-awaited engagement of Teddy and Victoire, and again friends and family gathered at the Burrow in celebration. Now, of course they were at the Burrow again for the end of summer party before going back to Hogwarts, and Rose was very disappointed how quickly the school year crept up on them. The only comfort that Rose took from these holidays was that she had finished her study preparation for her upcoming and final year of Hogwarts and that she had spent a great amount of time in the kitchen. The rest of her holidays had been pretty miserable. She didn't even get much time to spend with her friends. Zoe was around more but she was spending most of her time with Lewis, and Allison did stay for the whole holidays but for some reason she could never be found. To top it all off, she had to endure Malfoy for most of the holidays. He would not leave her alone, constantly making his presence known, insulting her, pulling pranks on her. It was never ending. You would think that being a Malfoy that the only person to want him around would be Albus, but you would be wrong. Surprisingly, Rose's family really liked Scorpius. It took a while for them, namely her dad, to get past the name but once they welcomed him with open arms. This really annoyed Rose to no end and Scorpius loved it. He, Ron, Rose's father and Arthur, Rose's grandfather, could most often be found in the shed tinkering with all of the muggle things they could find. In fact, over Christmas Ron talked Harry into pitching in to buy an old motorbike for Scorpius to fix up. Scorpius and Rose's father got on so well that usually, like at all the other holidays he spent with them, Albus would have to fight Ron for Scorpius' attention. However, this didn't happen this year. Albus would simply let Malfoy, his uncle and grandfather, to their own devices and disappear. Very much like Allison, Rose noticed. Only now at the party, when they were all forced in the same space, did Rose notice Allison and Albus sharing smiles at each other across the room. Rose and Allison went into the kitchen to get some more serving spoons, serviettes etc., and Rose saw her opportunity. "So, Albus seems to be pretty happy tonight," she said casually, as Allison opened and closed cupboards and drawers in search of their needed items. Allison mumbled, trying to avoid eye contact, "I suppose. He seemed to disappear a lot this summer, don't you think?" "Ah, I never really noticed." "Nah, probably not," Rose said trying to keep a straight face, "since you weren't around much either." Allison finally looked at Rose, blush rising in her cheeks, opening and closing her mouth looking for words. "In fact, I'd say that you were both missing at about the same times." Allison continued to open and close her mouth with no success in finding words. "It's funny that, don't ya think?" Rose smiled a knowing smile, and raised a questioning eyebrow. Allison finally gained a little composure to speak, though very little. "Yeah, funny that," she squeaked, her blush deepening. Rose gave her a questioning look, but amusement danced in her eyes. "What a coincidence," Allison added hopefully, trying to brush off the comment as she resumed collecting what they came in for. Rose couldn't take it any longer. "Oh, come on, you can't honestly think I'm that stupid." Rose bellowed, counting herself lucky that she couldn't be heard over the music playing outside. "Allison, just tell what I already know," she added lowering her voice. "Okay," Allison started with a sigh, "Albus and I have been spending more time together." Rose raised an eyebrow. "Alone," Allison clarified. Rose rolled her eyes at her friend's innocence. And what?" Rose let out a frustrated sigh and rolled her eyes again. "And are you dating now or what?" "Oh," Allison finally caught on. I'm not really sure," she said nodding her eyebrows together in confusion. "How can you not be sure?" Rose asked but could only see more confusion on her friend's face. "Has he keyed you?" Allison looked down in an effort to hide her blush, but she did not succeed. Rose smiled. "Oh, he did he?" she said in a teasing tone. She couldn't help it, they were just so easy to tease. "Yesterday, it was really only a light peck," Allison defended, though Rose noticed her looking disappointed as well. "Nothing really." "Well, next time," Rose said in a sing-song voice, "make sure it's not nothing." Outside, Albus and Scorpius stood with their dorm mates, Simon Goyle and Daniel Parkinson, on the edge of the dance floor for watching the female pickings of the night. "What about her, Al?" Scorpius said nodding to a blonde girl walking past. "She looks like fun," catching her attention with a charming smile. "Nah, not interested," Albus replied casually, scanning the crowd for Allison. Scorpius turned to look at his best friend, noticing he was scanning the crowd for someone in particular. As if sensing that his friend was onto him, Albus asked, "Who are these people?" "I swear I don't know half them." "I don't know but I am willing to find out," Scorpius replied looking at another girl walking past. "It gets worse every year," commented Dan. "Who? The strays or Scorpius?" Albus chuckled. The others joined in, laughing at Scorpius' expense. Albus didn't notice Simon staring at his sister, who was also sneaking glances at the older boy while she was talking to Ella and Hugo. Simon was as tall as Scorpius, reaching over 6 foot. He had a rugged roughness to him, and was well built like the Slytherin Quidditch players and roommates that he stood next to. However, expensive, thick, black glasses framed his unshaved face, which only seemed to complete the allure. Dan Parkinson, however, shared the same height as Albus at 5'8" and mastered the incredibly why but innocence look. He had short, lustrous, wavy brown hair and gentle hazel eyes that easily found Rose as she stepped back out onto the dance floor with Allison. Albus and Scorpius also caught sight of the two girls entering the dance floor. Rose and Allison danced amongst the crowded dance floor, moving to the beat and twirling each other around, laughing at their own silliness. Rose sported a dark purple, clingy, low-cut dress that reached her knees with thin straps running over her shoulders to hold it up. Allison also wore a clingy, knee-length dress, however, it was cherry red in color and backless, showing off her creamy skin. Scorpius looked over at Albus, who hadn't taken his eyes off Allison. He smiled at his friend's giddy look. After the song ended, the girls left the dance floor and walked over to Rose's brother Hugo, who was still talking with Lily and Ella. "Come on lads, let's go say hello to Albus, cousins, shall we?" Scorpius said as he made his way over to the group. Rose and Allison were talking with Lily, Ella and Hugo. The three were all going into their 5th year at Hogwarts. Rose couldn't help but notice how her brother Hugo was looking at Ella. The Hufflepuff had long blonde hair, usually with some natural curls, however tonight she had obviously straightened it. She was smartly dressed in a short, strapless dress, turquoise in color. Hugo had surprised Rose by making more of an effort in his appearance tonight. He was clad in dark denim jeans with an untucked, black button-down shirt, completed with a silk red tie. He had obviously borrowed one of their dads, because Hugo never wore ties except for school. According to Rose, everything was going great tonight. She hadn't even had to suffer Malfoy's presence so far. That was until she saw him walking towards them, with his signature smirk plastered across his handsome face. Much to her dismay, Rose realized that Malfoy must have helped Hugo with his style tonight because he wore the exact same attire, with the exception of the silk tie. His was purple. It was with even more horrible disgust that Rose realized the same purple as her dress. "Little Rosie Posy, fancy seeing you at a party. Run out of books to read," Scorpius teased, coming up and standing right next to her. Rose just rolled her eyes, taking a step away from him and tired to ignore him. She hated it when he called her that. He had ever since Ron let the childhood nickname slip a couple of years ago. Scorpius turned to Hugo. "Hey bro," he stretched out his hand, grabbing it and pulling Hugo into a half hug. "How's everything going?" he asked as he pulled back, briefly glancing at Ella. "Good, bro," Hugo replied, and then in a very gentlemanly fashion he introduced Ella. "Ah, Ella, this is Scorpius Malfoy. Scorp, this is Ella Thompson." Ella reached out to shake his hand, while Malfoy bent down slightly and raised her hand to his lips. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you," Scorpius charmed, and Ella blushed, not expecting such a formal greeting. "Yes, Hugo talks very highly of you. It is a shame we had not crossed paths before," he added as he let go of her hand and took a step back. "Oh, thank you," she said, not exactly sure how to react. The other boys joined them, but Allison couldn't see Albus. They started a conversation, though there was really only Scorpius and Ella paying attention. Rose was ignoring them because of Scorpius. Hugo was staring at Ella in a complete daze. Lily and Simon seemed to be having a silent conversation, while Dan and Allison pretended to be paying attention, but unknown to Rose, Dan was eyeballing her, and Allison was covertly looking around for Albus. The next song started to play in the background. A calm, slow-tempo song. Couples immediately started making their way onto the dance floor, including Rose's parents, Lily's parents, and Teddy and Victory. "Excuse me," a familiar voice said from behind Allison, catching not only her attention but the rest of the people in the groups as well. Albus stood behind Allison, and she turned around to face him. "May I have this dance?" Albus asked, offering her his hand. Allison couldn't hide the blush that took over her face, as she smiled and placed her hand in his. They walked out onto the dance floor, oblivious to the world around them. Rose smiled as she watched her cousin pull her best friend close as they swayed to the music. Movement caught Rose's eye. Scorpius was nodding his head at Hugo in the direction of the dance floor. Hugo was shaking his head from his spot beside Ella while Scorpius' eyes were saying, "Yes, now." Then Simon took his chance and grabbed Lily's hand and pulled her onto the dance floor. She giggled at his eagerness. Hugo finally spoke up and turned to Ella. Ella, would you like to dance?" he asked nervously. "Yes, I would love to," she said with a stunning smile. Rose smiled as they left, but that smile faded when she realized that she was left standing with Scorpius and Dan. "So Rosie Posy," Scorpius turned to face her, looking her up and down, "what in the world made you think you could pull off a dress like that?" He shook his head in disapproval to anger her. He smirked when he looked back to Rose's face, seeing that he succeeded. She looked like she was about to explode with anger. Rose opened her mouth to rage at Scorpius when he interrupted. "Is that Dom?" he said, looking over Rose's shoulder. Not even waiting for a reply, Malfoy had gone off after her. Rose groaned with frustration as she watched Scorpius run over to her older cousin. End of summer holidays before 7th year, Weasley gathering at the Burrow continued. "Dom!" Scorpius shouted through the crowd. Dominique Weasley turned around to see Scorpius Malfoy cut through a crowd of people heading in her direction. She smiled at his foolishness as he nearly tripped over an old lady. She stopped and waited for him to come over. Dominique Weasley was the second child of Bill and Fleur Weasley. She had just turned 19, and was living in France. She had long, lustrous, blonde hair that curled at the end. She and Scorpius had a past, though a short-lived one. She never hated Scorpius like Rose, but she wasn't overly chuffed about him like all the other girls are. In fact, at the time, she was just after a bit fun like he was. However, before that they were friends and have been after as well, but less so now since she moved to France. Once he stood in front of her, she greeted him with a nod of her head. "Scorpius. It's been a while," he said. "It has," she replied, smiling slightly. "Though I see not much has changed, you're still making steam come out of Rose's ears," she added with a chuckle. "Huh, yeah," he confirmed amongst his own quiet laughter. "You know you should be nicer to her," Dominique said seriously. "By the looks of the way both your best friends are dancing, I think you are going to be in each other's lives for a long time." "Nah, it's been 7 years, she's used to it by now." "Well, she shouldn't have to be," Dom said scoldingly. "Ah, enough about Rose, come and dance with me." "Fine." Rose only remembered Dan's presence when he came to stand closer to her. "Don't worry, he's an idiot," he said. Rose just nodded her head, still glaring at Malfoy making his way onto the dance floor with her cousin. "You look really beautiful tonight." Rose snapped her head around so fast that she almost got whiplash. "What?" she whispered so softly she was unsure if he heard her. "Scorp was wrong, you look beautiful." "Thank you," she replied, blushing slightly. He extended his hand to her. "Dance." "Sure," she said, allowing him to escort her to the dance floor. Scorpius twirled Dom around on the dance floor, but of course was shocked to see Rose and Dan dancing too. Dom caught him staring. "You know you don't fool me." "What?" Bringing his focus back to the woman in front of him. "I know you have a soft spot for Rose." Dom could always read him. Apart from Albus, Dom was the only other person in his life that knew him better than he knew himself. Not even his parents knew him, especially after he moved out and hasn't seen or spoken to them in 2 years. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you don't," she said with a knowing smile. Albus and Allison made their way off the dance floor, once the song had ended, and took a walk around the perimeter away from the crowds. As they walked around the large backyard, the darkness gave them privacy. Allison looked up admirably to the brightly shining stars while Albus' gaze fell on her. "Listen, about yesterday," Albus started nervously, catching Allison's attention. "I understand if you didn't, well, you know you didn't want to." Albus suddenly stopped, distracted as Allison slid her hand down his arm and entwined her fingers with his. He looked down at their joined hands and smiled. His eyes soon found hers. They leaned in and their lips touched ever so softly before they began to move tenderly. Albus' free hand made its way up to her cheek, his thumb caressing it gently. They came apart slowly, still only inches away from each other. They looked lovingly into each other's eyes. Allison could stop the smile that grew across her face. Albus mirrored her expression as he continues to caress her cheek. "Allison Spencer, will you be my girlfriend?" She giggled at his question. She thought it was an obvious answer, of course. If even possible. Albus' smile became even broader. He pulled her into another key. However, this one quickly intensified. She let go of his hand that she had been holding and slid her arms up around his neck while his slid down her back, resting at the curve in her lower back. They pulled each other closer, Allison on the tips of her toes so that their bodies were flushed against each other, a jumble of teeth, tongues and lips, moving together in a passionate embrace. The sound of someone clearing the throat broke them apart. Still holding each other, they turned to see both their best friends smirking, standing with arms crossed and amusement dancing in their eyes. "Well, what do we have here?" Scorpius inquired, holding back laughter. Albus and Allison released each other and turned towards them, though they did not step away, putting no distance between them. Rose giggled as she saw the deep red blush spread across both of their faces. Allison was looking down, avoiding Rose and Scorpius' gaze, while Albus was nervously looking anywhere but. Suddenly there was a change in Albus' demeanor. He puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, looked straight at his cousin and friend and entwined his hand with Allison's. This caught her by surprise, their eyes locked in a loving glaze as they shared a lazy smile. Albus focused again on their audience, the smile still broad on his face, his eyes challenging them. There was a moment of silence, in which Scorpius and Rose shared a look. They really were happy for their friends. Rose broke the silence. "Well, it's about bloody time." Rose and Scorpius laughed as they both disappeared. In different directions, back to the party. Rose's room. The sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casing Rose's room in the brightness of the morning light. Allison rolled over, in the makeshift bed that she slept on when she stayed over at the Weasleys', in an attempt to shield herself from the light and get some more sleep. Rose opened her eyes. She stretched her arms above her head before sitting up. She got out of bed and, much to Allison's annoyance, opened the curtains that covered the glass double doors that lead out onto her small balcony, letting in all the light from the sun rising out the window. Allison let out a little groan as she pulled her pillow over her face. "Rose, how in the world did you get the room, out of this whole house, that has the most sun in the mornings?" Allison mumbled from behind her pillow. Rose just laughed at her best friend. Usually, Allison was up before Rose, but last night really got to her. They had only gotten back to Rose's house just after midnight because Allison didn't want to leave Albus. Rose's parents had left with Hugo a couple of hours before, but allowed the two girls to stay as long as they promised to wake up on time for them to leave for King's Cross the next day. So that is why her best friend wasn't up, already showered and dressed, on her way down to help Mrs. Weasley with breakfast. Rose opened the doors and, letting the cool breeze wash over her, and sighed with contempt as she stepped out onto her balcony. Rose wasn't fussed that her attire wasn't really what you'd want your neighbors to see, because the only way anyone could see her was if they ran around to the field at the side of the house. She was wearing silky, pink, polka-dot boxer shorts with a white, low-cut, close-fitting tank top. She stepped forward, resting her hands on the wooden balcony railing before closing her eyes, taking in another deep breath. She could hear the birds and the wind in the trees, she could feel the heat of the sun on her skin, and she could smell the bacon and hash browns coming through the kitchen window below her. She always missed this when she went to Hogwarts, home, peaceful mornings. Interrupting her peace was the sound of someone wolf whistling. "Nice PJs, Weasley." Rose's eyes shot open at the sound of the familiar cocky voice. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head from the shock as she looked down to find Scorpius Malfoy looking up at her. His usual cocky smirk splashed across his face and amusement dancing in his eyes. He was wearing jeans and a tight-fitting, black tee that showed off his muscular arms and chest. Rose froze, until Scorpius crossed his arms over his chest and raised an admiring eyebrow as he got a good look at her long uncovered legs and bulging bust. She turned as red as a tomato and ran back into her room, not even noticing Albus appearing behind Malfoy. "Rose, what's wrong?" Allison said when Rose ran back in the room and flopped face down onto her bed. Rose's answer was muffled by her bed covers. "What?" Rose turned her head to the side and said, "Malfoy is outside." "Okay," Allison replied skeptically and a little confused by what the problem was. "And he saw me." Rose sat up on her bed, begging her friend to catch on. "In this," she added, gesturing to her current attire, making it completely obvious. "Oh." Allison stood up and wrapped her robe around her, avoiding Rose's mistake before stepping out onto the balcony. She had the full intention of scolding Malfoy, but all thoughts of Rose and Scorpius were whisked away when she saw Albus smiling up at her. He was wearing black denims and a dark blue and black checkered shirt, opened, revealing a white undershirt. "Hey, what are you doing here?" she asked as she smiled down at her boyfriend. "We decided to have breakfast at the Weasleys today," Albus said before backtracking and making sure he wasn't overstepping, considering they saw each other less than 7 hours before. "If that's all right with you." Allison smiled at his nervousness, however she never got the chance to answer. "No," Rose yelled from inside her room. "Oh come on, Rosie, I'll be on my best behavior," Malfoy replied mockingly. "No." "Albus, Scorpius, what are you doing standing out there?" Rose's mother called from kitchen window. Although Rose couldn't see her mom, she knew she had a delighted smile on her face. Making Rose feel sick, everyone liked Malfoy and Albus was her mother's favorite nephew. "Oh, just trying to convince Rose to let us stay for breakfast," Scorpius said. "I'm afraid we're not having much luck, but it was a pleasure to see you, Mrs. Weasley," he added, turning on the charm, causing Rose to roll her eyes as she laid back down on her bed in a huff, knowing that her mother would cave. "Nonsense, of course you can stay. Come in." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." "Thanks, Aunt Hermione." Scorpius ran around the back and through the back door, straight into the kitchen, pecking Mrs. Weasley on the cheek in greeting. Albus looked up at a still smiling Allison. "I'll see you at breakfast, Mr. Potter," she said in a cheeky tone. He winked at her, and she giggled as she turned around and walked back into the room to get ready. Ron was a little surprised but pleased to see Scorpius and Al in his kitchen helping his wife sit the table. "Scorpius, Al, what are doing here? Ginny given you the boot," he said with a chuckle before wrapping his arms around his wife while she flipped bacon in the pan. He held her close and keyed down her neck, earning him a smack. "Ronald," Hermione scolded, though she couldn't hide her giddy smile. "What?" Ron said innocently as he retreated, sat down at the head table and began to read the prophet with a cheeky smile gracing his lips. Albus and Scorpius shared a look and a quiet laugh as they also sat at the table. Hugo strolled into the kitchen, already showered like his father, wearing blue denims and a light maroon and white, checkered, button-through shirt. He had rolled up the sleeves so that they only reached his elbows and his messy, red hair was obviously still a little wet from his shower. "Morning, Mum," he said as he gave her a light key on the cheek. "Good morning, dear," she said as she handed him a full plate that he knew was for his father. "Sleep well." "Yeah," Hugo replied with a nod, as he placed the plate of food in front of his father before retrieving his own from his mother. All the boys were discussing Quidditch while they ate their breakfast when Rose and Allison emerged from upstairs. Allison was sporting a simple yellow summer dress, a beautiful smile across her lips as she glanced at Albus. Rose was wearing jeans, a light blue tank top and a deathly scowl as she gazed at Malfoy. They took the remaining seats at the table, Allison at the end of the table next to Al and Rose between her and Hugo. "Good morning, girls," Hermione said as she placed a full plate in front of Rose. "Sleep well." "Yes, very well. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Allison said as she received her own breakfast. "How about you, Rosie?" Ron asked, taking a sip of the tea that his wife had gotten him, still reading the paper. "It was fine," she said through her teeth. "What about this morning? I know how you love to see the rising sun from your balcony. It would have been a real sight today." "Yes, well, the view would have been amazing if it wasn't obstructed by a pig-headed asshole," Rose said with bite, glaring across the table at Malfoy. "Ah, I don't know about that, Rosie," Scorpius said smirking as he cut his sausages. "The view I had was brilliant," he added looking up at Rose, wriggling his eyebrows suggestively. Ron had a confused look on his face while Rose's face turned red, either out of anger or embarrassment, no one knew. Hugo was trying hard to hide his laughs from his place next to her as Rose stood up and walked out the back door into the backyard. However, before anyone could comment, Rose silently walked back in and picked up her plate of food and walked back out the door again, ignoring Scorpius and Hugo's chuckles. "I can't take it anymore," Rose ranted at her friend and cousin as she approached them, trying to steal a moment alone by under a tree by the lake. "I can't escape him. It's like he's always around." Allison rolled her eyes at her best friend antics as she stopped trying to steal a key and settled for cuddling up to her boyfriend. "It's bad enough I have to tolerate his presence in classes and all summer, but now it's like I can't get a moment alone." "I know how you feel," Albus mumbled so that only Allison could hear, his arms snug around her. She lightly smacked his shoulder but not without laughing quietly. "I mean, do you know how frustrating he is?" Rose continued, now pacing back and forth in front of the couple, completely unaware that she was disrupting a moment. "And now since you two are attached by the hip, I can't even see my best friend without having him pop up out of nowhere and annoy me." "I am surprised it only took her a month," Allison whispered to Albus while Rose continued to pace and complain about Malfoy. "Yeah, who'd have thought her tolerance was even that high?" Albus chuckled. "I'm shocked that Leech hasn't found us already." Rose finished pacing and stood in front of the couple with her hand on her hips, her face still red with anger, puffing breathlessly as gained her composure from her rant. "What Leech?" Rose's body tensed even more at the sound of a familiar voice coming from behind her. She did not turn around, but Albus swore he could hear her growling quietly. Scorpius took a bite out of his apple, chewing noisily because he knew it annoyed Rose as he came to stand next to Rose. "Geez, Rosie, you ought to relax a bit," he said through his laughter as he saw her frowning eyebrows and scowling lips, "and watch the steam coming out of your ears. It's not a very attractive look." Rose's head snapped to the side, looking at Scorpius, her anger flaring in her eyes. Scorpius held her deathly gaze and took another bite out of his apple. Crunching away, he raised his brows, challenging her to say something. "Arg!" Rose threw her arms up in the air as she stormed off, back up to the castle, mumbling a few choice words about Malfoy. "Try not to miss me too much, Weasley," Scorpius shouted over his shoulder, through his laughter. "Why do you always annoy her to the point where she verges on the line of insane?" Allison asked, from her position in Albus' arms. "What, she's cute when she's angry," Scorpius admitted as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The corners of Allison's rose slightly in glee at Scorpius' confession. "Well, you can't expect her to be cute all of the time," she said, trying to hide the trace of a smile. She turned in Albus' arms, at his lips softly. "I better go after her." "Yeah, I guess," he said, not hiding his disappointment. "I'm sorry." "I know," Albus sighed. "Me too," his eyes drifting Malfoy's direction. Allison understood and gave him one more key, before leaving his arms and going after Rose. "So the boys and I were thinking of going down to Hogsmeade tonight," Scorpius said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You in?" "Nah, mate," Albus said as he stood up and picked up his bag. "I'm going to try finish the stack of work the professors have given us." Scorpius let out a frustrated sigh, as they began walking back up to the castle. "Let me guess, Allison is too. Is that a problem?" "Arg, you are so whipped." Albus laughed at his friend and shook his head. "You have only been together a month and you are already whipped. Do you see the problem here?" "No," Albus answered simply. Scorpius flicked his hand and made a whipping sound in the direction of Albus. Scorpius sat on the wooden floor in basement storage of Honeydukes, surrounded by Simon, Dan and little Tommy. Tommy was a nerdy fifth year that had helped Simon and Dan with herbology last year. He was short, even for a fifth year, and the nest of brown curls on his head looked like it hadn't been detangled in weeks. The boys brought him along because Al wouldn't come, and Tommy was really happy to be swinging it with the cool guys, even if he was so nervous that he was shaking. They were all cradling drinks, fire whiskey, brandy and butterbeer for little Tommy. On the floor in between them were numerous sweets from the store above. "So what are the possible pickings this year?" Simon asked. "First, I think you should sort out what's going on between you and Lily," Dan said. "And then tell Al," Scorpius finished. "Well, she's fun, but I don't think it's going anywhere," Simon shrugged. "Does she know that?" Scorpius asked bitterly. "No, but she will." Scorpius restrained himself from strangling his dorm mate. He thought of Lily as his own sister, and to hear he was just mucking around with her feeling made him want to kill the guy. "Besides, it's just a bit of fun, right, Scorp?" Simon added, throwing Scorpius' line back at him. It allowed Scorpius to see what that line sounded like coming from someone else, and only then had he realized how hurtful it could be. How many girls had he hurt saying this? They all seemed okay with it, but if he knew anything about women, he knew that they hide their true feelings. Especially Rose. His thoughts keep going back to her. He could never figure out where he stood with her. Most of the time she hated him and he hated her. However, every now and then, there is a moment in either potions or Muggle studies when she looks at him differently. When they have to work together, there are times he feels that there is something more between them, but when the class ends, that's gone again and he is left waiting for it to happen again. "Yeah, right," Scorpius mumbled a reply, sheepishly lowering his head, sipping his fire whiskey. "So I know Al's sister's off the table, but what about his cousin?" Dan suddenly asked. "Which one?" "He has a few," Simon chuckled. "Rose." Scorpius' head snapped up, coming into the conversation again. "Rose?" he asked in disbelief. "Why would you want Rose?" "Well, I think she's pretty cool and gorgeous," Dan said with a smile. Scorpius agreed with him. She was gorgeous, but he could help feel a little envious that Dan could just admit that. Dan could go and ask her out and she could say yes, but she would never say yes to him. Gryffindor Common Room, 4 days until the end of 7th year. "Yes." Rose uttered as she fell onto the two-seater, "We are done." Allison sat down in beside Rose while Zoe sat on the floor in front of them. "And more importantly, after this summer, I won't have to see Malfoy every day." "I'm sure you'd miss bickering with him actually," Zoe mumbled, sharing a smile with Allison. "I can assure you I won't." "Well, Malfoy aside, it is still going to be different now," Allison interjected. "Yeah, this is one of the last times we will be in here," Zoe agreed sadly, looking around the common room. "I mean, who knows, the next time we see each other it could be years and years down the track, we could all old and wrinkly." "Well, if you both marry my cousins, I'm sure we'll see each other more often than that," Rose said with a chuckle. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Louis and I just want to take things as they come," Zoe said through a bright smile. Rose noticed Allison didn't say anything to the comment she made. Allison and Albus had actually talked about things such as marriage even though they had only been together about a year. They wouldn't let anyone else know, but they were very serious about each other and sharing a life together. It all just came down to timing. "Anyway, more importantly, what are we going to do now?" Zoe asked. "Get jobs or further study," Allison answered. "Well, now that Mum and Dad have finally agreed, I can go to Muggle Culinary School in London," Rose voiced excitedly. "Might even get my own flat closer to the city," she then added as an afterthought. "What about you, Allison?" Zoe asked. I've been offered a paid internship at the Prophet," she replied a little unsure. Rose noticed but thought she would ask later. "You?" Allison said, looking down at Zoe. "I have to put plans on hold for a bit. Mum really needs help at the cafe," Zoe replied, "but it's not like I had any plans anyway." "Excuse me, are you Miss Garcia?" a second year asked Zoe. "Yes. Professor Longbottom would like to see you." "Okay, thanks," Zoe said with a smile as the second year ran off. "Well, I better go, see you at dinner." "Yeah, sure," Rose answered. Allison gave Zoe a smile as she got up and left through the portrait hole. Once Zoe left, Rose turned to Allison. She seemed to be deep in thought. "Allie, is everything all right?" Rose asked tenderly, "You know, with you and Albus." "Of course, why would you ask?" "I don't know, but something's on your mind." "It's just, I know what I want out of life and I can see it, but I feel like I shouldn't be able to," Allison said and looked over at Rose. "Does that make sense?" Look, it's like this, I can already see my life played out in front of me. Writing at the Prophet, married to Albus," Rose raised her eyebrows in surprise but didn't interrupt. "A big house in Muggle suburbia, 2 maybe 3 kids." Allison paused and blissfully smiled to herself, thinking of the life she wants to lead. "Have you talked to Albus about this?" "Yes. And what did he say?" "He wants the same thing," she answered, still smiling in a daze. "Though he did say he wanted 4 kids, but I said he might be pushing it." Rose's jaw dropped in shock at her best friend's casual tone. "It's not like he has to carry them around for 9 months." Allison finished, giggling to herself, not realizing the state of shock Rose was in. "Okay, hold on, let me get this straight. You and Albus have talked about having kids and stuff?" Allison nodded. "Together?" Rose clarified. "Yes," Allison answered, now a little worried at her friend's reaction. "See, this is what I mean. I am 18 and I am already talking about settling down." "Is that wrong?" Rose leaned back on the couch, thinking and processing what she was just told. "It's not wrong," she said, finally breaking the silence and addressing Allison calmly. "It's just a little different," Rose finished with a comforting smile. "Yeah, who wants to be normal anyway?" Allison said, causing both of their smiles to grow on their faces before stretching into laughter. Scorpius lay stretched out on his bed, reading one of his latest Muggle car magazines, a courtesy from Ron, when Albus exited the bathroom. Albus seemed unusually quiet, but at the same time really happy. He seemed so chilled out about leaving Hogwarts, which was odd considering he used to stay up all night fretting about it. It had been plaguing Scorpius for days, he couldn't understand it. Dan made his way into the bathroom and Simon was already fast asleep according to the snoring coming from the other side of the room, so Scorpius took his chance. "Hey Al, are you alright?" "Yeah, of course," Albus said, turning to face Scorpius. "Why do you ask?" "It's just you've been well different lately." Scorpius struggled to find words, and I wasn't sure if it was a good different or a bad. A confused expression washed over Albus' face as he began turned down his bed. I mean, I know how worried you have been about life after Hogwarts, Scorpius added. Not anymore, mate, Albus said with a smile. What? Scorpius sat up and faced Albus. I'm not worried anymore. Since when? Since I fell in love with Allison, Albus answered naturally. Scorpius smiled, it was a good different. Well, that's great, I'm happy for you, mate. That's when Scorpius knew Al was serious and knew he planned that someday Allison was going to be his wife. Thanks, Albus sat on his bed facing Scorpius, what about you? Are you worried? Nah, Scorpius replied laying back down. Are you still going to try working for that Muggle mechanic garage? Yeah, but you can't do that for the rest of your life. Of course I can, as long as it pays the bills right. What about when you have to support a family? Albus argued. A family? Yeah, a wife and kids. That's not in the cards for me, Scorpius said, hiding the small trace of sadness in his voice. He was always worried about a family, he had never had a good one growing up and didn't want to repeat his father's mistakes. Plastering a smirk on his face, he continued, besides I won't have time for that when I'm going to be awesome Uncle Scorp to Allison and your kids. Ah, I don't know about awesome, Albus said, causing both to laugh wildly. The night before the end of 7th year, the Slytherin boys' dormitory. Scorpius lay awake in his bed, consumed by his thoughts. What Albus said about family had been on Scorpius' mind for days. He never thought about wanting a family. He was afraid of not being what they needed, a real father, something that he never knew. After the war his father went through good and bad phases. Obliviously, Scorpius' mother had brought him into a good phase and then again when Scorpius was born. However, Scorpius had hardly any memories of his father being happy in his childhood. He was hardly ever around, always choosing to stay cooped up in his office. The worst was when Scorpius came home from his first year, when he had told his parents about being friends with Albus. Scorpius' father had never shown any anger before, he had always looked sad or shameful, but when Scorpius mentioned his friendship with a Potter, he saw his father's anger for the first time. He remembered his mother trying to calm his father, and thankfully she always did have that effect on him. The spiteful and hateful father that he left at 16 was created that night, and only got worse as the years went on. Soon Scorpius found it impossible to go home. By his 4th year, his was spending all of his holidays with the Potters and Weasleys. He saw what a real family was like and didn't think he could live up to it. He meant what he said about being a good uncle to Albus' children. The Potters and Weasleys are his family now, in every way but officially, and he was going to do his best to keep it that way. Family wasn't the only thing on his mind. Many thoughts swirled around in his head. He was leaving Hogwarts tomorrow for the final time, never to return. It hit him as he looked around the room. Scorpius pushed the covers back, sat up and swung his legs around to the side of the bed. With a small thud they landed on the cold floor. He leaned forward, his elbows rested on his knees as he rubbed his eyes. The thoughts that made him suddenly feel so tense were those of a fiery red flower. Rose. She had been giving him turmoil all year. He was suddenly aware of how he was feeling would change depending on what she was doing. When she was dating Dan, he couldn't stop his jealousy. He took it out on her, was completely horrible to her, not settling for his usual annoying taunts but pushing it further. Once she broke it off with Dan, he felt guilty, confused and, against his better judgment, hopeful. Scorpius still found moments when there was something different in the way she looked at him. It unsettled him, not knowing what they meant or whether he was only imagining it. He got up, grabbing his wand off the bedside table and quietly made his way over to Albus' trunk. He opened it, looking up at Albus' sleeping form to make sure he didn't wake him. It was already packed, like his, but he found what he was searching for. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. The map formed on the parchment in his hands. He found Gryffindor Tower but could not see her in her dorm. He searched before finding her name moving through the corridors. Scorpius didn't know what made him do it, but he just had to see her, to speak to her. He grabbed his robe and flung it on, not even bothering to do it up, and set off out of the dormitories, through the common room and into the corridors, following the map. They had never really been alone before and he saw this as his chance, a chance to sort out what those moments meant or whether it really was all in his head. Scorpius looked down at the map. She was heading for the library. The library, the night before the end of 7th year. Rose ran her fingers along the spines of the books, in the shelves. She was hit by memories of all the hours of slugging away in the library, trying to impress her parents, trying to impress everyone else. It was after hours and no one was allowed out of bed, but she couldn't help it. She was wandering around, reminiscing of all her time spent in the magical castle. The library was never the sanctuary that the kitchen was for her, but she did spend a lot of time in there over the years. It was so quiet, but after the year she had had, it was good to be alone. And she was alone, until she heard someone clear their throat behind her. "Lumos," she said as she turned around to see Scorpius Malfoy. He too lit his wand. The first thing she noticed was he wasn't wearing a shirt. He was clad in long, cotton, pajama pants and a black, wore-out robe, he left open so she could see his defined chest and abs. His golden blonde hair, messily sticking out at odd angle, just made him look downright say, "Why?" Rose blushed at the thought. Gaining her composure she said, "Shouldn't you be in bed? I could say the same about you." He replied, taking a couple of steps towards her before leaning on the bookshelf, so that he was only about a meter away from her. Rose didn't move, but just held his gaze. "You know," he moved a bit closer, "I am slightly disappointed," he said, nodding to her outfit. Rose looked down at herself. She was covered by her own robe, the belt tied it closed. However, she knew what was under it and was glad he didn't, otherwise he probably wouldn't be disappointed. Rose's heat rate increased, her breathing becoming slightly broken as she looked up to find him closer again. "Well, believe it or not, Malfoy, I don't need your approval," she whispered, trying to sound nasty, but failing miserably. "Especially, since you got Dan's." "Dan," Rose snapped, before realizing where they were and lowering her voice. "Dan and I broke up ages ago, what's he got to do with anything?" Dan Parkinson had asked Rose out a couple of months after they returned to school. It lasted all of 3 months before they decided to break up. In the end, Rose didn't really like him like that, and she couldn't kid herself any longer. "Well, you got his approval and you gave him yours," Scorpius whispered in his rough, low voice and moved so that they were only inches apart. Rose smirked and held her ground, craning her neck to look up into his magnificent blue eyes. "Is that jealousy I hear?" Rose raised her brow questioningly and challengingly. Scorpius didn't answer, so Rose decided to continue, thinking she was only tormenting Scorpius. "Do you want my approval, Scorpius?" she said in her best say. Why voice as she ran a finger slowly, teasingly down his bare chest. Her breath hitched and she stopped her teasing as he reached for the belt of her robe. He tugged at the knot and it came undone. She was surprised she didn't stop him, her own body portraying her. She closed her eyes as she felt his warm hands slid in the robe and rest at her hips. She was wearing a short summer night dress, but the thin fabric didn't stop the sensation she felt where his hands held her. Scorpius leaned down so that he could whisper in her ear. "Even better," he said as his hot breath tickled her neck, referring to her sleepwear. His hands began to wander up and down her sides, as he placed a key on her bare shoulder. She couldn't stop the soft moan that escaped her lips, encouraging him to continue. He moved closer to her neck, tasting her. Her hands slid over his abdomen and up to his chest, taking pleasure in his muscular physique. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered suddenly in between a moan. He pulled back slightly and she opened her eyes and stared into his. Passion and desire could be seen in both of their eyes. However, there was also fear, confusion and amazingly hope. Scorpius didn't answer, but his eyes flashed towards her lips briefly, before settling on her brown eyes. He leaned down slowly, inching closer towards his target. Their lips were about to touch, when the sound of a cat meowing made them stop and turn in search of the noise. On the floor beside them was Mrs. Norris too, Filch's cat. They ran. It was a scorching hot summer day, and everyone had somewhere to be or something to do. So, surprisingly the house was relatively quiet, that was until you opened a window. Outside, Roxanne and her friend Ruby were experimenting with some new products for her dad's shop. Hugo and his best mate Lysander Scamander decided today would be a great day to have the rest of their mates over for a very loud game of Quidditch, and to top it off, Scorpius had been working on his motorbike all morning. Scorpius had made some new parts and was trying to get it to run. Every now and then, he would try and start it up, making a lot noise. Rose was helping her grandmother in the kitchen, making some homemade lemonade. She was squeezing some more lemonade when she was startled again by another rumble of Scorpius' motorbike. Arg, can't he do that someplace else? Rose snapped. Her grandmother just laughed. And denies that lovely view, Victoire, Rose's older cousin, said as she entered the kitchen. No thanks, I think he should stay exactly where he is. She was looking out the window with a cheeky smile admiring Scorpius from afar. Says the woman getting married in less than a month, Rose chuckled, looking down while she squeezed a lemo. Come on Rose, whether you think he's a prick or not, you can't deny that he has a gorgeous body, Victoire said looking back at Rose. Rose looked up at her blonde cousin, moving around the kitchen to grab the sugar. Victoire raised a challenging brow and smirked. Rose couldn't help but remember the night before they left Hogwarts, how smooth and toned he was. A blush rose in her cheeks, giving Victoire her desired reaction. Victoire just laughed at Rose, grabbing a juice before heading back up the stairs. Rose shouldn't be thinking about that night, they had both come to a silent agreement that it should be forgotten completely. For the first time, Rose actually looked at Scorpius and he was making forgetting very difficult. He again wasn't wearing a shirt and because of the summer heat, he was covered in sweat and grease. He looked like one of those models that were oiled down to make their muscles pop, only Scorpius were natural oils. He had a concentrating look upon his face, focusing hard on the task at hand. As his arms worked, Rose could see his muscles moving. He stood up and wiped his grease-covered hands with a rag, moving around to the other side of the bike, his back to her. She got a good look at his back muscles flexing as he repeated the same action. Her breath hitched as he knelt down, his jeans slipping further down, revealing the top of his underwear. Molly Weasley turned around to see her granddaughter, Rose, mouth slightly open, craning her neck to get a better look out the window, while she poured a sugar into an already overflowing measuring cup. Excuse me Rose. Rose mumbled, not taking her eyes off the boy outside. Do you think that's enough sugar? She said smirking. Rose finally turning to look at her grandmother, a little confused. Molly just nodded to the pile of sugar on the table, causing Rose to look down. Oh shit, she said as scrambled to clean up her mess, face flushed and red with embarrassment. Away from prying eyes, Allison and Albus sat on the edge of a small wooden jetty, feet dipped into the cool water of the Weasleys' miniature lake. Albus was sporting a white singlet and a distracting pair of bright green board shorts while Allison wore a red two-piece, leaving little room for imagination. She laid back, her head resting on a rolled-up towel, allowing her skin to soaking up the sun, sunglasses shading her eyes. Stealing a quiet moment alone like this, since they left Hogwarts has been difficult. Between their graduation party and Victoire and Teddy's wedding plans, they hardly had any time alone together. So they sat there in a comfortable silence, enjoying the quiet. However, the roar of Malfoy's engine could still be heard from their quiet place. Back in the kitchen, Rose and her grandmother cleaned up the sugar and had just finished the final touches on the lemonade. Rose whipped out her wand and performed a cooling charm on it so that it was refreshingly cold straight away. Rose poured her and her grandmother a glass. Taking a sip, she sighed as the cool liquid ran down her throat refreshingly. That's just what you need on a day like this, Rose said smiling at her grandmother, Molly nodding in agreement. How about, I call all the others in and you can take this out to Scorpius, Molly said as she poured a new glass and handed it to Rose, smiling brightly. Rose's previous smile fell. Oh Gran, I'm sure if he wants some he'll come in, Rose said hopefully dismissing the idea from her grand's mind. You and I both know, he won't leave his precious bike for at least another couple of hours. Rose bit her lip, looking out the window again, unsure. True to her word, Molly called all of her other grandchildren in for some fruit and fresh lemonade while pushing Rose out the door. Scorpius looked up as all the other kids ran inside and smiled as he saw Rose walking towards him with a glass in her hand. She was wearing short denims, giving him another look at her long, creamy legs, coupled with a blue, causal cotton shirt over a white tank top. Her wavy locks were wrapped up in a bun and off her neck. Hi, Rose said as she stood opposite him, the bike in between them. Scorpius smirked at her awkwardness. Hello, he said with a nod, wiping the grease off his hands with a rag. Rose blushed as she watched a single drop of sweat run down his torso. She quickly diverted her stare to the ground. Ah, this is for you, she said, slightly raising the glass of cool lemonade. Scorpius moved around the bike and stood in front of her. Thank you, he said as he took the glass. Welcome, she replied, still not meeting his gaze. Scorpius lifted the glass to his lips and began to drink. He closed his eyes as the liquid ran down his throat, quenching his thirst. He couldn't stop. Rose took the opportunity to look up, watching him scull the drink hungrily. However, she got distracted again by the sweat running down his neck and over his chiseled chest as he leant back slightly. Rose quickly shifted her eyes back down to the ground when she realized he was finished, but he caught her. Are you okay, Weasley? He asked in a mock concerned voice but with a smirk dominating his expression. Is the heat getting to you? He added, leaning back against his bike. No, she mumbled. Where's Al and Allison? She added distractingly. He chuckled at her attempt but answered anyway. At the lake, he said, putting the glass down. Oh, I bet it's nice down there, she said, turning her head in that direction. Scorpius murmured as he watched her as she entered her own little world. She bit down lightly on her lip as she thought about the cool water. Driving him crazy, as he thought about the last time he watched her lips that closely. The night they don't talk about. Suddenly, a light bulb went off inside his head, bringing him back to the present. Well, you definitely look like you could use a cool down, he said, smiling cheekily. What? Rose turned back confused. You look really hot, he said naturally, taking a step towards her. Rose raised a questioning eyebrow, trying to figure him out. The smile grew broad on his face. In one swift move, he scooped her up in his arms and ran, laughing at her struggles. Malfoy, let me go, she screamed, struggling against his strong arms. Never, he said through his laughter as he ran in the direction of the lake. Allison watched Albus closely, a little worried. He appeared to be deep in thought, looking out across the peaceful water as he swung his legs, disturbing the peace around his feet. Sweetheart, she said, her voice thick with concern, as she stroked his lower back, are you okay? Albus sighed serenely before turning around and looking down at his girlfriend with a blissful smile. Baby, I couldn't be happier, he said delightfully as he watched her smile back at him. He laid down next to her, supporting his weight with his elbow while his other hand came to rest on her opposite hip. She pushed her sunglasses to the top of her head and enabling the lovers to gaze directly into each other's eyes. His thumb tenderly drew circles on her hip, caressing the skin softly. You're so beautiful, he whispered with such sincerity, it nearly brought tears to her eyes. She leaned up and he leaned down. Their lips met in the middle, as they shared a key, filled with a deep love. They came apart slowly and gazing at each other deeply. I love you. She barely registered what he said. She had heard him say it before, but this time seemed different. He was genuine, that she was sure of, but he also seemed nervous about something. However, this did not stop the smile that took over her features. She brought her left hand up, caressing his cheek as she gave him another key. I love you too, she said honestly, after she pulled back, her hand still rested against his cheek. Will you do me a favor? He asked seriously. Anything, she replied, as she continued to caress his cheek, wondering where this was going. She couldn't stop the small voice in the back of her head telling her he wants to take a break or break up with her altogether, even though she knows he loves her. She loves him, and even though their lives were about change, she didn't want to lose him. Albus turned his head and key at her palm before taking it in his. He placed something cold and small in the palm of her hand, closing her fingers around it, never taking his eyes off hers. Wear this for me, he said simply. She looked at him. He did seem nervous again, but at the same time confident. Her eyes would not leave his even after he let go of her hand. They both gradually sat up as she looked down at her closed hand. Trying to steady her breathing, she slowly opened her hand to reveal a small silver ring. Allison's other hand flew to her mouth to try and hide her gasp. Think of it as a promise, Albus said calmly as she stared at the ring with glassy eyes. The ring was simple, understated yet stunningly beautiful. It seemed to loop back on itself, holding 3 tiny diamonds in the center. Albus picked up the ring and turned Allison's hand over. He held it in front of her hand, positioned to slide on her ring finger. Allison saw the engraving on the inside of the silver band. It read, "A promise of forever. My father gave this to my mother before she went back to finish her 7th year, After the war, he said, drawing her eyes to lock with his. He gave it to her as a promise of a life together. Albus smiled, a promise of eternal love, of a home and a family. Albus looked down and began to slide the ring onto her finger. A promise of forever, he finished as the ring sat snug on Allison's ring finger. A tear escaped, running down Allison's cheek. They both looked back up into each other's eyes, Albus filled with love, Allison's with tears. Simultaneously they leaned in, sealing the promise with a key. The key didn't last long as the quiet was yet again interrupted, but this time by someone screaming. They came apart to see Scorpius running with Rose in his arms, down the jetty. "No, Malfoy, don't you dare. No, watch out," yelled Scorpius over Rose's protests, heading straight for them in the water. Albus grabbed Allison and pulled her across him onto his side before shielding her as Scorpius jumped into the water, Rose still in his arms. Water splashed up onto the two still left on the jetty, mostly Albus as he was shielding Allison. "Scorp!" Albus yelled at his best friend as he and Rose resurfaced. "What?" Rosie needed to cool down. "Ah, I'm gonna kill you," Rose said as she dived across the water at Malfoy, pushing him down beneath the water, trying to drown him. Underwater, Scorpius grabbed Rose's foot and pulled it out from under her, causing her to be dunked back in the water again. Scorpius and Rose continued to wrestle while Albus and Allison just laughed. Allison turned to Albus as he laughed at Rose getting dunked again. "Thank you," she said, getting his attention. "Huh," he said, not hearing her over the commotion behind them. "I said, thank you," she said sincerely, with a loving smile. "My pleasure," he muttered as he leaned in and kissed her again. "Ah," Rose cooed. Albus and Allison came apart to find Rose and Scorpius had stopped to watch them. Scorpius, piggybacking Rose, walked to the edge of the lake that over time was used as an easy exit. "We'll give you lovebirds some privacy," he said sheepishly as he walked up the bank and out of the water, Rose's arms wrapped around his neck. He supported Rose's legs that were wrapped around his waist and she rested her cheek against his temple as he continued to carry her in the direction of the house. Scorpius reveled in the fact that he could touch her. And more so that she let him. Rose could not help but feel safe in his arms, as she felt his soothing caress where he gripped her legs and unconsciously held him even more tightly. As Rose caught sight of the burrow from her perch, it gave her a sense of reality. She shouldn't feel safe in Malfoy's arms because everyone knew that Malfoy doesn't keep his arms around a person for long. He's the love them and leave them type, searching for lust. Where she is searching for love, preferably a long-lasting love. Panicking, she released him from her hold and jumped down off his back despite his protests. "Thank you, but I am capable of walking on my own," she said sternly as she set off on foot in front of him. Scorpius was confused. He thought that she didn't mind, especially since he heard her sigh and felt her nuzzled up to him. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked seriously as he caught up with her, not hiding his obvious confusion. "That depends on if you find throwing a fully clothed person into freezing cold water," she said, rounding on him, putting on her best scowl, against their will I might add, poking his still bare chest. "Wrong." "What? I thought we were just having a bit of fun," he replied, trying to hide his hurt. "Besides, you were enjoying it. Don't pretend like you know what I'm feeling," she yelled at him, causing him to take a step back slightly. Rose was surprised when he didn't retort, and only stared back at her. She dropped his gaze to avoid seeing the hurt in his eyes. "Just leave me alone," she uttered as she turned around, leaving the only thing for Scorpius to do is watch her walk away from him. Rose had successfully avoided Scorpius over the last 2 weeks, since the lake incident. She had gone back to staying at her parents' house, in her own room, claiming that it was an easier base for her apartment hunting in London and she had to pack up all her stuff anyway. That's not to say that he made it easy. Often, Scorpius would be over to chat with Ron or help her mother out in the garden. Not that this was completely unusual, because even when Rose was staying at the Burrow, Scorpius would still drop in to see her parents. However, this time it was different. She knew that he had never came over this much. It seemed like every day he was there. She had to stay in her room for hours, or go shopping for supplies to avoid him, and more recently Victoire's bachelorette party provided a great chance to leave the house. Scorpius had arrived at Rose's house just after dinner. He was there to help install an awesome, new, wizard technology that Ron had got. Whoever invented it was a genius in both Ron's and Scorpius' eyes. It was 5 wizarding channels that could be added to your Muggle TV, and more importantly 3 were Quidditch channels. They had found a way to broadcast Quidditch into your own home. However, as Scorpius fiddled with the box hook up in his charms textbook, he couldn't help but wonder if he might be lucky to see Rose tonight. He hated this girl for doing this to him. It's like she is trying to kill him by avoiding him. He understands that Rose doesn't feel anything for him, but all he wants to do is see her. See her, so he can set things straight so that they are no longer awkward around each other. That's what he kept telling himself anyway. Nevertheless, Rose was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, she was out for a girls' night. So he thought he should try and get her when she came home. Besides, Scorpius really enjoyed playing chess with Ron. It was late, she was a little tipsy, and it was unsafe for her to disapparate from the club, so Rose caught the night bus home. As she stumbled through the front door of her childhood home, she was surprised by how well she knew the house in the dark, avoiding the umbrella stand and Hugo and Ron's mound of shoes by the door. As she walked past the lounge, on her way upstairs, she was distracted by a figure lying on the couch. Rose immediately thought that her father couldn't hold his tongue again and her mother had sent him down here for the night. She did not think that Scorpius would still be there. So as she walked around the couch so that she could give her father a key, "Good night," she gasped as she saw blonde hair shining in the moonlight. Scorpius was stretched out on the couch, with both his left arm and his left, denim cover leg, hanging over the edge. His right hand had pushed his blue t-shirt up a bit, again showing off his hard abs, resting just below his chest. As Rose stood there admiring him, he rolled his head, now facing out from the couch, so she could get a better look at his face. He looked so peaceful and boyish, yet his chiseled jaw covered in a shadow of stubble gave him an attractive, rugged quality that confirmed he was definitely a man. Rose was snapped back to reality from her thoughts by him making a noise that sounded like a moan. She got the throw rug from her mother's armchair and unfolded it. He started mumbling half words that she couldn't understand when she laid the blanket over his sleeping form. She moved to pull it up further to cover his top half when he finally said something understandable. "ROOs," he muttered softly. She checked to see if she had been caught out or if he was still asleep. Thankfully it was the latter. Then it hit her, he was saying her name in his sleep, as if she was special. He said it again and snuggled into the blanket. Rose didn't know what came over her, but before she could stop herself, she leaned down and placed a soft lingering kiss on his forehead. "Rose," he mumbled a final time, as she pulled away and retreated, up the stairs, to her bedroom. Scorpius awoke to find himself lying on the couch, in Ron and Hermione Weasley's living room. He remembered falling asleep there the night before. What he didn't remember was getting the blanket that was draped over his body. He thought Mrs. Weasley must have put it on him in the middle of the night to keep him warm. She was always really nice to him. He sat up and stretched his arms above his head, yawning and running his hands over his face, through his messy hair before looking up at the clock that hung on the wall. It was a Saturday and he knew Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be up at 6. Wiping the sleep from his eyes, he ambled over to the downstairs toilet. When he came out he could hear movement above him. Rose, he thought. Scorpius knew that he had to talk to her, and assure her that if she wanted him to he would just forget what had happened in the library and at the Burrow and they could go back to the way things were before. Rose would never let him in her room, so how was he going to talk to her? Scorpius then thought he could talk to her at the rehearsal dinner tonight or the wedding tomorrow. He soon had doubts in that idea. Seeing Rose dressed in a flowing gown was not going to make it easier for him. The sun shining brightly into his eyes through the windows told him how he could see her. He folded the blanket and placed it on the couch, writing a quick thank you note to Mrs. Weasley before exiting via the back door. Rose was up at 5, despite only getting in late. Now, sitting in the corner of her balcony, looking out at the still rising sun. Snug in a large blanket, she sat peacefully listening to the quiet but wonderful world around her. This quiet also gave Rose time to think, though today she'd rather it not. However, when was life ever that kind? She had so many important things on her mind, like being a bridesmaid, finding a job, moving out and culinary school. Nevertheless, even with so many important thoughts, Scorpius still managed to cloud her mind. Even when he's not here he's annoying me, Rose thought. She closed her eyes and listened to the wind, trying calming herself and clear her mind. As soon as Scorpius reached the side of the house, he saw her. Rose was sitting in the corner of her balcony with bent knees, covered in a large blanket that she held up to her neck as though it was a comfort, facing him. Her eyes closed as she drew in deep but even breaths. She looked pleasantly beautiful, and he stood there admiring her. The way her fiery red, wavy locks framed her face, the way she rocked slightly from side to side with the wind, brought a fond smile to his lips. He knew she would probably leave if he called out to her. So he steadied his nerves, found his normal charming, but annoying to Rose, persona and disapparated. Rose heard a pop and opened her eyes. She jumped and let out a little squeal when she saw none other than Scorpius Malfoy standing over her. "Well, good morning to you too," he said with a small chuckle. Still a bit shocked, Rose went into defensive mode. "What are you doing here?" she spat, standing up, wrapping the blanket closely around her shoulders. The blanket was long either to cover her whole body from him. "Leave," she hissed without giving him a chance to speak. "Look," he started firmly, so that she didn't cut across him. "I promise I will leave, if you promise to let me talk and do me a little favor." "Well, that's not a fair deal because you get two and I only get one promise," she said it so seriously, that he couldn't help but smile at her competitiveness. "Okay fine, I'll owe you a favor." Rose looked nervous as she thought it over, not making eye contact with him. "Talk," Rose said stiffly. Scorpius laughed a little, not thinking she would give in that easy. "What, no time limit or anything?" Scorpius teased. "Would you like one?" Rose bit back. Scorpius still laughed and was pleased to see that the corners of her lips were holding back her radiant smile he knew was there. "All right, I want to apologize if I made you uncomfortable in any way. I know I have annoyed and angered you in the past," Rose scoffed, but Scorpius ignored her and continued, "and for that I also apologize." Rose shifted nervously, trying to not give in to him. He took a breath and prepared for the hard part. "If want me to forget what happened in the library or at the burrow, then I will." He stopped to give her a chance to say something. To tell him what she wanted. The problem was Rose didn't know what she wanted. Her gaze shifted as did her feet, nervously. When she didn't answer, he assumed that was a yes to his offer. "I don't want it to be awkward to between us, and I know you don't consider me a friend, but if we could agree to act a little civil for Al's and Allison's sake, then I think all our lives would be easier," he said, unable to conceal the bitterness in his voice. Rose couldn't look him in the eyes. He was right, she didn't really think of him as a friend, but she didn't hate him all the time. In fact, now that she thought about it, Rose realized that they had actually come a long way since first year. She didn't loathe him, now he just found him frustrating. She was so confused, he had said, if she wanted, yet he was practically making the decision for her. Rose nodded in agreement, still refusing to look at him, but accepting of what she thought he wanted. However, she thought of how he only had 2 moments to forget, she had 3. Last night still troubled her, she didn't know what made her act the way she did, like she cared for him. Rose had just put it down to her being tipsy. "Good," Scorpius said, nodding in return. He slid his hands into the front pockets of his jeans and awkwardly rocked back on his heels. "So," Scorpius looked into Rose's room, "have you found a place, yet?" Rose nodded. "When are you moving in?" "Virtually the day after the wedding," Rose said clearly, now finding her voice and her composure. She had steeled herself and was not going to be affected by him any longer. "So soon," he stated, a little surprised. Rose looked over into her room. It looked so different. Boxes of her things cluttered the room, but there were still things left, things that are not needed now but were once treasured. She couldn't help the feeling that rushed through her. She felt a little sentimental about the whole thing, sad even, but the trace of fear is what really got to her. Scorpius noticed. "You know, it's tough moving out, but it's okay to be scared," he said supportively. "I'm not scared," she replied firmly, worried at how easily he could read her. "You can't fool me, I've been through it." Rose had almost forgotten that he had moved out of his parents' house at 16. He had a trust that he received on his 17th birthday, but other than that he had been working in the summers or fixing and selling things for money. "Of course, not quite under the same circumstances, but I know what you're going through." Her eyes found his. There was trace of sadness in them that he tried to cover up. Rose never knew the full story of what went down between Scorpius and his parents, she was curious. He took a step towards her. It's okay to be scared because it keeps you on your toes, he said to her with an infectious smile gracing his features, and you can always drop off your dirty laundry if it gets a bit much. She couldn't help but laugh along with him. However, when their laughter died, she saw him looking out at the view of the sun rising, deep in thought. She knew he never has that same luxury. Scorpius, what happened between you and your parents? Rose asked, deciding to just go for it. She saw the hurt in his eyes before he steeled his emotions, putting his mask back on and turning to face her. Now, Rosie Posey, I said be civil, he said, putting on his cocky voice and signature smirk again. Don't be going all buddy on me. Rose just watched him laugh the question off. He was right, it was his business, so she didn't push the issue. Instead, she adopted his casual, playful manner and changed the subject. So now that we have cleared that up, what was the favor I promised you? Ah, yes that, he said mischievously. Rose didn't like his tone. Wait, I am going to need a bat bogey hex, she warned. Scorpius chuckled nervously. He had previously thought of seeing if he could steal a key, but now that bat bogey hexes are involved, he decided it was better not to. No, I just wondered if you could, he stuttered, looking around to see what he could get her to do. If you could get rid of this itch on my back, it's been annoying me since I woke up, he said, turning around. Rose laughed. Are you serious? She questioned, not believing him, a smirk on her face. He looked back at her over his shoulder with a charming smile, before changing his expression to one of mocking seriousness. As serious as a killing curse, he replied. She just laughed again, but stepped forward. Okay, so where is this itch? She asked, still giggling slightly. Ah, around here, Scorpius was pointing to a spot on his back. Rose reached forward and scratched his back. Is that better? Rose asked, still giggling. She heard Scorpius sigh, as she raked her nails down his back. Yep, he said, turning around and facing her. Rose had a bright smile on her face after all of her laughing, and this brought a smile to Scorpius. Well, I guess will see you at the rehearsal dinner tonight, he asked, smirking as he looked down her body. Sure, Rose replied, but noticed his expression and followed his gaze. The blanket that she'd been clinging to had slipped open, revealing her long creamy legs poking out of a similar short night dress that she had worn the night in the library. Rose gasped and quickly pulled it closed again. Scorpius chuckled at her reaction and at the blush that spread across her face, before dissipating. Hermione Weasley woke with the familiar yet blissful and safe feeling of having her husband's arms wrapped around her. She smiled and rolled over to face his still sleeping form. She lay there for a while, simply gazing upon his face, affectionately. The light of the digital alarm clock behind on the bedside table behind him caught her eye. It read 9 a.m. She had forgotten about her guest, not to mention her daughter. She didn't even know if Rose had made it home okay. Now fully awake and a little worried, she carefully detangled herself from her husband and slipped out of bed. She wrapped her dressing gown around her and tied it as she made her way towards Rose's bedroom. However, on her way past the bathroom, she heard the shower going. Hermione, now relieved to know her daughter was home safe, she made her way downstairs. As Hermione entered the living room, she saw that Scorpius had finished work on the TV and everything was put away nicely. When she reached the lounge, she noticed the folded blanket and note sitting there. Picking up the note, reading it as she sat down on the lounge. It was indeed from Scorpius, nothing out of the ordinary except one thing he mentioned. Thanks for putting the blanket on me last night, it definitely wouldn't help to catch a cold before the wedding. She didn't put a blanket over him last night, in fact last night was one of the rare nights in which she slept all the way through. She was sure Ron wouldn't think of something like that if he had woken up, and she was pretty sure he hadn't. Hermione smiled as it dawned on her that Rose was the only other person in the house. So maybe she was right in suspecting that even though they fight, her daughter does care for Scorpius. This will be my little secret, she thought as she went back upstairs to cuddle with her husband. Rose stood looking out the window, consumed by her thoughts, tucked away in the safety of her room at the Burrow. The bride was downstairs, fretting about the location of her sister, her maid of honor. Dominique had not arrived last night for the rehearsal dinner, like she had planned, saying that she had some last-minute stuff come up at work. However, Dom had ensured Victoire that she would be at the wedding, no matter what. The wedding started in 2 hours and Dominique was nowhere to be seen. Victoire and her bridesmaids, her cousin Molly and Victoire's friends from school Emily and Tiffany, were supposed to be getting ready. However, with the bride in this state, that was not an option. Rose had given up and retreated to her room to get ready, as she was already distracted and stressed enough. She was already in her dress. It was a simple, strapless dress that reached her knees, in an elegant blue color, made of silky satin material that flowed delightfully over her body, making her feel more beautiful than she had before. However, Rose could not focus on any of that because she had finally realized that she was officially moving out the next day. Rose had everything finalized and packed to move into her new flat, but she has never felt so nervous in her whole life. Last night at the rehearsal dinner, Rose watched her family more closely than ever before. They were loud and obnoxious at times, but they were also kind and loving. She was suddenly swept away by memories of childhood Christmas, of bedtime stories and family campouts in the living room by the fire. Rose sat down in front of the dressing table, but continued to gaze out the window. Her family was not the only thing on her mind. From the window she could see Scorpius and Albus helping her father and uncle put up the huge tent for the wedding in the backyard. Rose remembered last night, walking into the lovely restaurant for the rehearsal dinner, feeling happy and peaceful. Unfortunately, that feeling didn't last. It only took 20 minutes for Rose and Scorpius to get back to their normal ways. The agreement to be civil was still there, but they couldn't help but bicker. However, there was hardly any hate behind their comments, it seemed mostly playful. This unnerved Rose, slightly. She had previously, after much thought, come to the conclusion that she doesn't hate him, and even though he frustrates her, she does enjoy his company. However, Scorpius Malfoy could be very hard to read. Sometimes it felt like he was flirting with her and others it didn't. She could not tell how he really felt, whether he enjoyed her company too or whether he just enjoyed provoking her. Rose turned around in her chair, to face the large mirror at the head of the dresser. She just sat there, her reflection staring back her, thoughts of Scorpius and leaving her family swirling around inside her head. Rose's reflection was soon accompanied by another. Her mother, Hermione Weasley, stood behind her. She placed her hands comfortingly on her daughter's shoulders. Rose smiled up at her mother's reflection in the mirror, which Hermione returned. "You look beautiful, sweetheart." "Thanks, Mom." Rose just locked eyes with her mother in the mirror. From her knowing expression, Rose knew straight away that her mother knew what was going on inside her head. However, she didn't comment on it. Hermione reached for the hairbrush on the dresser. "Would you like some help?" Rose simply nodded and Hermione began to run the brush softly through Rose's wavy red hair. "Mom, can I ask you a question?" "Of course, sweetheart." Rose did not want to discuss her feeling about Scorpius with her mother, so she decided to try and hope for some reassurances about her feelings towards leaving home. "When you moved out, did you feel like everything was changing and you couldn't figure out if it was for better or for worse? Like you're leaving everything that is important to you?" Rose uttered with a voice of mixed emotions. "Sort of," Hermione sighed. "However, when I officially left home, I was moving in with your father." Rose's jaw dropped slightly. "It is a little different, honey." "So you didn't leave home until you were married?" "Oh, no honey," Hermione chuckled at her daughter's innocence. "I lived with your father almost a year before he even proposed. We had our own flat and everything." Rose smiled at her mother's happy expression. Her parents are really happy, and it surprised her that she didn't know much about their lives before they became her parents, apart from the obvious, of course, saving the world and whatnot. I guess she had never really asked. She knew that they went to Hogwarts together, saved the world, best friends with her Uncle Harry, and were famous for their bickering, but she didn't really know much about how they fell in love or how it lasted. "Mom, how did you know you loved Dad?" Hermione gave Rose an odd look through the mirror. "You know, that he was the one." Rose clarified. "Why do you ask, dear?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "Just curious." Rose avoided her gaze. "I mean, I know from Uncle Harry that you used to have a lot of fights." "Uh-huh." Hermione began twisting Rose's hair and securing it in an updo. "We still do," she said, reaching for some pins. Rose looked at her, confused. Hermione caught her daughter's look and a cheeky grin found itself on her face before adding, "How we resolve them is just different now." Mom," Rose said with a disgusted look on her face. "I don't need to hear that." Hermione just laughed at her daughter. "But seriously," Rose continued after a while, "how did you get from years of fighting to years of marriage? Who said they're not the same thing? What? Have you ever heard of the expression, you fight like an old married couple? Hermione said mockingly. But there must have been a change somewhere in between. Yes, there were many. Rose looked confused again. So Hermione explained. Across the many years, when we were just friends, he started to be quite protective of me. An adoring smile played across her lips as she began to list. Then, there were the awkward yet heart-racing moments when we were alone, the way he could make me laugh like no else could, and the jealousy we both felt when others came into the picture. Hermione sighed, thinking about all the moments with her husband, good and bad. Not to mention, he grew strappingly handsome as he got older. Rose watched her mother as she seemed to go someplace else. Rose couldn't help but do the same. She thought of Scorpius, and how much he had changed over the years, remembering, against her better judgment, the moments that she had sworn to forget. The feel of his chiseled chest and torso under her fingers, the way his muscles moved as he worked on his bike. Most importantly, Hermione said, bring her back, addressing Rose seriously, not noticing her dazed expression. He cares about me and I care about him, even if we annoyed each other most of the time. It was because those feelings were strong and mutual that we could make that final change. Rose nodded, still feeling flustered from her previous thoughts. Hermione turned her around and pulled her up from the chair and took a hold of Rose's hands. But those changes that I listed didn't happen all at once, they took time. Rose nodded. Hermione noticed her daughter felt this talk was getting a bit awkward and quickly related it back to Rose's original question. Just like all changes in life, Rose, they take time. And once life changes, we have to adapt. Hermione smiled at her daughter encouragingly. I promise you, no matter how hard it may be initially, in time, it will get better. Rose returned the smile and stepped forward into her mother's safe and comforting embrace. 1 hour before the wedding. In his room, on the level above, Albus was getting ready. He should have been ready at least half an hour ago, with the rest of the groomsmen, but he had been outside helping set up. From the window you could see the first guest arriving. He turned to the mirror as he struggled with the burgundy bow tie. The click of the closed door alerted him and he turned his head to see Allison entering the room. His jaw dropped slightly. Allison was wearing a similar dress to Rose, only hers was violet and was accompanied with a black sash tied around the midsection. Her hair flowed down her back but was pinned back around her face. She giggled at his reaction and his horrible effort at the tie. Wow, you look amazing, Albus said with a sigh, as Allison approached him. She smiled at the compliment. Thank you, you don't look too bad yourself, Allison replied, blushing. Albus beamed at her, he always liked how he could make her blush. Would you like some help? She asked, nodding to the bow tie. Ah yeah, thanks. He dropped his hands to his side as Allison reached up and undid his attempt to start again. Allison noticed Albus was nervous. He was breathing a little heavier and fidgeting. You have nothing to be nervous about, you look great, you'll be brilliant, she said reassuringly. Albus looked down at her adoringly as her hands worked on his bow tie. He caught sight of the ring on her finger as she finished. You know, I am so lucky to have you, he said, resting his hands on her waist as she fixed his collar. Allison smiled, smoothing out his black shirt around his shoulders before sliding them up around his neck. He pulled her close. I know who else would help you with your bow tie, she said with a mocking tone. Albus chuckled. Allison could feel the rumble in his chest as she stole his lips for a key. Albus returned it as he ran his hands up and down her body. I love you, he whispered against her lips as she pulled back, leaning against his forehead. Dido, she said before giving him another key. In the living room, Scorpius could see the first of the guests arriving. He walked around the room as he tied his black tie, looking upon all the family photos. He somehow found himself staring at one in particular. It was of a 13-year-old Rose as she held the family cat, Crookshanks. A large bright smile occupied her features, as she cuddled into him before lifting him up to look at his face. It reminded him of another memory that they had both agreed to forget. Scorpius was walking up to class straight from the common room. The boys had thought it would be a little payback not to wake me after his big night out with a 5th year. They were just jealous because Scorpius, a 4th year, had managed to get some snogging time in with the very popular and pretty, Slytherin prefect, Claudia Harvey. He had missed breakfast and was late for class. Most corridors were deserted at this time, so he didn't expect to run into anyone or for anyone to run into him. However, as he turned the corner, he was knocked straight off his feet as someone slammed into him. "Arg," he groaned, "bloody hell." He made it to his feet in enough time to realize it was Rose Weasley who had ran into him. "Weasley, what the hell is wrong with you?" he snapped as he bent down to help her with the pile of books and papers she had dropped. All he heard from her was a sob. At this point he looked up from the books and actually looked at her. She was a mess. He only caught glimpses of her face because her hair was mostly shielding it, but he could see she was crying and had been for a while. He immediately regretted his tone. As she stood, with her books she tired to get the ones he was holding in his hands. However, he just grabbed the ones she held and tucked them under his arm. "Rose, what's happened?" he asked sincerely. After there was no reply, he lifted her chin so that he could look into her eyes. "Rose, what's wrong?" he asked, staring deeply into her watery brown eyes, searching for the reason. She stared back, wondering why he was being so nice to her. He used his thumb to gently wipe another tear that had escaped and was running down her cheek. He continued to caress her cheek, not wanting to pull away as they gazed into each other's eyes. Scorpius could see the realization of what was going on in her eyes. She took a step back from him. "Can I have my stuff back please?" she mumbled, not meeting his gaze. "Are you going to tell me what's wrong?" "No." "Then no." Her eyes snapped to lock on his. He could see a part of her old self come back, the anger that he was so used to seeing flashing in her eyes. Then suddenly it was gone. "I don't have the energy to fight you, Malfoy," she said, sounding defeated. He had never seen her this way, this vulnerable. "So don't," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. He stepped forward, wrapped an arm around her and guided her towards an empty classroom. "Come on, it's okay, I'm not going to hurt you," he added reassuringly, when she tensed at his touch. Once inside the classroom, Scorpius locked the door and soundproofed the room with a couple flicks of his wand. Rose stood numbly by the door while Scorpius placed her stuff on one of the desks. He turned to face her. She was still looking numbly at the ground, tears slightly running down her cheeks. Slowly he made his way across the room to her, hesitantly. When he was in reach of her he stopped, not really sure what to do, how to comfort her. Then, before Scorpius could react, Rose crashed into him. Her arms hugging him around his midsection, Rose buried her tear-streaked face into his chest. Nervously, Scorpius wrapped his arms securely around her as she began to sob softly into his shirt. She fit there perfectly, he thought as he rested his chin on the top of her head and hugged her closer. He thought it would be awkward, but it felt surprisingly natural, holding her against him. Scorpius rubbed light circles on her back in what he hoped was a comforting way. "Just let it all out, Rose," Scorpius whispered. Rose continued to sob into his chest, soaking his shirt with her tears. After a while, Rose's sobs died down, but she still snuggled further into his embrace, holding on to him for dear life. Scorpius gave her a final squeeze before leaning back slightly so that he could talk to her. "Rose," he said to get her attention. Rose lifted her head off his chest and looked up at him. However, she kept her arms around him, not wanting to leave the comfort of his arms. "Is there anything I can do to fix it?" he asked sincerely, his eyes never leave hers. "No," she croaked, releasing her hold on him and taking a small step back, looking at her feet. "Are you sure? I have a great many hidden talents," he said, trying to lighten the mood. He was very pleased to hear a small giggle and see a smile on her face when she looked back at him again. "Oh, I am sure you do, Malfoy." Scorpius wriggled his eyebrows suggestively and was rewarded by the sound of another adorable giggle leaving her mouth. He couldn't stop the infectious smile that spread across his face, even if he wanted to, as he watched her. She beamed back at him, before walking around him to gather her things from the desk. He moved to one of the closer desks and leaned on the edge. He just watched her, hoping that she wasn't really going to leave, his hands in his pockets. "I feel much better," she said, her back still to him. "Good, because after that beautiful smile you just gave me, I do too." She turned around, locking their gaze. She bit her lip in thought as her brows knitted together. Scorpius wondered what internal battle was going on inside her head as she tucked her books under her left arm and ambled over to him. Rose stood right in front of him. Because of his leaning, she was nearly eye level with him. Simultaneously, She leaned forward and key at his right cheek as her right hand caressed his left. The key lingered a little before she pulled back, still caressing his cheek. Staring straight into his eyes, she gave him another beautiful and sweet smile. "Thank you," she said earnestly before removing her hand and walking around him towards the door. He was still in shock and continued to stare straight ahead. He touched the spot where her lips had lingered, as a silly grin stretched across his face. He stood up straight and whipped his body around to ask her to wait, only to find she was already gone. That was the day Crookshanks had died, he had found out later from Albus. Rose and Scorpius didn't clash for a few months after that. Many thought that they had really put all the arguments to rest. They were wrong. They had never brought up or discussed what had happened that day. Rose had tired a couple of times, but Scorpius would either just up and leave or completely dismiss her. He didn't know how to act around her or what to say. Scorpius was so confused about his feelings, he would often seek out more snogging associates than usual to stop himself from thinking about Rose. It wasn't really working, so he just tired to avoid her or at least any conversation with her. Rose took it as a rejection, especially when she found him wrapped around Rachel Lynn, after dinner one night. They soon fell back into their old ways and quickly forgot all about that day, or at least it seemed that way to each other. "We seem to have many things we have to forget, to stop this relationship," Scorpius thought. Rose watched Teddy twirl Victoire around the dance floor for the 100th time as she sipped on her, God only knows how many, champagne, leaning against one of the many beams that supported the weight of the huge tent, sheltering them from the wind. It was a simple but beautiful wedding service. There was no shortage of tears when Teddy said his vows. They had opted to write their own vows, and Teddy had all the available wishing they could be Victoire and all the taken hitting their husbands for not being romantic anymore. Rose was happy for them. They truly loved each other and would spend the rest of their lives together. She also spotted Dom and her new boyfriend on the dance floor. It had become pretty clear that Dom hadn't been working the night before once she arrived with Jacob, a half-hour before the wedding. Luckily for Dom, Victoire didn't have time to get angry before the wedding, and now she was too busy love eyeballing Teddy to care. Al and Allison had also made their way onto the dance floor along with her parents, when she felt him come and stand behind her. "Nice wedding?" Scorpius asked. Beautiful," Rose replied, still admiring the scene in front of her. She was surprised it took him all night to approach her. She had felt his stare since the beginning of the wedding and all through the night. He was so close she could feel his chest moving against her back. She didn't know what made her do it, whether it was the champagne or the atmosphere, but before Rose realized what she was doing, she had closed her eyes and leaned back, molding into him. She could feel his warm breath on her skin as he lowered his head and placed a key on her bare shoulder, sending tingles down her spine. He rested his hands on her hips and mumbled, "Yes, you are Rose," before keying the spot where her neck and shoulder joins. She could smell the small trace of whiskey in his breath as he spoke. "So very, very beautiful," he said huskily, as he punctuated each word with key. She nodded quietly, so only he could hear. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer into his chest. "Rose," he mumbled into her neck. As he said it reminded Rose of how he had said her name in his sleep. Rose thought she could hear something more than lust in his voice, but she was never sure when it came to Scorpius Malfoy. Reality seemed to come crashing down on her. Her eyes shot open. Taking deep breaths as though she couldn't breathe, she pulled away from him, unwrapping his arms from where they sat snug around her waist. She didn't even look at him as she walked past him, out of the tent away from the wedding and its guests, feeling flushed and confused. Scorpius took off straight after her, calling her name. "Rose, Rose, stop." They could still hear the music from the wedding faintly, and the lights still provided enough light for him to make out her body. Rose had stopped, leaning up against a tree, her back to him, trying to catch her breath. She wasn't sure if it was from her quick escape or from the encounter she just had with the handsome blonde. Either way, she was breathing heavily. Scorpius stood a meter back, giving Rose her space, even though he didn't want to. "Rose, just talk to me." She turned so that her back was now against the tree and looked him straight in the eyes, trying to read him. He looked scared, ashamed, but at the same time hopeful. Her breathing had slowed but was still ragged. He took one step toward her. "No, don't," she barked at him. "You stay, holding her hand out in front of her, signaling what she wanted. He did what she asked. She was trying to get her emotions in order. "I'm sorry, Rose," he said, "I know I shouldn't have." "Yes, that's right, you shouldn't have." Rose snapped across him. Anger started to rise in Scorpius. "You shouldn't have done a lot of things," she added, referring to their many forgotten moments that she blamed him for. "If I recall correctly, I wasn't the only one there," Scorpius bellowed, raising his voice a little and moving closer to her. "You're just as guilty as I am in all of this." "But I am always the one to put a stop to it," Rose returned, no longer leaning on the tree. "That's right, you stop it, you run away, you avoid your feelings every time." "Why?" "Because you're afraid, Rose." He moved closer to her, so he was right in front of her, lowering his voice slightly. "You're afraid of how I make you feel." He inched closer, forcing her to lean back against the tree again, trying to keep some distance. "You're afraid of how your heartbeat intensifies whenever you look me in the eye," he said as his lustful gaze locked on hers, causing her heartbeat to speed up rapidly. "You're afraid of how your breath hitches every time I touch you," he uttered, running a finger up and down her arm. Against her own will, Rose's breath hitched, as he stroked her arm, sending tingles all through her whole body. Scorpius smirked at her reaction to him and took the final step, so that his body was flushed against hers. He had rested his hands on her waist. Rose's eyes briefly flashed to his lips before looking back into his eyes. He bent forward, resting his forehead against hers, trying to control his own breathing. Closing their eyes, they listened to the pounding of their own heartbeats and to their rapid but shaking breaths. "You're afraid of how much you really want to keep me," he whispered huskily, as he inched closer to her. When Rose felt his breath across her lips, she spoke. "No, I'm afraid you're going to break my heart," she whispered as she opened her eyes, holding back tears. Scorpius leaned back slightly and opened his eyes. As Scorpius stared straight into her glassy eyes, he froze. He felt like he was back in fourth year, not knowing what to say, how to say what he felt, how to tell her she is more to him than a conquest. Rose took his pause as a sign he wasn't going to fight for her, that he knew what she had said was inevitable and that this was it. She pushed him back softly, making some space before stepping out from the gap between him and the tree. She turned her back on him, began to walk away, but for some reason she chanced to look back. Scorpius still hadn't moved from the tree. However, he had placed both his hands on it as if to keep him from collapsing. His head hung, looking at the ground, his chest heaving with heavy breaths. The sight pained her, he looked so broken. She knew how he felt though, rejected. She had cried over him once, he had avoided and rejected her, now it was her turn. She turned her back on him. "And Malfoy, I'm not the only one who avoids my feelings," Rose said with a shaky voice, as a tear ran down her cheek. She hastily wiped it away as she ran back towards the lights and the music. As she danced with Albus, Allison caught a glimpse of Rose running back from beyond the tent, cutting her way through the crowd, heading straight into the burrow. It seemed Albus had followed her gaze and noticed too. They shared a look. "I'd better go," Allison said with concern, placing a hand on his chest to stop him from following. Albus nodded in understanding as he watched her leave. Albus exited the dance floor. He looked intently over at where Rose had run from, only to see the outline of a body. He had a suspicion of who it was. Allison found Rose in her room packing her stay-over bag, rather heatedly. She was roughly shoving her clothes into the bag as she sniffed and wiped a shaky hand over her eyes in an attempt to stop the tears that ran down her face. Allison quickly closed the door, marched across the room and took Rose into her arms. Rose returned the embrace and hugged Allison just as tightly. Once Rose had calmed down a bit, they both sat down on the bed and Allison finally asked what was wrong. When Rose only shook her head, Allison voiced her own suspicions. "Does it have something to do with Scorp? What makes you say that? Doesn't it always?" Allison said with a knowing look to Rose. She knew there was only one person that could extract such strong emotions out of Rose. With Rose and Scorpius everything was extreme. They were either making each other extremely angry or extremely heartbroken. "It does," Rose mumbled. Allison nodded her reply, before summoning a tissue with her wand. She handed it to Rose and she used it to dry her tears. "I don't hate him anyone more," she said, sounding defeated. "In fact, I don't think I ever did." "Really?" Allison mocked. Rose shot a glare at her, before dropping it and sighing. Allison put a hand on Rose's shoulder. "Rose, this is a good thing," she said genuinely. Though Rose just hung her head and continued to fiddle with her tissue in her lap. "Isn't it?" Allison asked, unsure. Albus approached Scorpius, unsure of what was going on. Scorpius hadn't moved from the position Rose had left him in, only now it was clear he had been crying. "Scorp, are you okay, mate?" Scorpius slowly gathered his composure and stood up straight, dropping his hands from the tree. He ran his fingers through his hair before turning to Albus. "Yeah, fine," he said simply, with a fake smile. Albus wasn't buying it but didn't know what to say. He had only ever seen Scorpius like this once before, his features bursting with regret, with misery. It was the night that Scorpius had appeared on his doorstep after he had moved out of Malfoy Manor. Albus, still to this day, didn't know the exact events of what had happened that night, and he suspected never would. They never talked about it much. Albus brought his focus back to the present. Both men stood there gazing at the ground in silence. Rose sighed and her eyebrows knotted in confusion. "I don't know, maybe," she muttered shyly. "I mean, it can't hurt, since you and Albus are very serious now," she added, smiling at her blushing best friend, changing the subject from herself. "We always were serious," Allison replied with failing to hide her blissful smile. "But stop trying to change the subject, Rose," she added warningly. Rose chuckled quietly at her friend's attempt at a stern look. Once you had seen Hermione Weasley's stern look, no one else had the same effect. However, she still turned her gaze away from her best friend and back to the tissue in her lap. Allison knew that Rose wasn't a very open person, but she would open up when she was ready. The only thing that worried Allison was that, just like everything to do with Scorpius, it could take an extremely long time. Nevertheless, she knew she wouldn't get anything out of the redhead tonight. "Rose, I understand if don't want or you're not ready to talk about it tonight," she started, turning a little to face her, "so I'm not going to push you, but I just want you to know that I am here when you are ready." Rose smiled and pulled Allison in for another hug, so appreciative of having such an understanding best friend. "Thank you," she mumbled into Allison's shoulder. "So," Albus started awkwardly as he rocked back and forth on his heels with his hands in his pockets, "was that Rose I saw running inside earlier?" "Probably," Scorpius said bitterly. "Is there a problem?" "There's always a problem with her," Scorpius sighed dismally, running his hand through his hair again. Albus was about to say something when Scorpius cut him off. "Look, Al, it's nothing for you to worry about, okay?" After a moment Albus decided not to push the issue. "Okay," he said with a nod. "Okay," Scorpius copied with a nod, "how about we go and enjoy the rest of this party?" Scorpius said in a final tone, as he started back towards the tent. Scorpius entered the large crowed tent and headed straight for the bar. He had ordered 3 shots before Albus had even caught up with him. He had this look in his eye, Albus knew it all too well. It was his, "I am going to get smashed and then get laid tonight if it's the last thing I do," look. Scorpius had downed the first 2 shots before asking Albus if he wanted the third. When Al refused it, he downed that one too, as he ordered more from the bartender. Rose had cleaned up, with the help of Allison, so that you could hardly tell she had been crying. Allison had convinced her to come back downstairs and rejoin the party. "So are you ready to get your boogie on?" Allison said as she linked arms with Rose. "Hell yeah," Rose giggled. "Good." They made their way downstairs laughing, Rose feeling 100 times better. After his 6th consecutive shot, Albus grabbed Scorpius by the arm and tried to pull him away from the bar, unsuccessfully. "Scorp, I think that's enough," Albus said, trying to reason with him only to watch him make quick use of his 7th shot. These shots plus the whiskey he had earlier was not a good combination. "Come on, this isn't going to solve anything." "Sorry Al, but if you will excuse me," he said as he caught sight of some blonde girls standing not too far away. "I have some business to attend to." He finished winking at Al as he moved around him on his way over to who Albus identified as some of Victoire's distant French cousins. Albus rolled his eyes at his best mate but was worried all the same. Rose and Allison went straight to the dance floor. Together, they moved their bodies to the upbeat music, laughing at their dance skills or lack thereof. They were joined by Dominique, then by Lily and Roxanne. Soon the other Weasley girls joined the large group, taking up the whole dance floor, Victoire standing out with her white bridal gown as they got their boogie on, sing along to the lyrics together. Once the song had finished, Allison grabbed Rose and pulled her through the crowd and off the dance floor. Rose knew with no doubt to find Albus. Albus watched with glee at seeing all his cousins and his girlfriend dancing together with such bright, beaming smiles dominating their expressions. After the song ended, Allison and Rose Maid emerged from the crowd in a fit of giggles. Allison spotted Albus first and pulled Rose behind her, towards him. Allison key. Ed Albus, cheek in greeting before wrapping an arm around his waist, settling comfortably against his side, smiling up at him. Her smile faltered as she saw past his glee and noticed the worry in his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said dismissively, but giving her a look that said, "Later." "So I see you were having fun without me. Don't be so surprised, Al, we've been having fun without you for years." Rose, seemingly back to normal herself, giggled at both Albus and Allison's half-hearted glares. Allison looked back up at Albus. "But that doesn't mean I love you any less, sweetheart," she said before stealing a chaste key. Rose laughed at her cousin's giddy expression, before her laughter stopped suddenly, as she caught sight of something behind the happy couple. Albus and Allison, noticing straight away, turned around to find Scorpius Malfoy pressed up against a beautiful blonde, playing a passionate game of tonsil tag. "Oh bloody hell," Albus muttered under his breath as Allison looked back at Rose. Rose's features no longer held a shocked expression but a deadly scowl. However, Allison could see the dejected, painful and yet tender emotion in her eyes. Albus detached himself from Allison and made his way over to Scorpius. Allison moved to stand closer to Rose and watched as she fought against her emotions. Not a moment later, tears could be seen in Rose's eyes as her emotions got the best of her. "Rose!" Allison called out to her as she quickly bolted away. Allison went to go after her, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her. Hermione Weasley must have seen what had happened. "I'll go," she said with a sad smile. Allison nodded as Mrs. Weasley went after her daughter. Allison turned her attention back to where Albus was talking to Scorpius, and by the looks of things it was getting pretty heated. Albus had to tap Scorpius on the shoulder twice before he detached his face from the blondes. "Al mate, what's up?" he asked, completely obvious of the redhead watching him. "I think it's time for us to leave," Al whispered as he pulled Scorpius a step away from his new acquaintance. "Sorry mate, I'm not quite ready to leave yet," he slurred, as he winked to the blonde who was waiting patiently. Scorpius looked up, as he heard someone call Rose's name, to see her disappear into the crowd. He grimaced slightly before the scowl took over his features. He took a step back towards his new companion, when a hand gripping his arm stopped him. "Listen Scorp, I think you have a bit too much to drink and you might regret this later on." Scorpius took Albus' hand off him, forcefully. He scowled at his best mate fiercely. "Listen Potter, why don't you go screw that girlfriend of yours and leave me the fuck alone?" he said in a bitter, raised voice before turning around. "Obviously, your parents never got the chance to teach you manners Malfoy," Albus countered. Just as he had finished, he was hit in the jaw, knocking him back off his feet, onto the ground. Allison's shriek was heard over the music, drawing everyone's attention, as she fell to the ground beside her boyfriend. "It seems like even with your extra famous and loving family, manners escape you too," Scorpius roared, everyone gasping and watching the scene unfold. Scorpius' scowl faltered a little at what he said. He really didn't mean it. He thought of the Potters and Weasleys as his family now. Albus could taste the blood on his bottom lip. A ragging Scorpius looked down at a provoked Albus. Glaring as he regained his footing, Albus was about to retaliate when an invisible force came between them. Ginny Potter, ever so used to teenage boys fighting, had quickly cast a shielding charm in between the two males. "Hey Potter," Scorpius taunted, "you got a little something there," he said, pointing to his bottom lip. Allison stepped in front of Albus, placing two hands on his chest as he looked like he was about to open his mouth. "Sweetheart, just drop it," Allison pleaded, "you don't want to say anything you'll regret." At her voice Albus seemed to calm down. He looked her straight in the eye and nodded, the rage disappearing from him. "Allison, honey," Mrs. Potter's voice cut through the silence as she stepped forward slightly, her eyes still trained on Malfoy, "why don't you take Albus home for the night?" Allison nodded and took Albus' hand, leading him inside towards the fireplace. Ginny lowered her wand, the shield disappearing, once they heard the sound of the roaring fire, signaling they were gone. Unknown to Scorpius, Ron had stepped up behind him. Scorpius, he started with obvious seriousness in his voice, I think you better sleep it off here tonight. Scorpius silently nodded and allowed Mr. Weasley to guide him inside the house, forgetting all about his beautiful blonde companion. I would give you one of the bedrooms but they're all taken, Ron said once they entered the living room, so all you've got is the couch. Scorpius nodded, I understand, sir. Right, was all he said as he left Scorpius standing in the living room. Scorpius sat down on the couch, elbows on his knees and head in his hands. Albus was right, he had regretted it, and he knew he couldn't take it back. The sound of a blanket landing on the couch beside him made him look up. Hermione Weasley stood before him with familiar eyes staring down at him, the same eyes she shared with her daughter. Scorpius quickly looked away from them, ashamed. In case you get a bit cold tonight, she said in such a neutral tone, that Scorpius didn't know whether to be relieved or afraid. Thank you. You're welcome, she said as she began to walk away. Where's Rose? Scorpius asked apprehensively. Rose is fine, Hermione sighed, she has gone back home and will move into her flat tomorrow. Scorpius continued not to meet her gaze, but nodded in understanding. Hermione walked around the couch, ready to leave the room. However, before she could, Scorpius' quiet mumble caught her attention. I'm sorry. Pardon? She asked a little confused. Scorpius stood up and faced her. I'm sorry for all the problems I caused for you and your family tonight, all the things I said, my attitude, he said sincerely, and he stuttered trying to find the right words. Would you tell Rose that? He asked suddenly, finding his words. Would you tell her that I am really, really sorry, he said desperately, that I am sorry for everything. Hermione was taken back by the emotion she saw in his eyes but nodded nonetheless. Thank you, he said before turning away and resuming his position on the couch. Good night, Scorpius, and with that Hermione Weasley left him to his thoughts. Albus stepped out of the fireplace just as Allison flowed in behind him. He just stood there in a daze, not moving, just thinking about the events that had just occurred. Allison's hand brought him back as she slid her hand into his and gave it a small squeeze. He looked at her next to him and put on a sad smile. Come on, she said as she began to lead him upstairs towards his room. He allowed her to guide him past the bathroom, into his bedroom, where she made him sit down on his bed. I'll be right back, she said as she squeezed his hand reassuringly. He simply nodded and she left the room. Albus sat there deep in regret. He knew he was going to apologize first thing in the morning. He knew he should have never brought up Scorp's parents, that was asking for a whole lot of hurt, which he was reminded of as he nibbled on his lip as he thought. Stopping immediately, with a small hiss at the pain, he looked over to where Scorpius usually slept and sighed. He wondered what had happened after he left, if Scorp regretted what had happened as much as he did, if he had anyone to comfort him. At that moment, Albus was so glad he had Allison with him. The situation suddenly hit him with full force, as he heard her moving below him in the kitchen. He was alone with Allison, with the whole house to them for at least a few hours, at the most, until late morning tomorrow. They hadn't been alone together like this since school. His heart rate increased as he thought about what happened last time they were this alone. He quickly stood up and took off his suit jacket and vest. He freed himself of the bow tie, popped open the top 2 buttons on his shirt and cuffs before rolling up his sleeves to his elbows. He quickly ran his fingers through his hair and sat back down on the bed as he heard her coming up the stairs. Allison walked through the door, walking straight over to Albus and sat on the bed beside him. With her, she had one wet cloth and something else wrapped in another cloth. Albus couldn't tell what, as they hadn't bothered with the light, just using the light streaming in from the bright moon. She turned her body as he did his, to face each other. By the way she caught her breath when she realized how close they were and looked into his eyes, he knew she was also aware of how alone they were. She quickly diverted her eyes and focused on the problem at hand. I am just going to get rid of the blood and numb it with some ice before I heal it, she stuttered, as she raised the wet cloth to his lip, blush settling in her cheeks. He moved closer to her, as she gently dabbed the cut on his lip, soaking up the blood, caressing his opposite cheek with her other hand. Just in case, I'm not a healer and I don't want to hurt you, she explained in a worried tone, now giving in and looking him in the eye. They stayed in a locked gaze, silently, searching each other for a reaction to their current situation. Allison gasped and dropped her stare as she felt Albus stroke the bare skin of her thigh. shone due to her violet dress hitching further up as she sat on the bed. Trying to control her senses, she quickly lowered the wet cloth and raised the ice-wrapped in cloth to his lip. However, Albus gasped her hand, stopping her and forcing her to look into his eyes again. This time he was even closer. "You know, I can think of a other way to heal something like this," he said huskily as he leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. Allison closed her eyes at the sound of his deep voice. Her breath became rather shaky at the lack of distance between them. Albus' left hand rested on the bed beside her, supporting him as he leaned into her. However, his other hand slowly moved up her thigh, sliding her dress up further, exposing him to more of her smooth skin. "How?" she whispered as her arms slid around his neck, drawing them even closer, enjoying his caress. "Key. It better," he whispered before he dove in and claimed her lips. She returned his key, just as passionately as he guided her backwards, laying her down on his bed, never breaking their lip lock. The room was alit with a light blue glow from a flame, sitting on the bedside table, in a small jar. Their wands sat next to the flame while their clothes littered the floor around the bed. They lay spent, together in Albus' bed, skin against skin. Allison snuggled in close to Albus, resting her head on his right shoulder while drawing meaningless patterns on his chest. Albus' right arm wrapped tightly around her, holding her to him while his fingers, absent-mindedly, traced small circles on her hip. They lay their content in each other's arms, enjoying each other's pleasant caressing, listening to each other's breathing. Allison tilted her head up and key at his neck before whispering as though it was a secret, "I love you." In turn, Albus leaned down and placed a lingering key on her forehead. "I love you too," he murmured, without pulling away so she could feel his lips move as he spoke, his breath warm against her skin. "I am so glad to have you," he added honestly. However, he couldn't stop the guilt spreading through him. Scorpius didn't have anyone but him, the rest of the Potters and the Weasleys. He had other friends but no one he would even come close to opening up to. "He still doesn't open up to me, for Merlin's sake," Albus thought. Now, Scorpius had no one. He knew his family would be too friendly with him until they made up. Allison sensed the conflict in him, the happiness and the regret, the guilt he felt as he lay here happy with her while his best friend is probably feeling anything but happiness. She pushed herself up, supporting her body with her elbow, looking down at his conflicted expression. "What are you thinking about? You mean besides how amazing you are?" he said immediately, his giddy smile returning to his face, causing her to let out a little giggle. "No, seriously, I know that's not the only on your mind." His smile dropped, confirming what she had just said. "Tell me, we can work it out together." Allison knew what it was, but needed him to say it. He needed to get it off his chest, to talk about it, to make it easier. "It's just I feel really bad about what I said to Scorp." He finally opened up, "You know, about his family." Allison murmured in agreement. "It was wrong and I shouldn't have done it." He paused for a bit before continuing. "Plus I feel bad for Rose. I know now that she feels something for him. For her to see Scorp like that would have really hurt her." Allison just listened intently, as he voiced similar thoughts to her. She nodded her head but looked away from him in thought. Albus' question brought her gaze back to him. "What are we going to do?" "Sorry. What? What are we going to do? They're our best friends and they can't even be in the same room as each other now," he rambled rather quickly, suddenly realizing the circumstances. Not without feeling pain and wanting to leave, anyway. "Well, that's just the way it's going to be for a while," she said honestly. "We will just have to make time to see them separately." Albus nodded, but he was far away in his own thoughts. "It will be okay," she added, placing a quick reassuring key against his lips before snuggling back down at his side, in her previous position. "Hey, I have to tell you something," Albus said, feeling a little guilty and nervous. Allison sat up holding the sheets up to cover her, looked down at him suspiciously, wondering where this was going. "Well, actually 2 things," he added nervously. Allison couldn't tell if they were good or bad things and she wasn't sure she wanted to find out, but she remained silent. "I'm moving in with Scorp." "Well, that is if he will forgive me." Allison was a little shocked because they had talked about finding a flat of their own. She could not stop that feeling like this was him trying to let her down easy. "When did you decide this?" she asked stiffly, not looking at him. "A couple of weeks ago," he answered. Allison just nodded, removed herself from the bed and began getting dressed. She had no idea why she was mad at him, but she was. Maybe it was because he led her to believe that they were getting a place together, or maybe it was because he didn't tell her sooner, or was it because, in this moment, she felt like he was pulling away. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked as she finished hooking her beak together. "What does it look like?" Albus said frustratingly, as she began looking for her dress. "I'm leaving." "What? Why?" Allison ignored him. She sighed as she found her dress at the end of the bed by his shirt. Picking it up off the floor, she slid it over her body, zipping it up on the side. By this time Albus was out of bed and clad in his pants. "Allison, don't go," he pleaded. "Why is this such a problem?" "It's not a problem, I just wish you'd told me," she snapped, raising her voice, turning around to face him. "I was going to, but it never seemed like the right time." Allison just scoffed disbelievingly as she sat down of the bed, putting her heels back on. "Besides, I didn't know what your plans were." "What do you mean my plans?" "They were our plans," she bellowed at him, standing up taller now. Emotions started to get the best of her. Tears began to form in her eyes as she spoke, "But obviously you didn't care." She collapsed on the bed again, her hand on her forehead, trying to shield him from her tears. "Baby, how can you think I don't care? I love you," he said, moving to sit right beside her. He immediately wrapped an arm around her. "I just think that he needs me right now." Allison knew he was right. Scorpius definitely needs support from a friend right now. He shouldn't be alone, but that didn't mean she liked it. She felt so selfish, but she couldn't help it. She leaned into his embrace, allowing him to wrap her tightly in both his arms. He keyed at her forehead before explaining. "Listen, I don't want to stop our plans, I just want to postpone them for a bit," he said nervously, not sure if he said the right words. She could feel him tense in waiting for her response. So she lifted her head, looked into his green eyes and said, "I'm sorry, I was just being selfish." "No, don't be sorry," he said smiling, "you had every right to be selfish. I mean, look at me," he added, gesturing to his bare chest. She laughed and lightly smacked him on the shoulder, half-heartedly. "Well, I am glad you took my apology seriously," she said through her laughter. "Okay, well, seriously, you don't have anything to be sorry about," he started, taking hold of her hand. "If I had told straight away we wouldn't be in this mess, I wouldn't have led you on." He caressed her hand with his thumb. "So, I am sorry," he said before he leaned in and keyed at her. "Al, what was the other thing you wanted to tell me?" Allison asked nervously, when she pulled back. Sensing her worry, Albus quickly faced her, and looked her straight in the eye. "I have been offered a job in Muggle relations at the Muggle Liaison Office and I have accepted it," he said proudly. The bright smile Allison gave her boyfriend said that she was really happy and proud of him. However, she had to voice it as well. "Oh, Albus," she almost squealed as she flung her arms around his neck and hugged him. Pulling back, she said, "That's just so brilliant." She dived back in for another quick key. "I am so proud of you." His smile affectionate as he was pleased that she was happy again. "Thank you," he said. He leaned in and keyed at her, his lips moving lovingly against hers. She returned the key. All negative feelings and thoughts were whisked away from her as she felt the love between them. Just as she was about to deepen the key, he pulled away. "Can you do me a favor?" he asked as his eyes glanced down at her lips before resting on her eyes again. Allison smirked at his giddy expression. She could tell that he wanted this chat to be quick, so that they could return to more passionate activities. "Sure," she said, as she ran her hand up and down his thigh, teasing him. "Can you just remember for future reference, if I take a little long to tell you something, to go easy on me as I am a Slytherin and I don't have the courage of Gryffindor." Okay," she keyed at him lightly before pulling back. She swung her leg over him so that she was straddling his lap. "I guess I should count myself lucky that you have more than Scorpius, huh?" she said, grinding against his bulging pants, teasing him again. He rested his hands on her hips, looking up at her, nodding in agreement, his eyes begging for her lips. She didn't disappoint him. Ron walked into the room where his wife was already there, taking off her jewelry. His eyes met hers as he closed the door. "Well, that was quite a night," he said, taking off his coat and loosening his tie. She murmured in a daze. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close to him. She immediately molded into him, her back pressed to his chest. Hermione rested her head back against his shoulder and covered his arms with her own where they sat snug around her midsection. Where did Rose get off to? I didn't see her come up to her room with Lily and the others, Ron said as he turned his head and placed a lasting key on her neck. She's at home, Hermione sighed, closing her eyes at the touch of his lips. What? Why? Ron's head quickly snapped up, his eyes finding Hermione's in the mirror. Because she needed to get away. Get away. It's her cousin's wedding, why would she need to get away? Hermione turned around in her husband's arms and slid hers up, entwining her fingers in the hair at the nape of his neck. Because Ronald, Hermione said, sounding a little frustrated at her husband's cluelessness, sometimes there is only so much a woman can take. Wait a minute, I'm confused, Ron said, sensing from her tone that he could be in trouble. Is this about us or Rose? Hermione let out a frustrated sigh and shook her head slightly. It's about Rose, Hermione clarified. Ron relaxed but still had no idea what was happening. Hermione gave in and told him straight up. Look, Rose has feelings for Scorpius. Oh, he stuttered. Hermione let the information sink in. She told you this? Not exactly, but it's pretty obvious, Hermione answered. Ron looked like he was searching his memory for a moment when it was obvious. Hermione just sighed again, but smiled at her husband. Well, it's obvious to everyone else, she added with a giggle. Ron's brow creased as he thought deeply about something. Hermione, Ron said, drawing her attention. He looked her straight in the eye. You know how I always said I would hate any man who wanted to be with my daughter. She nodded. Well, Scorpius is the exception, he said it so honestly that it took his wife by surprise. She didn't expect that from him and blinked in astonishment. I see, and when did you decide this? She finally asked, gaining her composure. I don't exactly know, but I just think that they would fit together. So did I, she sighed, dropping his gaze. What do you mean did? Ron, didn't you see what Scorpius did tonight? She exclaimed, dropping her arms and leaving his. Oh, he said, realization finally hitting him as he remembered Scorpius' snogging session. And Rose is determined, now more than ever, to never feel anything again, Hermione said as she started pacing the room. But he made a mistake, Ron defended, surely she won't give up on him. Ron, why are you defending him? She spoke in a raised voice, rounding on him. This is your own daughter that he hurt. I'm not defending him. Yes, you are. You're siding with him over your own daughter. She was fuming. I'm not. I just know that he will try and make it up to her, he said calmly and earnestly. Sometimes that's not enough, she said, pacing again, trying to calm herself down. There was a pause as Ron had fallen silent. When Hermione looked back at him, he was sitting down on the bed, his head in his hands. She was immediately by his side, comforting him by rubbing his shoulders, the way she usually did to relieve his stress. Do you honestly believe that, Hermione? Yes, Ron, Hermione spoke a little unsure of why he was asking her this. For some women saying sorry isn't enough. Is it enough for you? Hermione's gaze found his. She finally understood what he was getting at. She couldn't believe it. After 24 years of marriage, he was asking her if she had forgiven him for his mistakes when they were younger. Oh Ron, of course it is, she gave him a chaste key on the lips before continuing, as long as it comes from you. He leaned in and thanked her with a key. So maybe there is hope after all, he said, pulling back. Ron, why do you care so much for Scorpius? He pulled back further, looking away from her, sorting his thoughts. I mean, I wasn't the only one surprised to see you warm up to him so quickly. I guess we just seemed to click, Ron said uncertainly, not sure if he was explaining it right. He stood up, pulling the tie from around his neck, and chucking it on the end on the bed, where it slid off and landed on the floor. I know, Hermione sighed, remembering all the times Rose complained about not being able to enter Albus' room because of Scorpius leaving his stuff all over the floor. In some ways you are very similar. It's strange, I know, Ron protested, now taking off his shoes. But I know how he feels, he added, looking down at her. Hermione looked up into his eyes, seeing his love shining through. He did know what it felt like to have feelings for someone and not know how to express it. She did too. Okay, but this isn't about us. If Rose chooses not to forgive him or give in to her own feelings, then there is nothing we can do about it. I know that, and I am going to support my daughter in this, but we are the only family Scorpius has now, Ron said in a non-negotiable manner, and I still want him to feel welcome. Yeah, plus it'll be handy to have someone around who actually knows how to fix stuff, Hermione commented, mocking her husband with a smile for his attempts to fix the Muggle appliances around their home. Ha ha, very funny, Ron said, but you're probably right. Honey, haven't you learnt by now? Hermione teased, standing up and wrapping her arms around his waist. I'm always right. That you are, darling, that you are, he mumbled as he leaned down and stole a key. Hermione was just about to deepen the key, when Ron pulled back. However, he does have to apologize to Al and Rose, whether they accept it or not, before I will forgive him. Hermione just laughed at her husband's attempt at a stern expression. He was never that good at it, she always had to discipline the children and even him on occasion. When she looked back at him, he was smiling at her. It was the same smile that she had seen many times since they were kids, yet somehow it always made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly felt like she was 16 again, with a blush rising in her cheeks. Come on, Mr. Weasley, take me to bed. She saw his eyes light up at the suggestion. It'd be my pleasure, Mrs. Weasley, Ron said as he wrapped his arms around her waist and keyed her soundly while her arms slid up around his neck. She clung to him as he lifted her up, taking her towards the bed and never breaking the loving caress of their lips. Scorpius woke to the sound of breakfast at the burrow, a sound he had grown to know and love. Laughter, loud chatters, even the often family bickering and occasional burp. The joy that usually filled his heart was quickly squashed by the guilt. He had acted like the stuck-up prick his father used to be, to the only people that he considered family, and in their home no less. The amount of alcohol he consumed last night is no excuse. However, as he sat up, he found it was an excuse as to why the room spun for a moment. He felt like shit and immediately wished for a pick-me-up potion. He stood up cautiously, gaining his bearings, and slowly moved towards the kitchen. He didn't enter but sneaked a peek in. Out of sight, he quietly scanned the room. Every Weasley and Potter was present, with the exception of two. Do you think Al will be okay? He heard Lucy ask, the lovable Hufflepuff clearly concerned for her cousin's well-being. Oh, I think he's fine at the moment, especially since Allison has yet to return for her things, James implied, with a smirk. Ew, James, Lily complained, I'm eating. They all laughed at the younger girl's disgusted face, the type of expression one gets when one hears implications about their brother's love life. That aside, I think both Scorp and Al will be down until they sort things out, Ginny Potter said, through the settling laughter. I imagine they both feel bad about what they said to each other. Oh my god, you don't think they will stop being friends, do you? The Hufflepuff asked, upset at the thought. Are you kidding, Lucy? Fred exclaimed. The first thing they will both do when they see each other is beg for forgiveness. Yeah, they're always going to be mates, James agreed, no doubts there. There was a pause in the conversation as everyone continued eating or discussing other matters. Scorpius ran his fingers through his hair. He knew they were right. As soon as he saw Albus, he was going to beg forgiveness. He was about to leave when Hugo said something that caught his attention. Hey Mom, where's Rose? Scorpius knew the answer. Mrs. Weasley had told him last night, but that didn't mean he liked it. What was worse is that he knew it was his fault. Hermione looked up from the tea she was nursing and prepared to answer him. However, before she could, Lily jumped in. Yeah, what happened to her last night? 1 minute we were dancing and then I didn't see her for the rest of the night. I know, Roxanne agreed. I would have definitely thought she wouldn't miss an opportunity to punch Scorp. Last night was a perfect opportunity. He punched Al, she'd be completely justified. That's one thing that I'll miss this year, Lily sighed, before turning to Roxanne. How are we going to survive without a good Rose and Scorpius duel once a month? That's right, Hugo concurred, there will be no entertainment. Or any betting, Roxanne said, sounding horrified. How am I going to get extra money for sweets and for mine and Ruby's pranks? No one answered, and Roxanne was silenced by her mother's glare. Scorpius wanted to laugh. All this time, everyone was betting on the outcome of his and Rose's arguments and he had no idea. Hang on a minute, you were betting on the outcome of student duels? Lewis asked, shocked. The Ravenclaw was standing in the corner with his arms around Zoe Garcia's waist. Roxanne nodded in response. On school grounds. He wanted to clarify. Yep, Roxanne said proudly before catching her mother's eyes and slinking down in her chair. How is it that I didn't know about this? Because you, Zoe said turning around in his arms, my perfect prefect, would have sold them out. He looked like he was about to protest when Zoe craned her neck and stole a key. His frown disappeared completely as she pulled back. Maybe you're right, he said leaning back down to key her. Lily quickly interrupted them. Hello, she shouted across the room, still eating. Scorpius backed away as laughter erupted again. He went back into the living room, where he had tried to sleep last night. He wanted to apologize to Al, but mostly he wanted to explain to Rose, he just didn't know how. Without even thinking, he apparated into his flat small garage. He needed to be alone for a bit and a ride would clear his mind. He quickly threw on his leather jacket and mounted the bike. Sliding on his helmet, he opened the electronic door before starting the bike and driving out. He clicked on the button again once out of the garage, closing the door. He momentarily wondered if it was a good idea to drive in his state. He clearly got his answer as he nearly got hit going through a red light that he would have sworn wasn't red. He pulled over immediately and threw up. He drove for about half an hour straight before deciding it wasn't really helping and turning back. After securing his bike in the garage, he began the trek up the rickety old stairs. The building was old and not well maintained, but that is what made it affordable. Plus, on the occasion that he could, Scorpius would often help Mrs. Doris, the landlady, with the maintenance. In return, she'd decrease his payment for that month. Reaching his floor, he got out his key from under the fire extinguisher, thankful for having a spare as his other key was in his bag back at the burrow. He did feel a bit better after the ride. However, as he stepped onto the hardwood floorboards in his flat, the first thing he saw was Albus Severus Potter, sitting on his old scruffy couch. Fuck! Scorpius cried in shock, his hand over his heart, trying to steady his breathing. Albus was trying to hold back laughter, a smile playing on his lips. For the love of Merlin, Al, what are you doing here? He asked, getting his breath back and closing the door behind him. I came to see you, he said honestly, but Scorpius could see the uncertainness in his eyes. Well, you found me, Scorpius replied jokingly, trying to cut the tension. It didn't work. Albus just nodded. Look, Al, he started, deciding to come out with it, getting a burst of courage. I really want to apologize for what I said last night and the way I said it. He scrunched up his face in disgust, still hearing his own bitter and awful voice in his head. It wasn't right and I am really sorry, he finished, looking Albus straight in the eye, pleading for his forgiveness. It's okay, Scorp, I am here to apologize to you for what I said. It was wrong and heartless and I sincerely regret it. So you accept my apology? Of course, Albus replied, if you'll accept mine. Scorpius smiled and stuck his hand out in front of him. Albus grasped his hand, but pulled Scorpius into a hug which he gratefully returned. When Albus stepped back, Scorpius knew what he was going to say. So, are you going to tell me what is really going on with you and Rose? Is it bad if I say no? No, I can pretty much guess. Scorpius just sighed, frustrated with Rose and frustrated with himself. Scorpius, you have to talk to her. She won't talk to me, he replied with a little bitterness detected in his voice. You don't know that. Do you even know your cousin at all? Yeah, good point, Albus muttered. There was a pause, but Albus decided to break it before it became awkward. So, where's my room? Scorpius looked up at Albus, a little confused. Well, I told Allison and she's cool with it as long as she gets to visit and maybe sleep over every now and then. Scorpius just laughed at Albus' casual tone. Yeah, I bet she said that. Well, she didn't say it exactly, Albus smirked, but I know she agrees with me. It's fine, Scorpius compromised, as long as I get fair warning. Deal, Albus chuckled. They shook hands again, not holding back their laughter. Well, I guess I better go pack and inform the parents, which should be interesting, Albus said, making his way towards the fireplace, but it is good to be friends again. Were we ever not? Good point, Albus smiled at the confirmation, and I'll pick up your stuff from the burrow for you, so don't worry about that. He stepped into the expanded fireplace, fisting a handful of flow powder and paused. Listen, Scorp, if you change your mind, I left her new address in the kitchen, and with that, Albus left in the burst of green flames. 3 hours later, Rose's new flat. Hey Rosie, her father called from the living room, where do you want me to put these boxes? Rose, who was in her bedroom packing her clothes into her drawers, looked over at her mother. They shared a knowing look. What did they have written on them, Dad? Kitchen, he called back before realizing what she meant. Oh right, sorry. Rose giggled as Hermione just smiled and shook her head. The mother and daughter continued to unpack boxes of clothes in silence. So, you missed out on some drama after you left last night, Hermione said, breaking the silence. I know, Allison filled me in, Rose said in a monotone voice. Scorpius was really upset. Rose held her breath at hearing his name, slowing in her folding actions, but quickly recovered. So, she replied, not even looking up at her mother. Why would I care? I don't know the reason why, Rose, but I know that you do care. Rose huffed in response, calming herself. No I don't, she objected, still not meeting her mother's gaze, walking over to the closet and hanging up some dresses. Not anymore, Rose mumbled quietly, but Hermione heard. However, she decided to leave it alone. Well, in any case, he asked me to tell you that he is sorry, Hermione said to her daughter's back, for everything. She watched as Rose looked down, registering what she had said. However, after a minute, she marched back over to the unpacked boxes and with a flick of her wand, all of her belongings flew around the room into their respective, organized places. Whatever, I don't care, she said as she left the room. Hermione could see how Rose had steeled herself and was not going to give in to any of her feelings towards Scorpius today or anytime soon. Hermione sighed before she followed her daughter. Rose, why did we have to do this the hard way? Hugo said as he came through the front door, carrying another box. Because Hugo, this is a Muggle building, it would look too suspicious if we didn't, Rose replied as she made her way over to Allison and Zoe who were sitting on the floor of the lounge room. Fine, but you owe me, she heard her brother shout out, exiting the flat to retrieve another box while her mother also made her way downstairs. Allison and Zoe had found Rose's collection of Muggle music. It was packed away with her large stereo and speakers, which they had managed to set up in the corner. Piles and piles of CDs surrounded them where they sat on the hardwood floor. Rose, I never knew you had so much music, said Allison, as she turned a CD case over, reading the songs on the back. Yeah, since when did you start collecting Muggle albums? Zoe asked, also browsing the back of another case. Since Dad fixed the old player in Grandfather's shed, a while back, Rose answered sitting on her brand new couch, nodding towards the stereo CD player in the corner. Nah, Dad didn't fix that, Hugo said, entering the flat again with another box and going into the kitchen. What? Rose asked. Scorp fixed it, Hugo said coming back after putting the box in the kitchen, and already moving towards the door again. Dad thought you wouldn't want it if you knew. Rose just sat there, watching her brother leave as quickly as he had come in, not sure how to react. It made sense that it was Scorpius now that she thought about it, her dad couldn't fix anything without his wand. Allison, quickly deciding to distract Rose from her own thoughts, put the CD she had in her hand in the player. As the music started, Allison turned up the volume a little bit while Zoe snatched the CD case out of her hands. What the hell is this? Zoe said, who's ABBA? It's an old pop group, Rose answered, Grandma Granger gave it to me. Allison started tapping her foot and bobbing her head to the beat. I kind of like it, Allison said, with a smile. Come on, Allison pulled Zoe up off the floor and the two started to dance, around the room. Rose just laughed at her two best friends, dancing around the room to the upbeat song. At the chorus, they started to sing. You can dance. You can jive, having the time of your life. See that girl? They both pointed to Rose, causing her to laugh. Watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. They pulled Rose up off the couch and onto her feet. Not a moment later Rose was in full swing, singing and dancing around her own lounge room with them and loving it. I'm hopping in the truck, Hugo said, to his parents as he came out of the building, you guys can take up the last two, right? Not even waiting for an answer, Hugo jumped into the passenger side of the rented truck. She's not going to forgive him, Hermione whispered to her husband as she leant against the back of the truck and he reached in to drag the last two boxes out. What? Rose, she's not going to let this go. Maybe she just needs some time, Ron said hopefully. I know my daughter, Ron, Hermione spoke in her protective mother voice, and she's not going to forgive him, if at all, for a long time. We'll see, you never know, he might convince her. Sorry, but dealing with you and Harry as teenagers doesn't leave me with much faith in that statement, Hermione said mockingly. Oh really? Ron smiled at his wife. Yep, she answered, holding back giggles. Well, I convinced you in the end, Ron said, wrapping his arms around her. Honey, I am sorry to tell you this, Hermione said seriously, holding back a smile as she locked her hands at the nape of his neck. But I was very easy to convince, she finished, finally giving in to the smile that wanted to push through her mock-serious expression. Just then, the rumble of a familiar motorbike made them break their gaze. They disentangled from each other to see it park in the space behind the truck. Hey Scorp, where did you get off to this morning? Ron asked as Scorpius took off his helmet and hung it on the handlebars. To clear my head and talk to Albus, he replied a little apprehensively, taking off his gloves and dismounting his bike. And did you? Hermione cut in. Yes I did, and we are good now, Scorpius answered, walking over to the couple, unzipping his leather jacket. Hermione nodded in approval. They stood there awkwardly for a moment before Ron lifted the last 2 boxes off the truck. Would you like some help with those? Scorpius said, easily taking them into his arms. Thanks, if you want to take them up that would be great, Ron smiled. Sure, Scorpius turned and started towards the building. Second floor, door on the right, Hermione called. He turned back and gave her his best attempt of a smile. Thanks. When he climbed the stairs he could hear the sound of music playing. Approaching the doorway on the right, like instructed, he found it wide open. Scorpius stood there, silently, watching the scene in front of him. Allison, Rose and Zoe danced around the room singing shamelessly, without a care in the world. His gaze locked on the laughing redhead. He thought she looked absolutely beautiful in her old faded jeans and her plain white tank top with a radiant smile, lighting up her whole face. Scorpius! Zoe exclaimed, being the first to notice him in the doorway. He watched as Rose froze with her back to him, her shoulders visibly tensed. Allison walked over to the old music player Scorpius faintly remembered fixing and turned off the music. Oh, will you look? At the time, Allison said, taking a look at her bare wrist, not even attempting to be subtle. We have to go, she said to Zoe, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her over to stand in front of Rose. Where? Zoe asked, wanting to stay and watch the upcoming exchange. Allison just ignored her. We'll see you tomorrow, okay, Allison said, speaking now to Rose. Once Rose nodded in confirmation, they disapparated, leaving Scorpius and Rose alone. Scorpius watched Rose as she took a deep breath before finally turning around to face him. Hello, Scorpius said softly. Hello Malfoy, Rose said bitterly as she crossed her arms, to what do I owe the pleasure? Scorpius didn't answer her question and ignored her expected bitter tone. Where do you want these? He asked kindly, referring to the boxes in his arms. Rose was a little taken back by his nice tone but answered warily, over there, by the fireplace. Scorpius carefully placed the boxes down by the fireplace, cautious not to damage or break any of her belongings in the boxes. At that moment, Rose's mother appeared in the doorway. Rose, those are the last 2 boxes, Hermione said to her daughter. Rose made her way across the room to talk to her mother. We are going to take the truck back before we head home. If you need anything just send a Patronus. Hermione smiled as Rose nodded in agreement. Thanks Mum. Hermione leaned in and pecked her daughter on the cheek. Just as she was about to leave, Ron came into view behind her. Rose, don't forget the Flow Man is coming tomorrow to connect you to the network, he said to Rose before addressing Scorpius behind Rose. Oh Scorpius, are you still coming over this weekend for the Cannons and Falcons game? Ah sure, Scorpius answered uncomfortably as he noticed Rose tense and shift on her feet, obviously irritated. Cool, Ron said, stepping around his wife and pulling his daughter into a hug. Love you, pumpkin, he whispered, squeezing Rose tighter before releasing her and wrapping an arm around Hermione's shoulders. Hermione smiled reassuringly at her daughter as Ron guided her away. Rose closed the door, leaving her and Scorpius alone once more. Rose walked into the kitchen and started unpacking the box that sat on the island in the middle. Scorpius hesitantly followed her but lamely stood in the entryway, trying to prepare what he wanted to say. I would ask if you wanted some tea, but I don't really want you to stay, Rose said, interrupting his thought process. I understand, Scorpius nodded, but I have to apologize for. Why? She cut across him, you already got my mother to do it for you. Scorpius lowered his head, staring at the floor as he ran his fingers through his hair. Rosie, last night was a mistake. Which part? Rose interrupted again, the part when you nearly at me, or the part when you stuck your tongue down some random girl's throat? Rose, she meant nothing to me, Scorpius said, pleading for her sympathy. I can't even tell you her name. Oh, and that makes it all so much better, Rose mumbled with sarcasm. Scorpius just ignored her and continued. Same goes for all of the others, none of them mean anything to me. Oh, and I just suppose that I'm different, she said disbelievingly. Yes, Rose, you are different. He said it with such honesty that she wasn't sure that she had heard him correctly. You are special. For the first time since he entered the flat, she looked him directly in the eye. And you make me feel different and special, he said, holding her gaze and taking another step forward. There's just something about you, Rose, that makes me feel something I never have before. Rose dropped their intense gaze and shifted on her feet nervously but remained silent. He walked around the island bench, as she turned to face him. He grasped both of her hands and held them softly in his. She couldn't stop the tingle she felt from his touch that spread right through her. Rose looked up into his eyes. I am so sorry, Rose, for everything. She almost believed the emotion she saw in his eyes and she heard in his voice. She almost did, but he had proven to be a good actor many times before. What was he expecting her to do? Forget everything he has done and said to her, forget how he treats women in general, and believe that he has changed into a completely different person over the last couple of months. Suddenly, she felt the anger rising in her. She had decided this last night, she wasn't going to do this to herself again. This was it. She calmed herself before she spoke, not wanting to start an argument. Malfoy, I accept your apology, but that doesn't change anything between us, she said, removing her hands from his. But, please let me speak. He simply nodded and allowed her to continue. I will admit that I find you very attractive and I don't hate you anymore. Scorpius smirked at her admission that he was attractive. But we can't have a serious and real relationship solely based on the fact that I find you attractive and that I no longer hate you. And that's the problem, Scorpius. It's not worth trying anything less than real between us because of how close you are to Al and my whole family. It's all or nothing for us. I know you're not ready for that and neither am I. Rose spoke confidently, but Scorpius could see the emotion she was holding back in her eyes. So, what else is there really to say? Did you even hear what I said earlier? Scorpius said pleadingly, allowing his emotions to surface. Tears welled in his eyes. Rose, I meant every word. I know you did, Rose muttered, failing to hold back her own tears as she looked up into his teary eyes. And right now I think you truly believe it, but next week, next month, who knows? Rose, Scorpius whispered, reaching out to caress her cheek, only to have her turn her face away from his hand. He lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eyes. I can change, Rose, just give me the chance, he said softly. Rose shook her head and wiped away the tears that had escaped before taking a step back from him. I am sorry, Scorpius, but you have had many chances to show me that you can change. Rose, Scorpius, do you remember that favor you owe me? He nodded, unable to find his voice. Well, I would like you to honor it now. Rose knew that this was the only thing to do, even though it felt so wrong. Do me a favor and leave me alone. After you leave here, I don't want to see you, hear about you, or speak to you again. Silence fell between them as Scorpius gathered his feelings and locked them away. Once he collected himself, he looked back at Rose. Fine, I don't want you to stop spending time with my family and being Albus' friend. She added in a hurry, hoping he didn't think she was that cruel. You're a great friend to them all. Hell, let's face it, they consider you a part of the family. So please don't take this out on them. They all love you and it's not fair to you or to them if you let me come between you. I don't want that. Thank you, he said emotionlessly. Another awkward silence fell between them. Rose shifted nervously, not saying anything. She knew she should be kicking him out about now, but something was stopping her. There was still a small part of her that wanted him to fight for her. To put his foot down and say, "No, I will not disappear from your life, I want to be with you," but of course that never came. He finally broke their silence, but it was not what she really wanted to hear. "Well, I guess this is goodbye," she nodded in response. He stuck his hand between them. She looked from his hand to his face and back before forcing on a smile and grasping his hand. She was prepared to shake his hand, but he quickly turned her hand over, bent down slightly and raised her hand to his lips. Against her will, tears began to form in her eyes again at the gracious act. He straightened up and stroked the top of her hand with his thumb before releasing it. "Goodbye, Rosie," was the last thing he said to her before walking out of her kitchen and out of her life. "Goodbye," Rose mumbled softly with tears running down her cheeks as she heard the sound of her door closing. 8 weeks later, Monday. "Hey Zoe, I have to leave early today, could you cover for me?" Rose asked as she wrapped her waiter's apron around her waist and began to serve a customer. Zoe, who had just arrived, did the same thing. "One big breakfast with French toast, please," Rose called out to the kitchen staff as she stuck up the order on the board and went to get the customer's coffee. "I don't know, Rose, how early is early?" asked Zoe, who was also making a coffee. The girls effortlessly worked around each other as they spoke, like they had been doing it for years, when in reality it had only been a month. "Like half an hour or 3/4 of an hour," Rose replied hopefully. "Oh fine, but you owe me and you should be glad my mum isn't coming in today." "Oh thank you so much," Rose said as she gave her a one-armed hug before she scurried back to the serving counter. They continued to work tirelessly until the morning rush was over, when the line died down and there were just the casual one-off walk-in customers. "So, why do you have to leave early today?" Zoe asked as they wiped down tables. "Oh, I just have to get a few things in order," Rose said from the opposite table. When Zoe gave her a confused look, she explained. "My parents are coming for dinner tonight," she said, rolling her eyes. "Oh," Zoe said in understanding, "so what have you got planned?" "Planned? What do you mean planned? It's my mum and dad." "Oh come on Rose, I know you. Everything will have to be perfect," Zoe said as she carried 3 dirty plates back towards the kitchen, Rose following her with a couple of dirty mugs. "It doesn't, they're just my parents." Zoe threw Rose a disbelieving look over her shoulder before pushing through the swinging door of the wash house. "Okay, so maybe I do have something planned," Rose said, giving in, "but is that really a crime?" "No, of course not," Zoe said as she and Rose placed the dirty dishes on a clear bench. "I just asked what it was." Rose then went on to explain everything she had to do to prepare and cook for dinner. She was in the middle of describing the taste of her dad's favorite sauce that she always made him, when someone interrupted her. "Wow, that sounds absolutely divine," a male voice said. Rose and Zoe turned their heads to see Jerry, the dishwasher, and a young man who Rose had never met before. He looked about her age, not overly muscular but healthily toned. He had short black, curly hair, which looked like it was made to run your hands through. He wore a sweet smile that Rose was sure had made many girls weak-kneed. "Hi, I'm Nate," he said to Rose, sticking out his hand to her. "Nate Ryder." Rose just stood there, studying him as he awkwardly held his hand in front of her. Zoe quickly saved the situation. She reached out and shook his hand instead. "Hi, it's nice to meet you," she said as she shook his hand. "I'm Zoe and this is Rose." Zoe gestured towards her while Rose continued to stare at Nate. Eventually, she was snapped into action as Zoe nudged her in the ribs. "Ah yes, it's nice to meet you. Nate." Rose stumbled as she tried to remember his name. "I'm what she said." Zoe was desperately struggling to hold back her laughter, muffling her giggles behind her hand. The old man, dishwasher Jerry, looked confused as to why Rose, a usually well-spoken young woman, now could not even string a sentence together. However, Nate just smiled at her. "Ah Nate, I have to show you the kitchen before we can get to work," Jerry said. "You work here?" Rose blurted out, instantly embarrassed, with a blush rising in her cheeks. "Yeah, he's on dish duty with me," Jerry replied for him. "Well, it was very nice to meet you, Rose," Nate said, grasping her hand and lifting it to his lips. "Likewise," she replied a little awkwardly, as the action reminded her of the only other time she received such courteous treatment. He didn't pick up on her tone and kept his gaze on her as he backed away. "You too Zoe," he said as he followed Jerry through the kitchen door. Once he was gone, Zoe turned to Rose and nearly squealed. "Oh, he is so into you. You should ask him out." "Maybe," Rose replied in a daze, still curious as to why she was thinking of Scorpius. She had thought she'd put it all to rest. Over the last 6 weeks Rose had unofficially employed her mother and Allison as Malfoy avoidance informants. However, she never asked about him and what he was doing, just where he was going to be. They would let her know if Malfoy was expected to be attending a function or an occasion in which they could possibly cross paths. Her life was finally moving forward. She had started culinary school at Le Cordon Bleu last week and had been working at Zoe's mum's cafe for about a month. On top of that, she was very excited to be taking an extra course in cake decorating. Everything was going fine, but she couldn't stop the little doubt that swept through her mind saying that maybe she had made a mistake. "Hello, Earth to Rose," Zoe said waving a hand in front of her face, snapping her back to the present. "Huh, I said, you should ask him out for a drink," she repeated with a mischievous look in her eye. "I don't think so, Zoe," Rose dismissed walking back out, to clean some more tables. "I don't even know anything about him, I can't just ask him out." "Sure you can," Zoe said, following Rose but not attempting to help clear the tables. "No, I can't," Rose replied in a condescending manner. "It would just be too awkward." "Oh, I got it," Zoe exclaimed a little too loudly, drawing the attention of some of the customers. "I am such a genius," Zoe added excitedly. Rose gave the customers an apologetic look before making her way out the back with more dirty dishes. Zoe obliviously continued and followed Rose through the swinging door. "You could ask him to join you and a bunch of friends out for a drink. That way it wouldn't be a proper full-on date and you won't feel as awkward about it," Zoe explained as Rose stacked the dirty dishes on the bench. "Really? And I suppose you know some friends that are willing to volunteer," Rose said, amused at the suggestion, as she walked back out and leaned back up against the counter. "Oh, come on," Zoe said, crossing her arms as she stood across from her. "We can invite Allie and Al, Teddy and Vic, and I'll bring Louis. It will be fun. We can use it as an excuse to catch up with the new Mr. and Mrs. Lupin." "Zoe, I don't know," Rose whined, "I am really busy. I really don't think I have the time for a relationship." "Look Rose," Zoe grew serious, "I really think this would be good for you. You need to get out and have a good time." Ever since, she trailed off. Rose knew what she wanted to say, and it was partly true. She had been working so hard since she cried her eyes out over Scorpius the day she told him to walk out of her life, but she was fine now and there was nothing wrong with being busy and working hard. Just as she was about to voice this, Allison entered the cafe and walked up to them in a huff. "Allie, what's up?" Rose asked, noticing her disgruntled manner but happy to have a change of subject. "Oh, don't worry, it's not a big deal," Allison brushed it off with a wave of her hand. "So, what's new?" "Rose is refusing to go out with a guy," Zoe said, getting straight back to their earlier conversation. Rose let out a frustrated sigh. "What? Why?" Allison asked, immediately turning to Rose. "Because she's busy," Zoe answered, rolling her eyes. "I just met him today and only briefly. I don't have the time or the effort for a relationship at the moment and he hasn't even asked me out," Rose justified. "So, I don't see the problem here." "Okay, firstly, who said he had to ask you out?" Allison replied. "You're a modern woman, ask him out. And secondly, who said anything about a relationship?" Zoe chimed in. "You're not asking him to marry you, you're asking him out for a drink." Rose looked unsure. She didn't know what was holding her back, but something was. Allison took her hand, breaking Rose out of her thoughts. "I agree with Zoe. I really think it would be a good idea to go out and have some fun," Allison said in a soft voice. Rose's eyes flicked between her two friends. They were worried about her and she didn't want them worrying about her. Her mother had that covered. "I'll think about it," Rose gave in. "Yes," Zoe exclaimed excitedly. "Okay, cool, I'll organize it for Friday." "Ah, I said I'd think about it, that's not a yes," Rose said. "I know, but that doesn't mean we can't catch up with Teddy and Victoire whether you come or not," Zoe replied, sending a challenging smile towards Rose before turning to Allison. "Allison, can you and Albus make Friday?" Allison's smile dropped at the question. Rose could tell something was going on between her best friend and her cousin. "Sure," replied Allison, plastering on her best fake smile. Zoe wasn't fooled but knew that Rose was the only one Allison would open up to properly. Great, she said as she moved to serve a customer. Rose looked at the time, it was time for her to go. She had to stop by the markets to get a few things and thought that this would be a good time to chat with Allison. Hey Zoe, I'll see you tomorrow, Rose said, untying her apron and grabbing her bag from behind the counter. What about, new guy? Zoe asked, ignoring her customer. Tomorrow, Rose called back over her shoulder as she grabbed Allison by the wrist and pulled her out the door. So, are you going to tell me how Albus is acting like an idiot this time? Rose asked as they walked through the special Muggle 7-day farmers market that they had eventually apparated to. Allison sighed. I don't think I can tell you. Why? Rose asked shocked. Allison always told her everything. Because, Merlin forbid, I might mention his best friend, Allison said frustrated. Rose immediately felt guilty. She had unintentionally put this taboo on anything to do with Scorpius, and that was unfair to Allison, especially since he was still going to be in Allison's life because of Albus. Okay look, Rose stopped walking and turned to Allison. I am sorry that I put you in this position, and I know that it is pretty much impossible for Malfoy not to come up in the occasional conversation because, whether I like it or not, he's a part of your life and my family's. So please don't hold back on me because of my issues. I am still first and foremost your best friend. Allison gave her a smile which Rose gratefully returned. Thank you, Allison said as she pulled Rose into a hug. So what did he do? Rose asked when they pulled back. He and Malfoy have been out every night for the last 3 weeks, Allison started. Rose noticed how she purposely used Scorpius' last name and still felt guilty at how her friends had to adjust around her. However, she was still thankful and let Allison continue. Albus says he is just helping him out. You know, helping him move on, but I don't see why it has to be every night. We both work during the day and then he is out all night, every night with Scorpius. Allison continued with a torn look on her face before Rose could fully process the information. I know I am not one of those girls that need to be with their boyfriend 24/7, but I would at least like to see him for one night during the week. Rose knew that she shouldn't really care if Scorpius was going out all the time, but she just did. It meant that he was moving on and she was still stuck regretfully moping, working hard and trying to forget. So, where are they going and what are they doing when you say, going out? She asked, trying to sound causal while examining a tomato. That's the thing, I know that he is going to nightclubs and bars with Scorpius trying to pick up women, and I trust Al, I know I do, but you can't help but wonder if he's moving on. I guess I am just feeling a little insecure. I don't know, maybe I am overreacting, but I just feel like he is pulling away from me. Listen, Albus has always been oblivious to people's feelings. Does he even know that you feel this way? Of course, I have tried talking him via Flo and all, but he just keeps saying Scorpius needs him right now. Well, now I definitely have to ask out Nate and come on Friday, Rose said, that way Al has no choice but to have a night out with you. Allison just smiled. She knew that even though Rose would deny it, she wasn't doing this for Allison or just because her friends were pushing it, she was doing it because she didn't want Scorpius to have the upper hand. Even when they aren't on speaking terms, they're still competing, Allison thought. He could still say no, Allison mumbled. Not if he wants to be able to walk again, Allison laughed at Rose. No, seriously, as long as he knows Victoire and I will expect him there, then he will be. The two friends continued to laugh as they walked through the markets. Wednesday. Allison received an email from Rose earlier that day confirming that Friday was definitely on. Now all I have to do is convince my boyfriend to come, Allison thought as she apparated straight into her room. She still lived at home, with her father. Sadly, her mother had passed away before she had any more children. So now it was just her and her father, and it had been that way since she was 7. Allison couldn't deny that she was often overcome with guilt when she would spend time at the burrow during the summer, leaving her father alone all the time, but he had always encouraged her to do so. It was fine before when she was at school because he had work, but now that he had retired a month ago, she was grateful that she hadn't moved in with Albus. As she entered the living room, she found him in his recliner chair watching the television. She had brought him one knowing that he would get bored being at home while she was at work. Scorpius had installed it very quickly and thankfully had shown him how to use it. Hey Dad, she said before bending down to give him a key, on the cheek. How was your day? All right, yours? He asked as she sat down on the adjacent lounge. Pretty boring actually, she said with a sigh. Allison looked down at her watch. It was 5:30. She knew Albus would be home now. Dad, how would you feel about having takeaway for dinner tonight? He gave her a quizzical look, somehow. Knowing she had an ulterior motive. I'd be open to the idea. Great, I'll be back soon, she said standing up from the lounge. What would you like? Anything, your choice, he replied with a smile. Okay, she smiled back at him before turning on the spot. Allison apparated right into Albus' bedroom, even though she knew it was very rude of her and considered an evasion of his privacy, but she was not thinking that clearly. The room was empty, but his briefcase was lying on the bed along with his work tie. She could hear his voice coming from the other side of the closed bedroom door, his footsteps getting closer. She sat down on the edge of his bed and crossed her legs, awaiting the arrival of her boyfriend. Albus opened the door to his bedroom and walked in looking back over his shoulder laughing at something his flatmate said. He closed the door, took a step into the room before turning around to find Allison sitting on his bed with a stern look. He jolted back slightly from the unexpected surprise. Allison, what are you doing here? He asked, still a little shocked. I am here to see if you are free on Friday night. She asked, standing up and walking towards him, failing to keep her frustration out of her voice. She couldn't believe she would have to do this. Oh, I'm not sure. Scorp and I. Look Al, she cut across him, now angry. Rose had given her the confidence in her letter to be strong. I understand that Scorpius needed to be picked up onto his feet after what happened and it is great that you have helped him, but don't you think he is fine now? If this is about last week, I told you just give it some time and… Time. She cut across him again. Time. It has been 2 months since Rose rejected him and I haven't seen you at all for 3 weeks. Albus flinched, not having seen Allison angry before. Shish, he could hear you. Arg, I don't care whether he can hear me. She exclaimed even more frustrated. She massaged her temples, regretting her anger. I just don't want to hurt his feelings, Albus whispered. She calmed herself down. Sometimes Albus really was just too sweet for his own good. Albus, I respect that, but I am your girlfriend, what about my feelings? How would you feel if I went out with Rose every night to clubs with very available men and continued that for 3 weeks, ignoring you completely? Albus looked away from her, not speaking a word. Usually Allison could read him a little better, but tonight she was struggling. She closed her eyes, trying to stop her tears as her insecurities allowed doubt to flash into her mind. Albus, please, if there is someone else just tell me. Beck. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the light pressure of his hands as they cupped her face before the pressure on her lips as he kissed her lovingly. He rested his forehead against hers as his thumbs softly wiped away her tears. She opened her eyes and gazed into his. I love you and I promised you forever, he said earnestly. So don't ever think that there is someone else because there's only you. Allison nodded slightly, a lazy smile grew on her face. I am so sorry and I will go out with you on Friday and tomorrow night, even tonight or every other night you want to. Allison laughed and Albus smiled brightly at hearing her laugh. He had missed hearing that. They both leaned in for another key, Albus resting his hands on her waist while Allison wrapped her arms around his neck. I missed you, Allison whispered as she pulled back. I missed you too, he replied before sealing it with a key. Just as Allison went to deepen the key, Albus pulled back. Just to be clear, you haven't been out every night chatting to available men, right? No, she answered through her giggles, before he could question her again. She silenced him with a passionate key, which he enthusiastically returned. Half an hour later, Allison was walking down her street, hand in hand with Albus. He had kept his promise about spending tonight with her. She had said it was okay if he already had plans because she was just going to pick up some food on the way home for her dad, but he had insisted, making a big deal out of how he hadn't officially met her dad. However, now when she looked over to him she could see that he was nervous. Al, don't worry, you'll be fine, she said, giving his hand a comforting squeeze, reaching her house. That's easy for you to say, he already loves you, Albus replied as they made their way to the front door. And he'll love you too, she said as she knocked on the door, forgetting her key. How do you know that? He asked, turning to face her. She turned her head to her side, finding his eyes, smiling. "Because I love you," she said softly. He smiled at her and she leaned over and keyed at his lips briefly before the door swung open, revealing Mr. Raymond Spencer. "So, what do you do, Albus?" Mr. Spencer asked. He sat at one end of the small rectangular table, across from Albus at the other end. For dinner, Allison had brought home fish and chips with a complimentary salad from her father's favorite Muggle takeaway shop. Unfortunately, Albus had just taken a mouthful of food into his mouth, so Allison saved him. Albus works in the Muggle liaison office. "Mostly paper-pushing stuff," Albus added, after swallowing. "Oh, and you like it there?" Mr. Spencer asked, addressing Albus. "Yeah, I have always liked Muggles. Yes, I must say they do make the best fish and chips," Mr. Spencer joked as he finished his meal, reaching for his napkin. Albus chuckled along with him, feeling more relaxed. Once they had all finished, Allison cleared the table as Mr. Spencer poured Albus a drink. While Allison was in the kitchen, Mr. Spencer took advantage of the time alone with Albus. They walked out onto the small deck in the backyard. Albus could see that it was once a much-used family area, but it had sadly been a bit neglected. However, there was one patch in the garden that was as healthy as ever. Noticing Albus' gaze, Mr. Spencer explained. "Her mother loved Jasmine," he said, drawing Albus' attention. He could hear the love in the older man's voice. Mr. Spencer's gaze was fixed on the beautiful flowers, his expression slightly sad but his mouth shaped into a small smile. They planted them together, the summer before she was gone. Albus knew about Allison's mother dying, but Allison never really talked about it. He had this strange feeling, he didn't know much about her life before Hogwarts. "Is that why Allison's middle name is Jasmine?" Albus asked. Mr. Spencer seemed to snap out of a kind of trance. "Yeah, anyway Allison has kept them alive ever since. Even when she was at Hogwarts they stayed alive, I think she used a potion or something." Albus simply nodded as he contemplated that maybe he should have made more of an effort to spend time with his girlfriend since they left Hogwarts. It was now clear that they still had more to learn about each other. "Listen Albus," Mr. Spencer brought Albus out of his thoughts. When he looked over at Mr. Spencer, he suddenly felt nervous again. The tone of his voice, accompanied with the look on his face told Albus that this was the conversation he always knew was coming. The stare that the older man gave him said he should be scared. "I think it's only fair that I ask you this, especially since I know my daughter is very serious about you. So Albus, what are your intentions towards my daughter?" he asked very sternly. "Sir, I love your daughter," Albus said honestly. As he turned to face Mr. Spencer straight on. They looked each other straight in the eye, Mr. Spencer searching Albus' expression for any reason to doubt him. "And I plan on sharing the rest of my life with her." Albus could see the shock flash across Mr. Spencer's expression. "I know it may seem a little odd for an 18-year-old man to say that, but sir, it is the honest to Merlin truth." Mr. Spencer studied Albus again, making the young man very nervous at the lack of response from the man he basically said he intended to be his father-in-law. "Well, that's good enough for me," the older man laughed at the look of relief on Albus' face. Once Albus saw the laughing smile on his face, he could tell he did it on purpose. "I always wanted to do that," Mr. Spencer said in between his chuckles. "You should have seen the stare down I got from Bonnie's father," he added as he howled with laughter. Albus couldn't help but laugh as well, and that is how Allison found them. A short while later, Mr. Spencer excused himself for the night, bidding his goodbye to Albus, leaving Allison and Albus sitting on the lounge together. "That went well. See, you had nothing to worry about," Allison said as she cuddled with her boyfriend. "I guess not," Albus mumbled as he put his arm around her, smiling at the conversation he had earlier with her father. They sat there for a while, in a comfortable silence, just happy to be next to one another. Suddenly, it became clear that Allison had drifted off to sleep. So Albus gracefully picked her up and carried her up the stairs, thankful that Allison had given him a tour when he arrived so he knew he had the right room. Although you could not mistake it for anyone else's once you looked inside. He couldn't explain it, it was just Allison. He gently lowered her onto her bed, lifting the covers from under her and covering her up. He leaned down and softly keyed at her lips. However, when he went to pull back, Allison started to key back. Her hand slid to the back of his neck as she keyed at him. "Stay," Allison whispered when they finally came apart. "What about your dad?" Albus mumbled. Allison smiled at his worried tone. "Please," she said as she lifted the covers. Albus was torn, but eventually gave in. She rolled over as he climbed in under the covers. He wrapped his arms around her, and entwined his sock-covered feet with her bare ones. They fell asleep together, spooning. Albus emerged from the fireplace the next morning to see Scorpius eating an apple while reading the prophet at the card table they used for dining. "Have a good night?" Scorpius asked, without looking up from the newspaper. Albus could see the smirk he was trying to hold back. "Yeah, it was," he replied. Not bad." Albus walked over to the other chair and sat down across from his best mate. He opened his mouth to breach the topic of Friday, when Scorpius slid a letter across the table to him. "To you, from Rose," Scorpius stated, still not looking up from the paper. Albus just stared at him. After the moment of silence, Scorpius looked up, noticing Albus' odd stare. "What? How do you know it's from Rose?" "Just because I was a prat to her doesn't mean I don't recognize her handwriting," he replied, looking back down to read the Quidditch section. "I didn't know you noticed things like that about her," Albus said as he opened the letter. "You'd be surprised," Scorpius mumbled before taking a bite out of his apple. Albus caught the comment but decided to ignore it, reading the letter his cousin sent him. It was basically a rant about how much of a prat he is and how he should be spending more time with Allison. It also contained the details for Friday night, explaining how if he didn't come he would have to deal with both her and Victoire. Albus shuddered at that thought. It also said, in big block letters, under no circumstances was Scorpius allowed to attend. Albus sighed as he put the letter down. Scorpius knew what was coming, and he was grateful for it. He didn't want to hold Albus back anymore. Last night confirmed it, he would be alright on his own. He appreciated everything Albus had done, he really was the best friend anyone could have. However, he also knew that it was selfish to keep him from his own happiness, to keep him from Allison. "Hey Scorp." "Albus, I know what you want to ask and you don't need my permission," Scorpius interrupted. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Scorpius reassured Albus, looking up from the paper. "Look, don't worry about me. Besides, I have a date on Friday." "Really?" Albus asked disbelievingly. "Yes, really," Scorpius chuckled. "A real one." "Well, actually it will be our second date," Scorpius said as he folded the paper back up and walked into the kitchen. "When was the first?" Albus asked, a little shocked, as he followed him into the kitchen. "Last night," Scorpius answered as he began making a sandwich, buttering some bread. When he looked up and saw the expression of shock and skepticism on his best friend's face, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. His best mate doubted whether this was the truth. Was I really that bad? He thought to himself. True, this would be the first time Scorpius would be going on a second date, a proper date. "I was going to tell you before I left last night but you were already gone," Scorpius explained. "Oh, well, don't worry about it then. Have fun at work," Albus replied as he left the kitchen. Scorpius continued to make his sandwich and pack his bag for work. He was moving on with his life and Ava was a great girl. He didn't exactly know how to act on a second date, but all he cared about was that he was doing something different, or unexpected. He was changing and he wasn't changing for Rose, he was changing for himself. Rose may have made him see that he wanted to change but the process was totally to satisfy himself. "Who is she?" he heard Albus ask as he had headed towards the door. "Her name is Ava. She asked me out after I fixed her car at work." "And you like her?" "Yeah, she's great," he answered smiling. Albus nodded his head. "Well, I am really happy for you." "Thanks mate," Scorpius said as he closed the door, making his way downstairs to the garage. Muggle Club in London. "Okay everyone, just remember that he is a Muggle. So be careful about what you say," Zoe said to the group, raising her voice over the music as they made their way to the corner away from the loud music and dance floor. "Zoe, we heard you the first 100 times, Lewis said teasingly to his girlfriend. Zoe lightly smacked him, as the rest of them laughed. The large group consisted of Albus and Allison, Teddy and Victoire, Jessie and Molly and Lewis and Zoe. They were gathered around a table in the corner adjacent to the door. The group casually talked as they waited for Rose and Nate, who were yet to arrive. So Albus, I heard you got the rundown from your future father-in-law, Victoire teased. Oh really, I wonder who told you that, Albus said, glaring suspiciously at Teddy. Teddy had joined him and Scorpius for a boys' night the night before in which they discussed many things. No broken furniture or bones? Victoire asked Allison. No, it went well, Allison replied, looking beside her and smiling up at her boyfriend as he held her hand. Good, you're in the clear then, Victoire said as she nodded and raised her cocktail glass in salute. Count yourself lucky Albus, Jessie spoke up. At least she doesn't have a dozen quick-tempered males in her family that you have to deal with. The group all laughed as Teddy and Jessie clinked glasses in agreement. But she does have a best friend who can cause serious harm if you hurt her, Rose said as she approached the group and wrapped one arm around Allison's shoulder, giving her a small squeeze. Love you too, cuz, Albus said as he reached around Allison and hugged Rose in welcome. As Rose pulled back she caught sight of Nate standing off to the side awkwardly. She completely forgot about him. Oh, I am so sorry, she recovered quickly. Everyone, this is Nate. He works with Zoe and I. Rose continued to introduce Nate to everyone individually, lastly Victoire and Teddy. And this is my oldest cousin, Victoire, and her new husband, Teddy. The new Mr. and Mrs. Lupin, Rose said as Nate shook their hands. So, you're the annoyingly cute newlyweds, Nate said. Rose playfully smacked his shoulder, as he chuckled. Rosie's just jealous, Victoire replied, with a cheeky smile. But who knows, you might be able to change that, she added giving him the once-over. Vic, Rose warned, her eyes threatening. Just down the road, Scorpius was finishing his meal with his date, Ava. She was gorgeous with long, flowing, dark hair and beautiful, full lips. However, all night he had been trying not to look at her lips because of her rose-red lipstick. It just made him think about Rose. He was certain he had seen her wear the exact shade to the Christmas ball in 6th year. He asked the passing waiter for the bill as she finished her wine. So, it's still early, do you want to go somewhere else? She asked him. Sure, do you know any good places? Yeah, there's this club just down the road where we can have own corner for some alone time, she replied suggestively as she winked at him. It was obvious to Scorpius that his definition of alone time was completely different to hers. At least he hoped it was. If it wasn't, then he was in trouble. How am I supposed to change, if the girls still want the same thing from me, Scorpius thought. They both stood up and left the restaurant. Ava latched onto Scorpius' arm as they began walking down the street. So when are we going to hear the pitter-patter of little feet in the Lupin house? Molly asked with a cheeky grin. Everyone turned to look at Teddy and Victoire. Teddy looked like he had seen Voldemort, his face was so pale. Victoire, on the other hand, masked her shock and unease about the question and answered. Now, I know you all can't wait to be uncles and aunts or godparents, but let's not give Teddy heart failure, otherwise you will never get the chance, she answered humorously, squeezing Teddy's hand and pecking him on the cheek. Teddy seemed to regain some color as the group laughed. Nate and Jessie went to get the next round of drinks, giving everyone else time to grill Rose. So, what did you talk about on your way here? Allison asked. Not much, Rose answered. A little bit about you guys, but, she paused, deep in thought. He seemed very nervous or even regretful about tonight. Of course he would if you told him he was meeting half your family on a first date, Victoire said. No, it was from as soon as he picked me up, and I only said that stuff as a conversation starter in the car. It didn't even work, he just stayed quiet or gave me closed answers, Rose replied, confused. Well, he is gorgeous, Molly voiced, trying to lighten the mood. In total agreement, Molly, added Victoire. Hello, I'm right here, Teddy said from his spot beside his wife. Rose laughed along with the rest of the group, happy to have a distraction. Allison shuffled closer to Rose while the group discussed Nate among other things. I know you're not comfortable around him, she whispered. There's just nothing there, Rose admitted. And that's fine, Allison comforted. It doesn't have to go any further, but at least now you know and you got to have a night out. Yeah, you're right, Rose smiled at her best friend. Thanks for being here. It's my pleasure, Allison returned the smile and hugged Rose. When Nate returned, Allison noticed what Rose had said. She could see his unease, something had put him off tonight. She was just about to voice this to Al when something caught her eye. She watched as the handsome Scorpius entered the club with a gorgeous, dark-haired beauty on his arm. The panic began to set in. Allison nudged Albus with her elbow in the ribs, drawing his attention. "What?" he asked in a whisper. "What the hell is Scorpius doing here?" she said, gesturing to where the blonde was making his way across the dance floor to the lounges, in the corner opposite the door. She could see the panic in his eyes. He definitely did not expect this. "I don't know. If Rose sees him, this could turn ugly very quickly," Allison whispered. "I know." The two of them didn't know what to do. They had no idea how Rose would react. "Maybe she won't see him," Albus said hopefully. Allison just gave him a look. "Really? That's your plan? Maybe they wouldn't see each other." "What? There are a lot of people in here, it's a possibility," Albus defended. Allison let out a frustrated sigh but conceded that they didn't really have much of a choice. Unfortunately, they weren't so lucky. Rose unbelievingly recognized his familiar charming voice, even over the music and all the other people talking in the tiny club. Rose couldn't explain it, she just knew he was there. It was like she could feel it. She always had to have her guard up around him, and she could feel the walls build up again when he entered the club. Her eyes started to scan, and then she saw him through the mass of people. He was sitting with a beautiful dark-haired woman, across the room. She was laughing at something he had said, her hand sliding up and down his thigh. Rose felt what she finally admitted to herself was jealousy burning in the pit of her stomach. The woman pressed her body against his, her hand playing with the top buttons of his shirt. Rose felt torn between wanting to punch a wall and cry. How was it even possible for him to be at the exact same club? Albus obviously didn't read my letter thoroughly, she thought to herself. She put those thoughts aside and tried to steal her emotions as she watched Scorpius more closely. On closer observation, she could see that Scorpius was clearly a little taken back and uncomfortable with the woman's flirtatious behavior. Against her will, Rose's heart leapt at this. Rose felt someone touch her hand and turned around to come face to face with Nate. "Are you okay, Rose?" he asked, concerned. She didn't know why he suddenly felt the need to talk to her now. He had been giving her the somewhat polite but cold shoulder all night. "Yeah, I'm fine," Rose answered, staring at a nervous Albus. Anger was rising. Rose knew he had something to sow with this. "Albus, would you help me get the next round?" Rose asked politely, as she turned, making her way through the people, to the bar. To Nate and most people who didn't know Rose that well wouldn't think anything of it, but Albus could see the bitterness and anger behind her refined behavior. She had obviously seen Scorpius, and Albus knew he was about to be blamed for his presence. When Albus made it to the bar, Rose immediately rounded on him. "What the hell is he doing here?" Rose whispered through her teeth as an obvious attempt to keep herself from yelling. Albus was deciding exactly how to play this, when she continued, not allowing him to answer like usual. "Especially with her," she spat. "Who acts like that? She is basically saying, 'Screw me now,' with the way she is conducting herself." Rose's voice started to rise as she continued in her rant, and Albus began to worry that soon she would start yelling. "Rose, if you let me X. Who does she think she is?" she continued, ignoring him. "Rose. Doesn't she have any dignity? Rose." Albus regretfully raised his voice, and a few in the crowd of people stared at them. Rose didn't seem fazed and asked another question, this time waiting for the answer. "Who is she?" So, it turned out, he was in the clear for now. Her anger at him was overpowered by her obvious jealousy. What he was concerned about was whether she was going to act on these feelings or ignore them and become more mad and distant. However, he decided to give her a little information. "Her name is Ava and it's their second date," Albus said with a frustrated sigh. Rose scoffed in disbelief. "Huh, right. Scorpius Malfoy doesn't go on second dates," Rose said condescendingly. "He doesn't even have first dates, just shags." "Well, he does now," Albus said, a little angry at Rose's tone, getting the drinks and making his way back to the group. Rose wasn't sure how she felt, she was so confused. She turned to look back at Malfoy, just in time to see Ava lean in and press her lips to his. She hung her emotion-clouded head, not wanting to witness any more. However, she missed the most important part, the part when Scorpius pulled away. Scorpius was sure he'd heard someone call out the name, Rose. A jolt of hope shot through him. The hope of getting to see her, to just lay eyes on her beautiful features, a pleasure he had been denied thanks to his own selfish actions 2 months ago. However, as he began to scan the club, Ava pulled him into a key. He ed her back briefly, torn between messing this up and looking for Rose. Once she decided to deepen the key, he pulled back. Hey, let's not go too fast, he whispered to her quickly. She seemed a bit taken back, but not at all the same. Would you like another martini? He said, standing up. Please, she said a little bitterly, nodding. Scorpius caught the tone, but he honestly could not care less at that moment in time. He slowly made his way towards the bar, looking for Rose. However, when he finally laid his eyes on her, he didn't see what he expected. Rose was standing by the bar, accompanied by a man who could not be much older than Scorpius. Much to his annoyance, Scorpius noticed the other man wasn't unfortunate looking. They stood close to each other, as he seemed to be comforting her. He whispered something in her ear, causing a smile upon her lips. Scorpius just watched in distress from the crowd, as the man grasped Rose's hand softly and led her towards the door, only stopping to say a quick goodbye to a large group of people who he identified as a few Weasleys and their partners. Scorpius felt a pain in his gut as he watched her leave with the man. He knew it was naive of him, but he didn't think Rose would be able to find a guy that quickly. Sure, he had been on the town for the last month, so why couldn't she have too? The thought had never crossed his mind that Rose could be out enjoying herself as much as he was pretending to every night. Rose slid into the taxi with Nate. He had to work in the morning and didn't want to be late for dishwasher Jerry, so they had left early. Oddly enough, he seemed less awkward now than he had on the way there, leaving Rose to wonder what had changed. Nate broke the silence. Rose, I have to apologize for my behavior earlier tonight. I have not been the most charming or pleasant of dates. It's fine, Rose replied courteously, looking straight ahead. No, it's not, he challenged. Rose, I am going to be completely honest with you, like I should have been from the start. Rose turned to look at him. She could see whatever the truth was, it was a rather painful subject for him. She placed her hand on his knee and he directed his eyes to hers. It's okay, you can tell me, Rose said, in what she hoped was a comforting and encouraging manner. He covered her hand with his and rested on his knee, before explaining. You see, about a month ago, my girlfriend of 3 years broke up with me. Oh, I am so sorry, Rose sympathized. Nate shrugged, covering up how hurt he really was. Anyway, when you asked me out for drinks, I thought I was over her, but honestly I'm not, Nate explained, now avoiding eye contact. You know, I even subconsciously went to her house first when I was meant to be picking you up. I only realized what I was doing once I got there and had to tell the cabbie the new address, he added with a small chuckle. It started to make sense now for Rose, she could see that he wasn't lying. Don't worry, I understand, it is totally fine, Rose said with a small sweet smile. He returned it graciously. Besides, we can still be friends, can't we? I hope so, he answered easily, the tension disappearing as they cleared the air. They smiled at each other before Rose removed her hand from his knee and turned back to face the front again. They sat in silence for a moment until Nate broke it once again. So now that we are friends, are you going to fill me in about whatever happened between you and that blonde bloke? What? She said, her eyes snapping onto his. Rose was so shocked that he had noticed her jealousy. She was glad that Scorpius hadn't seen her, that would have made it worse. Come on Rose, I know what it is like to want to be with someone out of reach, Nate said coolly. Rose dropped her gaze and looked at her hands in her lap. Did you dump him or did he dump you? He's not my ex, Rose replied. Alright then, who is he? His name is Scorpius Malfoy, Rose stuttered. He is Albus, best friend and basically adopted by my whole family. Weird name, but I meant who is he to you? He's. Well, it's complicated, Rose stammered as she tried to find the right words. Nate just nodded. But you like him? Rarely, Rose replied with a smirk. Nate looked at her with a confused expression. Like I said, it's complicated, they finished together. Nate nodded. Well, one day you'll have to tell me the whole story, he said, as they pulled up in front of Rose's building. Maybe, Rose said as she got out of the car. Thanks for coming tonight anyway. No thank you, Rose. See you at work. Yeah sure, Rose replied, closing the door. She waved as the car pulled away before turning around and entering the building. Walking up the 2 flights of stairs, she thought about what she had seen tonight. It had hurt, but it wasn't enough to get worked up over. At least that is what she repeatedly told herself as she took each step. Once finally inside her flat, she lightly threw her purse on the lounge and headed straight for her bedroom. Scorpius just needed to see her, talk to her about what had happened. After speaking to Victoire and the rest of the gang, he left Ava and the club. Now, he rushed inside the building he knew she was in, bounding up the 2 flights of stairs as fast as his legs would carry him. Upon reaching the door, he knocked several times desperately until he saw the light shine through the gap at the bottom of the door. Thank Merlin, she's here, he thought. Dominique Weasley opened the door to her flat, after being rudely awoken in the early hours of the morning, to find none other than Scorpius Malfoy at her door. Scorp, what are you doing here? Please, I just need to talk to someone, he replied. So, you came here? She questioned. All the way to France. He simply nodded as his gaze dropped to the floor. Dominique wiped the sleep from her eyes and looked at her friend more closely. She had never seen him like this. He looked unsure, broken and desperate. She could see that he was right, he did need to talk to someone. Well, you're lucky Jacob had to work the night shift, she said, opening the door more and stepping aside. Come in. He smiled weakly as he crossed her threshold. So, he's already moved in? Scorpius asked, as he sat down at the head of the wooden dining table. Yes, is that a problem? Dominique asked as she joined him. No, it's just fast as all. Oh please, you sound like my sister, Dom said in irritation. Anyway, you're here to talk about what's bothering you, not my love life. Yeah, but your love life is easier. Only because you made yours very hard for yourself, Dominique said knowingly. Scorpius sighed. She was right, he had been horrible to Rose and now he couldn't do anything about his feelings because he had dug himself such a deep hole to begin with. He wasn't even certain what his feelings for her were, just that he had never felt this way before. I don't know what to do, he stated. Well, you could start with explaining what happened tonight and the night of Vic's wedding. And he did. He explained everything that had happened between the start of the holidays to why he was in France tonight. It was the first time that anyone other than Rose and he knew what had really happened. Scorpius, I don't know what to tell you, Dom started after digesting all he had to say. I think both you and Rose need to find out more about yourselves before even thinking about each other again. Maybe Rose is right, you just need some time. It's Rose, of course she's right, Scorpius muttered, with a small smile. Dom giggled at his love-struck expression, causing Scorpius to blush ever so slightly. Look, you need to move on with your life, find out who you want to be and who you really are, she said as she placed a hand on his forearm, before giving it a comforting squeeze. I know, but how? You go out and have fun, but you respect women, Dom replied strongly. You work, you do whatever makes you as happy as you can be without Rose. Scorpius just nodded. Then you fight for her. Scorpius looked up at Dominique with a shocked expression written across his face. Fight for her? Yes, Scorpius, when you're ready, you have to fight for her love. Who do I fight? Scorpius asked, confused. Arg, men. Christmas holidays. Scorpius knocked on the front door. It opened to reveal the beautiful redhead he had missed the last couple of months. Rose stood there in jeans, Ugg boots and her Weasley sweater. He couldn't tell whether she was happy to see him, but he took comfort in the fact that she did not frown or show any disdain when she saw him. However, she did look unsure, nervous and uncomfortable. Hello Rose. Malfoy, she replied with a nod. I know the rules but I just wanted to see Hugo and... No, don't be silly, come in, Rose said as she stepped to the side to let him in. Hugo's in the kitchen. Thanks, Scorpius said as he walked into the Weasley home. Rose simply nodded at him as she walked past him to resume her spot in front of the fire. As Scorpius continued on towards the kitchen he looked back at Rose. She lay on her stomach, resting on her elbows so she could read the book that lay on the carpet in front of her. Her wavy red hair was tied up in a messy bun but the locks that escaped framed her face. He smiled as he saw her bite her lips slightly as she concentrated on what she was reading. It was too cute. Hey man, Hugo had noticed him as he neared the kitchen. What are you doing here? Tearing his eyes away from Rose, Scorpius replied. Just checking in with the new ladies man at Hogwarts, he said as he wrapped an arm around Hugo, leading him back into the kitchen. Hey, did you get taller? Yeah, Rose hates it, the younger boy answered with a grin. Where are your mum and dad? Oh, something came up at work but hopefully they will be back by the time we go to the burrow, Hugo replied as he got a drink from the fridge, before sitting back down at the table in front of a freshly made sandwich. Scorpius sat across from him. So, how is Hogwarts? Good, Hugo replied as he took a bite of his sandwich. How's the studying? Good, Hugo mumbled with a mouthful of food. And Ella? Hugo continued chewing, but there was no denying the redness that had risen in the younger boy's cheeks at Scorpius' question. Scorpius smirked, as the redhead bought his time. When Hugo finally swallowed he answered, still red-faced and clearly nervous, but Scorpius could see some anger in his eyes. She's fine. Only fine. She and Thomas are probably more than fine, but I don't really want to know, Hugo spat bitterly, before taking another rough bite of his sandwich. Oh, who's Thomas? Some brilliant Ravenclaw, Hugo said, sounding slightly sarcastic on the brilliant part and rolling his eyes. Ouch, Scorpius mumbled quietly, but Hugo heard him. Yeah, you can say that again, Hugo nearly shouted, slamming his sandwich back down on his plate. Everywhere I turn they're together, holding hands, laughing, ing, it's just sickening. Scorpius nodded. Hugo rested his head in his hands, before rubbing his face in an attempt to shake his emotions. Look Hugo, if ever there was any advice of mine to actually listen to, this would be it, Scorpius said, catching Hugo's attention. The boy looked up at Scorpius as though he was waiting for a miracle. Patience, he said simply. Patience, and then, having the courage to fight for her, is the key. Hugo just looked at Scorpius, as though he had spoken another language. Hugo, if what you feel for her is strong, then waiting a bit longer to spend the rest of your life with her is small price to pay, Scorpius said, smiling at the young man that he considered a brother. It's just painful, Hugo replied. Yes it is, but I'm hoping it will be worth it, Scorpius said honestly. Hugo looked questionably at Scorpius. He was about to ask him who he was waiting for when the sound of his parents' voices interrupted them. Scorpius and Hugo stood and walked out into the lounge room to watch. Ron and Hermione's arguments were still quite entertaining. Ron, how many times am I going to say it? Mrs. Weasley said to her husband firmly. I am not going to a Quidditch game for our wedding anniversary. Hermione, it's not just a Quidditch game, Mr. Weasley argued. It's the All-Stars Chudley Cannon's Quidditch game. Ah Dad, you got tickets to the All-Stars game? Hugo asked gleefully, not hiding his appreciation from his mother. Yeah, and they're the best seats in the stadium, Ron answered, matching his son's broad smile, before turning back to his wife. But your mother doesn't want to go. Excuse me if I would rather do something else on my wedding anniversary, Hermione said, giving her husband a suggestive look to match her tone. Mum please, Rose said, standing up with her book in hand and an expression torn between disgust and humor. At least wait until we leave the room for that kind of talk, Rose said as she began to make her way to the stairs. Or until we don't have guests, she added, nodding towards Scorpius, her lips curved into a smirk. Hermione blushed from the embarrassment, when she noticed Scorpius standing by her son. Oh, Scorpius, I didn't realize you were there, Hermione addressed the blonde. I am so sorry you had to hear that. Sorry, he had to hear it. Hugo butted in, pointing to Scorpius who was holding back his laughter. What about me? Rose laughed at her brother, drawing Scorpius' attention. His eyes followed her as she made her way up the stairs. I don't want to hear that kind of thing either. Hugo finished. After Ron and Hermione had agreed to discuss the anniversary matter later, they all had settled down for lunch. All five of them sat around the table, Rose and Scorpius as quiet as the others had ever seen them. So, Scorpius, what brings you by today anyway? Mrs. Weasley asked, wanting to break the silence. Only Ron and Hugo's eating could be heard. I just wanted to see Hugh, Scorpius said as he ruffled the younger boy's hair. See how he was going at Hogwarts. And, as Scorpius paused, everyone looked up expectantly. He took a deep breath before continuing. And to thank you, for all you have done for me before I say goodbye. Hermione and Ron looked at each other confused and then back at Scorpius, unsure of what was happening. Goodbye. To everyone's surprise, it was Rose that questioned him. Yeah, I am going on a trip, Scorpius explained. Well, it's more of an exploration, Scorpius added, with a smile. Exploration? Ron asked, clearly confused. Self-exploration or enlightenment, Scorpius clarified. I just have to figure out some stuff. Subconsciously, he looked over to Rose. He saw the realization of why he was doing this hit her. Where are you going? Hugo asked. Everywhere and anywhere, Scorpius replied lightly. How long will you be gone? Rose asked, again surprising everyone by not covering up her dislike of the idea. As long as it takes, Scorpius answered seriously. However, Dom is convinced she will be getting married to Jacob within a year or two and said I had to be back by then to be her maid of honor. I just told her that if she wanted me to come back at all, she would have to come up with a much manlier title, he added humorously, causing the whole table to chuckle with him at his small joke, all but Rose. The best she could manage was a smile. Despite what she said and against her will, she felt horrible. The thought of Scorpius not being around at all was awful. Sure, with her rules she didn't intend on seeing him, but she thought it would be like it had been the last couple of months. She would always hear about him, what he was doing, what his opinion was from Albus, Allison, her father, her mother, or even when her brother would write. Not to even start on Teddy and Vic and Dom or pretty much the rest of her family. So, when do you leave? Hermione asked, bringing Rose out of her thoughts. Do we have enough time to throw a going-away party? At the start of the new year, but no parties, there is really no need. Scorpius said humbly. You already have Christmas and New Year's at the Potters. There was a long silence, before Hermione broke it again. Okay, well, just know that if you need anything we are just an hour away. Mrs. Weasley smiled at Scorpius. Well, I'm going to have to find someone else to talk Quidditch with, Ron sighed. And I'm going to find someone else to ask for advice on girls, Hugo added. I can't ask Dad, he's rubbish. Hey, Ron exclaimed, as Scorpius and his wife laughed. Hugh, Scorpius turned to Hugo. If you need advice for anything or you just want to talk, then it's like your mum said, I'm just an hour away. Hugo smiled at his friend. Thanks. No worries, he replied, ruffling Hugo's hair again. Scorpius turned back to the table. Look, I better get going, but thank you for lunch, he said, standing up from the table. I will see you guys at the Potters for New Year's. What about Christmas? Ron asked. I got some stuff to sort out before I leave, plus that's family time. Exactly, Ron replied. Scorpius had never felt more welcome in his life. He smiled brightly at Ron, but caught sight of Rose with her gaze steady on her plate. Thank you, but I think it's only fair, Scorpius said before walking out of the kitchen and out of the Weasley home. New Year's at the Potters. Allison and Rose were in the kitchen. Rose was tending to the food preparations while Allison tried to help with whatever she could, but it was difficult to do anything with Rose wanting to do it all. Allison ended up helping ice some cupcakes and watching the oven, making sure nothing burnt. After all, Rose would accept nothing less than perfection. After everything was ready, they sat down for some tea and a well-deserved break. With a flick of Rose's wand, the dishes were being washed without assistance. They sat down at the table, sipping their tea and talking. So, Scorpius is leaving, Allison started the topic, unsure if it was a good idea. Rose nodded, looking down at the mug in her hand. She slowly and methodically traced her finger around the rim while she asked, how did Albus take it? Not too well, Allison sighed. But I think he is putting on a brave face, just like someone else I know. Rose looked up at her best friend, her hand freezing on the mug. What's that supposed to mean? It means, I know you're not okay with this either, Allison answered. I'm fine, Rose said defiantly. I don't believe you, Allison said casually as she took another sip of her tea. Rose sighed. I just feel bad for Al and my family, that's all, Rose insisted. So change his mind, Allison said as she leant forward. Rose just laughed. And how do you suppose I do that? Ask him to stay. I can't, Rose mumbled. Can't or won't? Both. Besides, what makes you think he will listen to me? Rose argued. I have never been able to affect his actions before. Oh Rose, Allison sighed, you really don't have any idea. Before Rose could question Allison, she was already up and moving towards the exit. Rose finished her tea before leaving to get ready herself, her thoughts swirling around a certain blonde. 11:45 p.m., December 31st. It was only about 15 minutes until midnight when Rose finally spotted Scorpius through the mass of people crowded into the Potter home. He was in a conversation with her Uncle Harry, Albus and Allison, when he suddenly looked up, catching her stare. She quickly diverted her eyes and headed straight for the door, squeezing her way through the crowd. The Potter's house was massive, however, only extension charms allowed the amount of people there to fit inside. They didn't have much room outside, and due to the weather most people stayed inside the warm cozy walls of the house, but Rose wasn't most people. What Rose loved the most about the Potter's backyard was the way it sloped down at the back. If you sat on the top you could see the lights of the city, sparkling in the distance. As Rose sat down to look at the view, she heard the back door open and close again. Not long after, someone sat down beside her. She knew who it was. "Hi," Scorpius said. "Aren't you all for breaking the rules this week?" Rose said with her steady gaze still on the view in front of her, not daring to look into his dazzling blue eyes. "Well, you know me," Scorpius said, turning his stare away from the beautiful redhead. "Never been one for following the rules. You have done pretty well for the last few months," Rose commented. "I surprised you." "Yes," Rose said while holding back a smile. "Who knew I'd actually have an effect on you?" "You have always affected me," Scorpius countered. Rose turned her head to find his blue eyes boring into hers. She didn't realize how close they were. His stare was so intense that a shiver ran down her spine. Her eyes drifted down towards his lips before she realized where her thoughts were going and diverted her gaze. "Yeah, well, you won't have to worry about that anymore," Rose said as she nervously stared down at her hands, which fidgeted fretfully on her crossed legs. She looked up again at the sound of his laugh. "Rosie, you really have no idea," he said, shaking his head, laughing to himself. He looked back at her to find Rose's quizzical stare. "Perhaps, you'd like to clue me in," she said with a stern tone. He knew she hated not knowing something. Scorpius just shook his head. He didn't know what to say to her, when he wasn't even sure himself. "Never mind, forget I said anything." "No," Rose replied, anger rising. Scorpius could see that flash in her eyes, the one she would get when she was about to rise to a challenge. He had seen it many times in the past, but he didn't want to fight with her. "Tell me, Scorpius, what am I missing?" "Nothing, Rose." Scorpius raised his voice, before controlling his frustration. "Nothing," he repeated softly. "Rose, you are perfect. It's me who has to change, remember," he added, looking straight into her brown eyes and smiling. She blushed and slightly smiled, making him even happier. Rose didn't want to fight either, she let it go. "Just don't change too much," Rose said as she lightly bumped her shoulder against his. "Okay, which bits should I keep?" he asked with his familiar cocky smirk. Rose found herself smiling brighter because of it. She hadn't realized how much she missed his smirk the last few months. "Come on, Rosie, what don't I need to change?" Rose decided to play along. "Well, firstly, you can keep your sense of humor. You're pretty funny when you're not embarrassing me." "Oh well, I think I'm pretty funny then too," Scorpius replied cheekily, nudging Rose. Again Rose found she could not stop herself from laughing. "So, what else?" he asked, once their laughter ceased. Rose thought for a beat as she held his gaze. "What little kindness and loyalty you have, don't lose it," she said honestly, her gaze never faltering. He tilted his head a little in question. "I mean, the kindness and loyalty you show my family. It's more than any average Slytherin should have, and it's a very fine quality." "That's a compliment, right?" Scorpius chuckled. "Maybe," Rose deflected, standing and moving towards the other side of the small garden. Scorpius followed her lead. "But don't go getting a big head, you might not fit on the aeroplane," she added with a smile as she looked back at him. "How did you know I was taking Muggle transport?" Scorpius asked, and she could hear the surprise and intrigue in his voice. "Because I know you, and you would never pass up a chance to ride in a plane," she replied, as she made her way to the old swing set that she and Lily had played on countless times. The chains let out a soft creak, when she lowered herself into one of the swings. Scorpius leant against the frame, hands in his pockets, casually smiling at her carefree attitude. "In fact, I can see you now, standing with all of the other 5-year-olds, nose pressed up against the glass as you excitedly watch the planes move on the other side," Rose continued, giggling at the picture in her head. Mirth danced in her eyes as she looked up at Scorpius, and in that moment, he felt the happiest he had ever felt in his whole life. He felt as though a weight was being lifted off both of their shoulders. He felt free, infinite and pure bliss. What? Rose asked, bringing him back from his deep thoughts. However, she was still smiling beautifully up at him, even if her eyes were questioning where he had just gone to. Nothing, but I guess you're right, Scorpius said, moving towards the second swing. However, when he sat down, the chains let out a rather loud screech compared to the soft creak it made for Rose. Rose and Scorpius were silent until they looked at each other, only to burst out laughing. Rose wrapped her hands around the cold chains to steady herself from her laughter. She began to rock backward and forward before entering into a relaxing swing, while Scorpius just stole glances at her from his spot next to her. He couldn't take it anymore, he could not leave it like this. Rose, he started. His serious tone caught her attention, causing her to stop swinging and look at him. They both knew it was coming, they had to talk about what was really happening between them. I want to know before I go on this trip, if there is a possibility that you and I, Scorpius stuttered, turning his eyes down, cast on the ground beneath them. He took a deep breath before exhaling slowly and closing his eyes. I want to know if we could be friends. I don't see much point since you're leaving within a few hours, Rose said solemnly. Scorpius opened his eyes and glanced over at her. I don't see a reason why not. I can write, like I am for Al and Hugh, he replied. Rose could hear the desperation in his voice, but she didn't look at him, she just simply shook her head. She could not be his friend without asking him to stay, and she couldn't do that to him. He needed to go and she needed him to go. They both had to move on. Fine, but I just want to know that I am leaving on good terms with you, Scorpius settled. He stood up and moved to kneel down in front of Rose. He lifted her chin and looked into her eyes, just as she gazed into his. I need to know that you are no longer angry with me. That the past is behind us. Rose did not answer straight away. They both just stared into each other's eyes, searching for the answer. They heard the countdown start, inside the house. Scorpius thought his chance had passed, he sighed and hung his head. Rose reached out and lifted Scorpius' gaze back to her own, one hand caressing his cheek. I am not angry with you, Rose whispered. The moment the countdown reached 1, Rose leaned down and gave him a lingering kiss, much like she had in 4th year, but closer to the corner of his mouth than his cheek. When Rose pulled back, cheers could be heard from inside the house as the guests welcomed in the new year. Rose simply smiled at Scorpius as she traced his jaw. Happy New Year, Scorpius, she whispered, with a blush rising in her cheeks. Scorpius nodded, before copying her actions and leaving a lingering kiss on the edge of her mouth. Happy New Year, Rose, he whispered back. Scorpius stood and offered his hand to Rose. She accepted it and rose from the swing. Neither Scorpius nor Rose let go of each other's hands as they made their way over to the back door. Scorpius stopped and turned to face Rose, letting go of her hand. He was about to say goodbye, when he found her arms being wrapped around his waist as she hugged him. He rested his chin upon her head as he wrapped his arms around her. Enjoy your self-exploration, Rose mumbled against his chest. And if you do not write to Hugo, I will find you and hex off you favorite appendage, she added, leaving his embrace, giggling in an attempt not to show any emotion. Goodbye, she said as she started towards the door. Until next time, Rose, Scorpius replied. Rose stopped and turned back to him. You can't just say goodbye. Goodbye is a bit gloomy. Until next time is more hopeful, he answered with his signature smirk. Yes, well, I'm realistic. Goodbye, Scorpius. And with that she turned and walked back through the door, entering the party. Rose was pretty certain that once he had seen the world, he would never want to really come back to this life, or to her. So this is it, then. Albus said to Scorpius, back as he checked the digital screen for his flight. Scorpius turned back to face his best friend, his newly acquired, ministry-approved, travel documents in his hand and his trusty, magically extended rucksack on his shoulder. Yeah, I guess it is, Scorpius replied in the same cheerless tone. I still can't believe it, Albus muttered. Look, Al, Scorpius started as he put a hand on Albus' shoulder. You're going to be fine, I'll write you as often as I can and it isn't forever. Albus nodded as Scorpius looked over his friend's shoulder at Allison with a smirk. Think on the upside, you'll have a whole flat to yourself and plenty of time to spend with your gorgeous girlfriend. Scorpius winked and Albus blushed a little as he shoved Scorpius back lightly. The two best friends laughed. Scorpius walked around Albus, towards Allison, arms wide open. Look after them, Scorpius whispered as he hugged her. Allison knew he was not only talking about Albus. She was sure he was referring to her best friend as well. They had claimed to have already said their goodbyes. I will, Allison promised as she pulled back from his hug, smiling. Look after yourself, and have fun. Doesn't he always? Albus interrupted, smirking at his mate. Scorpius and Albus shared a smile before Hugo came running in and practically launched himself at the blonde, grasping him in a fierce bear hug. I'll miss you, mate, Scorpius said, awkwardly returning the hug. The airport intercom announced the check-in was now open for Scorpius' flight. However, when Scorpius tired to let go, Hugo wouldn't. Scorpius looked over at Albus and Allison for help only to see them holding back their laughter. Hugh, Albus said, giving in to Scorpius' pleading look. Just a minute, we're having a special, non-gay moment, Hugo said, clapping Scorpius on the back. Just then Lily and Lucy appeared. Gosh Hugo, let the man breathe, Lily chuckled. Hugo released Scorpius, just as James and Fred joined them. Yeah, people might get the wrong idea, Fred added, as the rest of Albus' cousins appeared, all except one. What are all of you doing here? Scorpius asked with a gleeful smile as he went around hugging all of them. Figured you deserve a good send-off, mate, James said. And we all got you a Christmas New Year's going away present and we all wanted to see your reaction, Lucy exclaimed, in her usual chirpy voice, bouncing with excitement. Dominique stepped forward with a large, shiny gift bag in hand. We all pitched in to pay for it, including those who aren't here, she said as she handed the bag to him, referring to the only one missing from the cousins. Scorpius looked in the large bag to find a classic Polaroid camera along with boxes and boxes of film. Rose thought it would be easier to send pictures back to us with this, Hugo said, completely unaware of letting it slip that it was Rose's idea. See, she said you can just use the duplicating spell on them once they print instantly and send us the copies. Scorpius smiled. Thank you so much, Scorpius said addressing the crowd. Really, thank you. How about we take one to signal the start of your journey? Victoire suggested. I'll take it, everyone gather up, Allison said, as she prepped the Polaroid. Everyone gathered around Scorpius as James and Fred literally jumped in front of the group, striking poses on the floor, while Lily, Lucy and Roxanne knelt behind them but in front of Scorpius and the others. Scorpius wrapped his arms around Albus and Hugo as they stood on either side of him. They all squeezed in tight and Allison took a few steps back to fit everyone in the frame. Okay, everyone say cheese, Allison called, as she looked through the camera. Cheese, they all said in unison, making funny faces as the camera's small flash blinded them momentarily. The photo printed instantly and Scorpius duplicated it, a copy for everyone there. Then after their final goodbyes, everyone left, except for Albus. The two mates turned to each other, as Allison whispered in Albus' ear and left them alone. Well, Scorpius started, but was cut off by Albus' crushing hug. I'm gonna miss you, Scorp, Albus said in a strained voice, as though he was holding back tears. You're my best mate. I'll miss you too, Scorpius replied, clapping Albus on the back, trying to look as manly as possible. Don't worry, I'll write you all the time, Scorpius said as they pulled back and detached from each other. The time will go quicker than you think. Yeah, well you better get going, Albus said in his normal tone. And when you do write, I don't want to read a multi-page letter about how the plane works, okay? He added with humor. Scorpius rolled his eyes and laughed with his best friend. Yeah, alright, Scorpius said as they shook hands. See ya, mate, Scorpius pulled his bag up onto his shoulder and turned to walk away at the same time as Albus. Albus walked out of the airport, finding Allison waiting for him. She gave him a sad smile as he approached her. Are you okay? She asked, looping her arm through his as they made their way to the apparition point. Yeah, he'll be fine, Albus said, leading her through the people. I didn't ask about him, she responded, resting her head against his shoulder. He stopped walking and turned to face her. Albus smiled as he looked down at the woman he loves. Bringing a hand up to caress her cheek, he gazed into her eyes knowing everything would be okay. He pressed his lips to hers in a sweet key. Allison closed her eyes as his lips softly traced her own. They both pulled back slowly, their eyes fluttering open at the same time. Albus' smile lit up his whole face as he gazed into Allison's eyes. "Never better," he said, causing Allison to smile just as brightly. Albus chuckled as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders and they continued on their path. 3 years and 6 months later. "So how is he?" Hermione asked her husband as he lifted up the covers and joined her in their bed. She closed the book she had been reading while he had got ready for bed. After placing the book on her nightstand, she rolled over to face her husband. "He is great," Ron replied. "He looks happier, older, and wiser and just I don't know free." "Where is he staying? With Albus and Allison?" Hermione asked. "No, he's staying with Hugh," Ron answered. "I think he wasn't too keen about going back to his old flat. Something about how he's different now I don't know," Ron explained with a sigh. "That's good." Hugo looks up to Scorp. "He probably wants to hear about all of his adventures," Hermione said. "More like he couldn't wait to show off his pinball machine," Ron chuckled. Hermione let out a small giggle with her husband. "Is he coming tomorrow?" Hermione asked, her serious tone returning. "Of course," Ron answered. "Said he can't wait to see everyone. Does he know Rose isn't going to be there?" "I don't know," Ron replied. Hermione could hear the frustration in his voice and she knew why. "We never really talked about Rose." Ron raked his hands through his hair and sighed as he sat up. Hermione wrapped her arms around her husband's bare shoulders, placing small tender keys against his skin. "I am just so angry with her," he spoke with regret and frustration. Hermione knew that it was very hard for Ron to feel this way. He felt betrayed and cast aside by his daughter and he was angry, but she knew he didn't want to be. "Since when is it appropriate to miss a family gathering for some ministry function? We didn't raise her that way." "I know, honey," Hermione reassured as she massaged his shoulders where she knew he held most of his tension. "But she is in a serious relationship and isn't that what it is about, compromise? You're just saying that because you are just as chuffed with the bloke as she is," Ron snapped back, shrugging off her hands and moving to sit out of her reach, on the edge of the bed. "Excuse me, Hermione, I know you think he is perfect. Nobody is perfect. You are," Ron cut across her in a slightly raised voice. He stood up and turned to face her. "And so is Rose. I can assure you neither Rose nor I are perfect," Hermione said. "Fine, but that doesn't change the fact that you like her new boyfriend." Ron spat the word as though it deeply offended him. "I think he is a respectful gentleman, yes," Hermione reasoned. "Gentleman, huh, right," Ron said sarcastically. "He's a ponce." "Ron, I am not having this conversation with you again," Hermione said strictly. "It's been a year and Rose is serious about him. So, I don't care whether you like him or not, but you will respect Rose's decision." Ron huffed and shook his head in disagreement. "He's not right for her," he muttered, as he got back in bed. "And I know you don't agree with me, but that's my opinion." "Who said I don't agree with you?" Hermione asked as she turned off her lamp. "But you said." "I said he is a very nice, respectful gentleman. Not that I think he is the one for my daughter," Hermione clarified, sharing a cheeky smile with her husband as she scooted down closer to him, resting her head on the pillow. Ron closed the gap between them, pressing a tender kiss on her lips. "However, it's not our opinion that counts," Hermione said sternly as she broke the kiss, with a small push on his chest. She never broke their eye contact, as she spoke. "It's Rose's life and only her opinion counts." The next day, 11:30 a.m. Rose had never been so busy in her life. She had graduated from culinary school with honors and thanks to years of hard work and saving, not to mention a little help from her parents, Rose had brought her own gourmet cafe and bakery. She had been open for business for about a month and it had been hectic. However, at the moment Rose was in the kitchen of the burrow putting the final touches on the cake. However, this wasn't just any cake. Not only was it the first specialty cake she had made as a part of her new business, but more importantly it was the cake that was going to feed the large crowd in attendance for Victoire's baby shower that very same day. "Morning Rose," Dominique entered the kitchen, pleased to see her cousin. "Where have you been hiding for the last couple of months?" she asked. Dominique had temporarily moved back from France on Teddy's request, to help Victoire prepare for the baby. However, Everyone knew it was to keep Victoire sane while on leave from work and from their mother's constant harassments. "Oh, I've just been so busy lately," Rose replied apologetically, but never taking her eyes off the cake. "I barely have time to myself anymore." I understand. I mean, who could have time between starting up a successful business and dating the youngest head of Department of International Magical Cooperation ever?" Dominique commented with a smirk as she poured herself a glass of red wine. Rose smiled slightly, but decided to ignore her cousin's comment. "I see you're starting early today," Rose said, nodding to Dom's wine. Dominique, who was for the most part the good girl in school, had taken a liking to wine, much to her mother's chagrin, while in France amongst the fashion atmosphere in which she worked. Bill and Fleur talked all time about how the fashion industry had changed her, but Rose and all the others who went to school with her would know that she had changed in her last 2 years at Hogwarts. In fact, she was very similar to Lucy until about halfway through her 6th year. Rose suspected it had something to do with Bradley Vixen saying she was too nice and goody-goody to go out with him. It is not that she is bad now, but just that she was never quite the same. "Yes, Mum has been driving me up the wall," Dom remarked. "I swear she is more stressed than Victoire, which is stupid considering she's the one who's actually pregnant." Rose shared a laugh with her cousin. "Care to join me?" "No, I'm fine thanks," Rose replied, casting some cooling charms around her masterpiece to keep it from melting in the June heat. "Oh, trust me, you will definitely need some after the afternoon with a pregnant lady and her crazy mother," Dominique chuckled as she topped up her glass. "Actually, I can't stay," Rose said, moving around the kitchen, packing up her equipment into a bag and looking at her watch. "In fact, if I don't get going now, I am going to be late." "What do you mean, you can't stay?" Dominique asked, confused. "What about the baby shower?" "I am sorry, Dom, but Ben and I are going to the gala and—" "Why? Why? What do you mean, why? Why are you deciding now to attend a ministry gala over family?" "Look, I have already spoken to Teddy and Vic and they are okay with it," Rose explained. "Dad wasn't too impressed, but this is important to Ben and I am going to be there to support him." "It's not because Al told you he's coming?" Dominique asked suggestively. Rose knew exactly who she was referring to, and in all honesty she had planned on skipping the gala until Albus let it slip Scorpius was back in town. "It has nothing to do with him," Rose lied. "It has everything to do with supporting Ben." "Right," Dominique said, clearly not convinced and a little disappointed. Rose sighed, knowing she couldn't convince Dominique that it had nothing to do with a certain blonde, when she could not convince herself. Gathering her things, Rose walked past Dominique, both of them avoiding eye contact, on her way to the back door. Just as Rose was about to leave, she turned around. "Say hello for me," she said to her cousin's back. There was no need to communicate who, both cousins knew who they were referring to. Rose watched Dominique heave a sigh, before she turned and faced her. "I will," Dominique replied with a smile, raising her glass. Rose smiled in return before she turned and walked away, clutching her bag to chest. 11:30 a.m. The late morning sun peeked through the curtains of the bedroom, awaking the uncovered Allison where she lay wrapped around the still sleeping Albus Potter. She lifted her head off of his well-defined bare chest and blinked, focusing her eyes. A giddy smile slowly spread across her features as she stared down at her boyfriend's face. She ran a finger down his lightly stubble-covered jaw, enjoying the roughness she knew he would soon shave it away. He stirred under her caress. Allison smiled as she leaned down and pressed a lingering kiss on his cheek. "Morning," Albus mumbled as he stretched his arms above his head, before opening his eyes. A lazy but delighted smile found its way onto his face when his eyes found his beautiful girlfriend, resting on her elbow as she looked down at him with the same delighted expression. She was surrounded and masked in the morning light, giving the illusion that she was glowing like an angel from heaven. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Allison replied with a giggle. "Good indeed, especially when you're the first thing I see," Albus said, pushing himself up onto his side, mirroring Allison's pose. "Since when did you become the charming wordsmith?" Allison asked playfully, as she shuffled closer to him, leaving only inches between them. "It comes and goes," Albus shrugged, extracting another giggle from Allison. He chuckled with her, before leaning in for a brief, chaste kiss. "I'm glad it's the weekend, I get you all to myself," Albus added as he reached out, grasping a hold of her hip, drawing caressing circles. "It's the weekend," Allison asked in a slightly panicked tone, as Albus attached himself to her neck. He mumbled against her skin as he rolled her onto her back, pressing her into the mattress and continuing his assault on her neck. Wait, what time is it? Allison stuttered, suppressing a moan. And breathing heavily, the feel of his lips against her skin fogged her mind. When he just continued, she started to pull his head back lightly with his hair. Wait, Albus, she tried to say sternly, only her body betrayed her. His name practically left her lips as a moan. Albus. The time. Who cares? He said as he stopped and pushed himself up, supporting his weight with his arms as he looked down at her, confused as to why they had to stop. I do, she replied as she looked over to the clock on her bedside table. With a gasp, she pushed him off her as she realized the time. Oh sweet Merlin, she added as she made her way to the wardrobe. Rose will kill me if I'm late. Late for what? He asked as he sat up. I am supposed to be helping her get ready for the ministry gala. Albus chucked at his girlfriend's frantic behavior. What are you laughing at? You're due at the burrow to help set up for Victoire's shower, Allison said, smirking at his slightly confused expression over her shoulder as she made her way to the bathroom. I only have one Weasley woman to deal with if I'm late, you have several. Albus' face dropped its confused look because he knew exactly what she meant. Oh, shit, he exclaimed as he shot to his feet. Scorpius and Hugo flowed into the burrow and were immediately greeted by a stressed-out Teddy. Hey Scorp, he said, trying to hide his distress and giving him a brief, yet manly, hug. Sorry I couldn't be there last night. Nah, don't worry about it, Scorpius replied. Geez, Teddy, you look like. Scorpius started as he got a better look at Teddy, trying to find an appropriate but nice word to describe Teddy's exhausted state. Shit, Hugo finished for him, bluntly. Scorpius turned to look at Hugo. The young man had no idea of what he had just done. Teddy and Scorpius just laughed at the honest and unremorseful expression on the redhead's face. Thanks mate, Teddy said through his laughter, patting Hugo on the back. Come on, we're setting up out the back, he added as he led them out the back. They passed through the kitchen on their way through. Scorpius immediately spotted Dominique leaning against the bench with a glass of wine in her hand. She smiled brightly upon seeing him too. Hello stranger, she said, as she put down her glass and held her arms open for him. He didn't waste any time and quickly crossed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around his friend in a tight hug. It's good to see you Dom, Scorpius said, as he pulled back from the welcoming embrace. Likewise, Dom replied. So, where's the ring? Scorpius asked with a cheeky smile. Shish, not so loud, Dom whispered, looking around too. Make sure no one heard. Scorpius wore a worried and confused expression. I haven't told anyone yet, Dom sighed. Why? They would be so happy for you, Scorpius reasoned. This is Victoire's time, I don't want to ruin her shower and pregnancy joy by announcing my engagement. How is that going to ruin it? Okay, maybe it won't ruin it, but it will take the spotlight away from the new awaiting parents. Scorpius sighed and looked out the window to see Fleur and Bill talking to Teddy. Teddy looked as pale as a ghost while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seemed to be laughing. Scorpius chuckled at the scene in front of him. By the looks of things they would probably welcome the distraction, Scorpius said, nodding in Teddy's direction. Dom and Scorpius laughed as they saw Victoire join them, trying to calm Teddy down. You just want to avoid that fuss for as long as possible, Scorpius added. Yeah, okay you got me, Dom said smiling up at him. But I mean, can you really blame me? I suppose not, your mum is crazy. That's the understatement of the century, Dom giggled. And Vic is not far behind, especially this far into her pregnancy, and why did they wait so long to have the baby shower? Dominique rambled. Yeah, I am surprised she can even walk with that belly, Scorpius commented with a chuckle. She doesn't, it's more of a hobble, Dom gagged. Scorpius watched Victoire move around the yard, ordering her several cousins around, in a way that could only be described as a hobble. They shared a laugh at her expense before Scorpius turned back to their previous conversation. So no to the big, charming announcement during the toasts, then? No, Dom replied. Look, I just don't want to tell anyone until Jacob is here. Scorpius nodded. A beat of silence went between them. Dominique knew what was on his mind as he caught sight of the cake. So she isn't here, Dominique cut across him. You just missed her actually. Oh well, I guess I'll see her later, Scorpius said. Will she be arriving with the rest of the guests? Actually, Rose and Ben are on the sorry we had a better offer list, Dom explained. Wait, she's not coming to the baby shower at all. No, Ben was invited to the ministry gala and she is his +1. Well, I suppose that is really important, said Scorpius, his voice not lacking in sarcasm. I know, who would want to miss the unavoidable and completely compelling discussion of what's new at the ministry, Dominique added in a matching his tone, causing the two friends to laugh. Rose had apparated directly into her flat, walking straight to her bedroom, her mind clouded with thoughts of a blonde boy she once knew. There was no doubt that Ben wouldn't be home from work, even though it's a Saturday, until it was his correct amount of scheduled time to get ready for the gala. Allison would most likely be late because Al wouldn't keep his hands off her on a Saturday morning, so Rose came to the conclusion that she would be alone for a little while. She toddled over to her side of the queen-sized bed and sat down. Her gaze turned to the single drawer in her bedside table. Reaching over, she slowly opened it, revealing her latest pleasure-reading novel on top. She dug underneath it and then underneath the many cake designs she had drawn to find what she was looking for. It was a bunch of envelopes, some open some not, tied together with string. Rose flipped through all of the letters. Upon finding the one she was looking for, Rose dislodged it from the others. It was already open. She removed the contents, resting it in her lap. There was a letter along with 3 photographs. Rose unfolded the delicate letter gently. It was so creased and worn because of how many times she had read it, running her fingers over the many words. She began to read the letter, dated the 1st of January 2023, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest. Dear Rose, I understand that you didn't want to write, but I have never been one for following the rules. However, I have come to realize that you don't either, at least not always. You hardly ever do what is expected. I remember constantly picking on you, calling you a bossy, overbearing, know-it-all, but you weren't most of the time. I did that because it was one of the only times my father had spoken to me that year, about a thing other than, pass the salt. It was when I had first seen you on the platform. I was jealous of how all you family were there talking, joking, laughing and helping each other, and I couldn't take my eyes off you. I remember you looking so carefree and calm, no nervousness or apprehension like what I was feeling. My father must have seen me because he turned me around and told me about what your mom had been like, and what your uncle and father had been like at school. He told me to expect bad treatment and to get one up on you, the new know-it-all. Hence the judgment before I knew you. Once I had made friends with Al, it became clear to me that you weren't like that. Well, to an extent anyway. You would only raise your hand to answer a question every once in a while, you were never overly enthusiastic about homework. You seemed to be like everyone else, but at the same time there was something different about you. What surprised me the most was how you always rose to the challenge. You never backed down from me whenever we had our confrontations. You always stood up for yourself and your friends to whoever was game enough to mess with them. I admire that. You may not know this or believe me, but when I left my parents at the end of 5th I thought of you. I guess I am probably boring you and blabbering a bit, but waiting for a delayed aeroplane gives you plenty of time to think. The reason I am writing this letter is 1, to let you know that I really am sorry for how I judged and treated you when we first met. It set the foundation for our enmity, although I like to think that I eased off as the years went by and on my side it became light teasing. 2, I want to rectify all that I have said to you, because you are beautiful in every way. You are kind to anyone who deserves it, you are brave and strong, but there is a softness to you that I have been extremely privileged and lucky to see on occasion. I admire you because to me, you are perfect. Now, I am not even sure you will receive this, but I hope that if you do, you haven't just chucked it away or burnt it, but if you did I honestly wouldn't blame you. I will see you again, Rose. I am not sure when, but I know I will. I also know that when I do, you will have everything you dreamed of, because not only do you deserve it but because you will always find a way, because it's you. However, most of all, I hope you don't change. I hope you find happiness. I hope you still sing and dance like you don't have a care in the world. I hope you still laugh with your beautiful, why laugh which lights up your whole face, because there is no greater joy in this world than when I hear your laugh. I know that I was never really meant to hear it, I didn't warrant or deserve to, but I would when you didn't know I was there, when you let your guard down. I have to go, my flight is being called, but I just want you to know that when I tell everyone I meet on this adventure about my friends and family back home, I will tell them about you. I want you to know that, like Al, I include you in both these categories. It doesn't matter to me whether I warrant the same treatment from you, because truthfully I don't, but I just wanted to let you know. You don't have to reply, I did this without expectation. However, just know that I am going to write to you whether you do or not. Even if you never read any of them, I will continue to do so even for my own state of mind. Love, Scorpius. The letter said many things, but at the same time it didn't. What had always plagued Rose the most was how it was signed. When Rose had first read it, those many years ago, she was speechless. She didn't know how to react. As far as she knew, Scorpius had never told anyone that he loved them, and he had never signed a letter with, "Love Scorpius," to anyone. As it so happens, he never did again. His next letter had arrived a week later, however, it was signed, Scorpius, just, Scorpius. She had never known of how highly he thought of her, he thought she was perfect. However, Rose couldn't understand why he would think that. No one is perfect, and if someone was, it definitely wasn't her. If she was perfect, then she wouldn't have let him go, she would have let him keep her those many years ago. If she was perfect, she wouldn't be afraid to see him again, but she was. She was afraid because she had stopped reading his letters, because she didn't know what to expect with his return, but mostly she was afraid because of it would feel to see him again. She was afraid that she would see him and be right back to where she had started. Rose looked down at the 3 photos that he had also sent, she remembered them. The first included all of her cousins as they surrounded him at the airport. They all looked so happy, like one big happy family. The thought made her smile sadly. He had said he included her in this category, but she was not there. She turned over to see his messy scrawl on the back. "Thanks for the camera." She smiled as she remembered everyone promising he had no idea that it was her idea and that she had bought it. The next one always made her laugh. It was face down, so she read the back first and knew what to expect. "You know me too well." She giggled as she turned it over and saw Scorpius with his nose against the glass of a large window, a bright smile on his face as he looked out at the moving planes with 2 little boys on either side copying his stance. He had obviously asked someone to take the photograph especially for her. The last one he had obviously taken himself, as it only cut off some of his ear. It was a simple one of him smiling sweetly with a plane in the background. Rose turned it over and read, "See you soon." She sighed as she turned it back over. Her eyes raked over his features, she wondered if he would look any different now. She was so deep in thought that she didn't hear Allison arrive through the flow, she just stayed there gazing down at the face of a man she considered as the one that got away. Allison flowed into Rose's flat at 12:30 in a slight panic. She was late. She was expecting to find Rose in a similar state, however, that was not what she found. It was quiet and Rose was nowhere in sight. "Rose," Allison said in search of her best friend. When there was no answer, Allison made her way to Rose's bedroom. The door was open, allowing her to see her best friend who was sitting on her bed in her own little world. As Allison stepped into the room, she observed a bundle of letters resting on the bed. Her curiosity spiked as she couldn't recall Rose ever mentioning them to her. She then turned her eyes to her best friend. Rose looked like a wave of different emotions had hit her and she was not sure how to react. Her eyes were fixed on the objects in her hand, which Allison could see were some photographs and what seemed like an old letter. "Rose," Allison drew the redhead's attention. Upon realizing she was not alone, Rose quickly rose to her feet. Folding up the letter in her hands and quickly picking up the bundle of letters, clutching them to her chest. "Oh Allie, I didn't realize you were here," Rose all but squeaked. "I'm sorry I was late and I didn't mean to disturb you," Allison said warily, eyeing Rose suspiciously. "No, it's fine," Rose swallowed nervously under the gaze of her friend. "So did you decide on a dress?" Allison could see how uncomfortable Rose was and decided they could talk about it later. "Uh-huh, Molly lent me one of hers," Rose replied, a little shocked as to how Allison had just let it go. "Okay, hair and makeup first then?" Allison asked when Rose didn't move. "Oh yes, right," Rose said as she stashed the letters back into her top drawer. Allison headed into the bathroom with Rose in tow. "So, I am a little surprised that your travel buddy isn't with you," Dominique inquired. What happened there? Nothing, Scorpius said, basically as a reflex, in denial. Dominique gave him a look suggesting she could see right through him. Scorpius sighed before he gave in. She was great but it didn't work out. Why? I told her I was finally going home and she didn't want to come, Scorpius shrugged. Scorpius, I am so sorry, Dom said placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No, it's fine, Scorpius assured her. At the end of the day we wanted different things. It became a very easy decision. Dominique nodded in understanding before asking, so, you're here to stay? Yeah well, I have come to realize, after seeing the whole world, it's the people in it that make your life matter more, Scorpius said sincerely. And this is my family, this is where my people are, so why would I be anywhere else? Ah, how sweet, Dom said in a light teasing voice. How many times did you practice that? She added with a giggle. Scorpius chuckled along with her. Just then a loud shriek caught their attention. Scorpius turned just in time to see Teddy faint and hit the ground with a thud. So, are you going to tell me who those letters are from? Allison asked warily as she tended to Rose's updo. Rose looked at her friend's reflection in the mirror, immediately feeling nervous and flustered. Rose knew that having Allison to talk to about her situation and feelings would really be helpful, but she wasn't sure of her feelings. She hadn't seen Scorpius in 3.5 years, she hadn't been opening his letters for about a year, and she hadn't really heard much about him from Al or Hugo other than, oh, Scorp's now in Africa, Scorp just arrived in Monte Carlo, he's chilling with the babes in Los Angeles. She didn't know what to feel or expect. For all she knew he could have turned gay or adopted a bunch of kids, he could even be married for all she knew. Rose quickly dismissed that thought, sure he would have included Al if that was the case and he would have told her. The truth was she could feel a glimmer of hope and excitement, knowing that soon she would see him again, and it scared her. It made her on edge, like she had to constantly tell herself that she didn't feel anything for him, that she had moved on. Rose. Allison's voice brought her back to the present. Allison, if I tell you, you have to promise that this stays between you and me, Rose muttered. Of course, Allison replied. Rose nodded and rose from her seat. She walked back into her bedroom and resumed her spot on her bed. As she reached into the drawer to retrieve the letters, she felt the bed dip slightly as Allison sat down beside her. He has been writing to me since he left, Rose said as she handed the bundle over to her best friend. They didn't need to say who, they both knew. You know, about where he is, what he's doing, who he's met, Rose's voice quivered on the last one. And what he wishes I could see or be a part of, she continued, as tears started to well up in her eyes. How much he misses me. Allison wrapped an arm around her as Rose tried desperately to stop the tears in fear of ruining her makeup. I mean, how stupid is that considering we hardly saw each other anyway? They're not all open, Allison said simply. No, I stopped reading them, Rose replied, stating the obvious in return. When? Just before I went out with Ben, Rose replied. Allison nodded, now understanding the real question of why. That was about the time Scorpius had talked about being in a relationship with someone named Sherry. That must have been why Rose had suddenly cleared her schedule for a date with Ben after refusing the first time. Allison was amazed by how they could still compete and challenge each other from different countries. Did you reply to any of them? She asked. Rose just shook her head, no. Why? Allison knew why, but needed Rose to admit it. Because I was afraid, just like I am afraid now, Rose answered, losing the battle with her emotions as tears escaped. What are you afraid of, Rose? Allison asked, still pushing Rose. Rose gave her best friend a look that said she knew what Allison was doing, which Allison returned with a stern answer the question look. Rose sighed and did just that. Of the way he makes me feel, Rose answered, looking down at her fiddling and shaking hands. Of how 1 minute he can make me feel so angry or sad and then the next all I want to do is snog the crap out of him. Rose exclaimed as Allison tried to hide a giggle at her friend's admission. I am scared of how he can make me feel so on edge and tense and then all of a sudden I can feel so relaxed and carefree around him. As she finished, Rose looked over at Allison to find her smiling back at her. But most of all, Rose started with all seriousness. I am afraid because even now, still to this day, I don't feel like this about anyone other than Scorpius. Albus arrived at the burrow just after midday and was surprised by the quiet that welcomed him. The burrow was always loud, especially when they were getting ready for a party. However, he was at the front and everyone would most likely be at the back, so he continued through to the kitchen only to again be welcomed by a quiet and an empty room. As he looked out into the backyard, he was shocked to find that no one was there. All he could see were half-put-up decorations and half-put-together tables. Scratching his head, he wondered, where is everybody? Allison stayed with Rose until Ben rushed through the door at 4:30, making her late for Victoire's shower. She had let Rose off the hook slightly. The last thing she said on the topic was, "You know, when you see him, you should give him a chance. You should get to know him without judgment." Rose had agreed and made a promise to herself to try and keep the past out of her vision when she saw Scorpius for the first time. However, at the moment, she was on the arm of Ben, her hard-working, loyal, charming, and refined boyfriend. She looked up at him, as they made their way to the entrance of the event. He wasn't particularly tall, only just being taller than her. He had dark brown hair that was neatly and perfectly styled, as always. His strong and lean jaw was, as always, clean-shaven. She often wondered if he ever had a moment in which he didn't look perfect, as opposed to her who would often come home a mess after being at work all day. Even in the mornings he was always up before her, most of the time showered and dressed, and she had to be up before 6. Even on the weekends he was up and working in the study or cleaning the flat. Sometimes he would go back to his flat to check on things, meaning he was just going to snack on his favorite Muggle breakfast cereal, which Rose would not condone in her kitchen. Before they reached the entrance he stopped and turned to her. "Rose, I want to thank you for coming tonight," he started in his smooth, business-like voice. He was definitely focused on the business tonight and nothing was going to distract him, not even his beautiful and stunning girlfriend. "This is really important to me and I am happy you're here," he said, smiling. "I only just got the promotion, so it is imperative that we show a united front and socialize tonight. It makes my job much easier to have colleagues and men of stature on my side, and this is the perfect opportunity to lay a solid platform for my career. Do you understand?" Rose nodded, but had never felt so inferior her whole life. She quickly shot down and controlled the anger that was boiling up inside of her. "Good. Thank you," he responded, smiling as if nothing was wrong, not even noticing that flash of anger in her eyes as she covered it up. True to his word, as soon as they had entered the massive ballroom, Ben started working the room. He was doing a wonderful job too. Rose stood by him, answering minute questions while fake smiling and laughing when appropriate. When she couldn't take much more she quickly excused herself for the bathroom, but instead headed out to one of the many balconies, away from all the guests, into the fresh air. Sipping her glass of champagne, she looked up into the dark sky, admiring the thousands of sparkling stars that lit up the night. She thought about what her family would be doing at Victoire's shower, whether they enjoyed her cake and the many presents she knew they would receive. As Rose continued to stare out at the starry night sky, she noticed what looked like a blue, glowing light moving towards her. Suddenly it stopped in front of her, glowing and pulsing. She could see it was a squirrel and immediately recognized it as Lucis Patronus. Rose started to worry. Lucis' sweet voice echoed, "The others didn't want to disturb you, but I know Victoire would want you to know. The baby's coming, we are at St. Mungo's." Then the squirrel disappeared. Rose was so happy for Victoire and Teddy, but was suddenly overcome with guilt. Everyone else was going to be there and I am here at this stupid ministry gala, she thought. With that in mind she quickly entered the ballroom again in search of her boyfriend. Scorpius walked up to Lucy, as all of the others argued about whether to inform Rose of the development, as she was the only one not present in the large waiting room. They had been at it for a couple of hours already. "So, did you take care of it?" he asked with a cheeky smile. "Yes, just like you asked," she replied in her sweet voice. "I just hope I didn't disturb her night. She would want to know regardless," Scorpius reassured. Lucy just nodded as she watched her aunts, uncles and cousins argue with a wary expression. Seeing this, Scorpius comfortingly wrapped his arm around the younger girl's shoulders. "Come on, might as well get comfortable," he said as he steered her towards the corner of many chairs in the waiting room. "Merlin knows these things take a while," he added with a smile. Lucy laughed as she allowed him to guide her. "Ben," she interrupted him in the middle of what she was guessing to be some kind of ministry inside joke that wasn't funny. He recovered quickly and excused them both politely. He pulled her away to the nearest corner. "Rose, I thought I made myself clear," he practically hissed, in an attempt to keep his voice down. "This is very important." "So is this," she exclaimed with a large grin although in a hushed voice, interrupting him again as she was unable to control her excitement. "Okay, well what is it?" "Victoire is having her baby." "Yes, I know she's pregnant but…" "No, I mean right now," Rose clarified, unable to wipe her smile off her face. "Everyone's at St. Mungo's now." "Really? That's wonderful, Rose," he said, also with excitement. Rose was glad to see he was happy for her family as well. "That's great, how did you find out?" he asked, still smiling. "Lucy sent me a Patronus, but that's not important," Rose waved it off. "Come on, we have to go," she said excitedly, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards the exit. However, he stopped her. "Whoa, hold on Rose," he said, causing her smile to fade. "We can't go yet, and this is important too," he explained, motioning to the party behind them. "Ben, my cousin is about to give birth to her first child," Rose said in a strained voice as she tried to keep herself calm. "That only happens once, there are many galas and ministry events that you can attend." Ben looked torn, but ultimately he wasn't going to budge. "How about we just stay a bit longer? You know how childbirth is a lengthy procedure," Ben suggested. Rose sighed. "No, I'll go and you can come by later," Rose said, sounding a little defeated, especially as she saw Ben perk up at the suggestion before trying to hide it. The sad thing is he never used to be this bad. In fact, his ambition and hard work ethic is one of the things she used to love about him. "Are you sure? I will come if you really want me to, it's just that." "No, it's fine, really," she reassured him with a fake smile, but he couldn't see the difference. "Okay, I promise I'll be there in a couple of hours," he said with a smile. Without another word and only a key on her cheek, he left to return to the group he was charming earlier. Rose just sighed before leaving the gala and apparating to a side alley a couple of blocks away from the St. Mungo's entrance. The large waiting room seemed rather small with all of the Weasley family present and completely at home. Scorpius scanned the room around him as he waited just as anxiously as the others. Lily sat beside him, plaiting Roxanne's long brown hair as she sat on the floor in front of her cousin reading a magazine, which he suspected was Witch Weekly. Ron and Hugo sat at a table across from one another with Ron's travel chess board in between them, while Hermione sat next to her husband reading, their hands playing with each other's affectionately and naturally under the table. Harry and Ginny sat much like Albus and Allison. He had his arm around her and she leaned into him, resting her head comfortably in the crook of his neck. Bill seemed to be calming Fleur down as she was clearly anxious and worried for her daughter. George had his arm around his wife Angelina, while she flicked through an old Quibbler, but was clearly engaged and enjoying a discussion with his son and nephew, Fred and James. Louis was obviously incredibly nervous as he sat leaning forward, hunched, resting his chin in his hands. Zoe sat beside him, trying to comfort the soon-to-be uncle by massaging his shoulders. Molly and Lucy sat not too far from him chatting quietly while Dominique sat on his other side quietly and nervously playing with her fingers. Scorpius leaned back in his chair before speaking. "Well, I guess you'll be telling everyone sooner than you thought now that the little one is early," Scorpius said with a smile as Dominique turned to face him. "I know," she mumbled in reply. "I am guessing that is why you look incredibly worried right now," Scorpius speculated. Dom nodded, looking down at her fingers. "I just don't know how to tell them," she said vulnerably, looking out at all of her family. He could see she was generally concerned and desperately worried, though he didn't understand was why. "But I know I'm not doing it without Jacob," she added confidently. Scorpius sighed and stood up. "Well, I think you have nothing to worry about, they will be happy for you and everything will be fine. Would you like some tea or coffee?" "Tea would be great," Dom answered with a tired smile. Scorpius nodded, before turning around and walking down the short corridor that led back towards the lift and reception. After following it around a blend, that is exactly what he found with the addition of a table full of refreshments. As he busied himself making Dominique's tea, he heard a voice that he had not heard in a long time. "Excuse me, but I am here for Victoire Lupin, she is having a baby," Rose said to the healer at the reception desk. He turned his head and was not prepared for what he saw. Rose stood there in an elegant, backless, floor-length, emerald dress, facing away from him, showing off the soft skin of her back as she spoke to the healer. The dress highlighted all the beauty he remembered and all that was new. He could see she was so much more than the 18-year-old girl he had left behind. She had matured into an elegant, tasteful woman. Her hair was styled in a sort of messy updo, with loose tendrils falling around her face and over her shoulder. She was stunning in every meaning of the word, and all Scorpius could do was stare, slack-jawed and breathless. "Yes, that is usually what happens on this floor," the healer joked. Rose let out a little laugh, and Scorpius just smiled. Once again he caught sight of that beautiful smile from afar, again wishing it was directed at him. It seemed like not much had changed, like he was right back to where he was 3.5 years ago, only he wasn't. He had changed and he was a different person. He just hoped she hadn't changed too much. "Now, you'll just need to sign in." "Name?" the healer asked. R.O. Rose Weasley," Scorpius answered for her, gaining his composure and walking towards her. Rose slowly turned around, shocked and not feeling really prepared for the inevitable reunion she was about to endure. Once she laid eyes on him, she froze and just took him in. If possible, he was even more handsome than she remembered. He looked rugged, rough and wild, but handsome and attractive all the same. His hair was shorter, cut around the bottom, but it was lustrous, thick and wavy on top in his natural golden color. Instead of looking boyishly handsome and clean-shaven like he used to most of the time, he resembled a man with his rough, unshaven jaw. He still had his broad and muscular physique, still looking fit in all the right places from what she could see through his clothing. He wore old faded denims and a simple white button-up shirt, casually leaving the first 3 or so buttons undone, giving the world a sneak peek at his near-perfect chiseled chest and showing off his relaxed demeanor. He caught her staring, but allowed her to continue, though he had not forgotten how to use his oh-so-familiar smirk that she admitted to herself right then she had strangely missed. After that thought, she quickly gathered her wits. "Scorpius Malfoy," she said, finally addressing him. "You look." As she searched for the words, she found herself searching his eyes. They had changed, but they were still their magnificent blue. She could see the familiar mischievous glint in there, but there was something else as well that she couldn't identify. His eyes held so much more than they used to. There was so much more depth, like it was obvious that he had seen and experienced so many things. They were, in a word, captivating. "Different," she finally said, blushing. "But in a good way, you know, a good different," she added quickly, clearly flustered and nervous. Scorpius just smiled at seeing that he still had an effect on her, even if he wasn't sure what kind yet. Rose heaved a large sigh as she steadied her nerves and poised herself. "Good. You look good," she said with a smile. Scorpius had to stop his heart from leaping out of his chest as she directed her smile at him. He really had missed it. "Thank you, I feel good," he said, as he beamed down at the lovely redhead. "I'm glad." "Ah, Ms. Weasley," the healer interrupted them, drawing both Rose and Scorpius' attention. "It is Miss, isn't it?" "Yes, definitely Miss," Rose answered, awkwardly glancing at the man who stood beside her. "Okay, well, you can just go on through to the waiting room where everyone else is," the healer directed, gesturing down the corridor. "Thank you," Rose replied with a simple nod. Scorpius stepped out of her way, so she could find her family. Rose mouthed another thank you as she moved past him and made her way towards the waiting room. "Would you like some tea or coffee?" Scorpius called after her. Rose turned around facing him as he gestured to the refreshments table, a shy smile gracing her features. "Or a hot chocolate," he added when she didn't answer. Her eyes lit up at the mention of a hot chocolate, in a way a child's would have, nearly causing Scorpius to laugh. "A hot chocolate would be great," she answered in a sweet, smooth tone. "Thank you," she added once he started preparing the second cup, before turning around and continuing on her path towards her family. "Hey Rosie," James called across the room, upon her arrival. He, Fred and her Uncle George, just looked up, nodding and sending her some cheeky smiles. She was graced with hugs from Molly, Roxanne, Lily and Lucy, who also gave her the medical and non-medical updates on what had and was happening. Rose made her way over to the table that seated her more immediate family. Her mother met her halfway, enveloping her in her motherly warm arms. "You look absolutely beautiful, sweetheart," Hermione said, as she pulled back to look into her daughter's eyes, smiling proudly. "Thanks Mum," Rose replied, as mother and daughter made their way to the table. Surprisingly, her father and brother were the only ones so far to not acknowledge her presences. Everyone else had at least smiled and waved hello. Hermione resumed her position in the seat next to her husband, while Rose tried to gather her father's attention. "Hi Dad," she started off simply. He was so engaged by the chess game with his son that he only grunted. In reply, his eyes never leaving the chessboard. She hadn't seen him like this. He would always acknowledge her, no matter if he was playing chess or doing anything else. She looked at Hugo. He had his eyes concentrated on the many chess pieces in front of him, though he couldn't hide the small smug smile that spread across his face. "Got him on the ropes of you, Hugh," she mused. "Oh yeah," Hugo chuckled, looking up at his opponent. "Who would have thought it would take a new addition to the family to rattle him enough," Hugo alleged, glancing at his sister. "Don't count on it, Hugh. It would take more than that for Ronald Weasley to lose a chess match," Harry added a little bitterly to his nephew. "Yeah, it would have to be Rosie's new addition for the great Ronald Weasley to lose in chess," George quipped with a snort, as Ron's head immediately shot up, looking at Rose worriedly. Hermione, Harry and Ginny all chuckled as they saw Ron's expression. Rose, catching his look, quickly reassured her father. "No Dad, he's just being silly," she said, shooting her uncle a quick warning glare as everybody continued to laugh with amusement. As Rose rolled her eyes, she caught sight of Dominique sitting by herself. Rose excused herself and made her way over to her cousin. "Hey," Rose greeted as she sat down next to the blonde. Dom glanced sideways at her, before returning her gaze back to her lap. "Hey," she mumbled in reply. "Dom, are you all right?" Rose asked, concerned. "Yeah, fine, just thinking about becoming an auntie," Rose said gleefully, lightly nudging her cousin. Dom smiled at hearing her younger cousin's tone. "Among other things, yes," she confirmed, moving her gaze back to the redhead. "Where's Ben?" Rose's smile faded, knowing that sooner or later someone was going to ask. She was actually glad the Dom had asked her quietly and privately, so not to embarrass her any further. "He's just wrapping things up," Rose answered. "He should be here later." Dominique just nodded, going back to her own world. "Dom, are you sure you're okay?" Rose asked again, concerned about how her cousin was acting. "Here we go, a tea and a hot chocolate." The two cousins looked up to see Scorpius walking toward them with their drinks in his hands. He gave the two girls their drinks and sat down in the spare seat next to Rose. "A hot chocolate, really, Rose?" Dominique inquired mockingly as she took a sip of her tea. "Yes, I figure we are about to welcome a child into the world. What better way than with a yummy hot chocolate?" Rose answered with a beaming smile. "Sorry, they were all out of the little marshmallows," Scorpius mocked. "Ah, they're the best part," Rose replied in mocking annoyance, followed by a smile. All three laughed happily. A couple of hours later, Dominique had just excused herself to go to the bathroom. Scorpius and Rose were left alone. Rose was surprised at how smoothly the conversation flowed between them. It hadn't been awkward or strained, but rather friendly and pleasant. Rose hadn't laughed and smiled so much in the last month than she had in the last couple of hours, chatting with Dom and Scorpius. Dom had certainly seemed happier and like her normal self as she involved herself in the conversations with them. However, as she watched her cousin leave for the bathroom, Rose saw it. Something was bothering her, she could see it in her eyes. Scorpius had leaned back lazily in his chair, as Dom left them. He couldn't help it but stare at the redhead next to him as she leaned forward and watched her cousin walk away. He noted the look of concern on her face, but was quickly distracted by the creamy, silky skin of her back that was on display because of her dress. He so desperately wanted to reach out and touch her, to run his finger gently down her smooth skin. However, he knew he couldn't. Rose leaned back against her chair as he had and shuffled closer to him. "Do you know what's up with Dom?" she whispered, her face only inches from his, their gazes locked. Scorpius used all the will he had to ignore his thundering heartbeat, and answer her question. "Sort of," he whispered back, his gaze never faltering. "But I think she has only told me half the story." "Can you tell me?" she asked. Scorpius hesitated, not sure if Dominique would really appreciate him speaking about her engagement to Jacob. If Dom had really wanted Rose to know, she would have told her. Nevertheless, as he looked into her gorgeous brown eyes, he knew he couldn't keep anything from her. He was under her spell and he would do anything for her. Rose could see the internal battle he was having in the depths of his magnificent blue eyes. You don't have to tell me, if it is just between you and Dom then. No, it's not that. Well, actually it kind of is, but Scorpius struggled to explain, but he kept his voice low. I actually think it would be good if someone else knew, but the rest of the family can't, okay? Rose nodded in response. Dom and Jacob are engaged. Oh, that's wonderful, Rosa praised before her expression turned from overjoyed to one of confusion. I'm sorry, I don't understand why she would be upset about that. I think she is worried that her family won't approve, but at the same time she is worried about them making a fuss, making it a big extravaganza wedding. But Dom always does what she wants to do. Why she would let that worry her, I have no idea. Exactly, but that is what makes me think that there is something else worrying her that she is not telling me. Rose murmured, as she turned her gaze to the entrance of the ladies' room, to where no doubt her cousin was struggling with whatever problems and insecurities she was facing. Scorpius, however, never let his gaze falter. Did I tell you how stunningly beautiful you look tonight? Scorpius asked in a hushed voice, bringing Rose back from her thoughts. Her gaze immediately found his again as they sat there, shoulders touching, faces inches away from each other, forgetting everyone else in the room. No, I don't believe you did, she whispered with a small teasing smile. Well, you do, Scorpius replied in a low voice. You are breathtaking. Rose was taken back slightly by the raw honesty in his voice and in his eyes as they stared back at her with such intensity. She was speechless and couldn't believe this was happening, but she felt like she couldn't do anything to stop it. Thank you, she murmured as she glanced down at his lips and she noted how close they were. You're welcome, came his mumbled reply. However, all too quickly the spell was broken. Someone cleared their throat, snapping Rose back to reality. Blushing, she quickly looked up to see her mother, who looked quite uncomfortable herself, with a plastic bag in her hands. Your dad wanted some real food, so I went home and made him something. I picked up some of your old clothes for you while I was there, she explained, handing them to Rose. It was all I could find at our place, but I am sure it will do. Thanks, Mum, she said with a nervous smile as Hermione walked away. I'll just go and change, she mumbled before she stood and made her way to the bathroom without looking back. Scorpius leaned forward to watch her leave. When she was out of sight, he heaved a deep sigh and rubbed his hands over his face and through his hair. Scorpius felt like he had just hopped onto an emotional roller coaster. He could not believe how close he was to letting go and just dotting her right then. He was in some ways relieved that they had been interrupted, but in other ways he had to admit he wasn't. Scorpius knew that having these feelings of be anything more than friends was very inappropriate at this time. She was in a serious relationship and he had only just got back. They had so much more to learn about each other, they had so much to talk about. Scorpius had no idea whether she had read his letters or how much she knew about his travels. He, himself, only knew what he was told by Albus and Hugo. He had too much swirling around inside his head. Scorpius knew he had to settle his mind. Without his trusty guitar, he reached for the next best thing. Inside of his pocket he pulled out his wand and a miniature Rubik cube. With his wand, he enlarged the cube to its normal size, muttering Engorgio. He stowed his wand back in his pocket and took a deep breath. As he exhaled, Scorpius began twisting and turning the colors in Rose, trying to solve his puzzle. Rose quickly entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her before leaning back against it with her eyes closed as she took deep breaths. When she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a smirking Dominique Weasley. So, I take it things were going well in my absence. All Rose could do was nod in reply. Then I guess you have much thinking to do, Dom offered as she just continued to stare into the mirror. Rose could see the look again. Dom, you know you can tell me anything, Rose said, taking a step further into the bathroom and standing next to her cousin. If you have any issues or worries, you can talk to me. I will always listen, with no judgments. Scorp told you, didn't he? She spoke in a flat tone as though she wasn't really surprised, but Rose was glad to see she wasn't angry. Yes, but I think that's not all that's going on, Rose answered. Oh, and congratulations by the way, but I really think you're overacting, she added with a smile. Rose, I'm pregnant, Dominique blurted out, with a solemn expression. Oh well, double congrats, Rose responded immediately. Rose, you don't get it. Dom raised her voice and turned to look her cousin straight in the eye. I am pregnant out of wedlock. Mom and Dad are going to have a fit. If they already didn't approve of Jacob, wait until they find out about this. Oh please, this happens all the time. They are not going to hate you or Jacob. Hello, this is my mother we are talking about, the former Ms. Delacour. There is no way she will be pleased that her daughter was knocked up before she got married. She may be a little upset or slightly disappointed, but she won't hate you or disown you, Rose argued back. Dom just sighed and looked away. How far along are you? About 2 months, Dom mumbled. Does Jacob know? Dom shook her head in answer, not daring to look Rose in the eye. Oh Dom, Rose said as she reached out for her, pulling her into a hug. Before you tell anyone else, you need to tell him. I have tried, I just don't know how, Dom muttered over Rose's shoulder. What if he gets scared and thinks we're not ready for this and calls off the engagement? Not to mention, his parents are very traditional too. Dominique Weasley, Rose said sternly, and she pulled back to look her cousin directly in the eye. You are a strong and amazing woman, and no matter what your parents or his parents think, you will always be that woman. The woman Bill and Fleur Weasley raised you to be, the woman that I know and the woman Jacob loves. Rose's serious expression softened. You tell him and I guarantee that he will be overjoyed and will not even for a second think about how his or your parents might judge both of you. He loves you, he wants to marry you, he wants you to be the mother of his children, otherwise he would not have proposed or hung around this long. Okay, Dom agreed softly, wiping a tear that sprang loose during Rose's speech. Rose, since when were you the sensitive one? Dom joked. I don't know. I guess Allison has finally made me see the light after all of these years, Rose replied, sharing a laugh with her cousin. Dom, there is one thing I didn't ask, Rose said, as Dominique waited for her to continue. Are you happy about the baby? Dominique's expression blanked at Rose's question, but eventually she nodded slowly. At first, I think I wasn't because of the timing and whatnot, Dom elaborated. Then, I realized I was just scared, especially after seeing Victoire go through it, but I really am happy. I just don't want to disappoint anybody, especially the kid. Rose nodded in understanding and smiled brightly at her cousin. I promise I will be there for you if you ever need anything or if you just need to just talk or someone to change the occasional diaper, okay? Rose pledged, with a chuckle. Dom nodded, and gave her a teary smile. Thanks Rose, but I have already promised the diapers to Scorp, Dom said while amazingly keeping a straight face. Rose laughed, before Dom followed. Does he know that? Rose asked in between her cackles. No, but I am sure he'll be more than willing to jump right in there and tackle them head on, Dom answered between cackles of her own. Once they calmed down, they simply beamed at each other before embracing in a firm but comfortable hug. I know you will be a wonderful mother, Dominique Weasley, Rose said over Dominique's shoulder. Thank you, but first I'm going to be an auntie, Dom replied with a smile, as they released one another. I am glad that I told you, Rose, but can this stay between us, at least until Jacob arrives tomorrow? Dom asked. Of course, Rose reassured her cousin. I won't even tell Scorp about his diaper duties, she added, making Dom laugh. Thank you, said Dom, as she left the bathroom. When Rose had changed, she debated on if she should put the dress back on. Of all the t-shirts I have ever owned, Mom had to find this one, she thought. At least the jeans fit, she said as she stood on her toes to see how her bottom looked in the tight-fitting jeans. Like many women, Rose was definitely happy to know she hadn't gained too much weight since she had last worn her old jeans. Okay, let's just go with it, she muttered to herself as she began taking out the pins holding her hair in place. She ran her fingers through her hair, shaking it out before she wiped off all of her makeup. Looking in the mirror, she looked like when she went to their concert at 15. Just great, I am going from looking breathtaking in an elegant dress to looking like a 15-year-old groupie, Rose muttered sarcastically, as she gazed at her reflection. She didn't know why she was feeling self-conscious knowing who was outside in the waiting room. Who cares what I look like? It doesn't matter what he thinks anyway. I am not trying to impress him, besides I have Ben. Oh Merlin, Ben. I completely forgot about him. Shit, she thought, as she quickly and carefully put the dress in the bag. What kind of person forgets the existence of their boyfriend? Scorpius was in his own world, trying to solve the Rubik Cube. He didn't even notice Dominique or Rose return. But a loud bark of laughter made him look up. "Ha, I haven't seen you wear that since like years ago," Hugo managed through his laughter, with James and Fred joining in. Rose was wearing some black skinny jeans, slightly torn on the thighs, with a bright pink t-shirt. As she moved to hit her brother, Scorpius only caught a glimpse of what was on the front of the t-shirt. Eventually, she saw him looking and made her way back over to him. He could now see clearly what had made Hugo laugh at his sister. It was a wombat with sunglasses and the words, "The Wombats," written below. Scorpius remembered the band. They were pretty good, but he mostly remembers picking on Rose when she cried because they were breaking up in the summer before 4th year. Scorpius pushed away his guilt to smirk at Rose. She was smiling shyly and blushing slightly as she sat down next to him again. "Don't you even think about laughing," she said. "Wasn't gonna," he replied, still smirking as she refused to look at him. "So what's the verdict?" Scorpius asked after a moment of silence, returning his focus to his cube. "The verdict?" she asked, watching him twist and turn the cube, a little confused not only by his question. "Oh, come on, you can't tell me that you didn't talk to Dom at all while you were both in there," he said as he stopped and looked up at her, smirking away. "Or did you spend too much time tossing up whether there was any way around wearing that shirt?" he said with a chuckle. Rose just simply pushed him playfully, giggling as she burrowed her head in her hands. "Is it really that bad?" she mumbled from behind her hands. "Nah, it isn't really. It's kind of cute," he said. Rose looked over at him to find him concentrating on the cube in his hands. She couldn't help but smile. He was different and she liked it. "So, what did she say?" he asked, breaking her from her little daydream, not looking up. "She told me something." "Really?" he said, looking back up at her again. "What?" "Oh, you're going to love it," she said with a cheeky smile, as she pictured him doing nappies. "I will." "Yep. Okay, so what is it?" "I can't tell you." "What? Why?" "Because it's a surprise," she replied as if it was obvious, but Scorpius didn't miss her cheeky smile. "Right, and I'm going to love it." "Yep. So, why do I getting the feeling I'm not?" "I have no idea," she replied, acting all innocent, causing Scorpius to laugh. "So, how is the cooking and baking thing going?" he asked, changing the subject, but he continued to work on his cube. "Good," she answered, feeling the awkwardness and the tension seeping in. She didn't want that to happen, so she quickly pushed those thoughts away. "Did Al tell you about my shop cafe?" "Yeah, said I had to go. Apparently your stuff is to die for," he replied, smiling back at her. "Well, I didn't think Al had actually come in yet," Rose said, trying to deflect the compliment, which confused Scorpius. "He has been busy, but I guess he knows from past experience." "Rose," he interrupted her, rambling. "Yeah, take the compliment," he said, making her blush. "Admit it. You are amazing in a kitchen and now you are sharing it with the rest of the world." "The rest of the world?" "Yeah, I am sure people from all over travel here and, who knows, they might stop by," he answered. Rose nodded. "Thanks," she said. "You're welcome," he answered simply, smiling, as he went back to twisting and turning his cube. "So, what's next for you?" Rose asked, suddenly curious if she was getting all worked up about nothing, fearing that he wouldn't even be staying in the country. "Are you planning on staying?" "Yes. Really. No more soul searching. No more traveling the world, just plain old boring England," she mocked, but when Scorpius looked at her, he was more than pleased and shocked to see the happiness and relief in her eyes. "There is nowhere else I'd rather be," he answered with an honest smile. "Besides, how can England be even remotely boring when the Weasleys call it home?" he added, and they both laughed at the thought. "I guess I'll be seeing a lot more of you then," Rose mumbled timidly. "I hope so," Scorpius nodded. He chanced a glance over at the redhead. She was looking at her fiddling fingers, beaming. She looked up and their gaze locked. He felt butterflies as he enjoyed seeing the light blush that rose in her cheeks while her eyes seemed to twinkle as he returned her smile. "Rose, I am so sorry." The spell was broken once again as Ben rushed into the room, eyeing Rose immediately, and heading straight for her. "Ben," she said as she stood up, the shock noticeable in her voice. She had done it again, she had completely forgotten about her charming boyfriend. Once within reach, Ben pulled Rose into a comfortable hug. Rose immediately molded into the familiar embrace and wrapped her arms around him. Scorpius looked down, going back to his trying to solve his Rubik cube, not really wanting to watch. It took longer than I expected and I am sorry, I should have been here at least an hour ago, Ben said, expressing his regret as he pulled back to look her in the eyes, keeping his arms around her. It's fine. Nothing has happened yet, Rose assured him, before quickly giving him a chaste key on the lips. Upon hearing the sound of molded lips, Scorpius just wanted to get out of there, to just run. We haven't heard much at all actually, Rose said, looking back down at Scorpius. Seeing how quickly his demeanor had changed, made her feel even more nervous and confused. He now looked tense and rigid, as he fiddled with his cube, refusing to look up. The smile that was stretched upon his face previously was gone without a trace, replaced by his closed, cold expression that she had not seen since Hogwarts. Ben obviously hadn't noticed the gaze of concern she directed at Scorpius, while he was concerned with what she was wearing. Rose, what are you wearing? He asked, chuckling to himself. The Wombats, he questioned as he read the shirt. Yeah, they're a Muggle band I used to like, Rose answered almost proudly. Have you heard any of their songs? Scorpius looked up to see him take off his jacket, not really paying attention to what Rose was saying. No, I can't say I have, Ben said as put his jacket around her shoulders, pulling it together at the front, trying to hide the t-shirt as much as possible. Scorpius frowned and shook his head. You know, Jump Into the Fog, 1996, Rose listed, while Ben just looked at her like she had grown an extra head. Techno fan. Our Perfect Disease, Scorpius put in without really knowing he was speaking aloud. Rose snapped her head around to look down at the blonde man in shock. She had no idea that he knew of the Wombats. It became ever so clear in that moment that she hardly knew him at all. The old him, the new him, and the bits that stayed the same. Rose could see now as he looked up at her, at the sudden silence, what she once thought she knew about him only just scraped the surface of who Scorpius Malfoy is. There was a sudden stop in conversation from the couple. Scorpius looked up to see Rose staring at him, and only then did he realize he must have spoken out loud. He could see the shock in her eyes but also the confusion, uncertainty and believe it or not curiosity. She looked down at him, frozen in the arms of another man, studying him. Scorpius had never felt more alive. Ben's gaze flickered between the two in scrutiny. Hello, I'm sorry I don't believe we've met, Ben interrupted, causing Rose and Scorpius to drop their shared gaze. I am Ben Lincoln, he said with a polite, charming smile and stretched his hand to Scorpius. Head of Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Rose is my girlfriend. Scorpius stood and shook Ben's hand. Scorpius Malfoy, he introduced himself. Ah, yes, I believe Albus and Hugo have mentioned you a few times. Rose just continued to stand there and watch the exchange between the two men nervously. Ben's arm that still remained around her waist seemed to tighten as they measured each other up. Rose didn't appreciate being treated solely like his possession, but now was not the time to discuss that with Ben. Hello Ben, nice to see you again. Albus approached them with Allison trailing behind. They had obviously been watching the exchange and sensed the tension. Albus came to stand by Scorpius, reaching out to shake Ben's hand in greeting. Always a pleasure Albus, Ben said, responding as expected, allowing Rose to wiggle free from his grasp. Allison came to stand by her, Rose also moving to her best friend. I see you've met my best mate, Albus said, reaching up a little to wrap his arm around the blonde. Just got back from everywhere I suppose. Hey, remember he's my best mate too, Hugo shouted across the room. How could I forget, Scorpius said shaking his head, though he was smiling. All but Ben gave a small chuckle at the comment. You couldn't, but everyone else might, Hugo replied as he made his way over to them. Hey Ben, James has a pool going on the gender, you in? He added with a mischievous grin. How come I wasn't in on the bet? Rose asked before Ben could get a word out, a little hurt. Well, probably because no one asked you, Hugo replied bluntly. Can you blame us, you were a little preoccupied, he added, gesturing to Scorpius. Rose, against her will, blushed. Ben seemed uncomfortable, he obviously knew he was missing something. Yeah, sorry about that Rose, Scorpius said trying to save her. When we started catching up, I forgot to ask you. Oh it's okay, Rose replied, with a grateful smile. James, put me down for a boy, Rose called over to James and Fred, who were trying to make Uncle George hit himself in his sleep as they softly and delicately tickled his nose with a quill. Her cousin just signaled okay with his hand without even looking at her. Rose, gambling is a very irresponsible waste of money, Ben said, turning to Rose. There's a responsible waste of money, Hugo muttered to Al and Scorpius, which resulted in the three of them giggling like schoolgirls. We should be happy no matter what the gender is, Ben finished his little rant. Oh, it's not only gender, Uncle George reckons it'll be twins, Hugo put in, but Ben ignored him. Scorpius expected Rose to fight back like she always used to with that flash in her eyes, and he saw it for a moment, but then it was gone. Instead, she just nodded silently. This angered Scorpius greatly. Rose was not submissive, never had been. What has he done to her? He thought. I don't think that's really the point, Ben, Allison said, trying to be civil, but he ignored her, distracted by Uncle Percy, who had arrived just after Rose from the gala, but now was walking towards the corridor. Would you please excuse me? Ben cut across Allison, quickly following Percy, who was probably in search of a coffee. Sorry about that, Rose said to Allison. You know how he gets, always thinking about work. Allison simply offered Rose a small smile and a nod of the head. Well, now that he's gone, Albus perked up. Is boy your final decision? Yeah, you should be sure before you start irresponsibly wasting your money, Hugo added, in mock seriousness. Allison and Rose laughed wholeheartedly, while Scorpius was trying to simmer himself down, still trying to process what just happened. I'll go tell James, Albus said, giving Rose a reassuring smile and moving to Key. Allison's cheek before walking around them towards his brother. I think I need to pee, Hugo said as he made his way to the men's room. Rose just shook her head and sighed at her brother's tact. Allison giggled at Hugo, before turning to Rose with a serious face. It's getting worse, Rose, she whispered. Rose just let out another exhausted sigh, massaging her temples. At the beginning he was amazing and perfect. Allie, I can't deal with this right now, Rose tried to say over her best friend, but she just continued. In ways he still is, but I fear that he may not be. Allison. Rose cut across her friend in a raised voice, drawing the attention of not only Allison but most in the room as well. However, the two of them ignored the stares. Not now, Rose hissed. Allison sobered from her shock and scowled. Fine, she gritted through her teeth as she turned and made her way back over to Albus. Rose sighed and immediately felt guilty for the way she treated Allison. She glanced around the room and saw everyone divert their gaze from her, all except one. He didn't have to divert his gaze, he wasn't looking at her to begin with. Scorpius was sitting back down in the same position he had been in previously, concentrating on his cube again, completely oblivious to what had just transpired. Rose nervously sat down next to him, looking down at her fidgeting hands that lay in her lap. She was worried about it being awkward or strained now between them, and she didn't want to be bombarded with questions from him. Rose opened and closed her mouth several times, wanting to break the silence, as he just twisted and turned the cube in his hands. Surprisingly, Scorpius was the one to break the silence. You know what? Scorpius started, turning to look at her. Rose met his gaze. I also like, Kill the Director, and, moving to New York, he said with a smile. Whatever Rose could have possibly expected him to say, that was not it. She smiled gratefully and contently at him, which made him beam even brighter. They laughed quietly together, forgetting all of the unwanted feelings and just being happy. Yeah, I like them too, Rose finally said softly, as Scorpius went back to his cube. Rose stole a glance at him and smiled. He said the right thing and made all the bad disappear. It surprised her, but at the same time it didn't. Strangely, she had found this comfort in him before. Fourth year came to mind, in an empty classroom where he had held her in his arms as she cried over the death of her cat. He didn't even know how much it worked. It felt so natural, for him to just hold her. Just like now he didn't have to say much, it was just his presence, or something like that, she thought. So, what's the story behind the Rubik's Cube? Rose asked, breaking the silence once again, nodding to the object in Scorpius' hand. Just one of the things I have collected over the years, he replied with a shrug. It just helps settle my thoughts, calm me down. It's been a while since Muggle studies, refresh my memory, what do you have to do? Well, the goal is to make it so that there is only one color on each side, he replied, moving closer to her trying to show her what to do. See, he said. He looked up at her and she nodded, continuing to look down at the cube. He put the cube in her hands. Here, you try, he said. Soon, they were making some headway as Rose twisted and turned the colored rose as Scorpius helped her. Together, they had one side completed and the second nearly there also. No, try that one there, Scorpius said trying to hold back his cackles. What, there? Rose said through her giggles as she twisted the bottom row. No, this way, he replied, laughing as he tried to correct her. They continued to laugh and joke while trying to solve the puzzle together, until they heard a familiar voice call over the top of the chatter in the waiting room. Everyone, listen up. It was Teddy, and immediately everyone looked up and went silent, except for Uncle George, who kept snoring until he was quickly nudged awake by his wife. Teddy was dressed in blue medical scrubs, his forever changing hair poking out of the blue. He wasn't as pale as Scorpius saw him when they arrived, instead he looked quite rosy, but had obviously just come down from an adrenaline high. He took a couple steps forward, drawing out the suspense. Then suddenly, a great beaming smile shot onto his face. Who would like to meet my daughter? There was a limit on how many could be in the room at once, so the many waiting to meet the newest member of their family had to enter in small groups. Of course, immediate family was first. After a few minutes, Dominique and Louis came out, followed by a beaming Bill and Fleur, allowing Percy, Audrey, Molly and Lucy to go in. As Bill and Fleur gushed to her parents and aunties and uncles and Louis made his way over to Zoe, Rose watched Dominique. She seemed happy, but Rose could see the worry in her eyes. She obviously still felt her own doubts about what she was planning to enter into. Scorpius stood up and gave her a hug, followed by a smile when he stepped back. Congrats, Auntie Dom, he said. She let out a little giggle. Great, now I feel old, she said, sarcastically. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Auntie Dom. No, actually, I think it has a nice ring to it, Rose said with an encouraging smile, before putting an arm around her cousin with a small squeeze. And you can't be old, that would mean I am only a year away from it, Rose added, lightly. Scorpius and Dom chuckled. Just you wait until Hugo. Dom drifted off as she looked over at Hugo, who was playing with the toys St. Mungo's left in the waiting room for any children. Rose and Scorpius followed her gaze. Scorpius desperately trying to hold back laughter as Rose just smiled and shook her head at the sight of her 19-year-old brother sitting on the floor playing with used children toys. You were saying? Rose mocked, turning back to Dom. Yeah, never mind, she answered, as all three broke out into laughter. Ben quickly joined them, sliding his arm around Rose's waist. Rose automatically leaned into him, feeling comfortable in the familiar embrace. Congratulations, Dominique, Ben said sincerely with a charming smile. I know that this little girl will have the coolest auntie. Thank you, Ben. Do you know if they have picked out a name? He asked. Victoire said that they have, but they want to keep it a surprise until the naming ceremony, Dom answered. Well, I am sure it will be extraordinarily beautiful, Ben said, with a charming smile at Dominique, which she gratefully returned. He then turned to Rose. Are we ready to go? We both have early starts tomorrow. Oh, Rose, you can't leave without seeing Victoire and Teddy, Dominique said before Rose could speak. Not to mention the reason why we are all here in the first place, little baby Lupin. Besides, it's only 10:30 p.m., is it past your bedtime? Scorpius teased Ben. I just like to be fresh in the mornings, Ben replied, for the first time clearly showing a dislike towards Scorpius. Besides, we are not all like you, Rose and I actually have places to be tomorrow, careers to build. For the first time, Rose saw the old, horrible Scorpius. His face displayed his normal smugness, spiteful arrogance and malicious rage, but now that she looked deeper she saw the vulnerability behind it. It was clear now that he used it as his mask, probably always had. Before Rose really had time to process what was happening, she found herself being guided away by Ben. Only when they had made it out of the room and down the hallway did she realize what he was doing. She did want to stay. Yes, she had an early morning tomorrow, having to open up and attack the accounts, but that didn't mean she would miss congratulating her cousin and her husband and meet their daughter. Ben, stop, she said, pulling him to a halt and turning him around to face her. I want to stay. What? I want to stay for a bit and congratulate Teddy and Vic. But you know, we need at least 8 hours of sleep if we are going to function properly tomorrow, Ben argued. Studies show that any less isn't healthy. Technically, you don't have to work tomorrow, you could sleep in, Rose returned. And as for me, I am used to it. I have been doing all-nighters since long before I met you. So, a few less hours sleep won't do any harm. Okay, first of all, as it happens I do have to work tomorrow. I am meeting with a Bulgarian representative to discuss some union matters. And secondly, you know I can't function with less than the required amount of sleep. Fine. Rose raised her voice slightly, taking Ben by surprise. You can go, but I am staying, she said defiantly. Ben just gaped as thought he didn't know her, and the sad thing is, Rose realized that he probably didn't. What was worse, Rose felt that it was mostly her fault. She didn't really let him in, and she wasn't her true self a lot of the time. Rose had molded herself into something that was easily compatible with someone like Ben because he was so different to Scorpius. Well, at least the Scorpius she remembered. Ben was nice and reassuring, especially at the beginning. However, over time and especially the last hectic month, the cracks have begun to show and grow. Rose knew this was not the time to discuss this issue. I'll see you at home, she said as she leaned in and gave him a key, on his cheek. Then with a forced smile she turned around and made her way back to her family. Rose had waited until the end when everyone left to see the new arrival. She stuck by Scorpius and Dominique most of the time, as Allison was clearly still mad at her, but she drifted to chat with Molly, Lily and Lucy as well as Louis and Zoe before they all left. It had been a while since she had seen them all, work had kept her busy. Dom and Scorpius stayed with her, until everyone else had left to see the baby. They didn't ask questions or mention anything to do with Ben, they just simply hung out. They joked and talked about everything and nothing at all. When Teddy finally led them into the small room, they found Victoire sitting up in bed, cradling what looked like a little bundle of pink cloth. Hello, Victoire looked up, welcomed the last of her visitors, before redirecting her gaze back down at the tiny bundle that lay in her arms. Dom made her way over to the right side of her sister, while Rose stood on the other side. Teddy and Scorpius stood at the foot of the bed sharing their own congratulation wishes. Well done, mate, Scorpius said as he shook Teddy's hand. Thanks, Teddy said, letting out a large sigh of relief. Tough day? Scorpius asked in a slight mocking tone, smiling. Teddy chuckled. How's the bump? Scorpius asked, indicating towards Teddy's head. I should survive, he replied with a small laugh. Auntie Dom must like you, she's back for more cuddles, Victoire smiled down at her baby. Rose could only describe Victoire as glowing, specifically, the new mother type of glowing. Victoire gently passed her baby to its auntie, freeing her hands to embrace her cousin. Congratulations, Mummy, Rose said as she hugged her cousin. I am so happy for you and Teddy. Thank you, Victoire replied, pulling back to look her cousin in the eye. It wasn't a walk in the park, but she's worth it. Dominique had walked around the bed to Rose. Would you like a cuddle? Dom asked with a smile. Rose hesitated, but then nodded slowly. She took the baby in her arms, cradling her just as Dominique had, the crook of her elbow supporting her head. She was so tiny and petite, but what really surprised Rose was her eyes. They were wide open and gazing straight up at her, curiosity burning through a sea of brilliant green. Her fair hair was barely visible on her head. She had cute little chubby cheeks, though her skin was quite pale. She absolutely beautiful, Vic, Rose said as she smiled down at the little girl in her arms. Scorpius watched Rose's smile brighten as a small hint of a smile graced the little angel's face. While Teddy moved to sit on his wife's left bedside, wrapping an arm around her as Victoire leaned back into him, Scorpius moved to stand behind Rose. He looked over her shoulder at the tiny infant in her arms. Once the little girl caught sight of him, the curiosity returned into her sparkling eyes. Noticing this, Rose turned and leaned back slightly, resting against him and giving the little girl a better look in the handsome man. Without even realizing it, Scorpius wrapped an arm tenderly around Rose's waist, steadying her and bringing her closer to him. She didn't pull away either, he just held her as she cradled the baby as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Little Lupin wriggled an arm free and reached out towards Scorpius, her tiny fingers stretched out. Scorpius lifted his free hand from his pocket. The little girl didn't waste any time in grasping one of his fingers in her hand. Reflexively, all 5 of her tiny fingers wrapped around his one, showing no sign of releasing anytime soon. Scorpius smiled and moved his finger in a way that looked like they were shaking hands. "It's nice to meet you too," Scorpius said with a laugh, causing Rose to giggle and the little girl's eyes to sparkle once more. Both Rose and Scorpius were so wrapped up in the beautiful green-eyed girl that they didn't even notice the quick flash of the camera. Albus and Allison's bedroom. Allison stood in front of the large mirror in her short summer night dress, deep in thought as she methodically brushed her hair. "I wonder what they will name her," Albus said from the bathroom as he wiped his face after rinsing out his mouth of toothpaste. "Do you think they would name her after anybody?" When he didn't hear a reply, he went in search of his girlfriend. Albus stood, his shoulder comfortably leaning against the door frame, watching Allison as she ran the brush slowly through her soft, flowing, brown hair. A tender smile found its way upon his lips. "She's so beautiful," he thought. She still hadn't noticed his gaze, which was odd since she usually always caught him when he was staring at her. He hadn't gotten away with it since they were at school, it was like she could feel it or something. However, tonight she was so deep in thought he could have announced that he was gay and she wouldn't have even heard. He knew what was troubling her. Rose and Allison hardly ever fight, in fact he couldn't even remember a time Rose ever snapped like that at Allison before. He sighed, leaving the door frame and entering the bedroom. He approached her from behind, her eyes were glazed over. She was so deep in thought that she didn't notice his presence until she felt him wrap his arms around her, resting his head against the side of hers. Albus watched as she came back to him, their eyes connecting through the mirror. She tried to reassure him with a smile, but it was painfully obvious that it was forced. Albus didn't say anything, instead he kissed at her cheek, and then her neck. Allison felt him smile against her skin as she let out a noise that was somewhere between a sigh and a moan. She turned around in his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck as she leaned to claim his lips. Their mouths moved against each other's passionately, as their hands began to wander. However, as Albus laid Allison down on their bed he could sense her mind was otherwise occupied. Slowly, their kiss became soft and tender until Albus pulled back, looking down at Allison as she bit her bottom lip nervously. "It's okay, you know," Albus whispered. "To talk to me about it." Allison smiled up at Albus, lifting her hand to caress his cheek. "I love you," she whispered into the little space between them, before lifting her head and meeting his lips in an affirming kiss. Albus kissed at her back, showing her that he loved her too. When he pulled back he rolled off her to lay beside her as they both turned in to face each other. "Talk to me," he said simply. Allison sighed before answering. "It's just so frustrating that she knows I am right and she still won't listen to me," Allison said. "Truthfully, I probably brought it up at a bad time, but," she paused looking into Albus' eyes for some support and was glad when she saw his soft expression. "Rose still shouldn't have snapped at you like that," he said, understandingly. "Besides, you know what Rose is like. If it's studying or cooking or baking, it comes naturally and it is perfect most of the time. When it comes to feelings and relationships, you have a better chance at getting a flobberworm to understand them," he added with a chuckle. Allison joined him, but knew that it was a slight exaggeration as many times in the past Rose had helped her with some of their relationship issues or developments. It was only with her own feelings and relationship that Rose was almost completely clueless. However, now that Allison thought about it, Rose wasn't clueless anymore. She had to know that Ben wasn't right for her. Ben doesn't make her happy anymore, not as happy as she could be. This is what made Allison's frustration return. Put aside all of Rose's confusion about Scorpius, Ben still wasn't right for her, no matter which way you look at it, and Rose knew it. When she voiced this to Albus, he completely agreed. "Yeah, I know. We all thought he was great at the beginning, but lately," he trailed off, obviously snagged on a thought. "Wait, what did you say about her confusion with Scorp? You saw them tonight. You have to know he still has feelings for her," Allison replied. "Why are you so surprised that Rose might have confusing feelings for him?" "I didn't know, I just thought." "Hang on, what do you mean confusing feelings?" "I mean, she has feelings for him and they are confusing her because she thought that she wouldn't see him again and probably thought that she had put them to rest." "But how could she think she would never see him again?" Albus asked, confused himself. "He's my best mate, he's like a brother to Hugo and even to Dom. So, he was going to come back eventually." Knowing Rose, she most likely convinced herself that once he'd seen the world, he wouldn't want to come back, Allison replied with a sigh. It's probably what allowed her to move on. Wait, you didn't know what? Allison asked after a moment. Huh, you said before that you didn't know about something. Oh, yeah, Albus said after realizing what she was talking about. I didn't know for sure whether Scorp still has feelings for her. How can he not? You sure the way they were acting today? Yeah, well, I am still not convinced on how real his feelings ever were, Albus admitted. Once he saw the disbelieving look on Allison's. I don't know, maybe it's my protective side, but how would he even know they were real feelings instead of just lust? He has never felt anything more than that towards a woman before. Maybe that's why, it's real. Because he has never felt like this before, Allison answered. Albus just sighed and nodded. Maybe you're right, he replied. After a moment of thought, his curiosity spiked as he asked, so, do you think she was happy to see him? I'm pretty sure she was, Allison said, with a dreamy smile on her face as she remembered watching the two interact at St. Mungo's. At least after the enviable, initial awkwardness, she added, looking back at Albus. Having Dom there probably helped, Albus commented. Allison murmured in agreement. I haven't seen Rose laugh like that in a while, she added. Yeah, she has been busy and stressed lately and with reason, Albus said. Just like someone else I know, Allison replied, giving Albus a meaningful look. Albus sighed. I am really sorry, but with the possibility of a promotion, it is important that I show I am committed and focused. Everything rides on whether I get it, everything, he replied, stressing the word everything before leaning into key, her without giving her the chance to respond to what he said. He quickly deepened the key, successfully distracting her as his hand slowly slid up her thigh, under her nightdress. Dominique sat the end of the bed, legs crossed, facing her tired sister. Victoire wanted Dom to stay with her after everyone had left, which surprised Dom herself. Since Dom had come home to help her sister with preparing for the baby, the two sisters had become unexpectedly closer, similar to what they had been when they were younger, but of course never quite the same. Teddy had gone on his wife's request to his grandmother's for the night so he could bring her back in the morning. Dominique assured Teddy that she would make sure Victoire was all right. Both relished the privacy, and with Victoire refusing to sleep they stayed up and talked. Funnily enough, they both still had a few things in common. However, Dom couldn't stop thinking about what was in her future. I am really proud of you, Vic, Dominique revealed nervously to her sister. I don't know if I could ever do what you just did. Well, you will someday, right? Victoire said as she looked up at her sister through tired eyes with an encouraging smile. I mean, you and Jacob have been serious for a while. Anything progressing there? Dom was so grateful for Victoire not referring to Jacob as that guy, like her parents did, and that's when she knew she should have told her sister first and everything would have been fine. Even though Victoire still wouldn't let Dom ever live down arriving late to her wedding because of Jacob, she could still see that her sister was happy with him. Dominique bit her lip, still trying to hold back the answer, but knowing that she really didn't want to keep it from her sister now. Yes, Dom finally answered, failing to hold back a beaming smile. Victoire's eyes widened, but she too was smiling as Dom pulled the thin, long chain, which hung around her neck and below her blouse, over her head and off, revealing a diamond ring threaded through the end of the chain. Dom slid the ring on the correct finger, wordlessly informing Victoire of her engagement. Oh my gosh, Victoire exclaimed excitedly before pulling her sister into a hug. Dom couldn't stop the smile that spread across her face. I am so happy for you, Victoire said over Dominique's shoulder. When did he ask? You have been staying with Teddy and I for a while, she asked, pulling back from the embrace, but her grin never faltering. Oh well, do remember a couple of weeks ago, Dominique started, nervously not looking Victoire in the eye. When you and Teddy stayed with Mrs. Tonks for the weekend. Yeah, Victoire replied in a slightly suspicious tone. Well, Jacob was in town and we had a little sleepover, Dominique recalled with a cheeky smile and pretty blush, but still not meeting her sister's eyes. By the looks of that blush rising in your cheeks, sleeping was the last thing that went on in my house that weekend, Victoire said with mock anger, before giggling as her sister's blush reddened. Have you told anyone else? I am guessing that Mum and Dad don't know, Victoire asked after a moment. No, are you mad? Of course they don't know, Dominique admitted. Only Scorpius and Rose know. Victoire nodded in understanding, knowing that Dom and her parents, namely her mother, hadn't had a sharing and non-judgment relationship in a long time. However, she couldn't help but feel slightly hurt knowing that Dom had told 2 other people before her own sister. Victoire knew that Scorpius and Dom had always been good friends, and seeing as he wasn't really around, she probably felt it was easier to tell him things, but what hurt Victoire was that Rose knew first. Victoire couldn't stop the small jealousy that bubbled within her, she was only human. After Rose had spent 6 months living with Dominique and Jacob in France about a year ago, the two had become much closer and to her knowledge kept in close contact since. Victoire had only realized how much closer when Dom had come to stay with her. However, Victoire quickly shot down her jealousy once she reminded herself that they as sisters had also been closer recently, and she was happier for it. Dom, however, was trying to figure out how to tell her sister about her own baby that was growing inside her. Vic, there's something else too, Dom said. Victoire could hear the anxiousness in her sister's voice and saw her tense up. She reached out and grasped Dom's hand. Hey, whatever it is, you can tell me, Victoire said with her best comforting smile as she squeezed Dominique's hand reassuringly. Okay, but Rose is the only other person that knows this. Not even Jacob knows yet, Dom explained, stressing the importance of the information she was about to release. Victoire nodded and lightly squeezed her hand again, showing her understanding. I'm pregnant, Dom said, looking her sister in the eye, trying to decipher her reaction. However, that task became really easy when Victoire started bouncing up and down in her bed, clapping her hands. Oh, this is amazing and awesome, and oh, while I'm going to be auntie, she finally managed to get out. Dom was laughing at her older sister's girly reaction. Yes you are, she said between her cackles. The 2 sisters embraced once again, hugging each other tightly until Victoire pulled back with a serious expression on her face. Wait, how far along are you? Do you have any symptoms? Victoire fired questions at Dom without giving her a chance to answer. Vic, are you going to have the wedding before or after the baby? I don't. Hold on, did you say that Jacob doesn't know? She paused after this question. If you would let me get a word in I can explain, Dom said, slightly amused. No, Jacob doesn't know yet, but he will. I was just a little scared before and I didn't want to tell him by all or flow. Dom held up her hand to stop her sister from interrupting as Victoire opened her mouth. I calculated I was about 2 months along, and yes, I've had sore east for a while, and more recently, I have been feeling some nausea and dizziness. As for the wedding, I don't know, considering Jacob doesn't know about the baby and we haven't had much time to really talk about the details as of yet, Dominique finished with a puff of breath. Victoire processed the information before speaking. Okay, but didn't I see you with a glass of wine today? Victoire asked. Dominique paled. No, Dom replied. I have been emptying my wine bottles and refilling them with grape juice, to try and trick myself, she explained after seeing her sister's confused expression, slightly ashamed. Victoire nodded, smirking a little. Well, I am guessing that not having a chance to talk about it is not the only reason why you were hesitant about the wedding details, Victoire said, knowingly. Yeah, well, you've met our mother. This is true, but it's your wedding, you can do what you want, Victoire said, through her laughter. Obviously, I was wrong. It wasn't you at the dining table all those years, Dom joked. The 2 sisters laughed. Seriously, what can she really do that will ruin it? Victoire asked. She will make a fuss, and sure, it won't ruin it completely because I will be marrying Jacob, but it's just all the build-up before it. I mean, you wonder why I wasn't involved with yours as much, Dominique said. I don't know how you made it to the wedding day without pulling your hair out. There were some moments, and I know what you mean, but how do you expect to avoid it? She is your mother, and even if you cut her out of all of the plans, you still will have your fair share of drama, Victoire reasoned. Dominique thought for a moment before explaining. It's like this, I deal with dresses and fabric and drama all day for my job. The last thing I want is to feel like my wedding is my job, Dom said. Victoire just smiled, realizing more than ever how proud she was of her sister. I want it to be so simple and small that I don't have to really think about anything other than saying, I do, to the man I love. I think you should. Victoire was so touched by how passionately Dom spoke. I've always had this dream that we could take the cousins and a few friends on a camping trip to where Jacob and I met and spend the weekend, get married and spend time with everyone having a good time, Dom shared with a little laugh. Okay, but as long as I'm there, Victoire said with a large grin. What? You would really support me if I did that? Yes, because it is what will make you happy, Victoire replied simply. And why would I not want that? Dom pulled Victoire into another hug, enthusiastically. Thank you, Dom whispered. You're welcome. After a minute, Dominique pulled away from her sister. You know what else would make me happy? She said. What? Victoire asked, suspiciously. If you would tell me what my beautiful niece's name is. Dom asked, her voice raised a little. Victoire smiled teasingly, not hiding the fact that she enjoyed knowing the big secret. Come on, please, Dom practically begged. Okay. Yes. Dom squealed excitedly. But you have to keep it a secret, Victoire finished warningly. I will, Dom confirmed with a beaming smile. Thank you, she added, hugging her sister again. All right, Victoire said, trying to calm her sister down. Once Dom released her sister, she sat back and waited quietly. After a moment, Victoire sighed and said, with a bright smile, her name is Samantha Dora Lorraine Lupin. Sunday morning, 5:30 a.m., Rose's bedroom. The buzzing broke through her slumber. She groaned as she reached out, smacking the Muggle device on its head, successfully silencing the buzz. Rose snuggled back down into her pillow, muttering to herself. Just as she began to feel herself slipping back into her slumber, a light, soft pressure on her lips awoke her. When Ben pulled back, Rose opened her eyes, slightly shocked at his behavior. She sat up, the blankets pooling around her waist as he sat down beside her on the bed. Like always, he was showered and dressed. However, Rose noticed that for once he didn't look well rested and completely put together. This worried her. Rose reached up and caressed his shaven cheek, asking what's the matter with her eyes. He didn't say anything as he leaned forward and captured her lips in a key, the type of key they had not shared in weeks. Rose easily reciprocated, sliding her hand around to the back of his neck to pull him closer as he tangled his hand in her hair and did the same. Their lips and tongues moved together in what Ben thought was intense and loving, but Rose could only describe as concentrated and familiar. Rose's mind was reeling. Was it normal to feel like this after being with someone a year? Is it a good or bad thing to describe a key as concentrated and familiar? Rose thought. She felt like she was trying too hard, but at the same time she didn't have to because he wouldn't know the difference. Nevertheless, Rose pushed out all of her negative thoughts and focused on the positive. She was happy that Ben was showing some of his sweet self again. She had missed him. He slowed down the key, changing it into a soft and sweet lip lock. They rested their foreheads against each other's, both smiling. Good morning to you too, Rose whispered into the small space between them. Ben chuckled lightly as he pulled back to look at her. He tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. I'm sorry about how I acted last night, he said, using what Rose called his, I'm sorry, tone. It was wrong and insensitive of me to ask that of you. They are your family and it was a special occasion. Sometimes what I want has to take the backseat and I understand that. Rose just nodded as she looked down, not meeting his eyes, not because she was ashamed or nervous, just because she really didn't want to look at him. He could say that he understood and that he is sorry all he liked, but she felt like he didn't. He was an only child who had been given every opportunity in life. Sure, he still had to work incredibly hard to seize them, which she admired, but it still didn't feel like he understood. She couldn't believe him when he said he understands because he didn't understand her family. No one did. She herself didn't understand them half the time, but she loved them more than anything and she would always want to be there for them. A part of her was still angry with Ben, but the other part couldn't be. He was being honest and sweet and making an effort, which was more than she was doing. It's okay, Ben, she spared him. It's just our families work differently and you have to remember, for me, my family will always come first. Rose, is it so much to ask that I might be included into your family? Ben asked, seriously but very nervous all the same. Rose was still, she didn't know what to say. Was he really asking what she thought he was? Ben, she stuttered. What are you trying to say? I know it's not the right time for us, we are both still settling into our careers, but someday I would like to be considered as part of your family, officially, and you a part of mine, he said with a smile, his eyes boring into hers, judging her reaction. Rose didn't know how to react, her eyes wide in shock. Sure, they had been in a serious relationship for a while and it would be normal if he was talking about a future with her, a future together, but suddenly she felt like the world was caving in around her, as if he sprang it on her. Ben, I don't know what to. Look, don't say anything, I haven't officially asked yet, but I just want you to know that is where I am heading, that is what I want for us, he cut across her. However, I need to ask you, he paused, heightening her interest. What is the deal with the blonde bloke? Who is he, really? And more importantly, what does he mean to you? His questions hung in the air as Rose looked for the right words. Al told you last night. He is Albus' best mate, which eventually led him to being welcomed by the whole family, Rose explained. He is like another brother to all of my cousins and my brother and like another son to my parents, well kind of, but that's the best I can describe him. Ben was silent and just nodded. Oh, and before he left, he was the family fix-it man, Rose added with a small smile. Okay, but Rose, what does he mean to you? Rose took a deep breath, as she thought of what to say. The truth was she didn't know what he was to her. The one that got away. The risk she never took. She thought, remembering her thoughts when she was reading his letter. None of those descriptions would go down well with Ben, and they still didn't really feel entirely accurate. We were in the same year at Hogwarts, Rose replied simply with a shrug. He's Al's best mate, but we were never really friends back then. That is why he never came up before or you never mentioned him. Yes, and now I think I want to be friends with him, Rose said truthfully. For Al's and Hugo's sake, she clarified. How is that for Al's sake? Scorpius is going to be around a lot now, especially since he is staying with Hugo, and it would be awkward and rude if I just ignored him, she explained. Ben just nodded. And you're sure I have nothing to worry about? What's there to worry about? Rose said, looking at him quizzically. Ben just stared at her, searching for more than he was getting but ultimately giving up. Okay, then, Ben nodded as he leaned in and gave Rose a chaste key. Have a productive work day, and I will see you after, he said, standing up from the bed and moving towards the door. Remember, we have dinner at my parents' tonight, Rose called out to him. Yes, I won't forget, Ben called back just before Rose heard the door to her apartment close. Rose sat there, her mind working overtime. She didn't know how he could do that, talk about marriage, in a real backward way, as though it was a business deal and then just divert the conversation and up and leave. Suddenly her mind went to Allison. She really wanted to talk to her best friend right now. Rose glanced sideways at the clock before jumping into action. Apologizing to her best friend may have to wait, she was already late getting up. Hugo's apartment, 9 a.m. Hugo woke up to the soft strum of a guitar, clearly coming from the other side of his wall. He rubbed his eyes as he got out of his bed and made his way to the door. Upon inspection, Hugo quickly came to realize the music was coming from Scorpius' room. The tune wasn't familiar, but it was soft, relaxing and it sounded good. Slowly he opened the door to the room to find Scorpius sitting on his bed playing the melody, his eyes closed as though he was in another place and the small trace of a smile across his lips. Hugo just stood there and listened, leaning against the door frame. When Scorpius stopped, Hugo finally spoke. When you said you played the guitar, I didn't know you were that good. Scorpius looked up to find a boxer-clad Hugo at his door. I'm actually not that good, but you wouldn't know the difference, Scorpius said with a smirk as he rested his guitar against the bed. You're probably right, Hugo mumbled through a yawn as he turned and made his way to the kitchen of his apartment, Scorpius in tow. So, what are you doing today? Scorpius asked, watching Hugo pour some cereal into a bowl while using his wand to put 4 slices of bread in the toaster, turning it on as he walked past to get the milk as well as the butter and jam from the fridge. Today's Sunday, right? Hugo asked, offering the Muggle cereal box to the blonde. Yep, Scorpius answered, as he nodded thanks and took the cereal while Hugo got him a bowl. So, that means only 2 hours in the gym, Hugo said before spooning a spoon of cereal into his mouth and putting his bowl back down on the counter. In his last 2 years of school, Hugo had worked extremely hard in Quidditch, putting all of his spare time into it. Especially since his distance from Ella and in turn from Lily. Upon leaving Hogwarts, Hugo received several offers from professional Quidditch teams, including Puddlemere United, the Falmouth Falcons and the Wimborne Wasps. However, Hugo made his father immensely proud and signed with the Chudley Cannons. And then video games and pinball are hanging out with Lysander, Hugo added after swallowing, while attending to the toast. Sounds like a great day, Scorpius commented as he started his own breakfast. Yeah, you're welcome to join. Do you have anything planned? Just lunch with Al. He says he wants to talk to me about something, Scorpius said with a slightly confused tone. I don't know what it is that he couldn't tell me the other night when we were at the Leaky. What did you do? Hugo teased. What? Well, you must have done something if you're in trouble, Hugo said blatantly. I didn't do anything, and who said I was in trouble? Oh, maybe it's one of those things when you didn't do anything when you should have and that's why you're in trouble, Hugo exclaimed. Dad says that happens to him a lot, the younger man mumbled as an afterthought. Scorpius chuckled as he caught the comment. I'm sure everything is fine, he said, grabbing yesterday's profit. Well, I guess you'll have to go to lunch to find out, Hugo said, as he made his way around the kitchen making a hot chocolate. Scorpius hummed his agreement as he continued eating with his eyes trained on the paper. Why are you reading yesterday's paper? Hugo asked. I'm looking at the job listings, Scorpius answered without lifting his eyes. Well, do you want to come to the gym with me this morning? Nah mate, I've got to get a move on with getting a job, Scorpius replied. But maybe we can hit the town or something tonight. The blonde added, looking up at Hugo. Can't sorry, I've got dinner at Mum and Dad's, Hugo answered, stirring in the cocoa for his hot chocolate. But you can come, I am sure they would love it. Sure, maybe, Scorpius replied, a little unsure but also distracted and confused as he watched the redhead measure out the milk for his hot chocolate before adding it. What are you doing? Scorpius asked as Hugo extracted half a teaspoon of honey and added it to his drink. Rose makes the best hot chocolate. She does something special to it and she won't tell me what it is, Hugo explained, mixing in the honey. So, every morning I've been adding different things to mine to see if I can figure it out. Scorpius laughed at his excited tone, he sounded like a child figuring out where his parents hid his Christmas presents. Okay, good luck with that. Albus and Allison's apartment, 9:30 a.m. Albus walked through his apartment following the smell of bacon. Allison had obviously started breakfast while he was in the shower. She had been up early for a Sunday and was obviously nervous about patching things up with Rose. He entered the kitchen with the full intention of calming his girlfriend and having a pleasant Sunday breakfast with her. However, what he found was not what he was expecting. There was no Allison. On the bench was a plate full of his favorite breakfast foods and a note. He couldn't help but frown slightly disappointed. Albus read the note that explained his girlfriend's absence because of an emergency at work with her deepest apologies and her love. Albus didn't have to meet Scorpius until lunchtime, so he thought he could use the time to catch up on some more work as well. He ate quickly and cleaned just as quickly before moving to what used to be Scorpius' room, which he and Allison now used as a study or office. Allison sat at her small desk, shifting through letters and papers regarding an advice column. She usually didn't have anything to do with this, but her superior did. Her new boss of 3 months was surprisingly younger than her. She had shared a dorm with Lucy at Hogwarts. Even more surprising, Lucy didn't get along well with her, which is odd considering Lucy got along with everybody. Apparently, she was way too chipper and not opinionated, like she was consistently sharing a brain with whoever she was admiring at the time. However, now she definitely had her own brain and it told her to call in Allison, out of the entire staff, to help with her mistake. Linda, who had been the resident advice writer since before Allison had left Hogwarts, had retired earlier that week and the new boss, Brittany, had yet to fill the position. This is why Allison was spending her Sunday shuffling through the hundreds of letters, all asking for the instant solution to all of their problems. Fueling Allison's already bubbling anger and frustration was the fact that Brittany, who was supposed to cover it until she found a replacement, could have asked her during the week to help and she would have been more than happy to help. However, now she was sitting there on a Sunday, the day of print, covering her boss's mistake instead of spending a lovely Sunday morning with her boyfriend. Just then, Brittany sat down in her source's chair beside her desk, which accompanied every desk on the floor. Already late, she was supposed to be in there ages ago, struggling with the letters herself. She looked way too happy, as usual, for someone who should be stressing that the paper won't make the deadline. Isn't it just a beautiful and peaceful day? The blonde said, her eyes glazed over. Allison fought to keep the deadly scowl off her face. It will be when we finish this, Allison replied through tight lips, her eyes trained on a reply she was writing. Have you noticed anything different about me? Brittany asked, an excited smile playing across her bold lips. Should I have? Allison mumbled without lifting her eyes as her hand worked across the parchment. Then suddenly, her vision was obstructed as Brittany thrust her left hand in front of Allison's face. Immediately, a large, shiny, diamond ring on the third finger caught the brunette's attention. Wow, you are engaged. Brittany cut across Allison, excitedly. Yes, I know. Isn't it just stunning, she said, pulling her hand back to admire the ring herself. Congratulations, Allison managed with a smile, before returning to her work. Thank you, Brittany said, still happily admiring her ring. Oh, who would have thought after 6 amazing months together, he would propose, she continued to herself, sighing happily. 6 months. Allison exclaimed, shocked. You have known each other for 6 months and he asked you to marry him. No silly, Brittany giggled. We have been dating for 6 months. We have known each other 8 months. What? Allison still couldn't grasp how they could possibly be engaged after merely 6 months of dating. But isn't that rushing it a little bit? I love him and he loves me, we are happy together, Brittany shrugged, picking up half the pile of letters. Why wait? Scorpius was at the leaky, sitting at the bar, waiting for his best mate to arrive. His mind was swirling around what Albus could want to discuss with him so privately, as he took a sip of his butterbeer. He was just thinking about what Hugo had said that morning when Albus perched himself on the barstool next to him. Hey, mate, Scorpius greeted. Hey, Albus replied, calming Scorpius' dreadful thoughts, with his smile. Get much sleep. A bit, Albus replied with a smirk. Scorpius just laughed, seeing right through his friend. Can I get you a drink? Nah, not for me, Albus replied, getting off his stool, indicating to Scorpius that they had to leave. Actually, I was hoping to show you something. And what might that be? Scorpius asked, following Albus' lead, downing the rest of his drink and standing up. Come on, you'll see, Albus replied, already halfway to the door. Scorpius followed him out the door. He led the blonde into a side street, where Albus grasped Scorpius' forearm and disapparated. They apparated to a place Scorpius had not seen before. To him it just looked like an empty unkempt landscape, but he suspected it was somewhere near the borough. He turned around, scanning the area, he could see houses and buildings in the distance. He looked back to Albus and that's when he saw it. A large, old house barely stood before them. It was worn, tired and unstable, but you could still see that it had once been a beautiful home. A broken, rotting, picket fence circled the property and weeds could be spotted shooting through the thick long grass that swallowed the house. If it wasn't a 2-story, Scorpius doubted whether he would see it at all. So, what do you think? Albus cut through Scorpius' thoughts. Scorpius looked over at his best mate, watching the cheesy smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the old abandoned house. Of what? Scorpius replied, following Albus' stare. It's a house. Barely, Scorpius muttered, amused. Albus caught the comment and gave him a look. Look, I can see it's a house, but why are you showing me it? Albus' smile grew brighter. Because I own it, he replied, proudly. Wow, mate, Scorpius cheered, grasping his hand and giving it a manly shake. Congratulations. Thanks. Have you told Allison? No, and I am not going to yet. Oh mate, I don't know if that's a good idea, Scorpius chuckled. Remember what happened last time when you held back information about your living arrangements? Yes, but this is different, Albus insisted. Scorpius just gave him a skeptical look. Just let me explain, he added, turning to face Scorpius, drawing the blonde's full attention. My boss has been grooming me to take over when he retires for a while now. We are making one last deal together, before I take over the Muggle liaison office. That's great, Al, Scorpius congratulated him. I know you have been talking about this for a while now, but I still don't get what it has to do with the house. That's a Muggle community or suburb over there, Albus pointed to the buildings in the distance. It has a shopping market, a hardware store, a mechanic, a DVD store, everything you could want or need. Scorpius just nodded, waiting for all of the information to make sense. And this here is going to be the first wizarding suburb that is partly integrated with a Muggle one. Okay, that is very cool, but I am sensing there is more. Scorpius joked. My boss told me on Friday, when this deal is finished and the building is in motion, he is going to step down, meaning that I will be making much more money and hopefully be working more fixable hours. Scorpius was starting to catch on and slowly a smile spread across his lips as he watched the joy in his mate's eyes. I brought this house to be the home I share with Allison. When it is finished I am going to propose, Albus said, pulling out a small black box and opening it to show Scorpius. Wow, mate, Scorpius let out a low whistle as he admired the ring. I am so happy for you, he added, manly slapping Albus on the back. Thanks, but here comes the catch, Albus replied. Scorpius began to worry, catching the serious expression. I want you to fix it up for me. Scorpius was so shocked he didn't really know how to react. He looked over at the house. His first thought was, how in the world am I going to fix that? What? I know it will be a lot of work, but... A lot of work. Scorpius cut across him with a sarcastic laugh. Albus, that's not a fix-it type of job, he said with a raised voice as he pointed to the house. That's a build from basically the ground up type of job. I know, but... Plus, how in hell am I going to afford this? Scorpius started spilling whatever came to his mind, not even paying attention to Albus. I have to get some money for my own place at some point. Your family is great but I can't mooch off them forever. Scorp. Albus yelled, getting the blonde's attention. I was just going to say that I will hire you, I will pay you. Look, I know that you have to get a job, but I know you can do this. You are the only person I know that can do things fast enough with magic but also the Muggle way so that it is less suspicious to anyone in the neighboring community. And who knows, there might be more contracts available via my department, when other wizarding families intend to build here. Scorpius didn't say anything and Albus let it sink in. After a while, the blonde spoke, Albus, I appreciate the offer but I... Wait, before you decline and let your Malfoy pride shine through, Scorpius rolled his eyes at Albus' comment about Malfoy pride. Just think about it. You can do everything at your own pace, I can help you out on weekends and in the future you don't have to do anyone else's house if you don't want to, it is just an option. Scorpius did think about it and he was finding it harder to say no. He didn't want his pride to get in the way, like his father would have no doubt. Okay, I accept, Scorpius said, extending his hand. Albus smiled, shaking his mate's hand in agreement. Well, let's get started, Scorpius added, walking towards the property. What, now? Yeah, you'll have to give me the metrics of the property before we can even start planning, Scorpius said over his shoulder as he trekked his way through the tall grass. Allison couldn't get what Brittany had said out of her mind. Why wait? It's a good point. Mind you, at 6 months, it probably wouldn't hurt to wait a little bit longer, Allison mumbled to herself as she strolled down the street. But Al and I have been together for years, and he already gave me a promise ring, so why have we waited this long? Her thoughts immediately drifted to her insecurities, but she found herself also wondering why she still had these insecurities. She already knew she loved him and he loved her, last night was definitely proof of that. She had been with Albus for 5 solid years and they had both already discussed settling down very early on. However, Allison snagged on the thought that they hadn't really talked about anything too serious in a long while. Especially now after the birth of Teddy and Victoire's baby, Allison would be lying if she said starting a family hadn't crossed her mind while waiting in St. Mungo's or many times watching Victoire during her pregnancy. It was just after lunch and she was on her way to see Rose. Now more than ever she wanted to talk to her best friend. However, she was still feeling nervous, hoping Rose would accept her apology and that there wouldn't be any awkward or tense vibes between them. Le Coin Rose, which translated to Rose's Corner, sat on a corner street of a new Muggle suburban shopping district. Albus had suggested it. He wouldn't tell Rose why, but he just said to trust him. He had also taken care of all the paperwork and permits. Rose had to get through the Muggle liaison office because she would be working so closely with Muggles. Rose handled most of the baking, but for the cafe side of things she hired one of her friends from culinary school, Daisy, as her chef. Nate had also come to work for her, this time as a server. He and Rose had stayed good friends over the years. It seemed the lunchtime rush had finally simmered down, giving Rose and Nate time to join Daisy in the kitchen. "So, do you know what her name is?" Daisy asked in a sweet, excited voice. Rose had told them that morning about her cousin giving birth yesterday. "No, not yet," Rose answered as she began cutting up an apple. "Next weekend they're having a little naming ceremony and we will find out then, but I suspect Dom knows and maybe her parents know." "Still, it must have been boring to sit around in the hospital waiting room with basically your whole family for that amount of time with nothing to do," Nate commented. "It really wasn't that bad," Rose said, thinking about how much fun she had had hanging out with Scorpius and Dom. "Oh, I bet there was some family drama with everyone in the one place," Nate said. "Come on, spill." Rose laughed. They really didn't know the half of it, but it wasn't really family drama, more so her drama. "Nope, sorry," Rose replied. "Everyone knows some things must stay within the family." "Oh, you're no fun," Daisy teased. Rose laughed along with her friends while she finished her apple. "Well, back to work," she said as she made her way back out of the kitchen, passing the cash register, towards her office. However, before she could retreat to the bookwork in the sanctuary of her office, someone walked through the door. Rose froze at the sight of her best friend, feeling completely unprepared to apologize the way she wanted to. Rose had already made arrangements to leave early from work so that she could talk to Allison without being late to her parents for dinner, but she didn't think Allison would drop by today. "Hey," Allison greeted Rose with a small smile. "Hey," Rose returned. The two friends stood there in silence, both trying to figure out the best way to navigate the situation, when suddenly they both gave up. "I'm sorry," they both said at the same time, causing the two friends to laugh wholeheartedly at their nervousness. "Would you like some lunch?" Rose asked, pointing to a free table in the corner. "I would love some," Allison replied, smiling gladly. "Thank you," Allison says as Rose placed a slice of quiche in front of her and joined her at the table. Rose smiled in reply as she took a sip of her tea. A silence passed between them. They had both enjoyed small talk while Rose was serving to Allison's order, but they both knew they had to discuss what happened. On top of that, Allison was still thinking about her situation with her boyfriend as her boss's words floated around in her mind. "Listen, Rose, I am really sorry about how I acted last night. It was the wrong time and place to bring it up, and probably the wrong way to say it too," Allison rambled. She slowed down to take in Rose's reaction. Rose just nodded numbly, seemingly taking in all her best friend had to say. "You're my best friend, I just want you to be happy," Allison sighed, reaching across the table and placing a comforting hand on Rose's forearm. Rose looked up and smiled gratefully. "I know you do and you're right, it wasn't the right time or place, but it still needed to be said," Rose said, looking down at her tea. Allison was shocked that she admitted it so easily. She thought that because she had called Rose out on it last night it would take longer for her to admit it today. Rose sighed and looked up, to meet Allison's eyes. "I am so sorry about Ben's treatment of you and how I snapped at you last night. You were right. Things between us haven't been what they used to be for a while now. It's just we are both so focused on our jobs at the moment and it is showing." "I think he is a little more than you," Allison commented. "Maybe, but that is just who he is," Rose mumbled. "And I respect that, Rose, but it's not who you are," Allison reasoned. "And you should be able to be yourself with him." Rose just listened and nodded, slightly ashamed that she let it get this far, and that she had never truly opened up properly with Ben. She held back parts of herself to be what she thought he wanted, needed, and what made it simpler. Now it was coming between them. What made it worst was despite everything, she still cared deeply for Ben. He may be a bit of a workaholic, and extremely driven to the point that it may be considered unhealthy, maybe even a little self-centered, but he was still sweet and caring, and she still cared about him. The problem was that she realized it may not be in the same way he cared about her, the way in which someone should care about who they intended to marry. "He apologized this morning," Rose interrupted their silence, looking down at her hands. "He was his sweet self again," she added solemnly. "It was like it used to be for a little bit, but at the same time it wasn't." Allison just nodded and waited for her best friend to continue. "He talked about being part of my family officially," Rose said, hinting clearly at what she meant. Allison looked up shocked. She couldn't help but feel envious towards Rose. Ben was thinking about marriage after a year and she and Albus hadn't talked about it in well over that amount of time, probably not since she moved in with him nearly 2 years ago. She had to bring herself back, knowing that she had to be there for Rose at the moment, rather than worry about her insecurities in her relationship. "And how did you react to that?" Allison asked. "I freaked," Rose replied. "But on the inside, he was oblivious to my internal mental breakdown." Was he really hinting at asking officially soon? No, he definitely wants to wait until much later down the track. "Oh, what do you mean by, oh?" Rose asked, knowing that Allison was trying to tell her something. "You know, you can say it," Rose started into one of her rambling rants. "You're wondering why I would freak out if he made it clear he wouldn't be doing anything about it for a while. Well, we already both know that answer, don't we?" "We do," Allison asked, clearly amused but happy to see her friend show some of her usual behavior. "Yes, we do. It's because the idea of ever marrying him is scary enough as it is," Rose finished with a huff. Then, as if finally hearing what she said, Rose groaned as she leaned forward, resting her head in her hands. "Why is it such a scary thought?" Rose mumbled. "You know why," Allison replied. "He really is a great guy though," Rose sniffed, holding back tears that she hadn't noticed filling her eyes. "I know he is, but all I am saying is he may not be the right guy," Allison said, her hand giving Rose a comforting squeeze where it rested against her forearm. Hugo's apartment. "Hugh, I'm back," Scorpius called out, as he entered the apartment with Albus right behind him. "We're in the cool room," Hugo replied. Albus raised a questioning eyebrow at Scorp. Albus hadn't actually been in his cousin's new apartment before and was wondering what Hugo had dubbed the cool room. "He has all of his Muggle arcade games and video games set up in there, among his chocolate frog card collection," Scorpius whispered humorously to Albus, as they made their way to the room in the back. "It's a bird-free zone." "Oh Scorp, this guy showed up. Looking for you," Hugo called out as Albus and Scorpius neared. "And he looked pretty cool, so we let him stay." Scorpius and Albus looked at each other, slightly worried about Hugo just letting a stranger into the apartment because he looked cool, and walked a little quicker. "Really? Who?" Scorpius stalled as they rounded the corner and entered the room. Scorpius scanned the room, finding Hugo, Lysander and John, who was another player for the Cannons, lounging on bean bags in front of a large flat screen, each with a game controller in their hands. Beer and popcorn scattered the floor. Albus and Scorpius moved further into the room as Lysander started complaining to John about him cheating. "Hugo, who is here to see me?" "Oh, he was around here somewhere," the redhead replied, clearly distracted. "Quite the crib you have here," a voice said. Scorpius knew who it was immediately by the way he said crib with a mocking tone. He and Albus both turned around to see a man with short-cut, sandy brown hair with gentle yet manly facial features. "Hey mate, fancy seeing you here," Scorpius greeted his friend kindly, slapping their hands together in what seemed like a special kind of handshake. He looked familiar to Albus, but he could not place from where, but he could detect the existence of a subtle Irish accent in his voice. "Al, do you remember Max?" Scorpius asked, stepping to properly introduce his mates. "So, this is the famous Max I have heard so much about," Albus said with his kind smile. "Scorp has told me many things about you. All good, I hope," Max replied with a chuckle. "Of course," Scorpius added, seriously. "Well," Albus trailed off suggestively with a smirk. "Don't worry, whatever he has told you about me, I have 3 times as many good stories about him that I'd be happy to share," Max teased. "I just might have to take you up on that sometime," Albus mocked back as Scorpius groaned. "Anyway, you seem familiar, have we met before?" Albus asked, extending his hand out to Max's in greeting. "Not officially. I was a year below you at Hogwarts," Max replied, as he shook Albus' hand. "Well, it is nice to meet you, officially." "Likewise. So, I am curious, how did you meet Scorp?" Albus asked, looking between Scorpius and Max. "I knew everyone he knew at Hogwarts." "It's a long story," Scorpius replied. Teddy and Victoire's house. Dominique stood by the fireplace, nervously awaiting the arrival of her fiancé. She had spent most of the morning sleeping after her long night chatting with her sister. Now, she was preparing what to say to the unknowing father-to-be. She was glad that they had the house to themselves, as she thought this discussion would be a whole lot easier on both of them without the mass that was her family. With a roar of the fire, she turned around just in time to see Jacob step out of the fireplace. He didn't even have time to dust off his clothes before she practically flew into him. Arms locked around his neck, the force nearly knocking them both back into the fireplace. He steadied them before dropping his bag and wrapping his arms around her just as tightly. "I missed you," Dom whispered into his ear, her voice cracking as she suddenly found herself emotional. So much," she added, squeezing him tighter as a few stray tears broke their banks. Jacob could hear it in her voice and he was immediately worried. She had never really reacted to seeing him this way, no matter how long they were apart, and this had only been a couple of weeks. He pulled back, so that he could see her. "I missed you too," he said as his hand cupped her face while his thumbs wiped away her tears. "But I am here now, so don't cry," he reassured her as he pressed his lips to hers. He smiled as he watched a lazy smile stretch across her face. Wrapping his arms around her again, he pulled her into his chest and held her close. Dom relaxed as she breathed in his musky scent. "Jacob, I need to tell you something," she mumbled into his chest, before looking back up at him. The worried look returned to his face as she stepped back slightly, as if trying to distance herself from him in preparation for his bad reaction. "Okay," he said as he allowed her to lead him over to the modern-looking couch. They sat down, facing each other with their hands still held snug together. The seriousness of Dom's behavior was really starting to worry Jacob. "Sweetie, what is it?" Dominique took a deep breath before speaking. "I'm pregnant," she said, looking down at their joined hands, exhaling. As she directed her gaze back up to her fiancé, she saw him swallow audibly and his face take on an obviously shocked expression, but was happy to still feel the grip of his hand in her own. He just continued to stare at her with his shocked expression never faltering. After a few minutes, Dom chanced speaking. "Honey," she spoke in a soft, tender tone. "Are you okay?" Jacob blinked a few times before nodding. "Yep," he replied in a high, squeaky voice, before clearing his throat and speaking normally as Dom hid her amused smile very well. "Yes, I'm fine. Are you know, fine." "Yes," she replied, now struggling a little bit to hide her amusement. "Good," he said as he looked out the window and took a deep breath. "You are having a baby." He said it almost like a statement, but also like he needed clarification. "No," Dominique replied and was glad to see him look back at her with a little disappointment bedded in his expression. "We are having a baby," she clarified with a smile. Slowly, as the information set in, he smiled back. Nodding slightly, he said, "We are having a baby." After several games of pinball and Mario Kart, popcorn shooting contests and stories from Max about Scorpius, including one when Scorpius had nearly gotten them married in Egypt that somehow involved a camel and a monkey, John and Lysander left, followed soon after by Albus and Max. Scorpius quickly set about cleaning the mess they had made in the cool room, as Hugo left for his bedroom. "So, are you gonna come to dinner?" Hugo called from his room. "I don't know," Scorpius replied, still unsure. "Would I really be welcome? Won't it be an intrusion?" "Are you kidding?" Hugo scoffed as he re-emerged wearing jeans instead of his shorts from before. "Mum would probably go mental if I didn't bring you." "Well, I can't let that happen, now can I?" Scorpius said with a smirk. 5:30 p.m. Rose stepped out of the fireplace into her parents' living room. "Hello, anyone home?" she called out. She groaned as she heard the sound of realigning furniture and hushed whispers, coming from the kitchen. "I'm sorry that I am early and have obviously interrupted what I am sure I don't want to even think about, let alone mention," Rose called as she slowly made her way towards the kitchen. "So, just tell me, is it safe to enter or should I come back in half an hour or so?" "Half an hour would be good." "Ron." "What?" "You can come in, Rose," Hermione called out to her daughter. "I was just starting dinner." Rose walked into the kitchen, just in time to see her father leave through the back door in a huff. Her mother was, as she said, attending to the dinner, cutting up vegetables. However, she tried not to think about how her mother looked thoroughly snogged, with her puffed lips, tangled hair and shambolic blouse. "So, Rosie," Hermione started casually. "How was your day?" Rose just laughed. "Oh, Mum," she said through her giggles, shaking her head. 5:45 p.m. Hugo and Scorpius apparated into the small field beside the house. It brought back memories for Scorpius, it had been a while since he had been there. Unconsciously, he looked up at Rose's balcony. Though at the present it was becoming dark, he remembered a sunny morning and, more importantly, the brilliant view of beautiful girl with fiery red hair. The sound of the same girl's laughter brought him back to the present as they made their way towards the house. Scorpius' gaze found her through the kitchen window. She was chatting animatedly with her mother while they attended to the dinner. "I haven't seen Rose look that happy and casual after work in a while," Hugo said with a smile as he walked ahead. It might actually be a chilled dinner tonight. However, Hugo didn't enter the kitchen but continued around the back of the house. Scorpius hesitated but followed Hugo around the back of the house. As he did, he heard the clear and loud cursing of Ronald Weasley. "Geez, Dad," Hugo said as he diminished flames with his wand that burst out of what looked like a Muggle barbecue. "We told you this thing was dangerous." "Yeah, well it's not supposed to be," Ron commented as Hugo helped him up off the ground. "Thanks," Ron mumbled, clearly a little embarrassed about ducking for cover rather than using his wand. "I can have a look at it if you want," Scorpius asked. "Yeah, that'd be great," Ron replied, thankfully. "Okay, while you help the impossible, I'm going to go say hello to Mum," Hugo said. "Good luck," he added to Scorpius, giving him a pat on the back before heading back towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, Scorpius had fixed the barbecue just in time for Hugo to return with a few butterbeers and Hermione to bring out the meat to be cooked. "Good evening, Mrs. Weasley," Scorpius said, greeting her with a peck on the cheek. "I hope you don't mind me being here tonight, I didn't want to intrude but—" "Oh, nonsense," Hermione cut across him. "You are always welcome here," she finished with a smile. "Thank you," he mumbled as he returned the smile. Hugo had immediately struck up a conversation with his father pertaining to what they were expecting in the following weeks of training, leaving Scorpius and Hermione in a slightly awkward silence. Scorpius tried a glance over to the back door, in the hope of seeing Rose. This did not go unnoticed. "She's up in her old room, I suspect. Would you mind letting her know dinner should be ready soon?" Hermione said in an innocent tone, but Scorpius caught her look. "Sure," he replied with a smirk, as he walked towards the house. The door to her room was open as he passed the threshold quietly. She was watching the sunset from her balcony, her hair gathered up in the wind as she leaned forward slightly on the railing. He gently knocked on the glass doors that usually separate her room from the outside world. She turned around and smiled shyly. "Do you mind if I join you?" he asked. She shook her head and he stepped out to join her against the railing. Together they looked out at the setting sun, the colors of pink and orange fading slowly around them. "I suppose you've seen sunsets from all over the world," Rose broke the silence. "This doesn't quite compare. It's the same sun no matter where you are in the world," Scorpius shrugged. "It's the company that changes. And I can assure you," he said, as he turned to face her, drawing her full attention, "nobody compares," he concluded with a genuine smile. Rose tried to hide her blush as she broke his gaze, smiling ever so slightly. "I don't believe you," she mumbled just loud enough for him to hear. "I'll just have to prove it to you one day," Scorpius replied, looking back out towards the setting sun. "And how will you do that?" she asked, before lifting her gaze to him once more. "I have my ways," he replied suggestively, with a mocking smirk plastered across his face. Rose laughed. "Oh really?" she said through her laughter. Scorpius nodded, holding back chuckles. "Look, I just came up here to let you know that dinner should be ready soon," he added, calming down. "Thanks," Rose said, directing a grateful smile his way. "You're welcome," Scorpius replied, as he backed away, stepping back into her room. However, he stopped and turned back to face Rose. "Hey, Rose. Yeah, we are friends, right?" "I hope so," she answered, with a bright smile. A lazy smile stretched onto his face as he replied, "Good." And with that he turned and walked out of her room and back downstairs. When Scorpius arrived back downstairs, he was a little angered to see Ben outside with Ron and Hugo. For some reason, he didn't think about the possibility that Ben would be joining them for dinner. He quickly had to remind himself that this had probably been the case for a while now. Trying to control his jealousy, he decided to help Hermione with setting the table. "I'll give you a hand," he said, taking the knives and forks from Hermione in one hand and levitating the plates over to the table with a flick of his wand. "Thanks," Hermione said gratefully as she returned to the kitchen to retrieve the vegetables and other side dishes she and Rose had prepared to complete the meal. As Scorpius moved around the table, Placing the cutlery with each plate, he couldn't help but glance up at the men standing around the barbecue. Ron and Hugo each held a butterbeer while Ben cradled a wine glass as he rambled on, but Scorpius could see how bored Hugo was and how frustrated Ron was. Apparently Hermione could too, as she levitated the heated dishes and placed them along the center of the large rectangular dining table. "Scorp, be a dear and go save them," she asked worriedly. Poor Ben doesn't understand that isn't Ron's normal facial expression and the danger that he is in at the moment. Scorpius laughed at the truth in that statement. "Sure," he replied, giving Hermione the remaining cutlery before joining the three men outside. When Ben saw Scorpius, he immediately stopped in the middle of his monologue. "What are you doing here?" he asked in a shocked and slightly unpleasant tone. "Can't cook to save my life. Figured this would be the most enjoyable option," Scorpius replied casually with a forced smile, masking his dislike for the well-polished man in front of him. "Well, it was lucky that I invited him, otherwise we wouldn't be out here on this nice night cooking on that hunk of junk," Hugo backed Scorpius up. "Mum would be doing it inside. You fixed the outside cooker?" Ben asked. Scorpius opened his mouth to reply, but Hugo beat him to it. "Scorp fixes everything," he shrugs, before heading back inside at the sound of his mother calling that dinner was ready. Ron turned the barbecue off, putting the lid on the meat container. "Unfortunately, he has been known to mess a few things up as well," Scorpius heard Ron mumble, almost bitterly, as they all went inside. Confusion crossed the blonde's face, completely unsure as to why Ron would be angry with him. "So, how was your lunch with Scorp?" Allison asked, as they sat down at their small table for dinner. "Good," he replied, barely looking up from his plate. This only added to Allison's worries. He was being incredibly close off with her. "Oh, I met one of Scorp's friends from his travels," Albus said casually into the silence. "He just turned up at Hugo's looking for Scorp. He is pretty chilled out and a lot of fun and has some great stories, so I invited him to the burrow this weekend," Albus said with a smile. "Oh," Allison replied. "Are you sure that it would be okay with Teddy and Victoire? I mean, it is their baby we are celebrating." "Yeah, it will be fine," Albus replied in a matter-of-fact way. Allison wasn't sure what was happening, but something felt wrong about this conversation, if you could even call it that, she thought. Deciding to ignore her hurt feelings, she started a new topic. "I had lunch with Rose today." "Oh, good," he said, finally looking up at her. "How'd it go?" "Good, we sorted everything out." "Well, I am happy for you." "Thank you," she mumbled, as he went back to eating. As a last and final attempt, she asked, "Guess what the real reason was that I had to go into work today?" "What?" "Brittany just wanted to show off her ring," Allison answered, almost bitterly. "Her ring?" "Yeah, she just got engaged," Allison replied with a sigh. This time she couldn't hide how deflated she felt. "But isn't she a bit young to be getting married?" Albus said with a nervous chuckle. "Some might think so," Allison mumbled before returning to her meal. "Sweetheart, Ben is here and dinner is ready," Hermione called as she entered the room. Rose seemed to snap out of her daze and moved to join Hermione by the door. "Rose, is everything all right?" Hermione asked, concerned for her daughter. "Yeah, Mum," Rose answered with a reassuring smile. "Just a lot on my mind, is all." "Okay, well come on," Hermione said, still concerned, as she guided Rose to the stairs. Once the pair reached the dining room, Rose felt she had prepared herself for what lay ahead. She was determined to make it through this dinner without any major hiccups. Surprisingly, a part of her was actually glad Scorpius was there. He was always good at lightening the mood, even if in the past it had usually been at her expense, but she knew she could live with it. However, she had a feeling that Scorpius joining them tonight would definitely put Ben on edge. Speak of the devil, Ben pulled her into a crushing hug and key, upon her arrival, which had her questioning the strength of the wine in his hand. Especially since he did it in front of her father, who had just put the meat in the center of the table and was already wearing a scowl. "Okay everyone, tuck in," Hermione said, sending a look to Ron, in an attempt to distract her husband. "We don't want it to get cold." Hugo on the other hand didn't need to be told twice, as he immediately planted himself down at the table and started filling up his plate. Scorpius joined him slowly, sitting down next to Hugo, as Rose sat across from him with Ben to her right. As Scorpius scooped some of the potato bake from his plate, he smiled at the memories that flooded his mind. Bringing it into his mouth, he closed his eyes and savored the taste of the cheesy and herb-spiced potato dish. It was his favorite. It instantly reminded him of the dinners he had spent with the Weasleys in the past. The fun summer days spent playing Quidditch with Albus, James and Fred, the food fights, and the water fights. When he opened his eyes, he saw Rose smirking at him from across the table, trying to hold back her laughter, as everyone else, apart from Hugo, stared curiously at his facial expression. "This is definitely one of the things I missed the most," Scorpius started after swallowing, using his fork to point to the remaining potato bake on his plate. "I don't know how you do it, Mrs. Weasley, but you can't find it better anywhere else in the world. It is the best," he finished with a smile towards Hermione, which she gratefully returned. However, before she could open her mouth to reply, Hugo interrupted with a snort and said something completely unintelligible while showing the whole table the contents of mouth. "Hugo, manners," Hermione scolded with a sharp glare at her 19-year-old son. Hugo looked down at this plate, swallowing and mumbling his apology. Both Scorpius and Rose were holding back their laughter at the scene while Ben simply looked disgusted. "What I think Hugo was trying to say, Scorpius," Hermione said, her features turning bright and pleasant again, "is that it is Rose's special recipe, always has been." "Really?" Scorpius said, not quite sure what to say. Rose just simply nodded before delicately lifting some food into her mouth, trying to hide her smirk at Scorpius' surprised expression. "Wow. Yes, it's one of the few that she will share with me," Hermione added, with a teasing look towards Rose. "Yes, well, it makes it all the more special, doesn't it?" Rose spoke after swallowing, with a laugh. "Oh, I see. Rose sees herself as a Muggle magician," Scorpius commented, sharing a smirk with Rose. "Never revealing her secrets. Where's the fun in that?" Rose replied, causing the blonde to laugh. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could someone explain to me what you are talking about?" "What's a Muggle magician?" Ben asked. "Muggles can't do magic." Albus could tell that Allison was upset and he knew it was his fault. He wasn't acting normal, keeping every conversation short, but he was worried about giving her a hint or something unknowingly. He knew Scorpius was right. How in the world was he going to keep this from her without hurting her or her finding out? Saturday had been great, spectacular in fact, and yet after revealing his plan to his best mate, somehow it felt all the more real. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous and a little scared about the whole thing. However, as he looked across the table at Allison, he knew that he would get it right, just for her. "I really am happy that you worked everything out with Rose," Albus spoke in such a soft and gentle tone that Allison looked up at him, adoration in her eyes. That was her Albus, not the cold and distant person for moments ago. "And I also know how worried you are about her, but I am sure that she will be all right." "Oh, I know she will," Allison replied. Yeah, Allison reassured him with a smile. After dinner, Ben had excused himself to make a flow call for work, asking Hermione politely if he could use the office fireplace. Ron and Hugo had sat down in the lounge room continuing their discussion about Quidditch from before, and after helping clear the table, Hermione joined her husband and son, leaving the dishes to Rose and Scorpius. However, with a wave of her wand, Rose had charmed the dishes to wash themselves and she attended to making a cup of tea. "Tea?" she simply asked, breaking the silence between them. "Please," Scorpius replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the kitchen table. He immediately thought back to the last time he had sat at this particular table, in this room. It was the day he told the Weasleys he was leaving. It was the day that he last gave Hugo some advice in person. Advice which he didn't seem to have listened to, Scorpius thought almost bitterly. It was also the day that Ron Weasley had made him feel like he really was a part of the family, for real. He didn't know what he had done, but he didn't feel like that tonight. Ron had been short with him ever since Ben had arrived, and all through dinner, Scorpius couldn't help but feel like he had done something towards Ron, but for the life of him couldn't figure out what it was. "Maybe he can sense my feelings for Rose and doesn't want me to mess up her relationship with Ben," Scorpius thought. Could you blame him? Ben was exactly the type of guy most parents want for their daughter. Scorpius' thoughts were interrupted by Rose, placing his tea in front of him. "Still one sugar, right?" Rose said, confirming what she already knew. How she had picked that up Scorpius didn't know, but his heart skipped a beat just from knowing that she had. Yes, how did you know? I have a good memory, she replied with a smile as she leant against the kitchen bench just to the side of the sink, eyes cast down at the cup of tea in her hands. It's good to know that even though many things change, some stay the same, she added after a beat of silence. Yeah, Scorpius mumbled rather confusingly. He definitely liked how she was with him now, but she wasn't really with him, so to speak. This confused him. She was dating another man no less than an hour ago, and she said she wanted to be his friend, but he knew there is no way Ben would like that after how he had treated him tonight. So, tell me about this project you said you were starting, Rose asked, bringing him back from his negative thoughts. He had brought up Albus' project to stop Ben from reminding him of his unemployed state. Oh, well, it's basically a building project through Albus' work, Scorpius tried to explain without giving away the surprise but also not outright lying. Kind of like a trial to see if it works, the details are top secret. What's the use of us being friends if I'm not allowed to know anything about you, apart from how you like your tea? Scorpius could tell she wasn't really angry, her tone suggested that she was just messing with him. Her small laugh also gave it away. Nevertheless, he still wanted her to feel like she could know him. In fact, he wanted her to know him better than anyone. Still keeping his casual, confident tone, he asked, well, what do you want to know? Rose faked thinking really hard. Favorite color? She finally asked with a small giggle. Green, he answered with a smile. How very Slytherin of you, she teased back, causing Scorpius to chuckle. Yours? Scorpius asked, quickly. Rose smiled, and took a sip of her tea. Blue, she answered, nonchalantly, leaving out the fact that it was the same magnificent blue of his eyes. What about favorite ice cream flavor? Hokey Pokey. Sorry, you've never heard of Hokey Pokey? Scorpius asked as he leaned forward slightly, shocked. No, I can't say that I have, Rose replied, holding back her laughter at his shocked and devastated expression over an ice cream. She had in fact heard of it. She was a qualified chef and baker after all, it was her job to know food. Oh, well, I guess it's not as popular over here, but still, he mumbled to himself. I'll make sure you try it even if it will be the last thing I ever do, Scorpius added seriously. How did you discover this oh so good ice cream? New Zealand, he answered. It is their national ice cream flavor. I was hooked on it for weeks. I see, she said in her mocking tone. Make fun all you want, but when you try it you'll know what I mean, it is heavenly. The two smiled at each other, before that fell into another silence, sipping their tea. Rose knew what she wanted to ask, it was just about gathering her courage. So, Albus mentioned you got serious with someone recently. She questioned, looking over at him. Scorpius didn't make eye contact, just simply nodded before adding, kind of, but it's over now. It didn't work out. Oh, was all she could say. Rose couldn't help but feel the slightest bit of happiness at that information and possibly even relief. She didn't want to push that subject, but again she couldn't stop herself. What happened? Nothing really, Scorpius muttered before he dared himself to look up at her. The whole story is a bit complicated, but basically we were never going to work out, he tried to explain. At the perplexed expression on Rose's face, he was encouraged to say more, like he had to justify himself and his feelings. Don't get me wrong, I love her. We were friends for a long time before we became more, and I am sure she loves me, but I don't think we were ever in love with each other. Rose listened to everything he said and didn't know how to react or what to think. It was like she heard him but couldn't really believe it. He said, love, not loved, so did he still love her? She thought as she settled for quietly sipping her tea. But then again he said they were never in love, and that they were friends. So, does that mean he loves her like a friend or? Breaking her out of her thoughts, Scorpius said, what about you? You are pretty serious about Ben. Rose felt her throat constricting. She knew that she was not serious about Ben anymore, but she didn't want to let him know that just yet. We have been together for a while, she said casually after finding her voice. He cares about me, she added in a small voice, suddenly feeling guilty. The two slipped into another silence, only the sound of them drinking could be heard, until Scorpius finished his tea and stood from his chair. He quietly moved towards Rose and the sink, which had finished washing the dishes. He rinsed out his cup and with a flick of his wand it and all of the other clean dishes were being put away. He watched everything find its place before he turned to Rose. Their new distance was electrifying yet unnerving at the same time to Rose, and she was just trying to calm herself when he spoke again. Is he the one? I'm sorry. You know, he replied before raising his hand to his chest over where his heart is. He tapped his fingers against his chest representing a heartbeat. Ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, he whispered in time with his fingers' movements. Rose, who had been watching his hand, looked up into his eyes. Their gaze locked. She searched his eyes as he searched hers. It was intense, and she wasn't sure if she liked how it affected her. The spell was broken by the sound of Ben calling Rose's name. Rose had enough time to take a step away from Scorpius before Ben entered the kitchen. I'm sorry, Rose, but we best be going, he said. Rose and I both have work tomorrow, he added, looking at Scorpius, who was still looking at Rose as she placed her teacup of the bench behind her. I'll just get my bag and say goodbye, she mumbled as she walked past Ben, leaving the kitchen. Scorpius made to follow her, but Ben stepped into his path. I don't know what you think you're doing coming back here, but stay away from Rose, he whispered as menacingly as one could, looking up at someone who was significantly taller and stronger than themselves. Scorpius, blood boiled, he wanted nothing more in that moment than to punch the brunette's face in, but he knew that would just help Ben in the long run. Scorpius took a step away for the other man, calming himself down. He was finding it insanely difficult. However, when he spoke, it was in a composed and firm tone. I have spent 3.5 years away from her, which is quite enough. I am here to stay, Ben. So, if that is going to be a problem for you, then I suggest that you suck it up and deal with it, because like I said, I'm not going anywhere. Both men just glared at each other. Okay, I'm ready, Rose said, entering the kitchen. Her eyes darted between the two men in a staring contest with fear. However, before she could really do or say anything, Ben's expression transformed into a smile. A fake one, but a smile nonetheless. Good, me too, he said, turning to face her. She cautiously returned his smile, as he moved to guide her towards the back door. Rose stopped just before leaving and turned back to Scorpius. I'll see you at little baby Lupin's naming ceremony, she said, smiling back at him. Ah yeah, of course, he stuttered, a bit surprised by her actions, before returning her smile with one of his own. With that, she nodded and turned around, allowing Ben to lead her out the door before they both disapparated. I can't believe you left me outside with that Ponce, Ron grumbled, as he followed Hermione up the stairs on their way to bed. What was I supposed to do, Ronald? Hermione argued back, as she walked in front of him. Not let him say hello to you. Not let him speak to you. Yes, he exclaimed rather dramatically. Yes, you should have done exactly that. Despite herself, she had to laugh at her husband's hysterics as they entered their bedroom. Hugo was just as bored as I was, and Ron continued his rant, following Hermione around as she got ready for bed. Hermione held a smirk on her face as her husband continued to whine while his wife had just literally undressed in front of him and he didn't even notice. She now stood in nothing but her underwear in front of him, unable to get to her nightdress that lay under her pillow as he blocked the exit from their walk-in wardrobe. And he was going on and on and on about how his new dealing with some Bulgarian would help. Hermione rolled her eyes and tuned him out again. Instead, she busied herself by undressing him. She started with his button-down shirt. After pulling it out from his pants, she moved to the buttons, while nodding and pretending that she was listening. Once she finished unbuttoning his shirt, she slid it back over his shoulders. He seemed to automatically pull his arms free and throw it in the washing hamper, giving her time to start on his belt. As she hung up his belt properly, she wondered how long she could do this before he realized. She undid the top button of his pants, and only as her hand moved to the zip did he seem to notice what was happening. And he kept dropping hints about their future, and marriage and building a family. It was horrible. What are you doing? Sometimes, I ask myself that same question, especially when my husband uses marriage and horrible together in the same sentence, not to mention when he doesn't notice his own wife's nudity, she replied with an almost scolding look as she lowered the zip slowly, never breaking eye contact. She watched his eyes widen as he visibly swallowed, finally noticing her attire or lack thereof. Hermione slid her hand into his pants, causing him to suck in a quick breath. She stepped closer to him, smirking at the fact that she could still have this effect on him. Gathering his composure, Ron slid an arm around her waist, holding her to him, skin to skin. Hermione stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, dotting him passionately. Ron picked her up as she wrapped her legs around him and carried her to their bed. When Rose and Ben landed in their bedroom, they went about getting ready for bed in silence, naturally moving around almost as if in a trance. Finally they lay in bed both reading, Rose a Muggle novel, and Ben a wizarding law textbook focusing on international jurisdictions. However, what had happened tonight was still on both of their minds. Rose couldn't stop thinking about her conversation with Scorpius and Ben couldn't stop thinking about what he had walked into. He could now feel Rose pulling away, but he also knew that he wasn't being the nicest boyfriend that he had been in the past and he could have been these last few months. "So, how was work today?" Ben asked, putting down his book and breaking the silence. Rose jumped slightly, not expecting to hear his voice. "It was okay. Allison stopped by for lunch. She went to say something about how she came by to apologize but to cut herself off, realizing that Ben didn't even know about their argument. That would have been nice. It was. When Hugo and Scorpius arrived home, Scorpius thanked Hugo for dinner and quickly stalked off to his room, closing the door behind him. Hugo could see Scorpius was angry about something, and it worried him. He had not seen Scorpius like this much. Just before he went to bed, Hugo decided to check on Scorpius. He could see the light shining through underneath the door, indicating that he was still awake. Hugo was about to knock on the door and make his presence known, when he heard the soft strum of a guitar. Every so often Scorpius would stop playing and Hugo would hear the sound of pencil on paper. Hugo pressed his ear to the door, as he heard Scorpius sing. "When I look into your eyes, it's like watching the night sky, or a beautiful sunrise, there's so much they hold." The sound of pencil on paper continued, so Hugo decided that he was intruding Scorpius' privacy and went to bed. "Listen Rose, I know we both have a busy week ahead but I was wondering if I could ask you to accompany me to dinner on Tuesday night." Ben asked in a hurry. Rose put her book down, finally looking Ben in the eye. She bit her lip, unsure of what to do. She had been trying to think of a way to break up with Ben and here he was still here trying to make an effort to save them. It was endearing and she felt herself melt a little, but she still knew that she was going to follow through with her decision. It was all about finding the right time and the right words. Sure. Ron and Hermione lay in bed facing the ceiling, as they caught their breath. "Wow, that was," Hermione said through a panted breath. "I know," Ron agreed. "Who knew we still had it in us?" Hermione laughed, as Ron turned his head on the pillow and watched her with a large smile. "I love you," he said sincerely. Hermione turned towards him, returning his lazy smile. "I love you more," she mumbled into his chest as she snuggled up to him. "Not possible," Ron said as he closed his eyes and pulled her closer. After a few minutes, in which only their steady breathing could be heard, Hermione asked, "Did you say Ben was thinking about marriage?" Even though she sounded calm, Ron could hear the slight panic in his wife's voice. "Yeah, he was dropping hints to me all night," Ron mumbled, trying not to think about it. "Well, I guess they have been together a while," Hermione said, trying to justify the thought that her little girl could possibly be receiving a marriage proposal soon. "And they are living together but..." "Yes. Thank Merlin, there's a but," Ron exclaimed, countering Hermione's glare with a cheeky smile. Hermione rolled her eyes before continuing. "But they seem a bit off lately," she thought out loud. "Well, I guess they have for a while, especially Rose, she hasn't been herself. They both just seem to be going different directions." Ron just muttered his agreement, his eyes closed. Plus Hermione went to continue but Ron finished for her. "He's a ponce." Even Hermione couldn't help but laugh at that one. "Is that your only argument?" she said through her chuckles. "Do I need another one? So that's it and you're sticking with that?" "Yep, case closed. My Rosie's smart enough not to marry a ponce," Ron replied. Hermione just laughed. They slipped into another silence, before Hermione asked, "Ron, what was going on between you and Scorpius tonight?" "What do you mean? You were just giving him a hard time is all." "What? No," Ron scoffed. "Honey, you were," Hermione replied, pushing herself up to lean on her elbow, looking down at her husband. Ron sighed. "Okay, maybe I was a little, but I didn't mean to be," Ron whined almost like a child. "Well, why?" "I don't know," Ron replied. Only after he got the "I don't believe you" look from his wife did he continue. I just kept thinking that if he had sorted everything out with Rose years ago, then I wouldn't be stuck listening to this bloody ponce talk about rubbish more boring than the rubbish in our old history of magic classes. A small smile found its way onto Hermione's face before she had a chance to hide it. Okay, well, I just have one question for you, Hermione said. What makes you think he didn't try? Ron opened and closed his mouth, searching for something to say. Feeling defeated, he let out a frustrated sigh before saying, well, then he should have tried harder. Tuesday. Isn't it just wonderful? Jenny sighed, looking over at Brittany, who was recounting the way her new fiancé proposed for the 10th time that day, while leaning against the wall of Allison's open cubicle. It really is, Allison replied sarcastically, without looking up from her work. So romantic, Jenny commented again, not picking up Allison's sarcasm. Was there something you needed, Jenny? Allison asked with a frustrated sigh as she massaged her temples. Oh, yes, she replied, standing up straight and snapping back to her usual professional self. Jenny was Brittany's assistant and basically the manager of the whole staff. She had been the chief editor's assistant long before Brittany was promoted. Many had been surprised that Jenny hadn't been given the top job, as she had basically been doing it for years now. Firstly, I would like to apologize for making you give up most of your Sunday. I would have come in myself, but unfortunately I could not make it. Allison could see how sincere she was. It's all right, I understand, Allison said with a smile. Secondly, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind taking the entertainment section this week, including your own article contribution, all layout and personnel management, Jenny said with a hopeful expression. Wait, isn't Mr. Bors in charge of entertainment? Yes, but I have just been informed that he is in St. Mungo's with dragon pox and will be unavailable for at least the next month. Oh, Allison muttered and looked up at Jenny in her pleading face. Okay, I'll do it on one condition, Allison agreed. What would that be? That you transfer Mr. Bradley Flood to another department, Allison said sweetly, with a confidence that said it was her way or the highway. I'm sorry, Jenny, but I just can't work with that guy, Allison continued when she saw Jenny open her mouth to argue. He's a creep, she whispered, stressing her point. Listen, I know he's a bit fond of you, but my hands are tied, Jenny replied in an apologetic tone. Everybody has already been given assignments for this week. But I can promise if you continue to help us out for the whole month, then I can make sure the rest of the 3 weeks you won't have to deal with him. Allison thought about it for a bit. And, of course, you will be reimbursed overtime for this as well, Jenny added, trying to sway Allison's decision. Oh, all right, Allison agreed. But you owe me one. Thank you, Jenny replied gratefully. You're a lifesaver. LeCoin rose. Rosie, is everything okay? Daisy asked, voicing what she and Nate had been wondering since Rose had stayed with Daisy in the kitchen after taking care of her early morning bacon decorating, giving the books a break for the day. Yes, of course, Rose answered timidly, without making eye contact. Everything is fine. You just seem like something's bothering you, Daisy said calmly, placing a comforting hand on her back and rubbing circles. It reminded Rose of what her mother used to do to comfort her. She hadn't needed it for a long time. The last time was the night of Victory and Teddy's wedding. She looked up into Daisy's concerned eyes and sighed. Just got something on my mind, Rose surrendered. Do you want to talk about it? Maybe later, Rose replied. Daisy nodded. I just can't sit in my office with only my thoughts and numbers in my head right now. I need to be in the kitchen. Don't worry, I understand, Daisy said with a reassuring smile, leaving Rose to her own space in the kitchen and continuing her own duties. Hardware store. Do you even know what you're looking for? Max asked as Scorpius bent down to look at a length of treated pine. They were in the back warehouse of the landscaping and hardware store not far from Albus' rundown house. Believe it or not, yes, Scorpius answered. He had roped Max into helping him with the renovation. They had spent most of the day yesterday mowing and weeding the yard as well as making a start on the demo work that needed to be done. Already this morning, Scorpius had organized the concrete for the slab as a part of the ground floor extension that Al had suggested, as well as hired his plumber and electrician for the project. Scorpius approached the sales assistant and placed an order for enough beams to reconstruct the whole house, asking them to be delivered as soon as possible to Albus' new address. From there they went back inside the actual store. The two men talked and joked while wandering the aisles looking for all the tools they might need. Max pushed the trolley while Scorpius filled it up. "How are you expecting to pay for all of this?" Max asked seriously as he watched the trolley fill up. "Al gave me some money yesterday for all the startup basics, and I visited my vault early this morning also," Scorpius replied, examining an electric drill. "So, have you heard from Sherry lately?" Max asked casually. Scorpius' eyes twitched, but he didn't look up from the drill in his hands. "No," Scorpius answered simply. Max just nodded and let it go. However, a thought crossed Scorpius' mind. "Have you?" he asked, putting the drill in the trolley, turning towards his friend with a serious expression. "What?" "No," Max answered in a higher octave. "I don't believe you." "Okay, fine. Yes, I have heard from her," Max admitted. "She is worried about you." "Well, I am fine," Scorpius said confidently, walking further down the aisle. "You can let her know that I am fine and that everything is good." Allison was now sitting in Mr. Bohr's office looking over the older man's work. Allison could see that most of this week's layout was organized, and as Jenny had already said, the staff was already assigned tasks. So, apart from her own article contribution, there wasn't much else she could do for this week until writers submit their work later in the week. However, this week would still have its challenges, one which was heading Allison's way. Bradley Flood strolled into Mr. Bohr's office, oozing ego and confidence. "Miss Spencer, it is a real pleasure to see you again." "I wish that I could say the same, Bradley," Allison snipped. "Oh, come on Allison," Bradley countered as he moved to lean closer to Allison over her desk. "Stop playing hard to get." "I am not playing hard to get," Allison replied frustrated. "For the last time, Bradley, I have a boyfriend and have been in a relationship long before I met you. I will always be off limits to you." "One drink." "What part of off limits? I'm in a relationship, do you not understand?" She barked as she stood up, grabbing her coat and bag and walking around him heading for the exit. "Allison, wait, look, I do understand," he called after her. There was something genuine in his voice that she had not heard before. That made her stop. "It's just, well, you're right. You have been in a relationship for as long as we have known each other, but it's the same relationship, and it hasn't changed or progressed. We met 3 years ago, and you are in the same relationship." With everything she has been feeling lately, hearing this touched some nerves. "Allison Spencer, you are an extraordinary woman, so forgive me for continuously flirting and asking you out in the hope that you are the slightest bit unhappy in such a stationary relationship." Allison didn't know how to react. He seemed so sincere, his confident exterior ripped away. It was refreshing, but all she could think about was Albus and the word stationary as it rang through her head. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "It's time for my lunch break," and with that she left the office. By the mid-morning, Rose had moved out to the counter to help Nate and the others serve. She found it was an even better distraction from her thoughts. Meeting new people and chatting with customers took her mind away from the inevitable conversation she was going to have tonight. She had just finished serving a customer when she looked up to see Allison rush through the door. "I need to talk to you," she said. Rose could hear the anxiousness in her best friend's voice. "Yes, of course," Rose replied, concern written across her face as she guided Allison towards her office. "Nate, you take over, I'll be in my office," she called over her shoulder. When they entered, Allison immediately slumped down on the small couch that lined one of the walls in Rose's office. "What's up?" Rose asked as she closed the door, with a quick silencing charm. Allison groaned with frustration, knowing that she shouldn't be in this position or have any doubts about her relationship, but she could not help it. "Is my relationship with Albus stationary?" Allison finally asked. Although her voice was muffled because of her covering her face with her hands, Rose could still understand her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, is my relationship with your cousin stationary, not progressing and unchanging?" Allison blurted out in a rather desperate tone. "Are we stuck?" she added. Her emotions were finally clear as she failed to hold back obvious tears. "What?" Rose immediately said, trying to understand before put an arm around her best friend and softening her tone. "Where is all this coming from? Does it matter?" Allison spluttered. "I just want to know if it is true." Rose thought about it for a bit before speaking. She had to be careful with what she said here. "In some ways, you could say that your relationship hasn't progressed much since you officially moved in together," Rose said slowly. However, there are still clear and honest reasons that could easily explain that. And I think you know them too. Allison looked back at Rose for a moment before taking a deep breath and nodding. I know, she murmured. Okay, so how about we back up a little and you explain what happened? And Allison did exactly that. She told Rose about all of her feelings about how she thought they would have been married by now, about her insecurities that things for Albus may have changed since he gave her the promise ring more than 4 years ago, about the feelings that arose when seeing Teddy and Victoire's little girl. She expressed her concern over the fact that they haven't even talked about the future for about 2 years and all that had happened recently with Brittany and Bradley. I know I love him so much sometimes it hurts, but I can't help feeling that everything has been the same for us the last 2 years. Rose went to open her mouth to say something but Allison continued almost like she was talking to herself. And I know that he wouldn't get married until Scorpius could be here, but at the same time Scorp would have definitely come back for the wedding and even he knew that. I just don't want to run out of time or lose him and Brittany has a good point, why wait? To Al there may be plenty of reasons to wait a little longer, but I can assure you it is not because he doesn't love you or doesn't want to marry you, Rose said with confidence. Knowing Albus, he would probably have some extravagant plan to make sure everything is perfect for you, perfect for your new family. He would want to make sure he is comfortable at his job and has enough money and all of that. But I don't care about money or anything like that, Allison argued. I know that, but Al does, Rose replied. I know, it's like his manly Potter pride, Allison agreed, causing the friends to share a giggle. Yes, although I am pretty sure it is not limited to just Potters, most men probably do. It's like their way of making sure everything's going to be okay. Allison nodded and just took in all Rose had said. She knew Rose was right, but at the moment she was not sure that she liked it. As they sat there in silence with their own thoughts, Rose's mind snagged on something Allison had said. Allie, why do you think you could run out of time? Rose asked softly. Allison stiffened, in Rose's arms. I mean, you are only 22 years old. Allison was quiet for a bit before she admitted it. Dad is sick. Realization washed over Rose as it all became clearer. Like really sick and the healers are unsure why he isn't responding to treatment, Allison explained, silent tears rolling down her cheeks. For the love of Merlin, Allie, why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to because it would feel more real. Does Albus know? Allison shook her head. Maybe if you tell him all of this, he might understand and skip a few steps in his great plan, Rose suggested. I don't want him to feel like I am forcing it, Allison disputed. I want him to complete his plan and be ready, but I just hope he can be ready soon so that my father can be a part of it. But Allie. No, Allison interrupted. No buts, it is okay, I have faith in him. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you, Rose said with humor dancing in her eyes as she held her hands up in surrender. I'll keep that in mind, Allison replied with a slight giggle, before she became serious. Thank you for listening, it really helped to just talk about it. It was my pleasure and you can always talk to me about anything, Rose replied with a smile, as she stood up and pulled Allison in for a hug. Though I do draw a line when it comes to your life, Rose quipped in Allison's ear, causing the brunette to laugh as she pulled back from the hug. There are just some things one should not hear about their cousin. All right, all joking aside now, Allison said. I actually have another reason to come see you today. And what would that be? I am writing for the entertainment section this week and was wondering whether I could possibly write about your business, highlighting on the integration with Muggles. That would be fantastic, Rose exclaimed. We could use the publicity. Yes, I thought it would be interesting to many and be great for business, Allison agreed. Just thought I would run it by you before I run it by the boss, in case you didn't like it. I love it, Rose said excitedly, giving Allison another hug. Yes, thank you, Max exclaimed as he saw Albus walking towards them with lunch, practically running over and mauling him for the food. Has Scorp been working you too hard? Albus asked with a light chuckle. He's completely mental if he thinks we can finish this in a month, Max commented. Wow, a month, really? Albus replied casually, but as Scorpius approached them, he could detect his nervous tremor. Yeah, it is a bit bold but I reckon it can be done with just the right amount of crazy, Scorpius jested with a smirk. Looks like I was right, Albus replied with a genuine smile this time. I picked the right person for the job. The moment was interrupted by Max's Muggle mobile phone ringing. "I had better take this," Max said as he looked at the caller ID. "Excuse me," he added as he walked away from the two mates. "So is a month too soon?" Scorpius inquired. "What? No," Albus replied a little too quickly. "Why would you say that?" Scorpius just raised his brow, giving him the "I don't believe you" look. "Sorry, but you just sprang it on me," Albus admitted. "I thought I had more time, to plan what I was going to say, how I was going to do it exactly. That was kind of the point of this whole build the house thing." Albus sighed, almost miserably. "I just want it to be perfect." "It will, mate," Scorpius responded by resting his hand on Albus' shoulder comfortingly with an encouraging smile. "As long as you're the one asking," he added assuredly, looking straight into Albus' eyes. "Thanks," Albus said, nodding his head. "Don't mention it," Scorpius replied, removing his hand. "Now that's enough mushy stuff to last me for a bit," Scorpius added before taking a bite into his sandwich. "Yeah, you're absolutely right. But seriously, mate, I do think sooner the better," Scorpius teased. "You've made her wait long enough." "Yes, I know," Albus muttered, a little agitated. "Please, I get this enough from my mother. I mean, you gave her that promise ring more than 4 years ago. Wait, what?" Scorpius added as he caught Albus' comment. "What does your mother have to do with this?" "Apparently, I am the only hope she's got of getting grandchildren," Albus admitted, clearly embarrassed. Scorpius just burst out laughing. "Why are you embarrassed?" Scorpius managed to ask through his laughter. "You have always wanted kids." "I know, and I'm not embarrassed," he argued, blushing like a Weasley. "Well, she is kind of right, Scorpius added, still calming down from his amusement. "I can't really see James as a father, he still has much growing up to do." Both the friends shared a chuckle at that comment. "And well, you never know with Lily, but she is much too young for that," Albus finished. "I was going to say that she doesn't look like she wants to be settling down anytime soon, but that works too." "All right, I have to get back to work, but I'll see you later," Albus said. "Yeah, me too," Scorpius said, pointing back to the house. "And thanks for the sandwiches." "Thank Gran, she made them," Albus replied. "I told her you were working out this way and she said if you ever need anything to just pop over." "Okay, will do, thanks mate." "No worries," Albus replied, as he started walking back towards the tree that he would disapparate behind. "Bye Max, I'll see you on Saturday," he called over to Max, with a wave that Max returned gratefully. "Nate told me Allison came by earlier. You've been happier since then," Daisy said to Rose as they both cleaned up the kitchen, getting ready to lock up for the day. "Were you two having a fight? Is that why you were a bit distracted today?" "No, actually Allison just came in to give me some good news," Rose replied, moving out of the kitchen to clean tables. "Oh, really, what's that?" Daisy asked, following her lead. "Oh, just that Allison works for a newspaper and she is going to try and get in an article about LaCoin Rose," Rose exclaimed excitedly. "Oh my gosh, that's great," Daisy replied, sharing her enthusiasm, as they hugged each other tightly. "She still has to run it by her boss, but fingers crossed," Rose said, stepping back from the hug and swinging a chair up onto an already clean table. "You'll have to tell me how it goes," Daisy mentioned, as the two stacked some chairs. "Of course." The two friends worked slightly for a minute before Daisy spoke again. "So, are you going to tell me what has been making you so on edge today?" Rose sighed, giving in. "I am going to break up with Ben tonight." "Oh Rose," Daisy stopped what she was doing and gave Rose her full attention. Rose couldn't stop the tears welling in her eyes at her friend's tone. Daisy knew that this was going to be hard for her, but also that it needed to be done. "I don't know what to say." "You don't need to say anything, I know you didn't really like him." "Well, my opinion doesn't really count, I only met the guy like 3 times, Daisy replied. "Yes, and how did you describe him?" "Dull," Daisy suggested in a matter-of-fact tone. "Bread without the yeast, a curry without spice," she added, trying to hold back a giggle. However, it didn't work and Rose joined her. "So, how are you going to do it?" Daisy asked. "I am not entirely sure," Rose answered. "That is what I have been stressing about all day." "It'll come to you, don't worry," Daisy said as she gave Rose another hug. "I hope so." "I know it will," Daisy responded. "Well, I'd better get going. I have to pick up the kids from Mum's before Johnny destroys the place." Of course. How are Johnny and Becky? Rose asked about Daisy's children. Daisy had her twins just over 4 years ago. Their father didn't want to have anything to do with them and had moved to America shortly after Daisy told him she was pregnant. They hadn't heard from him since. Ever since Rose had met Daisy, she had always been amazed and inspired by her level of dedication, courage, and how hard she worked to make sure she can support her family and still live her dream. Good. They're excited about starting school after the summer, Daisy replied as she gathered her things. I can imagine, Rose commented with a small smile gracing her lips. On countless occasions, Rose had looked after Johnny and Becky for Daisy, giving her a break or even just giving her a chance to go shopping in peace. Rose knows that Johnny and Becky would be excited for their first year of school for completely different reasons. Becky loved to learn and was already very smart for her age. She would be so excited to be learning new things. Johnny, on the other hand, was more the social and troublemaker type. He would be looking forward to trying out as many pranks and tricks as he can that he had heard from Nate, or Uncle Nate. Okay, well, good luck tonight and I want to hear all about it tomorrow, Daisy said as she headed for the door. Sure, see you tomorrow, Rose responded as Daisy waved and left LaCoin Rose. Rose had spent the larger portion of her day thinking about the best way to break up with Ben, in a way that would make it smoother and spare his feelings. Only now, as she sat in the restaurant listening to him ramble on about his work, she actually felt like she couldn't give two farts about his feelings. Taking another sip of wine, she tried to focus again on what he was actually saying. You'd love living there, even if it is only for 3 or 4 months. Rose nearly spat out her wine as she finally tuned in and caught the end of Ben's sentence. But don't worry, I can make sure we can make a little bit of a holiday out of it, Ben assured her after misreading her shaken expression. Managing to swallow her wine and regain her composure quickly, she tried to interrupt Ben to no avail. Ben, I mean, yes, I will still have work commitments, but I am sure I could plan a few days here or there. Ben, she tried again, trying to keep her calm. That we could explore a bit or just spend some alone time together. Ben, she raised her voice more than she had intended, letting go of her cool, attracting a little attention from some of the other people in the restaurant. Just please stop talking, she added in a much quieter, defeated voice, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. Rose, why won't you listen to me? Rose cried out, breathing deeply. I said stop talking. Shocked, Ben decided to take her advice. I can't do this anymore, Rose whispered to herself, but Ben could hear her. Rose pushed her chair back and stood up, as a waiter approached their table. Is everything all right, madam? Rose didn't answer straight away. Ben watched in shocked horror as she downed the rest of her wine. Yes, just fine, thank you, she replied, not even sparing Ben a second glance, placing her now empty glass back down on the table. Ben stood up, as she maneuvered around the waiter heading for the exit. Rose, he called out to her, drawing more attention from the others in the restaurant. Oh okay, honey, you get the taxi, I'll get the bill, Ben stuttered, forcing a smile onto his face, looking around at the eyes on him. Rose walked until she found a place to safely apparate, and she did so straight into her bedroom. She collapsed onto her side of the bed, frustrated and emotional, as she slipped her heels off. She couldn't get over how he could ever think that she would be happy to just pick up and leave for 4 months to follow him around on some sort of campaign, leaving behind her new business and her family and friends. Does he have rocks in his head? Rose thought with a huff. She released her hair from the clip that held half of it up out of her face, and began running her fingers through it. Taking some deep breaths, she tried to focus on calming down for when Ben arrived. They had no choice but to talk about it, and Rose found herself thankful for it. The pop sound in the living room indicated that Ben had arrived. Rose stood up, preparing herself, as she heard his footsteps coming towards the bedroom. Would care to explain why you embarrassed me in front all those people? He roared, as he entered the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Rose had to hold back her eye roll at that comment. Of course he was more concerned with his embarrassment. A scene like that is the last thing I need in the press at the moment, he added, taking off his jacket. We were in a Muggle restaurant, you twat. Rose countered, losing her temper slightly. No one even knew who you were. To say Ben was shocked was an understatement. He just stood there somewhat resembling a goldfish. He wasn't used to this. Throughout their relationship he didn't really need to be accustomed to this sort of outburst, but for Rose this had been building inside of her for the last 3 months at least. His shock gave Rose time to settle herself down a bit and try again. "Look Ben," she sighed. "I don't want to live in another country with you." Ben didn't say anything, instead he just sat down on the end of the bed, tugging at his tie and top button on his shirt. "All my friends and family are here, I want to be here with them and for them. Especially, now that Teddy and Victoire have their little girl," she explained, as she watched him take off his tie, fold it up properly and place it on the bed neatly beside him. Even in distress he was neat and proper. "Plus my business is just starting up and LeCoin Rose is important to me, it's my dream becoming a reality. I am not going to give that up or leave it for 4 months. And quite frankly, I can't believe you'd expect me to," Rose expressed. Okay, Ben said, standing up. Moving to stand in front of her, and finally looking at her. "That's fine, we don't have to do that. I can separate it into several week-long trips over time, that way I will only be gone for a week at a time. It will be hard but I can organize it. We'll make it work," Ben reasoned. "That's the problem Ben," Rose replied, with her best soft and comforting voice. She placed a hand on his chest over his heart. "I don't think we can make it work and truthfully I don't know if," she could not get it out but she had to. So, Rose took a deep breath, summoned all of her Gryffindor courage, returned her gaze to his eyes and told him. "I don't know whether I want it to work." "What are you trying to say?" "I am saying that things between us haven't been the same for the last few months and I am tired of kidding myself," Rose replied. "I can't do this anymore and I don't think you can either." As Rose looked up at him, she tried to gauge his reaction but she couldn't read him at all. Worried and panicked, she continued, "Ben, I know you see it, you must. We have grown apart so much since you got your promotion and even more since I opened LeCoin Rose." "Oh, so it's my entire fault then?" Ben accused, stepping and turning away from Rose, with his hands on his hips. "What? No. Didn't you hear what I just said?" Rose replied. "Our lives are just heading in different directions and we have grown apart. It's no one's fault." She let it sink in as he stood with his back to her and his head hung in defeat. Rose couldn't stop the tears that had risen in her eyes at the sight. He knew what this meant, he knew this was the end too. "Is it because I brought up marriage?" he mumbled. At her pause, he turned around, finding Rose looking down at the floor with her arms wrapped around herself. "Is it?" She shook her head. "Then why?" he pleaded. "I know that you're not doing this only because you think we have grown apart. We can always work on that, there is something else." Rose felt the salty tears silently gliding down her cheeks. She didn't want him to make her say it. Even though it was the truth, she knew it would hurt him. Ben moved to kneel in front of her, smoothly running his hands up and down her sides as he looked up at her. "Why?" Rose sniffed, trying to settle herself. She knew what she felt and what she wanted to say, but she also knew it would be so hard on Ben to hear. Rose cared so much for Ben, he was very important to her and she knew a part of her loved him. She did love him. She sighed and locked her eyes to his, before saying her piece. "Because I am not in love with you." She watched as his eyes grew wet, which made her spill more tears of her own. His grip on her tightened as his arms slid around her legs and he buried his head in her stomach. Rose held him close to her hands in his hair, listening to his quiet sobs as she felt his tears through the material of her dress. After what seemed like hours but was probably no more than a few minutes, Ben's sobbing had ceased. He held on to her for a bit longer before standing up, stepping away from Rose and righting himself. Wiping his face and combing his fingers through his hair, in his best effort to neaten it up after Rose had run her fingers through it. Rose watched him as he walked over to the bed, picked up his jacket and tie, and put the jacket on and the tie in his pocket. He cleared his throat before speaking. "I'll stay at my place tonight and I might see you tomorrow when I come by to get my things," he said, not daring to look her in the eye. Then, just like that, he was out the door and out of her apartment. Rose's hand flew to her mouth as she tried to hold back more tears. She collapsed back on the bed and cried. The next day, Rose came home from work to find Ben packing the last of his things. "Hi," she greeted timidly, closing the door behind her. "Hi," he returned with a small sad smile, stuffing a couple of his favorite books into a bag. The silence that followed was painful and nerve-wracking for both Rose and Ben, but probably for different reasons. I think I have everything, but if not, just let me know and I'll get someone to pick it up. Okay, Rose replied. She could tell Ben was sad, but she was glad to see he wasn't angry at her, or at least he didn't seem to be. So I guess this is it, Ben stated. Rose nodded and Ben took that as his cue to leave. Rose watched as Ben gathered his bag and a box, while levitating another over to the fireplace. She was bursting to say something. She had had all day to think about all the great times they had had, and she just couldn't let him go without knowing what they meant to her, how much he meant to her. Wait, Ben. Yes, he said as he slowly turned around to face her. Rose stepped closer to him. I just want you to know that I do care for you so much. You are such an amazing person. You taught me a lot about myself, even though neither of us realized. Ben quirked a brow at that but decided to let it go. I know you will find someone who can love you the way that I couldn't, and you will be happier and better for it, Rose finished with a smile. Thanks, he said as he returned her smile with a genuine Ben smile, letting Rose know that everything was all right. You will too. Ben leaned in and kissed Rose's cheek, lingering a little. Goodbye, Rose. And with a mumbled goodbye from the redhead, Ben was on his way. Rose let out a sigh and sat down, alone in her apartment. Teddy and Victoire's house. Victoire sat on the bed with her feet tucked up beside her, surrounded by photos that were scattered out on the bed. She had a soft smile on her face as she scanned all the different snapshots. Okay, I just got her to go down, Teddy said proudly as he entered their bedroom. And it only took 2 stories this time, he added, stretching himself on his side of their bed, an arm resting across his forehead. Victoire smiled proudly as she looked down at her husband. After all Teddy's worrying about being a good father, it turned out he was a natural. She had known that would be the case for so long that she had never shared his concerns. So what are you doing anyway? I'm just looking at all of the pictures you took in St. Mungo's. Oh, yeah, and this one in particular caught my eye, she replied as she picked up a photo and leaned back, resting on her elbow. Teddy removed his arm that was blocking his vision and looked up at the snapshot his wife was holding. His expression held some shock, but he still smiled at the sight in front of him. Wow, don't they look like a cute family? Teddy said with a chuckle. Well, apart from the fact that it's actually our baby, he added as an afterthought. Yeah, apart from that, Victoire giggled. They look so natural and happy together, she said seriously. I wonder if they know what they look like together. Malfoy Manor. Astoria Malfoy sat up against the luxurious headboard, reading one of her many novels. Her expression stern with anger bubbling below the surface. Every so often, she'd glance up quickly, glaring at her husband as he readied himself for bed. Draco sighed, as he felt yet another glare hit his back. Is there a reason you have been giving me the silent treatment all day? Astoria just continued to ignore him. Honey. She let out a frustrated sigh as she lowered the book down onto her lap, finally looking him in the eye. You knew he was back in the country, didn't you? Draco froze as he paled, his hands now still where they were buttoning up his satin pajama shirt. Astoria just waited patiently, watching her husband squirm a little under her gaze. After a moment, Draco cleared his throat nervously, but then straightened up. Yes, I did. And why didn't you tell me? What could you possibly gain from that information? Draco replied, lifting up the covers on his side of the bed. He won't talk to us, what does it matter? Draco added, with spite. Astoria knew Draco better than anyone and she could hear the guilt and sadness underneath. However, she was still so mad that at that moment, she couldn't let it go. She missed her baby boy so much and she was through trying to help Draco, she had been for a long time. Whose fault is that? She commented with attitude. And for your information, it matters because I would like to know that my son is safe. She added, raising her voice. I haven't seen him since his graduation, which was from a distance anyway, and I only did because I snuck in at the back. Do you have any idea what this has done to me? I can't see or speak to my own son because of you. She barked as she dashed out of bed and over to their walk-in wardrobe. Because you couldn't let go of the past and because of your own fears, Astoria continued as she returned with an overnight bag, placing it on the bed. Draco quickly got out of bed, as she went back inside the wardrobe. When I married you, I thought that you were well on your way to solving your issues and moving on, but clearly you weren't, she returned again with some clothes. Draco knew what she was going to do. He couldn't let her, he needed her and he loved her. She went over to her dresser and gathered the important things she needed in her arms and brought them back to put in the bag also. I thought that when Scorpius left, maybe it would be good for both of you, she continued, now not holding back her emotion. It would give him time to be his own person and I could help you get over all of your problems, or at least get you to a point where you could accept and respect Scorpius for what he wants to do and what he has overcome. Tears slid down her cheeks. Draco didn't know what to say. Instead he stood behind her and carefully placed his hands on her shoulders. Content with the fact that she didn't flinch away, he lightly massaged her skin before sliding his hands down her arms, to her waist and wrapping his arms around her. Astoria, please don't go, he pleaded, giving her a key on the side of her head and slightly tightening his hold on her. More tears ran down her cheeks as she shook her head. I can't support you or help you anymore, she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. Not when you aren't trying to fix this family. She zipped up her bag, unlatched his arms from around her and turned around to face him. Astoria gazed into his slivery gray eyes as they begged her not to go, her left hand reaching up, caressing his clean jaw. Her hand slid to the back of his neck as she pulled him down slightly as she leant in for a key. Their lips met, and Draco's hand found his way into her hair as he held her close. She pulled back, but he wouldn't let her go. They stood there, both glassy-eyed, resting against each other's forehead. Stay, Draco whispered into the small space between them. Astoria slid her hand down to his chest and lightly pushed him away. I need to see my son, she replied as she grasped the handle of her bag. Astoria stepped around him quickly and walked out the door before she changed her mind. Saturday. It was your typical Weasley garden party. The burrow was yet again full of Weasleys and their friends and family. Everyone had turned up for Victoire and Teddy's little girl's naming ceremony, all excited and happy for the new family. Rose had happily catered the event. She was in the kitchen putting frosting on some extra cupcakes, when Lily and Lucy walked in. You do know the party is outside, right? Lily asked. Yes, I am aware, Rose replied with a giggle, her eyes staying focused on the task at hand. Then tell me why you cooped up in here. You should be out there, letting your hair down, she said, gesturing to Rose's tied-back mane. Enjoying the breeze in your hair and the sun on your skin. Lucy took a different approach. What Lily is trying to say is that we would really appreciate it if you would join us, she spoke calmly and kindly, smiling as Rose looked up. Lucy is a kind Hufflepuff always, and Rose loved her for it. We feel like we are having all the fun and you're in here working on your day off. Okay, let me just clean up, Rose relented. Fantastic, Lucy replied with a bright smile. Could one of you take that tray out and put it on the table? Rose asked as she waved her wand, cleaning up the kitchen and restoring it to an appropriate state. Sure, Lily replied as she reached for the tray, holding the completed cupcakes. Allow me, a voice said, as hands reached out and lifted the tray up off the table before Lily could. Thank you, Lily stuttered, as she looked up at Max. Not a problem, he replied with a smile at both Lucy and Lily before he walked back out the door carrying the tray. Rose had managed to turn around and catch the exchange. She shared an amused look with Lucy, as Lily followed Max. Well, that is going to be interesting, Rose said as she washed her hands. I haven't seen her like that around a guy in a while, Lucy commented. I know, it's like Bobby Donald all over again, Rose replied, taking off her apron, sharing a laugh with her cousin. Thanks again. I'm sorry I don't know your name, Lily said as Max placed the tray of cupcakes in the space Lily made for it on the table. Maxwell Jones, he replied, stretching out his hand into the space between them. But please call me Max, he added with a friendly smile as Lily shook his hand in greeting. It's really nice to meet you, Max, Lily replied, smiling, blushing slightly, realizing that they were still shaking hands but no wanting to let go. I'm Lily Potter, but don't hold that against me, Lily joked, earning a small chuckle from Max. Please call me Lily. Max's smile widened, as he let out a small chuckle, his eyes never leaving hers. Hey Max, Albus called out from across the yard, startling Max and Lily from their moment. Max looked over to where Albus was standing with his brother and cousins Louis and Fred, seeing Albus, waved him over. I better go, Max said, backing away slowly. But it was very nice to finally meet you, Lily. Likewise, she replied with sweet smile before he turned around and made his way over to the guys. Rose and Lucy, who had watched the exchange, made their way over to Lily, desperately trying not to laugh at the love-struck look on their cousin's face. So he seemed nice, Rose said first, to which Lily just nodded. His face is so familiar, Lucy thought out loud. Did he say where he was from? Or how he knows our family? No, we didn't get that far, Lily replied, slowly coming back to normality. Yes, but she knows every inch of his face now, Rose teased, unable to stop herself. Lucy and Rose laughed as Lily shot Rose a glare. Did you at least find out his name? Rose asked, still giggling. Yes. So, it's Max, Lily replied. Maxwell Jones. Did you say Jones? Lucy asked with a shocked gasp. Yes. Why? Oh my Merlin, I knew I recognized him, Lucy exclaimed. You know him? Lily and Rose asked at the same time. Lily, a little put out by the fact. And so do you, she countered, bursting with excitement, like she had just solved a riddle. I do. Lily questioned. Do you remember Chubby Jones? Lily looked over at Max and thought for a moment, while Rose looked on confused. Merlin's balls, that was him. I am sorry, I have no idea who you're talking about, Rose said, clearly trying to play catch up. Do you remember the only boy to be sorted into Hufflepuff in my year? Lucy asked. He was really sweet but didn't talk much. He was bullied like constantly and he was And he was fat, Lily supplied. Lily. The older two scolded. What? He was, Lily said with a shrug of her shoulders. However, he clearly isn't now, she added, looking over at him dreamily. Anyway, Lucy continued, turning back to Rose. He is one of the fair few in history who left Hogwarts early and didn't finish their final year by their own will. He didn't complete his final year. Rose inquired, shock written all over her face. No, he just didn't come back. I mean, look at him, Lily butted in, completely in her own little world. Isn't he just so handsome? Like a model or an angel, Lily added with a sigh. Lucy and Rose just burst out laughing. Not too far away, Scorpius' eyes were drawn by the sound of Rose's laughter. He couldn't help but think she looked absolutely beautiful. Rose was sporting a short summer dress with a sweetheart neckline, the material blue with a small, barely noticeable floral pattern complete a white slash tied around her waist. Her hair was done up in a messy, casual bun with some loose tendrils shaping her face. He watched her for a moment before his solace was interrupted by Jacob Richardson. Hey, Scorpius, he called as he approached him. Hi Jacob, Scorpius replied with a smile. Glad you could make it. Believe it or not, Scorpius and Jacob had actually crossed paths many times throughout the last 3 years. Jacob was a freelance photographer who worked mostly for advertisement companies all across the world. Jacob was also in Slytherin at Hogwarts. However, with Jacob being 5 years his senior, Scorpius and Jacob didn't really cross paths much at Hogwarts. Me too. It's a wonderful celebration, isn't? Yeah, it is. So, Dom told me she told you about our engagement. Yeah, and I do believe a congratulations is in order, Scorpius said, extending his hand into the space between them. Thank you, I am just happy that she said yes, Jacob replied, beaming. Yes, well, that is always a good start to a marriage, isn't it? Scorpius teased with a smirk. So I have heard, Jacob chuckled. So, anyway Lily, Lucy started, trying to bring her cousin back from her dreamland. Aren't you going to tell Rose your exciting news? Exciting news? Lily questioned, a little confused. However, after Lucy gave her the, look she remembered. Oh yes, I almost forgot. She turned back to face Rose, somewhat returning back to her normal self. Guess who is finally coming back home? Who? Ella. Ella Thompson. Your best friend, Ella. Yes. Lily exclaimed excitedly, beaming. Didn't she move to Ireland or somewhere for an internship or something? Yes, but it was also to spend some time with her grandparents, and now that she is finally coming back for good, Lily rattled off quickly. That's great Lily, Rose replied. I can see how much happier you are because of it. Yes, but that isn't the half of it, Rose, Lily went on, bursting with excitement. We are going to find a flat together and be flatmates, and she is coming today. Today? Yeah, like she will be here within the next few minutes for sure, Lily replied, scanning the crowd, finally realizing that her find could actually be close by. Scorpius' eyes had found Rose. Again, and he watched amused as Lily jumped up and down excitedly and Rose was clearly trying to hold back her laughter at the younger redhead. "Listen, Scorp, about the wedding," Jacob spoke again, nervously. Scorp quickly turned his attention back to the man next to him. "Yeah, well, I was just wondering if you would like to be one of my groomsmen." Scorpius let out a sigh of relief he didn't even realize he was holding. For a moment there a crazy thought crossed his mind. He thought that Jacob might have wanted to call off the wedding. He knew that would have just broken Dom's heart, but then again he knew how much Jacob loved her, he wouldn't do that. "Of course, mate," Scorpius replied with a cheerful smile. "I'd be honored." "Oh great," Jacob grasped the blonde in an unexpected hug. "Thanks, I really appreciate it." "Ah, you're welcome," Scorpius replied, though he had to admit that he felt a little awkward in the friendly embrace. However, it didn't last long. Jacob pulled back and shook his hand. "Thanks, and now I can go tell Dom," he added, as he headed back through the party in search of his fiancée. As the brunette left, Scorpius couldn't help but get the feeling that he had just agreed to something more than a normal groomsman job. "Oh look, there she is," Rose said as she looked over Luce's shoulder. Ella had obviously just arrived and was giving her congratulations to the new parents. Once Lily turned around to see her best friend, she squealed with joy as she ran through the crowd towards her. This had drawn the attention of the rest of the guests, meaning everyone was now well aware of Ella's return. In the midst of all the commotion, Scorpius looked back over to Rose. Maybe it was because he had heard from Albus that she and Ben were having troubles, maybe it was because her beauty, he wasn't sure, but he just couldn't seem to drag his eyes away from her. Rose felt the tingling feeling that someone was watching her. Searching out the culprit, she looked around finding Scorpius staring at her. He smiled welcomingly, but even with the distance between them Rose could just make out the faintest of blushes rising in his cheeks at being caught staring. Rose returned the smile, slightly amused with Scorpius' embarrassment at being caught staring. He mouthed a silent, "Hi," across the yard to which she couldn't stop herself from giggling at his cheesiness. However, she did reply with a casual, silent, "Hi," as well. Rose excused herself, leaving Lucy and making her way towards the blonde. As she cut through the crowd she took the time to really look at him. He looked so handsome without trying. He was wearing tan-colored pants with an off-white button-down shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his strong, toned forearms and his first few buttons were again left undone. As she drew nearer she noticed that he had in fact combed his hair and shaved for the occasion. Overall, Rose found herself taking deep breaths to calm herself down. She couldn't get ahead of herself. Just because she was single now doesn't mean that she is ready to try anything with Scorpius. "I have only just gotten out of a long-term relationship, plus Scorpius and I have finally called a truce and being friends for a change will be much better for both of us right now. Besides, who said that he would even want to be more than friends with me? He wouldn't be interested in me in that way," she thought. "Ms. Weasley, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Scorpius said with a smirk as Rose came to stand beside him, deciding to play it cool. "I have no idea, Mr. Malfoy," Rose replied, feeling a little annoyed about hearing a little of the old Malfoy attitude in his comment, especially after his sweet and slightly cheesy behavior a moment ago. "But now that that smirk of yours has come out to play, I may just leave to find better company." "Rose, I'm sorry," Scorpius stuttered. I'm sorry." Rose regarded the blonde carefully. She could see his anxiety clearly written across his face. He was nervous around her. A part of her was a little pleased and a part of her felt guilty. She didn't want him to be nervous around her. What kind of healthy friendship was that? "It's okay," she sighed. "I'm sorry too, I shouldn't have snapped at you. I deserved it," he said with a shrug. "Well, it's debatable," she replied with a smile. "Didn't I always?" He smirked playfully. "True, but you're different now." "Amazing, isn't it?" "Yes, isn't it quite," Rose teased. Scorpius just laughed. "So, how has your week been?" "It has been good," Scorpius replied. "A lot of hard work, but I enjoy it. Living my brother must be interesting." "As someone who has been there, you have my sympathy," Rose joked, reaching out and touching his arm before she could stop herself. "Oh come on, he's not that bad," Scorpius said through chuckles. Oh please, Rose scoffed. It's only been a week, just you wait. You haven't seen anything yet. As if on cue, Hugo ran behind Scorpius. Hide me, he pleaded as he crouched down a little. What? Why? Rose asked, confused. Just make sure she doesn't see me, Hugo said to Scorpius, ignoring his sister. Scorpius sighed. Make sure who doesn't see you? Rose asked, again finding herself playing catch-up. Hugo, you're acting ridiculous, Scorpius replied, moving out of the way, stepping closer to Rose in the process. No, I'm not, Hugo insisted childishly as he moved back behind his sister and mate. Frustrated with not knowing what was going on, she gripped Scorpius' shirt over his chest and yanked him around to face her. Why is my brother hiding behind you? Scorpius muttered, distracted by how close they were and how Rose hadn't let go of his shirt. Don't tell her, Scorp. Hugo interrupted. Scorpius, Rose said almost flirtatiously, letting him know she was still waiting for an answer and pulling him a little closer. He's hiding from Ella because he's in love with her, but they had a falling out and he hasn't spoken to her properly in probably 2 years and he hasn't seen her since their graduation, Scorpius admitted really fast, clearly more affected by Rose's proximity and behavior. I am not in love with her. Hugo stood up straight as he shouted, probably a little too loudly. Rose, still holding on to Scorpius, looked at Hugo, realizing that despite what he had said, her little brother was in fact in love. Whether he liked it or wanted to admit it was irrelevant because it was clearly written there in his eyes. After a moment, the silence between them was interrupted by someone clearing their throat. Rose's gaze moved to the person who had approached them. Seeing Ella standing there, her stare flicking between the three of them, lingering on Hugo behind them a little longer, snapped her back to reality. She quickly let go of Scorpius' shirt, regretting her efforts of trying to smooth the shirt out from its crinkled state because she found herself enjoying the feel of his chest under hands. Hello Ella, Rose said pleasantly after clearing her own throat nervously and taking a step away from Scorpius. Hello Rose, Scorpius, Ella nodded in greeting to them as she said their names. Then she turned her gaze to Hugo. Hello Hugo. Hi, Hugo replied stiffly. How have you been? Ella asked softly, ignoring his stiff short answer. Hugo seemed to just stare at her for a moment before shaking his head. Look, I have to go, excuse me, he said, refusing to make eye contact with Ella as he brushed past Scorpius and walked away. Rose felt guttered as she watched the young blonde girl deflate. So, I guess nothing has changed at all, Ella said mostly to herself. Rose could hear the frustration in her voice. It has been like that for a couple of years now. Ella, I'm sure. Oh no, I'm mistaken, Ella cut over Rose's weak attempt at reassuring her. I got a good luck and a handshake on the last day of school. So much for friendship, huh? Scorpius moved to place a comforting arm around her shoulder as her eyes grew wet. Rose's heart swelled with emotion for the man as she watched Scorpius comfort the younger girl with ease. The worst part about it is that I don't even know why he started treating me like this, the young woman added, wiping away a few stray tears that broke the banks. No one said anything as Ella collected herself. So anyway, do either of you know the baby's name? Ella asked, putting on a smile. Rose noticed that she was very good at it and had probably masked herself like that many times before. No, Rose and Scorpius said in unison. It's quite amazing that they have been able to keep it a secret for this long actually, Rose continued. Must be a new Weasley record. You don't even have a suspicion of what it could be? Ella questioned, to which Rose shook her head. James and Fred have pool going, Scorpius commented. I think leader at the moment is Nymphadora or Gabrielle. Scorpius and Rose spoke to Ella for a while longer before the young woman excused herself to get a drink and catch up with the rest of the family, leaving them alone. Once she was out of hearing range, Rose spoke. I have never felt like such a bad sister before. What? I had no idea that Hugo was having issues, and that they weren't friends anymore. Don't blame yourself, it wasn't something you would notice straight away, Scorpius replied, as he looked out through the crowd for Hugo. That was why he and Lily have been distant in the last couple of years, isn't it? Rose recalled. Scorpius just nodded. I saw it, but I just didn't have the time to really think about what it meant, Rose added, becoming increasingly ashamed and disappointed in herself. She and Hugo weren't ever super close, but at the same time, she was always glad to say that she knew her brother and they could get along decently well. However, now after finding out that Hugo had been struggling with his feelings and whatever had become between them for a long time, she had never felt more like she didn't know her brother at all. "Quickly everyone, gather around," Mrs. Weasley called out across her yard to all her family and friends. "Quickly, quickly now, dears," she continued, ushering more people into position around the new little family. "I would actually like to know the name of my great-granddaughter before I'm 100, she mumbled. "Yes, thank you, Gran," Victoire noted sternly, having caught her grandmother's comment as everyone gathered in a semicircle in front of them. Teddy stood proudly next to his wife, an arm around her waist, occasionally glancing down at his daughter, who lay cradled in Victoire's arms, with a delighted fatherly smile. Once everybody was gathered and settled, Victoire looked up at Teddy. Communicating without words, they decided that he should start the announcement and ceremony. "First, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining us today as we celebrate the start of my beautiful daughter's journey in this world," Teddy spoke in a slightly raised voice, making sure that he could be heard by everyone. "I have been made well aware that raising a daughter is one hell of a ride, especially a Weasley girl." Teddy nodded, towards a group of men in the crowd which included Harry, Ron, George, Bill and Arthur. Everyone laughed as the men cowered underneath their wives' and daughters' glares. "But I take a great deal of comfort in knowing that we have amazing family and friends to lean on and to support us and our little girl on this journey," Teddy continued. There was a round of applause that followed with some tears from Fleur and Mrs. Weasley. Two people, who we especially hope she can turn to when her mum is being controlling and moody. Or her dad is being overprotective and no fun, Victoire cut in with a cheeky smirk, drawing a murmur of laughs from the audience. To be there and help guide her throughout her life, Teddy continued ignoring his wife but smiling all the same. "Dom and Jacob," Victoire called out, finding her sister in the audience. "Could you please join us out here?" Dominique and Jacob made their way to the front. Dominique stood beside her sister with Jacob at her other side. "Jacob, ever since you met Dom you have always been there for her," Victoire began. "You have made her so happy and all of us can see how much better she feels when you're around. This is what we hope you can give our daughter. One day, who knows, it might be official," Victoire hinted, ignoring her sister's warning glare. "But for now, I just want you to know you are a part of our family." There was another round of applause. "Dom, you are my sister and are everything that it entails," Victoire said as though she was only speaking to Dominique. "You are annoying, sometimes mean, but most of all you are there for me. These last few months especially, you have shown me the true meaning of sisterhood. You have put up with all of my flaws, some brought on from the pregnancy and others not, but you were there," Victoire said with a smile which Dom returned gratefully, her eyes glassy. "This is what I hope you can give our daughter too. To be there when she needs someone to talk to be there to pick her up when she gets knocked down. What my loving wife is trying to say is," Teddy added. "Would you please be our curious, sweet, beautiful daughter's godparents?" "We would love to," Dom replied quickly, hugging Victoire carefully, not wanting to squish the baby. Jacob moved around the sisters to shake Teddy's hand. So without further ado, Teddy addressed the audience again, the sisters breaking apart. "We would like to introduce," Teddy wrapped his arm around his wife again. He nodded to her, again signaling without words for her to take it from there. "Samantha Dora Lorraine Lupin," Victoire said, both parents smiling proudly looking out over the joyous crowd. After the ceremony, the rest of the lovely afternoon was spent in the garden, the guests all getting a chance to meet Samantha Lupin and socialize. As soon as the sun started to go down, the guests bid the new family goodbye. The Potters had invited Ron and Hermione and their niece and nephew around to their place for dinner. Rose and Allison joined Hermione and Ginny in the kitchen to help with dinner, while Lily and Ella sat talking and catching up with the men outside. "Did you hear what Victoire hinted at? Jacob officially being a part of the family?" Ginny gossiped, as she leant against the kitchen bench nursing a glass of wine. "Fleur wouldn't be happy about that," Hermione thought aloud as she attended to the vegetables. "Why? Dom seems happy with him," Allison commented as she handed ingredients to Rose who was making a special glaze for the lamb. "Search me. Probably something to do with him being a bad influence," Ginny answered. "Fleur thinks almost everything has a bad influence on Dom," Hermione commented. "Crazy woman thinks that she is their problem child." Rose had tuned their conversation out, choosing not to comment and much more interested in what she could see out the window. Hugo and Scorpius were standing away from the rest of the group by the old swing set in what looked like an argument. It didn't last long, and before Rose knew it, Hugo had stormed off in her direction. Rose watched as her brother entered the kitchen, plastering on a half-hearted smile to cover his scowl, and approached their mother. "Hey Mum, I am sorry but have to head off," Hugo said, with a quick key to her cheek. "Say goodbye to Dad for me." Rose watched as he quickly moved to give his aunt a hug before his mother could question him. "Thank you Aunt Ginny, but I can't stay," Hugo said, as he made a beeline for the flow. "Bye sis," was the last thing he said before he disappeared with a burst of flames. What in the world was that all about? Hermione questioned, slightly shocked at her usually cheerful son's behavior. "It can't be my cooking, Rosie is here," Ginny replied. Rose didn't answer, but instead her gaze immediately searched out the blonde man through the window. Scorpius had sat down on one of the swings, his shoulders slumped while his arms wrapped around the chains. His eyes were downcast, staring down at what Rose recognized as his Rubik cube that he held in his hands. "Rose, do you have any clue as to why your brother was acting strangely?" Rose was brought out of her daze by her mother's voice. "Rose," Hermione tested, now concerned for her daughter. Rose finally tore her eyes away from the blonde and looked at her mother. "Ah," was all that came out of Rose's mouth. She wasn't sure, although she did have a fair idea what was troubling her brother. However, for some unknown reason to herself, all she could think about was getting to Scorpius. She wanted to make sure he was okay, but she was torn between Scorpius and comforting her mother's concern, saving Hugo from a future Hermione Weasley interrogation. And just like that, the decision was quite simple. "Would you please excuse me?" Rose said as she quickly emptied her hands and made her way out the back door, not waiting for a reply. Scorpius stared down at his Rubik cube, trying to gather his thoughts. Maybe that was a bit pushy, he thought. It wasn't long until a soft voice brought him back from his mind. "Hi." At the sound of her voice, Scorpius' head shot up quickly, his eyes quickly seeking out hers. She gave him a small smile, but he could see that she was worried about something. "Hi," he mumbled. "Do you mind if I join you?" she asked, her eyes gesturing to the spare swing. "No, not at all," Scorpius replied. Rose sat down on the swing, the chains making a light creak as she did, and the two lapsed into a comfortable silence. So, Rose spoke after a while, finally feeling the need to address the reason she was there. "I am guessing that little spat you had with my brother was about Ella." To Rose's surprise, Scorpius didn't say anything, he just confirmed with a nod of his head as he continued to stare down at his cube. "Are you okay?" At the sound of her concerned voice, he looked up at her again. He had rarely seen such concern in her eyes, especially directed at him. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said, assuring her as quickly as he could. "It's Hugo that you should be worried about." "Don't worry, he will get his," she replied in a slightly playful manner. "I won't let him off that easy." "I don't doubt that," Scorpius chuckled. Rose found herself all the happier just from seeing his face light up and knowing that she had in some way caused that. They both slipped into another silence, both of their gazes directed at the ground, both smiling to themselves. "Do you remember the last time we were here?" This time Scorpius interrupted the calm. "Yeah, we said goodbye." "No, if I remember correctly." Scorpius said jokingly, "You were saying goodbye, and I was saying see you later." "Well, I honestly thought that it was. I knew that you would always keep in touch with Al and Hugo, but I always thought you'd like the adventure too much to ever really come back for good," Rose explained, her voice still light and joyful. "Either that or you'd be eaten by a lion in Africa," she added teasingly. They both laughed at that. "Actually, that almost did happen. Blasted cat wanted my lunch," Scorpius said. "I know," Rose replied, through her laughter. "Who would have thought lions would like chocolate frogs?" "What?" It was just then that Rose realized what she had said. "How did you know it was a chocolate frog?" Scorpius asked, already drawing his own conclusions to what it meant. Rose scrambled to find another reason as to how she knew that information other than the actual reason, which was because it was in his letters. She stuttered. "Scorp," Albus called out to them from the patio. Rose had never been so grateful for her cousin's interruption, until she saw the look on his face when she directed her eyes on him. Something was up, and Scorpius could tell too. "There is someone here to see you." Me? Scorpius asked, confused as to why there would be someone here to see him. Albus just nodded in confirmation. Okay, I'll be right there, Scorpius said as he stood up. Albus nodded again before turning around and walking back inside the house. Just when Rose thought Scorpius was going to follow him, he turned around and offered his hand to her. She looked up at him, she could see it in his eyes, he knew what it meant. However, she could not decipher whether his reaction would be a good or bad one to the fact that not only had she not replied, but she also had made it seem like she had never received or read his letters. Slowly, Rose placed her hand in his as he graciously assisted her to her feet. Only once she was standing did she realize how close they were. This isn't over, Scorpius whispered into the space between them, his magnificent blue eyes never leaving her own rich brown ones. She nearly gulped under his intense gaze, but instead she nodded. With that, Scorpius started towards the house again, not letting go of Rose's hand, but pulling the redhead along with him. Rose caught up with him so that she was walking beside him. She smiled when she felt him interlock their fingers, and before she could really think about it, she gave his hand a small squeeze in return. Scorpius, thinking it was safer, opted to go through the kitchen rather than the patio to get to the foyer. Ignoring the stares of the three women still in the kitchen, Scorpius and Rose made their way through the Potter's house to meet Albus at the front door. When they entered the foyer and Scorpius' gaze fell on who had come to see him, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide. As Rose took a closer look at the woman, she quickly noticed the resemblance. Everyone always thought Scorpius looked like his father, which he probably did, but as she looked into her magnificent blue eyes, Rose had no doubt who this was. Mother. Hello Scorpius, Astoria said with a teary smile as she gazed upon her little boy who had become a man. Scorpius opened and closed his mouth in shock, but Albus noticed that he didn't let go of Rose's hand. Albus quickly sent a questioning look her way, and Rose responded with an I explain later look. Astoria slowly made her way towards her son. Once within reach, she raised her shaking hands to his face. Rose tried to step away and give Scorpius and his mother some space, but Scorpius wouldn't let go of her hand. Finally, with one more comforting squeeze of her hand, Scorpius released her just in time to catch his mother. As she threw her arms around his neck in a fierce hug, Rose moved to stand next to Albus so that Scorpius could still see her. His eyes found hers quickly over his mother's shoulder and she shared a smile with him, telling him without words everything was going to be okay. What are you doing here? Scorpius asked, his voice still somewhat stiff as though he was still trying to protect himself. However, just underneath they could all hear the undertone of concern. I came to find you, Astoria sniffed. She pulled back and he carefully lowered her back down on the ground. You're much taller than I remember, Astoria added with a proud smile as she looked up at her son. You're much shorter than I remember, Scorpius replied, the corners of his mouth lifting up slightly as he exacted a small laugh from his mother. Rose then noticed the three women who entered the room. Ginny, Hermione and Allison had followed them. Astoria, it's good to see you again, Hermione said politely. The three mothers shared a smile, indicating to Rose that they knew each other better than they were letting on. Might I suggest you take this into the living room and I will make sure you won't be disturbed, Ginny said, nodding to her son to lead the way. Mrs. Malfoy, the living room is this way, Albus directed. Thank you, Astoria said as she followed Albus' directions. Rose watched Scorpius hesitate, but he soon followed them as well. They shared a smile as he walked past. Once the blonde was out of sight, Rose turned back to find the smirking faces of her aunt, mother and best friend. What? Rose said innocently. Oh nothing, Ginny said, and all three of them walked back to the kitchen, still smirking. Once they had found their destination, Albus gave Scorpius a pat on the back and whispered, "Good luck," as he walked past his friend and out of the room, leaving mother and son alone. Scorpius looked over at his mother. She had aged since he last saw her but was still incredibly beautiful. However, her beauty aside, she looked anxious and scared. He could tell that she was dreading this conversation and probably his reaction. However, he also got the feeling that something else had happened. As he stood there, he couldn't seem to find the words. He found that he didn't know what to say. I am sorry, Scorpius, suddenly his mother exclaimed, breaking the silence. She took a breath before she continued. I know you might think otherwise, but I love you so much, and tears quickly spilled from her eyes. Scorpius reacted mostly on instinct and wrapped his arms around his crying mother. She didn't waste any time accepting his embrace and wrapping her arms around his middle. I never wanted you to leave, but your father, she mumbled through her tears into his chest. Slowly, Scorpius guided her over to a small couch. They sat down side by side as he kept an arm wrapped around her and waited for her sobbing to cease. Silently, he summoned a tissue and passed it to her. Gratefully, she took it and dabbed her eyes. After a while he finally decided to speak. What happened? He asked. She went still for a moment before she looked up at him. However, she quickly looked away again before replying. I left the manor. Scorpius was shocked yet again. He knew what his mother was skirting around saying, but he never ever thought that it would or could happen. What did he do? Why do you always assume he did something? Because he usually does, Scorpius replied. She just shook her head, but didn't answer. When? He asked. Tuesday night, she replied, her voice quivering. Why has it taken this long for you to come to me then? Where have you been staying for the last few days? Scorpius was appalled and a little upset that she hadn't come to him straight away. I rented a room at a small Muggle inn, she replied. I didn't want to face your aunt. Scorpius understood why. He knew his Aunt Daphne would have just rubbed it in, finally being able to say she was right about his father and mother's relationship. Okay, I get that, but why didn't you look for me straight away? I was afraid, she muttered. I still am. You don't need to be. I would never hurt you. I knew that, but would you forgive me? She replied, looking up at her son properly for the first time since they had sat down, searching for an answer. After a moment, Scorpius replied confidently, there is nothing to forgive. Rose had rejoined the women in the kitchen, but her mind was still clearly somewhere else. Now, she stood nursing a glass of wine in her own little world while her mother and aunt cleaned up and they waited for the lamb to be cooked. It didn't take Allison long to bring her back from her thoughts. So, you and Scorp looked cozy just before, she said in a slightly teasing tone. Stop fishing. What? It was just an observation, Allison replied, faking innocence. Yes, well you can stop observing then. Come on Rose, Allison said more seriously. Can you really blame me? I guess not, Rose sighed. So, what's going on between you two? Nothing, replied Rose. Allison gave her a look saying, I don't believe you. Okay, Rose sighed. It could turn into something, but I am not sure yet. Allison was silent for a little while before she asked, do you want it too? Maybe I don't know, Rose replied with a frustrated sigh. Scorpius, what happened all those years ago? It doesn't matter, Scorpius interrupted. No, it does, Astoria insisted. Please, I need to say this. Okay, Scorpius nodded. You have to understand your father he needed me, Astoria stuttered. I know, Scorpius said simply as he covered his mother's hand. Mother, I never blamed you for staying with him. I never thought less of you for staying with the man you love, he spoke with such composure and sincerity. I also know, that against all odds, you still love him, Scorpius added. Astoria sniffed trying to hold back more tears as she looked down at her shaking hands. And you know what, Mother, Scorpius said calling his attention back to him. I know for a fact that he will always need you, he finished, once her gaze had found his once more. He used his thumb to wipe away the tears that had slid down her cheeks from his words. He pulled her back to his chest and held her again as she cried. After a while, when she started to calm down, he spoke again. What changed? I put my needs before his, Astoria whispered, almost as though it was a sin, just loud enough for him to hear. And I needed you. After Astoria had collected herself, Scorpius took her around to meet everyone and they insisted that Astoria stay for dinner. Once they had finished dinner, everyone all sat around on the patio talking and sharing stories. While Albus was in the middle of sharing a story about him and Scorpius at Hogwarts, Rose noticed Scorpius slip away. When he didn't come back from the kitchen, she decided to follow him and make sure he was okay. I'll be right back, Rose muttered to Allison as she stood up and slipped away unnoticed by most. She found him in the kitchen in a position that could only describe as distressed. He leant over the bench, his head hanging dejectedly, and Rose swore she could see his shoulders shake as he fought off a cloud of emotions. His knuckles were white from how hard he gripped the bench, and he took deep breaths in an effort to gather himself. Scorpius. The sound of her voice startled him. She saw him jolt almost as though receiving an electric shock, but he didn't acknowledge her otherwise. She stepped closer to him, having the desperate desire to comfort him. As she stood beside him, she reached out and placed a hand on his back. Glad to see that he didn't shy away from the contact, she began to rub circles comfortingly on his back while she watched his face. "Talk to me," she whispered. Twisting his head to the side, Scorpius looked up at Rose. He could see the concern in her eyes, and it scared him. So many thoughts were running around in his head, jumbling and messing up his feelings. He didn't know what to do. He found himself afraid to let her in, again. "I can't," he muttered, as he quickly pushed off the bench and backed away from her. He saw the hurt flash in her eyes again, and he felt like he wanted to throw up. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, diverting his gaze away from her, instead looking at the ground. "I'm sorry," he repeated as he quickly left the room. Rose stood there for a moment, before quickly pushing her hurt feelings aside. He was obviously having some kind of delayed reaction to his mother's arrival and he needed comfort, but obviously not from her. If she was honest with herself, she knew why. Yes, they had been getting closer since he returned, but there wasn't much trust between them in the past and they hadn't really had time to build it yet. She quickly swiped away a stray tear that had found its way onto her cheek and walked back outside. It seemed that Albus had just finished his story. Rose made her way over to him. "Al, could I talk to you for a minute?" "It's important," Rose whispered into his ear. When Albus looked back at Rose, he could indeed see it was important. Her expression said it all. "Yeah, of course," he replied in a low voice as he stood up and followed Rose. With one look over her shoulder at her mother, Rose knew that Hermione would cover for them. Once they made it into the kitchen, Rose turned to Albus. "Rose, what's wrong?" he asked quickly, resting his hands on Rose's shoulders. "It's Scorpius. He needs to talk about it and he won't talk to me," Rose said urgently, her voice thick and full of concern and fear, suddenly finding herself struggling to hold back emotions. Okay, her cousin soothed as he pulled her in for a hug. However, Rose quickly pushed him away. "Don't worry about me, you numbskull," Rose quickly exclaimed. "I think he is having some sort of delayed reaction to it all. You need to go talk to him." Albus didn't move, unsure of what to do because she looked like she needed to talk to. "Why are you still standing here? Go," she pressed. "Ah, right," he quickly stepped around her, but still felt worried. Just before he left the kitchen, he paused. "Go," he heard her say again. Albus finally did what he was told and went in search of his best friend. Albus found Scorpius upstairs in his old childhood room, sitting on his bed. He casually walked into the room, and reaching the small desk in the corner he pulled out the chair that accompanied it and sat down across from his best friend. Albus didn't say anything, instead he let his eyes wander around his old room. His Quidditch posters still littered the walls along with his Slytherin banners. There were a few photos of his dorm mates from Hogwarts, another of him with James, Fred, Louis and Hugo, a couple of him, James and Lily, and even some with Rose, Scorpius and Allison. It looked like nothing had changed, but that wasn't true. Things had changed, he'd like to think mostly for the better. Albus directed his gaze back to Scorpius. He looked shaken but not broken. Albus could see that he was deciding about something in his head. There was a small glint of determination in his eye. "Is it just me or does this room feel smaller?" Albus said, casually. Scorpius just gave a light chuckle and smiled in response. "Come on, mate, what's going on in that head of yours?" Albus pressed. "You seemed fine before, like you talked everything out and it was all okay." "I don't know," Scorpius sighed. "I'm happy and everything feels good, but at the same time it's not, it's all jumbled." "So you're glad your mum's here or you're not?" Albus asked, confused. "I am glad," Scorpius replied. "But you're not sure you have really forgiven her yet." "I never blamed her for staying with him, but I did have to learn to forgive her for not trying to keep in contact with me," Scorpius tried to explain. "And have you?" "Yes," Scorpius answered. When Albus looked skeptical, he continued, "Albus, I really have. I did have help and I did forgive her. Like professional help." "Sort of." "What do you mean, sort of?" "I told you about Sherry." "What does your ex-girlfriend have to do with it?" Albus interrupted. Sherry was studying to be a psychologist, Scorpius replied. One of those muggle mind healers. Yes, and she helped me, Scorpius admitted. I guess that's what brought us closer. She was my friend who was helping me slowly, and then after one drunken night and one of her interventions, I guess you could call it, we became more than friends. Albus was still as he tried to take it all in, biting down the hurt from his best friend keeping something from him. As if reading his thoughts, Scorpius explained. Al, I didn't tell you exactly how everything went down between her and me because I was a little ashamed and because I didn't want you to worry about me. It's all good, I think I understand and I am glad that she helped you, Albus replied with a smile. So, after that night you just became a couple. Yeah, Scorpius said with a sigh. It just sort of happened. I mean we were already traveling together anyway, so we just sort of fell into it. You told me you loved her once, Albus pushed. He knew they were slightly off topic but he now felt like he had to talk about this. I do, Scorpius replied. But I love her like I love you or Dom. Albus nodded. So if you have forgiven your mother then what's wrong? My father, Scorpius replied simply. Albus nodded, thinking he understood, but his expression telling Scorpius to continue. I think everyone, including you, thought that what happened the day I left was worse than what really happened. I heard a rumor once that I had nearly killed my father, or that it was because he was planning to take over the world and I didn't want to help or something. Scorpius chuckled at its absurdity. It wasn't anything overly dramatic, it was rather simple. I wanted to continue Muggle studies and he thought there were other subjects worth more of my time, Scorpius explained. The past was brought back up, things were said, and then my fist collided with his face. I packed and then I left. Albus knew he was downplaying it at least a little bit but didn't interrupt. Thing is, even though we rarely got on under the best of circumstances, I still care for my father and I always felt better about leaving my parents because I knew that they had each other but now they don't. So that is what the little bit of determination I saw in your eyes earlier is about, Albus said. You want to go see your father? Yeah, Scorpius replied, but not sounding terribly convincing. I am proud of my mother, but I would not be surprised if my father has already drowned himself in mead and whiskey, he explained further. What if he has? Mum's heart is going to be shattered, Scorpius muttered wretchedly. And if he hasn't, then he is going to learn to fight for us, Scorpius said with a concrete resolve. Draco Malfoy is going to earn his family back, if it is the last thing he ever does. Tuesday. It had been 3 days since Scorpius' mother had found him. 3 days since he told Albus he was going to see his father, 3 days since he had seen or spoken to Rose. His mother was staying with the Potters for the time being. Ginny, not taking any excuses, had insisted on it. Things between Scorpius and Hugo were still strained. They hadn't yet really talked about the argument. However, Hugo had said he was happy for him once he heard Scorpius' mother was back in his life. Mostly, they had tried to avoid each other, which was one of the reasons why Scorpius was up at the crack of dawn working on Albus' house. Additionally, working at this hour not only allowed Scorpius to use more magic, as it was highly unlikely that any muggles would come by at that time in the morning, but it also allowed him to be alone with his thoughts. His father was at the front of his mind as he put up the wall paneling of what would be the lounge room. He didn't know what he was going to say or do when he saw his father again, and it made him nervous. The last thing he wanted to do was make things worse, though he couldn't really imagine it getting much worse than it already was. His mother seemed to be doing better. He could see that she was still a bit lost at times but she was happier. She was also looking for a job, and Scorpius made sure to at least call her every day. They had had dinner together for the last 2 nights and they had made plans to have a sort of brunch today. He wasn't going to tell her that he was planning on going to see her husband tonight, and a part of him felt guilty but he needed to do it and he feared that she would try and talk him out of it. Scorpius wondered if his father had changed much. According to his mother, he felt really bad as well as guilty about what happened, but she always saw the best in him when other people couldn't. There was a time when Scorpius used to make excuses for his father and try to see what his mother saw. However, he hadn't done that in a long time. 7:30 a.m., Albus and Allison's apartment. Albus stirred in his sleep, woken by what he thought was the slam of the front door. He reached across for Allison only to find cold sheets. Upon his discovery, Albus sat up confused as to where his girlfriend might be. She would usually wake him if he overslept or she had to leave before him. Worried, he looked around the room to see if she left a note for him, but had no such luck. He had this unsettling feeling in his stomach that something was going on. St. Mungo's Hospital. Allison felt bad about leaving without letting Albus know, but she just didn't know how to tell him. Telling Rose was hard enough, it made it seem all too real. The day before, her father had been assigned and moved into a permanent room as it was far too difficult for him to be at home. The healers were treating him the best they could. Potions, spells, even some experimental treatments and muggle treatments had been used and looked into, but they had yet to see an improvement. The real issue was that they could not identify what was causing his sickness, and until they could, there was little they could do. Allison sat at her father's bedside with mixed emotions, unsure of what to do as she watched him sleep. She had never felt so helpless and powerless before. There was truly nothing that she could do. So deep in her thoughts, Allison didn't notice her father wake up. Raymond Spencer opened his eyes slowly and watched his daughter as she shifted through her thoughts. He knew that his time with her was limited. He felt weak and he didn't want her to see him get any worse. However, he knew his daughter and she would never stop coming to see him or give up on him no matter what the healers said to her. Raymond took this time, as she was lost in her thoughts, to really look at her. His daughter was truly stunning and he couldn't be prouder of who she had become. He and his wife, her mother, had done well. Their daughter had become so beautiful, both inside and out. "Good morning," he said, causing Allison's gaze to search out his. Once she saw his smiling face looking back at her, she smiled too. "Good morning, Daddy," she replied as she reached out and squeezed his hand that lay beside him. "Sleep well?" "Yes, I did." "Good. Sweetie, what are you doing here?" her father asked. Allison could hear the concern in his feeble voice. "Shouldn't you be at work or having breakfast with your boyfriend?" Allison had never hated the word boyfriend so much. What she and Albus had was more than that, yet she couldn't use a stronger, more meaningful word. "I just wanted to see how you were settling in," Allison replied, ignoring her thoughts. "Well, there isn't much settling in to do," Raymond said with a smile as he glanced around the plain, simplistic room. They shared a chuckle, but Raymond stopped before he gave away how much pain it actually caused him to do so. "Go on, sweetie," he said, nodding towards the door. "I will be all right and I promise I will still be here when you visit next time." "Okay, I'll come see you on my lunch break," Allison told him as she stood up from the chair. "That soon? Geez, give me some space, woman," he joked. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Promise." "I promise," he replied with a smile. Allison bent down and at his forehead. Straightening up again, she flashed him a teary smile before she quickly turned and rushed out of the room. 9:30 a.m. Because of the early mornings and all the work he had been doing, Scorpius had nearly finished the main structural work of the house, and it was finally starting to look like a proper house. As he arrived at the Potters to pick up his mother, his thoughts were still jumbled between his father, Rose, and the paint colors that he wanted to go over with Albus. Scorpius knocked on the door and waited in a daze. He had no doubt now that what he felt for Rose was strong and different to what he had felt for anyone before, but it disturbed him knowing that he still couldn't express his feelings for her like he wanted to. It was like he had gone back to what he was before, but at the same time he knew that he had changed. He thought he wasn't afraid of feelings now and he could express them better. Scorpius just couldn't understand what it was about Rose that made him like this. Suddenly, the door opened, ripping him out of his thoughts as he focused on his mother, who stood in the doorway. Astoria quickly reached out and pulled him into a hug. She had been doing this since the weekend, greeting him with a hug, and Scorpius still occasionally found himself taken aback when she did, not used to the motherly treatment from her on a daily basis. However, he was trying to get used to it, for her sake. "Morning, Mother," Scorpius said with a smile as he left her embrace. "Good morning, son," Astoria beamed up at him. "So, where are we going for brunch?" he asked as he closed the door and started down the small steps. "You said you know a good place." "Yes, Ginny told me about it," Astoria followed him. As Scorpius had his hands in his pockets, he simply stuck out his elbow. Astoria smiled and looped her arm through his. Her son, she thought, such a gentleman. They continued to walk down the road, just enjoying the breeze and each other's company. She said it was a small lovely place, with the best food, in a small Muggle town, Astoria continued. Really? A Muggle town? Scorpius said, a little surprised. That she would want to go to that place. Oh, please don't act so surprised, Scorpius, she said in an almost scolding manner. It wasn't me who had big Muggle issues. It was your father, and I just simply went along with it. She sounded a bit ashamed at the end of her sentence. Scorpius looked down at her. He could see some sadness flood her eyes, which had been sparkling with joy a moment ago. Well, it's your choice, Scorpius spoke into the quiet, trying to keep her somewhat distracted. I will be happy to go wherever you want to, Mother, he looked down at her with a smile. She returned it gratefully, resting her head against his shoulder for a moment. So, you don't have Muggle issues, as you so put it, Scorpius smirked as they were nearing the end of the road. But the real question is, can you handle transportation like a Muggle? Upon her look of confusion, Scorpius gestured to a beat-up, old ute parked on the side of the road. It was mostly blue, but there was the splash of red rust spotted all over it. Astoria had seen other contraptions similar on the roads before, but never one quite like the one she saw in front of her. What is it? It's a 1976 Ford F-100 with a stepside, Scorpius replied. Astoria noticed the spark in his eyes, and it brought a smile to her face, seeing the enjoyment and passion for the contraptions he had. She noticed what looked like some sort of equipment and tools in the back open part of the vehicle, but put that aside as Scorpius led her over to it. Is it safe? She asked. Yes, Mother, Scorpius replied in the same manner he had as a teenager when she had nagged and cautioned him. It is a little old and run down, but I am working on restoring and selling it, he added as he opened the passenger side door for her. But for now I thought I might as well use it. He walked around to the other side and got in. So whereabouts is this place? After she gave him the address, they were off. Apparently it wasn't far from where Scorpius was working, so he knew how to get there easily. Sitting beside him, Astoria sat in rapture as she watched her son steer and control the vehicle. Her little boy was definitely not a little boy anymore. He was a charming, caring, strong and handsome man. The more time that she spent with him, the more she had these moments of realization. What would follow was the sad and terrible feeling of knowing she had little to do with it. She couldn't be more proud of him, but she couldn't help but wish she had actually been there more to see it. 10 a.m., LeCoin rose. Rose saw him before he saw her, and it gave her time to control the butterflies that rose within her. He was with his mother, and they entered her place with smiles on their faces. However, once his gaze drifted past his mother, and landed on her, his smile and happy expression faded. Rose deflated slightly as she noticed this, but Astoria, who hadn't noticed the change, approached the counter with a smile. Hello Rose, I didn't know you worked here, she said with a genuine smile. Tearing her focus away from Scorpius, she instead smiled back at his mother. Actually, Mrs. Malfoy, I own this place. It's my baby, some might say, Rose said, finding herself blushing slightly and feeling nervous, as she felt Scorpius stare. Please, call me Astoria, dear, the older woman replied. Well, I am shouting Scorpius brunch, so is there anything that you can recommend? She looked up at Scorpius and could see that he was uncomfortable, choosing to look anywhere but at her. She felt a burst of anger, as she felt that he was making everything worse. In her eyes she had done nothing wrong. So with a much more confident voice she continued. For you, Astoria, I recommend perhaps the croak. Madam, or if you feel like something sweeter and special, our cherry clafouti is delicious. Rose smiled sweetly at Astoria before turning her gaze back to Scorpius, who still refused to look at her. As for Scorpius, she began in a very different tone. Her previously sweet, kind voice now sounded slightly bitter and was dripping with frustration and anger. I'd assume he'd like our all-day breakfast. After all, he always has liked a bit of everything. Rose watched as Scorpius' gaze snapped straight to hers upon hearing the double meaning behind her words. Deep down she knew he didn't deserve this treatment, but Rose found herself blinded by her frustration, confusion and anger at their situation. Scorpius saw her smirk challengingly at him, with a better smirk than he could probably produce, as if daring him to say or do anything. It was actually what Rose wanted. She hadn't seen him after what happened on Saturday and she just wanted a reaction, anything. What did happen? She thought. She had been wondering that ever since Saturday. On one hand it felt like there was a promising moment of change that filled her with hope, but on the other hand she also felt like she had been let down again in some way. Rose knew that was a very selfish way to think because she knew she had let him down too. She didn't enjoy feeling that way, but the feeling was there in the pit of her stomach. Astoria could now see and feel the tension between the two, just like she thought everyone else in the cafe could as well. She watched her son and the young woman in front of her glare at each other, and waited for her son to say or do something. She could see the battle going on inside his head. Then all of a sudden, she saw the ends of his mouth tip up slightly into a covert smile. Rose was shocked as well, but soon she also had humor dancing in her eyes. This didn't escape Scorpius, and upon recognizing her change in demeanor, he sent a playful smirk her way. "Yes, that sounds great, thanks." Rose simply nodded and wrote down the order, a smile tugging at her lips. Astoria was still confused when Rose looked back at her expectantly. "Ah, the clafouti sounds lovely, dear," Astoria said. Rose nodded and again scribbled down the order. "Would you like anything to drink today?" Rose asked. "I'd love a latte." Astoria asked, unsure. "Yes, of course," Rose said with a smile before turning her gaze, almost eagerly, back to Scorpius. "I've heard your hot chocolates are special, one of a kind." "I'd love to find out for myself." He smiled at her and she couldn't stop the blush rising in her cheeks. "Ah, sure, okay, well, pick a table and I will bring them out to you when they are ready," Rose said nervously as she rushed off towards where he assumed the kitchen was. Scorpius couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. That was not how he expected his first meeting with Rose since the whirlwind that was Saturday would be. Astoria and Scorpius sat down at a table. Scorpius took the opportunity to look around the small cafe. It had a nice, warm and welcoming atmosphere, and Scorpius could clearly feel Rose's touch throughout the room. Once he turned his attention back to his mother, he found her staring quizzically at him. "What? Oh, nothing," Astoria said, shaking her head slightly. "I just didn't know that you and Rose or that you two have something going on," Astoria stuttered, clearly confused and trying to find the right words. "What? No. It's okay, she really is a lovely girl," Astoria said, smiling at her son across the table. "I just would have liked to have known." "No, that's not, we're friends," Scorpius stumbled, actually feeling like an embarrassed 13-year-old. It was the last thing he wanted to do, explain anything to do with he and Rose to his mother. "Really? It definitely looked like." "Mother, it's nothing," Scorpius interrupted. "Please just drop it." Astoria was quiet for a moment. Just when Scorpius thought she had indeed let it go, she spoke again. "Fine, you can tell me when you're ready. But if my opinion counts for anything, I think she is lovely, and though I am still confused about what happened back there, I think you should make sure that it isn't nothing. A girl like that doesn't come around all that often, son." Astoria reached and patted Scorpius' forearm, sharing a knowing smile. Albus, office. Albus had not been able to concentrate at all. The morning had flown by and he had achieved hardly anything. Something was up and he didn't know what to do. He had been thinking back on it all morning and had realized that Allison has been a little different lately. He had noticed but always attributed it to something else: Scorpius returning, Samantha's birth, the argument with Rose, or work. However, now he was beginning to worry that it was something else. Albus looked up at the clock and realized it was too early for his lunch break and probably for hers. He sighed, knowing he had to wait, trying to concentrate on the claims and paperwork in front of him. Albus zoned out nearly straight away, only to be brought back to consciousness by the tapping sound of his own wand against the desk. Frustrated, he leaned forward, resting his head in his hands. After a moment, one hand reached down into his pocket and pulled out the small velvet case that held the ring he had been carrying around with him since he brought it. He shifted it through his fingers as he thought about the woman who he was going to ask to wear the ring for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, he couldn't wait until lunch. He had to see her, even if he couldn't figure out what was going on, even if it was just to tell her he loved her. With that in mind, he stood up and gathered his coat, leaving everything else where it was and dashing out the door. "Sally, clear the rest of my day, family emergency. I have to go," he said to his secretary as he left the office heading straight for the Daily Prophet. LeCoin rose. Rose hurried into the kitchen, but stopped once she made it through the doors and out of sight. She just stood, the end of her mouth slowly rising, as she smiled softly to herself, or so she thought. When she finally came out of her own little world, Rose looked up to see every one of her small staff staring at her, most of them with confused and worried expressions of their faces. However, Rose noticed Daisy trying not to laugh at how quickly she turned even redder with embarrassment. Rose stuttered. Come on, everyone back to work, Nate said to the staring staff. She doesn't pay us for nothing. Rose mouthed the words, thank you, to him as he went back out to serve. Daisy came over and silently took the written order out of her hands, before reading it out to their staff and getting the meals underway. Finally, she turned back to Rose and smiled cheekily. So, are you going to tell me who made you smile like that? She asked. When Rose didn't immediately reply and her expression turned into an unsure and worried one, she lost her cheeky look. It's not Ben, is it? No. Why would you think that? Only because you seem really insecure and confused now that you thought about whatever or whoever happened, Daisy replied. That's because he is really confusing and complicated, Rose let out a frustrated sigh. But he made you smile like that, she said with a happy smile of her own. And I don't think I have ever really seen you smile like that. Because that's what he does, Rose said irritated. He makes me smile, but he also makes me cry. Scream and curse. Okay, there is definitely a story behind that, Daisy commented. Unfortunately, one too long and confusing to ever be told properly. Well, I'm intrigued, Daisy replied. Now, I have to at least see what he looks like, she added, as she took off her apron and casually walked out. No arg, Rose tried to stop her but it was too late. So instead she followed Daisy out of the kitchen and found her at the large coffee and espresso machine, pretending to make a coffee as she scanned the tables. What are you doing? Rose whispered. I wanna see what he looks like, Daisy whispered back. Oh my, please tell me that's him, she added with what Rose called her, damn he's hot, expression. Rose followed her gaze and saw that indeed Daisy had found Scorpius. He and his mother were sitting across from each other, at a table in corner of the cafe next to the window. It looked like they were looking out the window and Scorpius was explaining, probably jokingly, about what they were seeing out the window. It isn't? Daisy asked excitedly. She's enjoying this way too much, Rose thought as she rolled her eyes. Yes, that's him. I swear he looks familiar. How do you know him? Daisy asked, still watching the attractive blonde. We went to school together, Rose replied nonchalantly. He is also like a family friend. So why haven't I heard about him before? Because he has been overseas for the last 3 years and isn't important, Rose replied. Daisy ignored Rose's defensive tone and continued. Well, he definitely seems more like your type, Daisy commented, before mumbling more to herself, I swear he looks really familiar to me. What do you mean he's my type? Rose muttered, still slightly defensive. He's nothing like Ben or any of my previous dates. I know, and now I am wondering if he is actually the reason for that, Daisy replied, grinning teasingly at her friend. Rose simply rolled her eyes, and went to walk away. No seriously, Daisy said catching Rose's attention. I always thought all those guys weren't your type. You need someone who is going to challenge you, who isn't going to lie down and take whatever crap you give. And most importantly, someone who doesn't expect you to do that for him either, Daisy explained. But that's just my opinion. Basically, I always thought you needed a guy who could push all your buttons, Daisy added trying to still keep it light. And, honey, if that isn't a man who can push any woman's buttons, and push them in all the right ways, she winked suggestively at the redhead, then don't know what is. And with that Daisy walked back into the kitchen. Daily Prophet. Allison was sitting in her temporary office confirming the 2-page layout for next week's entertainment section. She and George Wilton, one of her co-workers in charge of designing said artwork and layout, were discussing a fix to a problem Allison had spotted. What about if we cut the advertisement? George suggested. No, without the advertisement this section is basically obsolete and broke. What about the article, any way to shorten it? Word count has already been approved and the writer has been assigned another topic, Allison replied, standing up and walking over to the larger layout sample on the wall adjacent to the door. It would be unprofessional to ask them to revisit it if it has already been approved. Albus found Allison's cubicle quickly but was a little confused to find it unoccupied. May I help you, sir? A young, what he assumed must be an intern asked. Ah yes, I am looking for Allison Spencer. This is usually her desk. Miss Spencer is heading the entertainment section for a little while until Mr. Bors recovers, she replied. Of course, he thought. He had forgotten she had told him about that. Just another 2 aisles over and then you should see her office, the intern added, before walking away with several files and papers in her hands. Thank you, Albus called out to her quickly before following her directions. She was right, and he was surprised he had never noticed before that the cubicles were arranged to form aisles. He ran 2 aisles over and then he could see her. The door to her office was open and Albus saw that she seemed to be rearranging things on the wall. He walked faster down the long aisle that led to her. Noticing she wasn't alone and she was discussing something with a colleague, he decided that he didn't really care and started almost running towards her. He suddenly just felt the need to hold her in his arms and forget about all the questions he had for her. Allison, he called out, finally nearing her office and catching her attention. She turned, watching as he ran towards her, confused. Albus, what or yo was all that could escape her lips before she found his on hers. She was surprised for a moment but their lips immediately fell into sync. As his hands slid down her body to wrap around her waist, her arms locked around his neck. Completely forgetting that she was in the workplace, Allison let out a little moan, and gripped him tighter as his lips moved against her so passionately. Unhurriedly, Albus slowed the intensity of the key, their lips moving slowly and leisurely against each other's. Allison's eyes remained closed as Albus' lips lightly brushed over hers one final time before he pulled back a little to look at her. However, they didn't release their grip on each other as they both regained their breath. Want to take the rest of the day off with me? Albus said through short breaths. Allison simply nodded, at a loss for words. The smile that took over Albus' face was brighter than she had seen in a while and Allison couldn't be happier. Albus didn't waste any time summoning her essentials and taking her hand. Ignoring the stares off her coworkers, he led her out of the Daily Prophet and to the closest fireplace. Rose busied herself with making their drinks, while she watched Scorpius and Astoria. What Daisy had said was at the front of her mind. She couldn't believe how sometimes Daisy thought she could know everything important about a person just by looking at them. Of course, Rose knew that the majority of the time she was wrong, otherwise Daisy would know that she and Scorpius were magical. Mind you, that is not a conclusion an average muggle would immediately come to, Rose thought. However, Rose also knew for herself that there was more to Scorpius than good looks and his occasionally charming nature. This had become really apparent since his return when she had actually taken more notice. No, actually, I spent most of my time in the country. I lived and worked on a station in South Australia. It was run by this great loving family, and, Scorpius was explaining to his mother, when he noticed Rose approaching. It didn't take him long to realize she had gone back to feeling confused and frustrated, having had time to think about what had happened again. He fought back a sigh, feeling as though he was going to butcher everything before there was really anything to ruin again. Your latte, Rose said with a smile towards Astoria as she placed the coffee in front of her. And a hot chocolate, she added, her smile depleting slightly as she placed Scorpius' drink in front of him. Thank you, Rose, Astoria said politely. Scorpius was just telling me about some of his travels. They are rather interesting and exciting, though you have probably heard them all before. Actually, no, I haven't, but I am sure they are, Rose replied. Refusing to look at Scorpius, knowing that he knew that wasn't exactly true. He knew about how she actually at least some of read his letters. That's right, I haven't really had the time to fill everyone in, Scorpius went along with it, speaking up before Rose could get away. You know, with little Sammy being born and whatnot. I mean, I could have written letters telling everyone while I was traveling, but I couldn't be bothered to write to anyone but Albus, he added in a somewhat fake voice, smirking up at Rose as she glared down at him. Oh Rose, you must join us then, Astoria exclaimed. They really are quite fascinating. Scorpius, smirk faltered at that, not really expecting that from his mother. Mother, I am sure this is not an appropriate time. Rose is working, Scorpius spoke up. Surely her staff can handle everything for a little while. Astoria, I wouldn't want to intrude. This is your time together and… Nonsense, you wouldn't be intruding, Astoria assured Rose. Scorpius, tell Rose we would love for her to join us. Scorpius received a disapproving glare from his mother when he didn't immediately speak up. He looked up at Rose and found her eyes already on him. Their glazes locked for a moment, Rose searching his, looking for the answer. Scorpius didn't know what to do. He enjoyed Rose's company, but this would be awkward until they really had the opportunity to talk properly, privately, and that was without even considering the fact that his mother was their present company. Just as quickly as he had found her gaze, it seemed it was lost. Rose looked down at her feet briefly before raising them to Astoria. In the moment that her eyes left his, Scorpius knew that he didn't want her to leave. He knew that if he didn't insist that she stay, he wouldn't get to see her again before they left. I really appreciate the offer, Rose spoke to Astoria, slowly backing away, about to leave. The two Malfoys didn't miss the flicker of sadness and disappointment in her eyes. But I do have some paperwork that I need to. No, wait, Scorpius stood up, abruptly cutting off whatever Rose was going to say. Rose, we would really love for you to join us, Scorpius said sincerely, hoping she didn't notice his slip-up. Rose's mouth opened slightly, completely shocked and not sure what to say. He noticed the internal struggle going on inside behind her eyes. So, instead, Scorpius made it simple. He reached around her and grabbed a spare chair from an empty table and positioned it at the unused side of the table in between him and his mother. Please, he muttered. Breathing was a little harder as Rose was drawn in by his intense gaze. Breaking their eye contact, she nodded and sat down in the empty chair. Oh Merlin, that was amazing, Allison puffed, trying to catch her breath as she flopped back down onto the bed. Albus, expression turned smug as he too fought to gain his normal breathing pattern back. He lay on his back beside her, looking up at the ceiling with one arm tucked behind his head and the thin sheets barely reaching his waist. I can't disagree with that, he said proudly. Allison giggled. I would hope not, she commented as she rolled onto her side and propped herself up, leaning on her elbow, to look down at the handsome, sweaty man beside her. Albus tore his gaze away from the ceiling and turned his head towards his girlfriend. She smiled down at his smug face as her fingers absent-mindedly traced the contours of his chest. Momentarily, Allison leaned down and whispered sincerely, I love you, before capturing his lips with hers in another searing key. Albus quickly moved to hold her against him as his fingers slid into her hair, preventing the key from ending. As experienced lovers, their mouths moved, in perfect synchronization with each other's. Albus expertly rolled them over so that he was above her before moving his attention to her neck. So, I can take this to mean you're up for a round two. Allison said cheekily, followed by a moan, and as Albus reached the spot on her collarbone he knew would get such a reaction. Well, technically it would be round three, Albus leaned back and answered her with a smug smile. But who's really counting? Allison grinned at him before pulling his lips back down to hers in response. The noise of tapping at the window could somehow be heard over the sound Allison's moaning and Albus grunting. Just ignore it, Albus muttered against her skin, resuming his previous activities, knowing that Allison would be tempted to let the owl in. But, no, not now. Albus, Allison said more sternly, pushing him up lightly. He took his attention away from other parts of her body and looked back up at her face. What if it's something important? She added as Albus hung his head and sighed. It better be, he mumbled as he rolled off her, laying back on the bed. Allison shot up out of bed, quickly slipping into Albus' button-down shirt, and retrieved the letter. It's work, she said, opening the letter and walking back over to the bed. They want me to go back in, she explained as she read, lying flat on her back next to Albus. Looks like I am in a bit of trouble. Well, you can't, Albus said simply. Allison turned her eyes away from the parchment in her hand and smiled at him. And why is that? She replied in an almost flirtatious manner. I have kidnapped you, and what sort of kidnapper would I be if I just let you go? Allison just outright laughed. Plus, I love you and I don't want you to go, Albus said in a much more serious tone. Allison smiled and leaned over to him again. I will never tire of hearing you say that, she replied when she pulled back. But, my dearest kidnapper, have you ever heard of the saying, if you love something, set it free and if it comes back, it was meant to be? Sounds much too risky, Albus said. Oh come on, Albus, it won't take long. Fine, Albus sighed. But how do I know that you didn't just use me for the say? And now you're going back to work and leaving me here alone for the rest of the day. He added with a pout. Guess you'll just have to trust me, Allison replied with a smirk as she made her way to their conjoining bathroom for a shower. Besides, if I was going to do that I would have definitely tied you up, she teased, sending a wink Albus, way before ducking into the bathroom. Once their order had been completed, Daisy snuck back out of the kitchen to her perfect hiding spot behind the large coffee espresso machine, and watched as Nate delivered their food. Rose was sitting at their table with them, smiling and enjoying what looked like a lovely conversation. The man was very handsome, there was no doubt about that, which made it more believable as to why she still felt like she had seen him before. She would have definitely remembered such an impeccable male specimen, but she just couldn't remember from where. A smile found its way on her lips, despite her deep searching thoughts, as she watched the cute scene play out in front of her. While the older woman chatted to Rose, the handsome blonde man scraped the mushrooms off of his plate and onto the saucer from his hot chocolate. Then he added a piece of his bacon and a little bit of his scrambled eggs, before sliding it in front of Rose. He gave her his cutlery, then got up and retrieved some used ones from free table for himself. They shared a smile, before they both directed their attention back to the older woman. "What are you doing?" Nate said, humor dancing in his voice. "Shish, I am trying to be covert," Daisy replied, not taking her eyes off of Rose and her companions. "Daisy, you're not MI6, covert isn't your specialty," Nate chuckled, as he attended to another customer's coffee. "How do you know?" she asked with a cheeky playful smile, turning around and facing him. "Maybe I am indeed character for my undercover mission," she added, cocking out her hip. "Really? At a cafe?" Nate teased. He reached across her to get a takeaway espresso cup, suddenly very close. Daisy's breath hitched as she caught a whiff of his cologne combined with the smell of coffee and maple syrup. He turned his head to look her in the eye, his face only inches away from hers. Her gaze flicked to his lips briefly, before staring back into his steel-gray eyes. A moment later, he was gone from in front of her and she watched as he smirked while he went back to the drink orders. Daisy wanted to laugh. Ever since they had met a year ago, Nate and Daisy had developed a teasing flirtation that they both knew was just a game. However, Daisy had to quickly shove away the feeling that it was different this time. "Anyway, what were they talking about when you were over there?" she asked. From what I could gather, the older woman is the guy's mother and she was talking about when he was a baby or something," Nate replied. Rose was giggling quite a bit, he added, as Daisy turned back to look at them. "He looks familiar, but I just can't figure out from where." Daisy thought out loud. "Yeah, to me too," Nate agreed, both of them searching their mind to see if they could figure out who the blonde handsome man was. Albus knew that they had to really talk when she came home. He enjoyed their previous activities and how they got carried away, but he couldn't afford to do that again until after they had talked. Allison had owled him when she got to work, saying that everything was all right and that she shouldn't be more than 20 minutes. He had taken a shower and now expected her home any minute. He paced the length of their small lounge living room trying to figure out what to say. He decided to busy himself by tidying up the mess they had made with their scramble to the bedroom earlier. He had put away his shoes and his belt, before spotting his coat on the floor by the fireplace. Dusting it off, he picked it up and searched the pockets until his hand found the small velvet box. The thought of forgetting his idea for a perfect proposal had crossed his mind several times that day, but he wanted it to be special. She deserves perfect, he thought. With that in mind, he knew he had to wait a little bit longer. "However, in the meantime, I don't think I will carry you around anymore," he said, as though speaking to the velvet box while his eyes scanned the apartment, looking for a safe place to hide it. So, it turned out the contract was for the week after. Scorpius finished telling a story from when he worked on a farm in Australia, a chuckle escaping his lips. Rose stifled a laugh as well while Astoria was torn between questioning the intelligence of Scorpius, old boss, and laughing. "So, you stayed up into the early hours of the morning shaving sheep when you didn't need to." "Shearing," Scorpius corrected. "And yes. At the time, we were a bit annoyed but it didn't take long before we could laugh about it," Scorpius confirmed. "Well, it seems like you enjoyed your time there," Astoria said. "I did, they were like another family for me," Scorpius said. "It must have been hard to leave," Rose spoke up for the first time in a while. "It was, but I had to." "Why, dear?" Astoria asked. "There was still so much of the world to see, still so much to learn," he replied. "They must mean a lot to you," Rose commented. It's the longest you stayed in the same place. Yes, they do, he said simply. Scorpius had already explained everything about the family who he had worked for while in Australia. He told them about how they had made him feel like he was a part of their family, just like the Weasleys. He didn't seem to notice, but Rose saw the slightly embarrassed and regretful but also envious expression that flashed across Astoria's face for a brief moment. She felt sorry for Astoria. The woman had spent the last 6 years constantly feeling as though her heart was being torn in two different directions, with no guarantee that either way would work out or be the right one. Rose had experienced the feeling before, but not as a constant in her everyday life. I still write to their youngest son, Jack. And I hope to go back one day, Scorpius continued. Who knows, maybe with someone special, he added, unable to stop his eyes from flicking to Rose as he spoke. She blushed slightly as she caught his meaningful gaze. Oh Merlin, look at the time, Astoria said, and Scorpius and Rose quickly diverted their gaze to her. I have to go, I have an interview, she explained with an excited smile. They all stood up and made their way over to the counter. Rose told Nate to give them her employee discount as Astoria stepped forward, not allowing her son to pay. Rose hung back with Scorpius, both sending nervous glances at the other and the floor. They wanted to say something, but both weren't sure what to say. Well, thank you dears, Astoria turned around and said, having taken care of the bill. I had a wonderful time. Surprising Rose a little, the older woman stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her in a warm embrace. Oh, don't worry son, she spoke up, releasing the redhead and noticing Scorpius getting his keys out for his ute. I will make my way there by other means, she said, winking at him and pulling him into her warm embrace. It's just easier that way. Okay, mother, let me know how it goes, he said. Will do, she replied as she made her way out the door. Toodle-loo. And with that she was gone, leaving Scorpius and Rose standing there alone. Rose and Scorpius stood there in silence after Astoria left, both wanting to say something without being able to. They both shuffled nervously on the spot, opening and closing their mouths. Scorpius heard a sharp intake of breath, drawing his attention. Thank you, Rose blurted out, her closed eyes slowly opening as she looked at the man in front of her. For allowing me to join you, she continued. I had a really good time. She smiled at him and his heart beat faster. Me too, he said, somewhat in a daze and still captivated by her looking back at him. A little laugh escaped her lips at his stunned expression. Scorpius happily smiled back as he watched her expression brighten and the small twinkle in her eye. Your mum is really great, she said. Yeah, she is. Knowing her better, it explains a lot, she commented. Does it? Yeah, it kind of does, at least for me anyway, she replied. Just when he was going to ask her what she meant by that, a beautiful, smiling blonde woman entered LaCoin Rose. Oh, you're both here. What a coincidence, Dominique said with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, as she looked between the two of them. Well, that makes things much easier, she added offhandedly. Hello Dom, Scorpius spoke up, not wanting her to start questioning them or coming up with false scenarios as to why he was there. How is the proud anti-godmother? Very well, actually, she replied. Sammy is just the cutest little baby girl, but I am glad that Jacob and I have found a place of our own here now. She doesn't sleep much. Rose and Scorpius just laughed. Yeah, I have heard that babies can be like that, Scorpius teased with a chuckle. You and Jacob have a place here. In England. Rose spoke over him. The two women completely ignored his comment, the redhead looking totally ecstatic at the possibility. Yes, we got a tiny little cottage out near Kingsford Hill, Dom said, gripping Rose's hands excitedly. Wait, I thought you liked living in France. Scorpius asked. We finalized it all this morning, Dom continued. Scorpius rolled his eyes at the women, ignoring him again. Oh Rose, it's so beautiful, she went on, pulling Rose into a hug which Rose returned enthusiastically. It has 3 bedrooms, one which Jacob said I can use wholly as my work studio, Dominique gushed. It's isolated but not overly so, and it's not too far from here, the borough or my new goddaughter. Oh Dom, it sounds perfect, Rose replied genuinely before wrapping her arms back around her cousin. Congratulations, I am so happy for you, she spoke over her shoulder. PFF'd, you're just happy that I will be around more now, Dominique brushed off, slowly pulling back from the embrace. Only a minuscule amount, Rose replied with a grin. Scorpius just watched as the two cousins smiled back at each other, almost as though they knew something he didn't, which made this whole thing even more special than it seemed to be. Anyway, down to business, Dom said sternly, clapping her hands and walking over to their table. Business? Scorpius mumbled confusingly. He and Rose shared a slightly frightened look as they took their previous seats at the table. Dom had on her serious face, or her game face as Scorpius had said before, which made Rose and Scorpius unnerved, especially as they had no idea what she could mean by business. That would include both of them. It's about my wedding, she finally said. First of all, Rose. Dom turned to her cousin and reached for her hand. Yeah, Rose muttered curiously with a squeeze of her hand. Would you be my bridesmaid? Of course, the redhead replied as a bright infectious smile took over her face and she leaned across the table to hug her cousin once more. I'd love to, she added as they released each other. Fantastic, Dom returned. Now, Scorpius, you've already agreed to be Jacob's groomsman, she said, finally acknowledging the man sitting across from her. After Scorpius nodded, she continued. Good. So, what I wanted to discuss with both of you is about the wedding. She seemed to get more nervous, which caused both Rose and Scorpius' curiosity to rise. See, Jacob and I want a very small intimate wedding planned and organized in a short amount of time, but we can't do it alone. Rose understood their rush for the wedding, knowing Dominique would want to get that out of the way before she got really pregnant. However, our maid of honor and best man will be otherwise engaged for the next month or so. Scorpius knew where this was going. Victoire just had a baby and trust me, she doesn't need anything else on her plate. Plus, she has offered to keep Mum from finding out, which is a mountain to climb all on its own, Dom explained. You don't want your mother finding out about the wedding? Rose asked. Dom simply just shook her head. At all, Scorpius added, still confused. Rose sent him a look he hadn't seen in years. He fought a smile at the thought that if some of the old Rose was still there, just like some of the old Scorpius was still in him, though he hoped much less. Really? What a stupid question. Of course, her mother is going to find out eventually, Rose said, clearly amused. Her coming home with a ring on her finger and a husband won't be a big hint. Okay, so not the smartest thing to ever come out of my mouth, Scorpius replied, putting his hands up slightly in surrender, smiling back at the redhead. They all shared a small laugh before the attention was turned back to Dominique. What about the best man? What's his excuse? He is traveling for business right up until the wedding. Plus, I really don't want him to have any real input. He is the most cold-hearted, stone-faced, workaholic on the planet. I swear the man doesn't have a heart, Dom replied, not hiding her obvious dislike of the man. Dominique looked up at her two friends and read their expressions. He's Jacob's only cousin. Jacob and his parents are his only family, she explained with a little sympathy. Anyway, I trust you guys more than anyone and I know you'll do an amazing job. That's why I am asking you too, Dom finished with pleading eyes. You're asking? Scorpius joked, earning a small giggle from Rose and a glare from Dominique. Even if we had a choice, we would love to do this for you, Rose said, squeezing her cousin's hand that rested on the table. We would, Scorpius said, smiling at the fact that Rose hadn't realized she just spoke for the both of them, almost as though they were a couple. Yes, we would, Rose stressed, shooting Scorpius a loaded stare. We would, Scorpius smiled politely back at Dominique. The blonde woman let out a giggle at their behavior. Allison checked the time before she left. It was lunchtime and she had told her father she would come see him then, but back at their apartment her very handsome boyfriend was waiting for her. She thought about if she had enough time to just quickly pop in to see her father before going back to Albus, but quickly realized she couldn't without making Albus wait longer. Knowing him, he would overthink about why she was late and she didn't need that. Maybe if I saw Al and then made an excuse to leave quickly, I could still see Dad, she thought. However, even without having actually lied yet, the guilt had set in. Allison was beginning to contemplate actually explaining to Albus about her father's condition. She couldn't lie to him or herself anymore. It was real, it was happening, and maybe having him to share it with would make things a little easier, she thought. She knew that he would try to make her feel better and keep her positive, which couldn't be a bad thing at the moment, but he would mostly likely be hurt by the fact that she didn't include him straight away. Oh look, saved by the phone, Scorpius said as his mobile buzzed with a call. They had discussed many details regarding what Scorpius and Rose would have to do and what Dom and Jacob had already agreed upon. The engaged couple had decided the weekend of Dominique's birthday in about a month's time would be the perfect opportunity to do what they had in mind. They wanted to use her birthday as an excuse for a long weekend camping trip with all of their cousins and friends in which they would get married with little fuss and without their parents and the older folk. It would also serve as their honeymoon and a little summer getaway for everyone. They had already picked out the location and apparently Jacob was organizing a magical bonding minster to perform the service. The whole time Rose had been writing down notes and ideas on the back of her order notepad while Scorpius had been fighting the urge to simply just stare at her. The quick glances he sent her way just had to be enough for him, at least until they had the chance to sort things out. However, the glances didn't go unnoticed by Dom. "I'll leave you two to the girly bits while I take this," Scorpius said as he rose from his chair, flashing the women a witty smile. "Be back in a bit," he added, this time directing a more reassuring smile to the redhead. "Okay," Rose mumbled, her lips tilting up in the corners as she watched him walk out the door. Her eyes followed him through the glass window in front of her as he answered his mobile and crossed to the other side of the street to what she assumed was his parked transport vehicle. Dom watched her cousin and the thoughtful expression take over her face as she stared at the blonde man across the street. However, Dominique was amused and delighted to see something that could only be described as hope also in her expression. "Wow," she said, bringing Rose out of her daze and smirking into her cup as she took a sip of her tea. "You two are almost on your way to being the nauseatingly cute type." "What?" Rose replied in innocence, a blush rising in her cheeks and her voice slightly higher than usual. Dominique just simply raised an eyebrow challengingly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sure you don't," she smirked before taking another sip of her tea. "So, I am assuming you have something simple in mind for your dress and the wedding party." Rose changed the subject quickly. Dominique looked at Rose curiously. Rose was almost worried she wasn't going to let the subject drop, but then the blonde smiled knowingly and answered her cousin's question. "Yes, I have all of that under control. As soon as I spoke to Jacob about my idea and he agreed, I immediately started designing what I wanted. I drew a scene of something similar to what I saw in my mind," she explained excitedly. Rose smiled. Dom and her sketches, she thought. Rose remembered how ever since her aunt, Rose's mother, gave her a sketch pad for Christmas one year, she always carried her sketch pad with her. It was how Dominique had done so well in the fashion industry. Her sketches were always so detailed and in some way delicate, equally fragile and beautiful, just like their artist. Rose knew that almost everything was already envisioned in Dominique's mind and that her job would just be about bringing everything together. She could live with that, seeing as how happy her cousin was. "I can give it to you when we all meet up tonight," she said, drawing Rose's attention. "I thought Hugo's was best, since it is probably the biggest and somewhere our parents wouldn't find us." "I'm sorry, Hugo's, tonight." Rose was a little confused. "What are you talking about?" "We'll get everyone together tonight to explain and invite them to my wedding." "Ah, okay. Now, I will let everyone know, but if you could make sure Scorpius and yourself are there that would be great," Dom said with a smile as she finished her tea. "So, 7 sound good to you?" she added, standing up and not waiting for an answer. "Got to run, plenty to do, see you tonight," she quickly rambled, as she made her way to the door, giving Scorpius a brief hug and key. On the cheek on her way out the door, a large bright smile spread across her face. "Don't get me wrong, I'm really glad to see her so happy, but she is a little scary sometimes," Scorpius teased as he made his way back over to Rose. "You're telling me?" She laughed. "So, everything sorted then?" he asked as she stood up and cleared their table. "Well, sort of," Rose replied, taking their cups and saucers up to the counter with Scorpius following close behind. She handed them over to Nate, who took care of them. "But everything should be in motion after tonight." "Tonight. Dom is unveiling it to everyone tonight at Hugo's," Rose explained, now making her way to her office. "Anyway, what was that call about? Everything all right?" "Yeah, everything's fine, but hang on, back up." He followed her closely, soon finding himself in her office. "There's a meeting tonight." "Yes, at Hugo's," Rose replied, as she closed the door, shutting out the rest of the world for a moment. "And I have to go." Yes, she said, a little concerned when she saw the stress and small disappointment on his face. You have somewhere else you need to be. Like maybe on a date or something. She asked nervously, afraid of the answer as she sat down on the sofa in her office. Number, Scorpius replied, his hand reaching up to rub the back of his neck. Not exactly, just something I have to do. Right, she said, removing her gaze from him, slightly disappointed that he wouldn't tell her. She knew he was hiding something, but was unsure if it was anything she needed to worry about. I'd probably worry anyway, she thought. Rose was brought out of her thoughts when she heard him sigh and sit down next to her. She watched him as he rested his head in his hands. Rose, he almost groaned out. It's not a date or anything like that, I swear, he added as he dropped his hands and turned his head to look her in the eye, his shoulders still hunched over. It wouldn't matter even if it was, Rose said in a strong voice as she broke their gaze and studied the floor. However, her gaze was quickly ripped back to him when she felt the warmth of his hand on her own, which rested in her lap. Yes, it would, he corrected her, a smile twitching at the corners of his lips. But it's not, she asked, finding the corners of her lips twitching up as well. Scorpius' smile grew as he simply shook his head, no. Well, I'm sure if you ask nicely, I could cover for you, she replied with a mischievous quiver in her tone. Oh, you'd really do that for me? He asked playfully, squeezing her hand lightly in his while he placed his other hand over his heart dramatically. I don't know what would possess me to do such a thing, Rose cheeked. But yes, I would, she smiled, he chuckled. Rose noticed Scorpius glance down at her lips and she couldn't stop the excited thrill that ran through her, but then she heard that voice inside her scream out that it wasn't the right time, that it wasn't going to work. Nevertheless, Scorpius turned his body towards her and slowly started to move closer, causing her breathing to quicken along with her heart. He was barely an inch away when his eyes flickered back to hers. He must have seen her doubt and fear in her eyes, as he hesitated. She could see in his expression the battle that was going on inside of him. The slight frown was the fight between what he wanted to do and what he knew he had to do. All Rose could do is sit there waiting for his decision because she knew that she didn't feel like they were ready for what it would mean if they crossed that line right then and there, but she also knew that she wouldn't stop him. Rose felt him entwine the fingers of their hands that lay clasped in her lap as he lifted his other hand to caress her cheek, and not once did they break the intense gaze that they found themselves holding. She began to worry that her heart might actually explode when he started to lean in again. Rose closed her eyes knowing she wouldn't stop him. However, instead of placing his lips on hers, she felt them first on her cheek and then again a bit closer to where her body wanted them. Much too quickly for Rose's liking, it was over. She no longer felt him so close, as she realized he had removed his hand from her cheek and released her hand with only a soft squeeze. Rose opened her eyes to see him standing and obviously avoiding her gaze. I'd better go, but I'll see you around, he spoke clearly, trying to keep his tone emotionless. Yeah, sure, Rose mumbled with a sigh, looking back down at her hands, one still tingling in her lap. She heard his footstep moving towards the door, but she didn't hear the door open. I just have some things I need to sort out, he spoke again, snapping her attention back up to him. He stood with his hand on the doorknob facing the door. And then we can talk about what's happening between us, he said before he opened the door and walked out. She only just heard him say, I promise, Rose, as he shut the door. You did what? I hid it somewhere safe, Albus spoke into his Muggle mobile phone. I don't want to lose it. You know it could fall out of my pocket or something. Knowing your luck, you might just end up losing it in your own apartment anyway, Scorpius said. No, I won't, Al argued. Or worse, she could find it. That won't happen, I have hidden it very well. Yeah right, you do realize that she lives in that apartment too. I swear it will be fine, Al replied confidently. Whatever you say, my friend, Scorpius chuckled. So anyway, what did you call to tell me again? Albus asked. Oh wait, is it about you mother? Didn't you have brunch with her earlier? Yeah, Scorpius replied with a slight nervous quiver in his voice, at Rose's. Oh, yep, so did you talk to Rose? Yeah, Scorpius replied. Albus could tell that he was holding back something, even if it was only a little something. And how was it? Good. I am just leaving now. You're leaving Rose's now? Yeah, how long did you talk? Brunch would have been ages ago. Yeah, Albus could tell that Scorpius was hiding something that had happened. He suspected that Allison was right about his best mate's feelings for his cousin. Something had happened today that was bringing feelings up and messing with the blonde's head. Well, then Dom came after and asked the two of us to help plan her wedding, so we talked about that for a while. Whoa, back up. Dom is getting married. Shit, Scorpius cursed, realizing his slip up. Ah yes, she is. Wow. Yeah, but Al, you can't tell anybody, at least not until Dom explains everything later tonight. What's happening tonight? You'll probably get an invite for tonight. Dom's going to tell everyone and explain. I won't be there, but apparently it's at Hugo's. Okay, but why won't you be there? I got to sort out some things. There was a pause. They both knew what Scorpius had to do, and Scorpius knew that Albus was worried about it. I have to talk to him, Albus. I can't avoid him anymore. I know. It will be for the better, in the long run. Yes, it will. And I can do this, Scorpius said strongly. I know you can, Albus said confidently, believing wholeheartedly in his friend. Just then, Albus heard the sound of Allison returning home. Listen, Scorp, I have to go, but even though I know you can do it, good luck, mate, he said quickly. Thanks, mate. See ya. Al. Allison called out as she entered the apartment. Making her way towards the bedroom, she noticed how Albus had tried to clean up but was distracted by the sound of his quiet mumbling. As she entered, she saw him hanging up his mobile phone, which he used for work in Muggle relations. Please don't say something has come up and you have to go back to work, she said, dropping her bag and going to wrap her arms around his neck. Not a chance, baby, he replied with a smirk as he wrapped his arms around her waist. They shared a key that Albus wouldn't allow to deepen because he knew they had to talk. Allison, I think we really need to talk, Albus started a little apprehensively. I think lately on occasion there has been something hanging over us. He struggled to find the right words, not sure how he wanted this to play out. The Slytherin in him would have planned something to say to achieve the best result, but for the life of him, he didn't know how this conversation would go. It has sort of made conversation difficult, at times. Allison removed her arms from around his neck and sat down on the edge of the bed. Now, I know that I have been working a lot lately, Albus continued as he knelt down in front of her, covering her clasped hands with his own, looking up at her slightly. I have been so busy with work and myself, I didn't realize that something has been bothering you. Allison would not look at him, instead she was focused on their entwined hands which rested in her lap. Love, please, he pleaded, lifting her chin slightly with a single finger, so that she would meet his gaze. What's worrying that beautiful mind of yours? He questioned with a sweet, reassuring smile. Allison looked back at him, trying to gather the right words. She decided she didn't want to bring up her marriage envy, but just deal with including Albus in everything that has happened to her father. Taking a deep breath, she finally said, Albus, I have been keeping something from you, for reasons that I don't even know or understand exactly, but nonetheless, I have. She watched the concern and fear grow in his eyes. Albus didn't really know what he was expecting, but he knew that he didn't like the sound of where this was going. Ah, okay, he said, moving to sit beside her on the bed, breaking their eye contact. What is it? He asked hesitantly, after a moment of silence. My father is very ill, she admitted. Ray, he said in shock. Over the years, Albus and Raymond Spencer had gotten to know each other really well. But, he stammered, trying to remember when they last spoke. Albus quickly felt ashamed as he soon realized that they hadn't seen or spoken to each other in long time. This year had been a crazy busy one for Albus and he had never felt guiltier about working so hard and having less free time. Even knowing that he wasn't spending much time with Allison hadn't made him feel this bad because, at least in that case, he had known that it was all so he could set himself up to marry her. How long? A few months, she replied emotionlessly. It happened very suddenly, out of nowhere. And is he receiving treatment now? He is a permanent at St. Mungo's as of the start of this week, but they have yet to identify the illness. So treatment that will work is still unknown, but they have been trying everything. Albus was processing everything, he just could not believe it. Why didn't you tell me? He asked, finally looking at her. He watched as she slowly started to show some of the emotion she was hiding. Because you had enough on your plate, she sniffled, desperately trying to hold back tears. If possible, Albus felt himself fall more in love with her in that moment. She was so strong in trying to protect him and deal with this by herself. However, he didn't want her to feel like she had to protect him from things like this. He wanted to be able to tackle this together. And it would have made it even more real. We didn't need more people worried about this when there is nothing they can do. But that's the problem. It shouldn't matter whether I can actually do anything to help him because I could have helped you. Albus spoke without anger, just pure love and concern. I understand he doesn't necessarily need anyone else to comfort and worry about him, but you do, he went on as Allison turned to look at him. You need someone to hold you, comfort you and talk to. I want to always be that someone, he admitted, laying back down on the bed and opening his arms to her. Tears streamed down her face as Allison crawled into his arms and buried her face into his chest. Rose tried, of course with little success, to just get through the rest of the day without thinking too much about what had happened with Scorpius. When she finally got home, she was exhausted and just wanted to enjoy a lovely bubble bath and read a good book with a glass of wine. However, it seemed the universe had other plans. Not long after she had stumbled through the door to her apartment, her mother had stumbled out of her fireplace. "Mom," she said as watched Hermione dust down her clothes. "What are you doing here? A mother can't visit her daughter." Hermione joked. "Just a bit unexpected is all," Rose replied, making her way into the kitchen. "Tea, please," the other woman answered, sitting herself down on one of the bar stools at the kitchen island. A calm natural silence fell between them as Rose prepared the tea. "Truthfully, Rose," Hermione said after a while, her voice adopting a more serious and business-like tone, "this isn't really a social visit." "Oh." Rose raised a questioning brow as she handed her mother a cup of tea, made just the way she likes it. "Yes, to be honest I am not even sure whether you would actually be able to help, but I thought there would be no harm in asking," Hermione said, before taking a sip of her tea. "What is this about, Mom?" Rose asked, not wanting to dilly-dally around the question, problem or whatever it was that her mother was leading up to. "I need to speak to Scorpius about something, but I can't seem to find him," Hermione replied. "I have already tried Hugo but he wasn't helpful, Albus wasn't at work or at home and it is rather urgent." "What's going on? Why do you need to speak to him?" Rose asked, suddenly feeling worried for Scorpius and doing a bad job of hiding it. "Rose, just calm down," Hermione said, reading the obvious concern written all over her daughter's face and seeing how she tensed up. "It's nothing for you to be worried about, it is just—" "Mom," Rose cut in, her voice raised slightly. "Please, just tell me what this is about." After a moment of just staring at each other, Hermione sighed and nodded. "Okay, but it isn't confirmed or anything, just a hunch that I have." Rose nodded and moved around to sit next to her mother on the other stool. "I received the paperwork today for 3 house elves that turned up at one of our centers on the weekend distraught because they had been let go, but felt like their services were still desperately needed in their household." Rose listened carefully and didn't interrupt, but she was completely confused as to what this had to do with Scorpius. "Now, it seems out of respect they won't tell anyone who they worked for or even where, but from what little they have said I have my suspicions that they could have been employed at Malfoy Manor. It could be Scorpius, father." Hermione watched the realization of what she feared wash over her daughter's expression. "Now, you see it worried me because why would he fire all of his servants that maintain the manor, especially now that Astoria isn't there at the moment." Rose was smart enough to gather what Hermione was hinting at and was thinking the exact same thing. "I just worry that," but Rose didn't wait to hear what else her mother had to say. She was already up off the stool and on her way to her handbag in the living room. Hermione followed her and watched as she dialed Albus' mobile number into her own. After Scorpius left Lecoin Rose, he went back to working on Albus' house. However, soon he felt he couldn't delay things any longer. Finally, when it had started to get dark, he packed everything securely in his ute. Thinking of his desired destination, a place he hadn't been in years, he closed his eyes and disapparated. As he arrived, he immediately felt the swirling cool wind against his skin. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A chill ran down his spine as he took in the sight before him. He stood on top of a hill, surrounded by tall trees that swayed in the wind, looking down onto the eminent Malfoy Manor. He hadn't laid eyes on his childhood home in 5 years. It still felt as dark and as daunting as it did when he apparated away from this very spot 5 years ago. As he made his way down the hill towards it, he thought about how much had changed since then. He was a different person in many ways, and better for it too. Scorpius knew that it was very unlikely that his father was as well, but that was what he had decided to fix. 5 years ago he had walked away, full of anger and resentment. Now he was going to stay and help his father become a better man, a better husband and a better father. As he approached the massive iron gates, he got this peculiar feeling in the pit of his stomach. Something was wrong. There was not one single light to be seen coming from inside the manor. He touched his palm to the gate and watched it swing open with a loud screech. Now concerned and not taking his time, he ran to the large, towering front door and knocked. After no answer or movement to be heard, he slammed both hands against it, calling out, "Hello? Is there anyone there? Damn it, answer me." He knew something was definitely wrong. His father wouldn't leave the house and a house elf should have answered the door. Trying his luck, he decided to open the door. To his surprise, the door wasn't even locked. The loud echoing creak sounded as he cautiously opened the door. He stood there in the huge foyer. Silence seemed to be his only company. Quickly snapping into action, Scorpius raced up the stairs shouting, "Lumos," as he went, remembering where he was going in his old house like it was the back of his hand. There were only 2 places that his father would be, his bedroom or his office. "Come on Albus, pick up," Rose mumbled as she paced the length of her living room, listening to the continuous dial tone. "Rose, honey," Hermione spoke tentatively, "maybe he is really busy." However, Rose just ignored her, continuing to pace the room. She let out a frustrated almost whimper, as she got his answering message politely say he'd get back the caller as soon as possible. Ending the call not a moment later, Rose redialed Albus' number immediately. Hermione didn't know what to do. She knew that she wasn't very keen on letting Astoria know what her suspensions were, at least not until they were confirmed, but even then she knew how much pain it would cause her. So instead Hermione watched her daughter panic and struggle with her mobile. Allison and Albus eventually made their way to St. Mungo's to see Raymond. The older man was surprised to see Albus there but nonetheless very proud of his daughter for sharing the truth. They were his family and he was very happy to see them both. The couple had spent most of the afternoon with him. It was like old times, like the many dinners and lunches they had shared, joking, laughter and smiles more common than anything else. Scorpius decided to try the bedroom first. There was no light shining out from underneath the door. He burst into the large grand bedroom to find it not only empty but also looking like it hadn't been lived in for a little while. With the light from his wand he could just make out the light dust gathering on top of the elegant dresser. He felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. Surely his father wouldn't have left Malfoy Manor. With the last shred of hope, Scorpius powered himself out of his parents' room and up another flight of stairs towards the office. Albus was ignoring the buzzing in his pocket. Work could wait. Allison left a couple of minutes ago in search of a drink, leaving Albus and Raymond alone for a little while. Raymond didn't want to let the opportunity pass, as he had something to ask the man that held his daughter's heart. "Albus, I need to ask you something very important." "Okay, sir," Albus nodded encouragingly. "Why is it that you and my daughter are so very much in love and I have yet to see my only daughter walk down the aisle?" Albus was not expecting to tell the old man his reasons because the longer he spent with Raymond in this hospital room the less justified they felt. "You told me once that you wanted to spend the rest of your life with her. Was I mistaken to think that meant marriage?" "Of course not, sir," Albus replied. "Ray, I love you daughter and I do wish to marry her, but I have a plan." "I see," Raymond understood. "Or at least I had a plan, but now." "No," Raymond said, knowing where the young man was going with this. "Don't give up on your plan, just maybe hurry it along a bit," he said with a smile. "Yes, sir," Albus chuckled. Scorpius slowed as he approached the closed office door. There was the faintest glow of light to be seen coming from the room. He suddenly feared what he would find on the other side of the door. Scorpius found himself with his hand clenched around the doorknob, hesitating. He couldn't hear anything on the other side of the door, so it could just be empty like the bedroom, he thought. He opened the door slowly, scanning the room as it opened. His father's usually tidy desk was littered with empty alcohol bottles, and the floor was too. Then, as the door opened enough to reveal the center of the room, his blue eyes caught sight of something on the floor. Scorpius, eyes shot open wide as he felt like his heart had stopped. He felt an uneasy cold chill as he stood frozen in the fire-heated room staring at his father lying unconscious in a puddle of his own blood. "No, Dad." Scorpius rushed over and knelt beside his father, avoiding the smashed whiskey bottle next to him. He quickly realized that the blood was still warm and thin, meaning that it must have just happened before he got there. Scorpius could see that the blood was coming from his left forearm and wrist. It appeared Draco had tried to cut off his dark mark. However, being as drunk as he had done a terrible job and had cut deep into his arm and wrist. "You can't do this to me." Scorpius let out a frustrated cry as he tore a strip off the bottom of his shirt and wrapped it tightly around his father's wounds. Finding the strength somewhere inside of him, he picked up his father and apparated to St. Mungo's. Allison came back into the room and Albus it was best to give them some time alone, plus, he wanted to take care of this annoying buzzing in his pocket. "I'll be right back," he said as he gave Allison a key on the forehead and left the room. Albus, for the first time, was cursing Scorpius for helping the guy who developed annoying muggle technology that would work around magic. That was until he saw that it was Rose calling him. Not a moment later she started calling again. Albus was just about to answer it when a collection of healers ran past levitating an unconscious man that looked like Draco Malfoy. With his still buzzing mobile in his hand, Albus ran around the corner and got in the lift. At the next level, he stepped out to find his friend standing still in the middle of the room, shirt torn and blood-stained patches all over him, quivering as if he was freezing cold. "Scorp." Albus approached him slowly. "What happened?" Scorpius didn't answer, he didn't even acknowledge Albus' presence. "Scorpius," Albus tried again. This time the blonde trained his gaze upon the concerned eyes of his best friend. Albus could see the evidence of tears sliding down his friend's cheeks. "What happened?" Scorpius simply shook his head and slowly started to back away from Albus. "Scorp, wait," but it was too late. Scorpius had disapparated again. Albus stood there in shock about what had just happened. Scorpius was obviously in a very vulnerable state, but he had no idea where he just apparated to. Looking back down at his phone, he saw Rose's name flash upon the screen again. This time he answered. "Rose." "Finally, Albus," Rose said. "I have been trying to contact you for ages. I need to know if you know where Scorpius is." "I don't know where he is right now," Albus said truthfully, "but he was here 2 seconds ago." "Where's here?" "St. Mungo's." "Oh Merlin," Rose mumbled. "Rose, I am worried about him. They just rushed his father in here and he was covered in blood and then he just left, just disapparated," Albus uttered quickly. "I think I know where he will be," Rose assured him. "Don't worry, you stay there and see what you can find out and I will find him." "Ah, okay, yeah," Albus stuttered, clearly still shocked and confused about what had happened. "Bye," Rose said, before ending the call. Hermione could tell that something was wrong. "What happened?" "I'm not exactly sure," Rose replied. "But it ended with Scorpius, father in St. Mungo's." "Oh my," Hermione muttered softly. "And Scorpius?" "I don't know," Rose replied with a slight tremor to her voice. They stood in silence for a moment before Rose spoke again. "Mum, I need to ask you a favor." Hermione simply nodded, letting Rose know that she could continue. "Can you take me to Malfoy Manor?" After some persuading, Hermione finally agreed to drop Rose off at the manor and leave her alone with Scorpius. "Thank you," she said as she hugged her mother. "Just be careful," was Hermione's last warning as she disapparated, leaving the place that haunted her dreams for many years. Rose just hoped Scorpius was here. She didn't know why she automatically thought he would be here, but she thought it was what she would do in his shoes. As she reached the front door she noticed it was open. Entering the manor, a chill ran down Rose's spine. It was dark and gloomy, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, suddenly a loud banging noise broke the silence, followed by another and another. Rose took off up the stairs following the sound, afraid that Scorpius could be hurt. Eventually, she found the floor from which the loud noise was coming from. She raced down the hallway as she heard the distinct sound of glass shattering, towards the only door with light shining out from underneath it. Silence followed the final crashing sound. Tentatively, Rose opened the door. Her stomach dropped when she saw what was inside. The room was in a complete disarray, to say the least. The floor was littered with shattered glass, furniture lay destroyed and crippled, papers, ornaments and photo frames all scattered across one side of the room. Amongst all of this destruction Scorpius stood, barely, with his bare, swelling back to her. His whole body shook as he leaned against the large masculine desk, his arms struggling to keep him upright. His deep shaky breaths and the crackle of the fire were the only sounds heard. At first, she didn't make a move to enter for the fear that he may explode again. Scanning the room again, Rose noticed a decent-sized deep red stain on the huge sophisticated rug in the center, now covered by broken glass. She saw his torn shirt strewn across the floor. The very same he had been wearing when he tenderly caressed her face earlier that day, ripped to pieces as though he had literally torn it from his body. A single photo frame lay near it smashed open, with a photo of a young happy family of 3 inside. Something drew her gaze back to the nearly broken man. It was so quiet she could have thought she had imagined it. However, she hadn't imagined it at all. The sound of soft whimpering was all it took for Rose to hastily walk across the devastated room towards Scorpius. When she stood behind him, she didn't waste any time in wrapping her arms around him. At first he went rigid, his body stopped shaking as he held his breath. Afraid that he would push her away, Rose simply held him a little tighter and laid her cheek against his tense back. Slowly, she felt him relax in her arms. "Everything's going to be okay," she whispered, fighting back the tears that threatened to fall. "You're going to be okay." Scorpius closed his eyes as he felt her breath tickle his back when she spoke. The minute he felt her turn her head and press her lips tenderly to his skin, he was certain that his heart couldn't beat any faster without it stopping completely. However, he also knew that she was right. Eventually he would be okay. Hugo Weasley was not looking forward to the night's events. There were a number of reasons why, but the main one was 2 people, his sister Rose and his mate Scorpius Malfoy. Hugo and Scorpius still hadn't really resolved their little spat. They had been awkward and avoiding each other as of late, to the extent that sometimes Scorpius didn't sleep in his room at Hugo's. Most likely sleeping at Albus or in the back of his truck, Hugo thought. Rose had somehow found out about it, which meant he was avoiding her too. He had received the first letter from her the day after Samantha's naming. She had said she wanted to talk to him about what had happened and about Ella. She had said a lot of comforting things, clearly worried about him. When he didn't reply, her second one had come that morning, asking more questions and reprimanding him for not dealing with the situation like a mature adult. He knew that her next step would be intervention in person. Most likely she would either arrive early or stay after to talk to him tonight. "Great, can't wait," Hugo thought sarcastically as he stepped out of the shower, followed by a cloud of steam. Training had been a hard one, but that's the way he liked it. Especially because it helped him get out some frustration and anger, rather than holding it in. It had been like that in his last couple of years at school too. He would always stay later at trainings or leave Gryffindor Tower at dawn for the Quidditch pitch to practice. He was committed and now it was his job, his profession. His sore muscles and bruises were the proof of all his hard work. He towel-dried himself, massaging his sore muscles during the process before moving over to the mirror. The redhead used his towel to wipe the mirror before wrapping it securely around his waist. Hugo brushed his teeth probably for the 4th time that day, and he remembered his dorm mates being annoyed and confused by it. He had always brushed his teeth before doing anything, in addition to the usual morning and night. Hugo noticed the light, coarse stubble icing his jaw, telling him he needed to shave soon, but he decided he would deal with it later as he sprayed some deodorant. Just as he walked into his adjoining bedroom, he heard the downstairs buzzer. So she wants to chat before everyone else gets here, Hugo thought, assuming it was Rose. Not even thinking otherwise, he just pressed the button to let her up straight away. Quickly, pulling on some dark denim jeans, he decided to forget the shirt for now. He zipped his fly on his way to the door when he heard a knock. He opened the door expecting to find his sister on the other side. However, that isn't who he found. "Ella." "Ah, hi," Ella muttered, blushing at the sight of the half-dressed, messy-haired Hugo that stood in front of her. "What are you doing here?" Hugo asked, still surprised yet uneasy. So much so that he didn't notice her eyes darting down to his chest, unable to stop herself from admiring her former friend. Quidditch has treated him well, Ella thought, still blushing. Ella stuttered, feeling even more nervous than before she came. I was hoping we could talk. Lily gave me your address so that I could meet her here for Dom's meeting and I just wanted to see you, Ella rushed out. Suddenly, she felt even worse as she put things together. He must have been waiting for someone else, Ella thought. Who else buzzes someone straight up and opens the door without a shirt on? I'm sorry, you must have been expecting someone else, she said, voicing her thoughts. I'll just go in. No, it isn't that, Hugo spoke up. I mean yes, I was expecting Rose, I thought you would be Rose, but it's okay. Would you like to come in? Ella could see how nervous and uneasy he was, and she didn't want him to feel that way. Whatever had made him cut ties with her, she didn't know, but she didn't want to force him into being her friend again or feeling anxious around her. Clearly, for whatever reason, it's not okay, Ella replied, letting some of her frustration seep through. You're uncomfortable around me and you very much dislike me. I am not sure why I came here. What was I thinking? She said aloud but to herself. Hugo remembered she had a habit of doing that, he thought it was cute. I think it will be better if I just leave, Ella said dejectedly, refusing to look Hugo in the eye and backing away. Hugo watched her leave, wanting to call out and stop her but something was stopping him, holding him back. Something was always holding him back when it came to her. He sighed and hit the door, which he still held open, in frustration as Scorpius' words ran through his head. Why don't you just give her a chance, because acting like an arsehole isn't going to fix everything and it certainly won't make either of you feel any better. Just man up. Stop being so childish and petty. With guilt flowing through him, knowing that Scorpius was right, Hugo didn't waste a second and ran down the stairs after the blonde woman. Rose wasn't sure how long she held him, but she savored every minute. He hadn't moved or really acknowledged her apart from simply entwining his fingers with hers where they stayed wrapped around his waist. It was simple and understated, yet it spoke volumes to Rose. Knowing that she could be of comfort to him made her feel even more like maybe they could be something, it could be real. Rose felt him take a deep breath as he began to turn around in her arms. She looked up into his blue eyes, seeing the sadness and regret clouding them. Her heart broke at the sight of clear, sparkling, yet dry tear tracks noticeable on his cheeks. Too busy staring at him, trying to figure out what to say or do next, Rose didn't notice his hands move to her face until she felt his caress. Her breath caught in her throat as she felt his hard, calloused yet gentle thumb wipe away a single tear that she hadn't noticed falling down her cheek. Rose watched as his eyes drifted down to stare at her lips. Scorpius, she whispered, almost breathlessly, drawing his attention back to her own eyes. Why are you here? He muttered, gazing into her brown eyes as if they alone held all the answers. Because I wanted to make sure you were okay. I was worried about you, Rose stuttered nervously, breaking eye contact briefly. After Scorpius didn't say anything, Rose hesitantly slid her hand from his back, around to his abdomen and then gently up to his chest. As she did, her fingertips softly traced the small scratches and cuts barely visible on his skin. Her eyes followed her hand on its journey to where it finally rested over his heart. Rose let out a sigh before lifting her gaze back up to meet Scorpius. Because I care about you, she said confidently. Why? I don't know why, but I do. Scorpius didn't respond, but Rose thought she saw an almost smile in the corner of his lips. Instead, he simply took her hand from his chest, entwining their fingers immediately, and led her out of the ruined room. Ella had made it down to the lobby of Hugo's building, and feeling a tad emotional she decided to sit down for a minute. Letting out a sigh, she sunk down onto a small cushioned bench that ran along the wall in the corner by the front door to the right of the stairs, her hands massaging her temples. Ella. She looked up, from where she sat on the bench, and watched him run past her, barefoot, and still clad in only his jeans, through the lobby and out the front door into the street. Ella. She couldn't help but giggle as she heard him call out her name down the street. She simply waited, and after calling her name one more time, Hugo came back through the door mumbling to himself. I'm such a stupid ass, he growled to himself, gripping his hair frustratingly, as he stopped in the middle of the lobby. Ella couldn't hold back her laugh any longer, as she looked at the professional Quidditch player standing in front of her barefoot. He is just so cute, she thought. The sound of her laughs drew Hugo's attention. Oh, he mumbled, a deep Weasley blush covering his cheeks as he scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. You're still here. So, it seems, she said with a grin. Do you still wanna come up? he asked nervously. Ella pretended to think about it for a moment before she replied, I'd love to. Scorpius and Rose walked the many long corridors and passages of the manor hand in hand. They were both enjoying the company and the warmth spreading through them from their joined hands as they talked. The two talked about everything but what they needed to discuss, both content to just enjoy each other's company, laughing and bantering back and forth. Rose let him do the majority of the talking. He told stories and they discussed their favorite things. Favorite music? Rose asked next. Again hard to choose, but I would probably stray more to the Muggle variety, but, he paused for a moment, turning to face her. Rose noticed, not for the first time, the slight crease between his brows as he thought about the best way to get his meaning across to the audience. She couldn't help but think about how cute it was, before catching herself and focusing back in on what he was saying. They have to have a meaning, you know. I need to understand what the artist is trying to say. I like to connect to a song, and if I can, then I like it, he finished with a shrug of his shoulders. Rose nodded in understanding as she smiled softly up at him, and they fell into a comfortable silence as they looked into each other's eyes. Rose stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and raised a hand to his face. Scorpius closed his eyes, enjoying her soft caress on his cheek. Do you want to talk about it? She whispered gently into the small space between them. He didn't answer, but slowly opened his eyes, finding hers. Slowly and a little hesitantly, he wound his arm around her waist, keeping her close. Rose wondered how they had got to this point. As she looked into his magnificent, glassy eyes, she wondered when it had become natural and soothing to touch each other, to feel each other so close. If she thought about it too much, she would definitely say that they were moving way too fast, but she couldn't think as she stood there gazing up at him, watching as he turned his head and her palm. It was such a sweet and tender gesture that she found herself fighting her suddenly weak knees to keep standing. Scorpius lifted his hand up to cover hers that rested against this cheek. Entwining their fingers, he lowered their hands back to their sides. As a mischievous glint flashed through his eyes, he said, No, I want to go for a ride. Rose raised a questioning brow, but the corners of her lips were tilting up, giving away her delight at seeing his lighter self. Come with me, he said, grinning openly. Rose felt like a silly schoolgirl as she let out a giggle as Scorpius quickly pulled her behind him as he took off back down the hallway. Do you want a drink or something? Hugo asked anxiously as he led Ella through his apartment. No, I am fine thank you, Ella replied. Hugo was suddenly very nervous, more nervous than he could ever remember being before. What was she going to say? What had she planned to do upon coming here and cornering him alone? Were all questions running through his mind. So, Hugo started, awkwardly. How have you been since graduation? Ella asked genuinely. Good. I hear you have already made quite a name for yourself at the Cannons. Your family must be very proud, your dad especially, she praised with a smile and the tiniest of blushes. Yeah, I guess, he shrugged. A year out of school, already the #1 keeper for a professional Quidditch team. That's impressive, she went on, trying not to be discouraged by his closed answers. Where are you going with this? Did you really come here to talk Quidditch? Hugo said abruptly, the confusion and frustration in his voice. Not exactly, Then what? Hugo cut across her. What is it you want? Ella looked into his eyes, seeing the anger flashing there. She didn't know what it was that she had done to deserve it. And with that thought, her own anger returned. To talk to you. To be your friend. She raised her voice. Is it really that hard to figure out? I missed you, okay. Hugo paled as he saw her eyes turn glassy. I miss my friend. Hugo looked away from her, not wanting to see the pain he'd caused her because he feared if he did he would crumble. She had hurt him. Whether she meant to or not, he was hurt and he couldn't go back. He suddenly started pulling away from me, then the next thing I know he is avoiding me at all costs and we never talk. A year goes by, and I occasionally catch glimpses in the corridors. I see him in some classes or across the hall at dinner. Eventually, graduation comes along and when I approach him all I get is 2 words and a handshake. Hugo turned and walked into in kitchen, heading for the fire whiskey bottle he knew he had. You know what the worst part is, Ella continued as she followed him. Even though he hurt me and I don't know why I still miss him, she admitted. Hugo found his bottle and opened it. Not bothering with a glass, he took a large swig straight from the bottle. Ella watched in worry as he didn't even flinch from the burning sensation as the liquid slid down his throat. I miss how he always smelled of spearmint toothpaste, like he had just brushed his teeth. No matter what time it was, she spoke with a smile growing on her expression. I miss that he always brought me extra sugar quills from Honeydukes because he knew they are my favorite. I miss the little snores he made when he would fall asleep while trying to stay up and cram study with me, Ella added dreamily, obviously going back in her mind. I miss the warmth of his touch on my hand when I was too engrossed in my book or daydreaming. I miss how I knew that I could always walk up to him and tell him about my day and he would tell me about his. I miss the way he made me laugh, she said as a couple of silent tears finally broke their banks. That's why I came here to talk to you, Hugo Weasley. She looked back up to him as she addressed the red-headed man before her. Because I miss my friend, I miss you. Hugo stood there staring at her, looking into her eyes for her bluff. He couldn't find it. He opened and closed his mouth, unsure of what to say or what to feel. Did he tell her that it was just as hard for him and he missed her too? Was that even true? However, Hugo was saved by the intercom buzzer. He looked away from the desperation in her eyes and without a word walked past her to answer it. Ella shook her head at her foolish honesty and wiped away her tears. Who is it? Hugo asked through the intercom. It's Dom and Jacob, Dominique replied. Oh, and Lily is here too. Will you let us in? Yeah, Hugo muttered before pressing the button to let them in. Can I use your restroom? Ella asked. Past the fireplace and to your right, Hugo answered, both of them refusing to look at each other. As he listened to her footsteps carry her away, Hugo fought the urge to punch something. He knew that he had really stuffed up this time. Soon after, Dominique, Jacob and Lily had come through his door. As Lily walked past him, it was like she just knew. Where is she? She asked quietly so that the others didn't hear. Bathroom, he answered simply, accepting the disappointed and heated glare he received from his cousin as she left him, heading towards the bathroom, knowing he most likely deserved it. Rose and Scorpius aren't here yet. Dominique asked Hugo, drawing him back out of his head. No, not yet. Scorpius, where are we? Rose asked as they apparated behind what looked like a shed. Scorpius just led her around to the other side of the shed. Once he did, she knew exactly where they were. The burrow stood before her and she knew this was her grandfather's shed of junk. What are we doing here? She asked, totally confused. If you give me a minute, I will show you, Scorpius retorted, as he seemed to be trying to pick a lock the Muggle way. What happens if we get caught? She said with uneasiness expressed in her voice. We won't, he replied, still trying to pick the lock. What if we do? Would you relax? They love me and they're your grandparents. They're not going to hurt their little Rosie Posy, Scorpius teased. Rose enjoyed the fact that she could practically hear the smile on his face despite the fact that he had his back to her and it was dark. She leaned back against the shed with a smile of her own as she waited for Scorpius. Arg, Scorpius groaned as he struggled with the lock, seeming to hurt his finger. Rose snorted in amusement as she watched on. Oh, you think it's funny, do you? Scorpius heard her. Yeah, I do, she giggled. All right then, you do it, Scorpius challenged, smirking confidently. Okay, Rose said as she stepped forward. She drew her wand and was just about to open the lock when Scorpius' arm snaked around her waist. He pressed himself right up against her back and whispered in her ear, no magic, beautiful, tugging lightly on her wand in her hand. That's cheating. Fine, but if I go down for this you're going with me, she relented, letting him take her wand from her hand and give her the pick-locking tools. I look forward to it, Scorpius chuckled, as he stepped back from her. Rose bent down slightly to see the lock better, smirking as she felt Scorpius' eyes on her. A second later, Scorpius heard a click. His shocked eyes snapped back up from her curves as she straightened up. As she opened the shed door, Rose turned her head and sent him a wink over her shoulder, causing Scorpius' jaw to drop in disbelief. How do you know how to do that? Scorpius asked. 2 words: Christmas, presents, Rose replied, as she sauntered into the shed, Scorpius right behind her. Wasn't allowed to use magic as a kid, obviously, so how else was I going to get a peek at what I was getting? I'm impressed, Scorpius grinned. Thank you, Rose smiled with a little blush growing in her cheeks. So, what are we doing in here again? We're here to get this, he replied as he pulled a large blanket off to reveal his motorbike. Your motorbike. Yeah, Scorpius said, as he grabbed a nearby rag and began wiping it down. But they'll hear it, and is it even safe? I mean, you haven't ridden it in years. There could be something wrong with it, and it probably doesn't even have any fuel, she rambled, her nervousness showing. Are you scared? He asked amusedly. No, of course not, Rose replied, a little too quickly. Don't be ridiculous, why would I be scared? Scorpius smiled back at her, seeing right through her, but deciding not to call her out on it. Instead, he walked over to her, slid his arm around her waist and pulled her close. Look, I will put a charm on it so that they won't hear it, he reassured her calmly, looking down at her as she looked back up at him. I spoke to your grandfather the other day. He has been looking after it while I have been gone, and he assured me that it is running good and that I could take it for a ride whenever I want. Now, I promise that everything will be okay and I won't let anything bad happen to you, Scorpius said softly as he raised his hand and caressed her cheek. Okay. Rose nodded as she looked up into his eyes, enjoying his caress and feeling safe. All right, let's go for a ride, he said with an excited smile before letting her go and turning around to search for the helmets. Rose giggled, as she thought in that moment he resembled a little boy on Christmas morning. Soon, Scorpius was wheeling his 2010 Triumph Scrambler out of the shed, leaving Rose to lock it back up. He zipped up his leather jacket over his bare chest and swung his leg over the bike, sitting comfortably waiting for Rose. Now, you get to wear the goofy-looking helmet, Scorpius mused as Rose approached, handing her a simple white bull helmet. It's not going to look goofy on me, Rose said as she took the helmet from him. It looks goofy on just about everybody, he added, as she put it on. Rose struck a pose, drawing another genuine smile across his face. Wow, look at you. That's pretty damn cute, Scorpius said, before helping her buckle it on. All right, now hold on tight, I promise I won't read into it, he smirked. Rose, still being a little nervous, ignored his comment as she walked around to the back and he slid his helmet on. Scorpius started it up as she swung her leg over and sat behind him, locking her arms around his middle and leaning into him. Are you ready for this? She heard him ask, his voice muffled by his helmet. As I'll ever be, she replied over the sound of the engine. With that they took off, roaring down the small dirt road. They rode around for about half an hour and Rose found that she was actually enjoying it. Mostly because she got to be close to Scorpius, but still it was fun. She soon realized that she knew where they were. They were near LeCoin Rose. Just as she realized that, they drove past it and continued on. Then they were driving past grass and fields again, until Rose could see some sort of structure up ahead. It quickly became clear that was where Scorpius was taking them. They slowed down and stopped next to what Rose recognized as the vehicle Scorpius was driving earlier today. Rose detached herself from Scorpius and got off the bike, while he took off his helmet. Scorpius got off, dropping his helmet to the ground and helping Rose undo the buckle of her helmet. Quickly, putting hers next to his helmet, Scorpius then took her hand and led her around to the front so that she could get a good view of the house. So, what do you think? It looks great, Rose replied. Most of it is structurally complete, it's just the plumbing, electrical and interior stuff that needs to go in, Scorpius stated. This is what you've been doing since you got back? Rose asked. Yeah, pretty much, Scorpius shrugged. Now, I'm impressed. Yeah, well, a little magic always speeds things up, he responded. I thought using magic was cheating. She quipped. Scorpius laughed. That may be so, but I am on a bit of a deadline, he explained. There's a story behind that, Rose said curiously. Yeah, but one for another night. They should be here by now, Dominique whispered to Lucy, clearly angry but also a little worried. So should Albus and Allison, she added, even more worried. I know, but everyone seems to be having fun, Lucy replied, looking at all her of cousins and friends chatting and playing with Hugo's cool toys. James, Fred and Louis in particular seemed to like the pinball machine. Give them a bit longer, they'll be here. I just hope nothing is wrong, that they're okay. You know you can't avoid talking about it forever, Rose said, looking up at the stars. They were snuggled up in the back of Scorpius' ute. Rose was a little concerned when she saw the blankets and spare clothes he had in the back. It was obvious he had been sleeping out there on his own most nights, avoiding Hugo and making it easier to get more work done. It reminded her that she still needed to talk to Hugo. About what? Scorpius muttered, but knowing exactly what she was talking about. You know what? She replied, shifting up onto her elbow to look at him. Scorpius sat up, and ran his hands over his face and through his hair. He was just so still, he eventually let out. Rose could see the tension building in his shoulders, affecting his whole posture. He was trying very hard to let her in, which she was grateful for. Just lying there still, he uttered, staring out into the distance. She sat up and watched as his eyes glazed over as if he was back there again, becoming glassier and glassier the longer he imagined was back there. I have never seen anyone that still before it scared me. Rose raised a hand to his back, soothingly rubbing up and down. I just kept thinking that this couldn't be happening. She didn't interrupt him, it was best to let him get it off his chest. That he still has so many things to make up for to Mom. Only to your mother? Rose asked with a knowing smile, after he didn't continue. Scorpius' eyes found hers again and she was glad to see a small smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. It quickly faded though as he looked down. I know what you're getting at, Rose, but you don't get it, Scorpius replied. I don't want or need anything from him. I am good without him, I am happy without him, he added, searching out her gaze again. His eyes bore into hers as though his stare alone could prove what he said. I know, Rose nodded. I understand, but all I am saying is that you may one day, she told him with a smile as she reached out to grasp his hand. Not now, but sometime in the future, just maybe, you could be better with him, happier with him. Scorpius looked into her eyes and could see the hope in there. The hope that what she was saying was the right thing to say, hope that what she was saying could become true. She was optimistic. He almost laughed at the thought of someone other than his mother being optimistic when referring to his father. He's a bastard, Rose. There is no point in denying that or defending him, he said rather bluntly. I wasn't, Rose let out a frustrated sigh. She didn't know what to say to him. She knew that he had to go back to St. Mungo's, to see his father and comfort his mother, because if they haven't done so already, she had no doubt that Astoria would be informed about what happened soon. Allison spotted her boyfriend further down the hallway, talking to a healer with a concerned expression upon his face. He was completely focused and taking in everything she had to say. Thank you very much, Healer Adams, Albus said as Allison approached them. Anytime, the healer replied, before making her way back down the hallway. What was that about? Allison asked, stepping in front of him with a confused expression on her face. Her confusion grew as he quickly took her hand in his and led her down the hallway. Albus, what's going on? She asked, now a little scared by his behavior, but allowing him to pull her along behind him. Albus. Once he found a private empty room, he opened the door and pulled her inside. What's going on? Draco Malfoy has been rushed and is a critical emergency. Scorpius brought him in and then left again, he explained. Oh Merlin, what happened? The healer says that it looks like the injuries were self-inflicted, which means it wasn't Scorpius' fault. Do you really believe he would have done something like that? Allison asked, clearly shocked. Albus hesitated before replying unconvincingly, no, not really, I don't know. Albus. What? Albus exclaimed. If anyone could drive Scorpius to that point, it would be his father. For as long as I have known him, their relationship has always been rocky, he tried to explain. Scorpius wouldn't do that, Allison said definitively. There was a pause, neither knowing what to say or do. Albus could tell that Allison was a little disappointed in him for suggesting such a horrible thing about their friend. He himself felt sick as soon as the thought had crossed his mind, but it wouldn't leave. Are you going to inform Astoria? Allison asked. She is staying with your parents, right? Yes, but I convinced the healers to keep me informed and to hold off contacting next of kin for a little bit, Albus answered. I think it's what Scorpius would want. Allison just nodded in response. I'm gonna go, she finally said after a while. What? Why? Because you have things under control here and I think at least one of us should make an appearance for Dom. Right, Albus agreed dismally. Send me a Patronus if you need me or if Scorpius shows up, Allison said as she opened the door that led back out into the hallway. Yeah, same, Albus replied as he watched her leave. He can't have always been a bastard, Rose said. He has, Scorpius replied. I don't believe you, she responded. Come on, you can't tell me that he was like that when you were a little boy. Well, that was a long time ago. I don't remember, he said, so obviously trying to lie. Rubbish, Rose disagreed with a chuckle. Scorpius, I know we have never been really close before, but I still know you well enough to know when you're lying. Scorpius sighed and ran his hand through his hair nervously. Okay, no, he wasn't always a bastard, he mumbled, looking down. There was a time where he was the best father ever. He spoke now as though accepting that he was going to have to talk about it and tell her. Scorpius looked up at her with a smile hiding in the corner of his mouth. And we were the best family ever. Tell me, she asked. And he did. He told her about the first time he rode a broom. His father had brought him his first proper broom, but his mother wasn't happy about it. What do you think, son? Draco asked as he knelt down next to his son. I love it, a young Scorpius beamed, looking down at the broom he held in his hands. It was light but slightly taller than him. Thank you so much. You're most welcome, Scorpius, Draco chuckled as he stood and ruffled his son's odd golden hair. Honey, can I speak to you for a moment? Astoria asked her husband much too kindly. Scorpius didn't pay his parents much mind as they left the room. Draco, what were you thinking? Astoria whispered sternly from just outside the door. What's wrong? Draco asked confused. You can't give him a broom. Why not? Because he's much too young for flying and Quidditch. Nonsense, you're never too young for Quidditch, Draco claimed. This was definitely proven at the United vs. Cannons game. His face lit up so spectacularly, even cheered for both teams, he was so excited. Yes, I know, it was fantastic, but I just worry is all, Astoria maintained. I know, but, I mean, what would waiting a year or two matter? He is still very young, Draco, and... But I can do it, Scorpius interrupted, drawing his parents' attention as he stepped out from behind the half-closed door where he was eavesdropping. Yes, he can, Draco said proudly, placing a strong hand on Scorpius' shoulder. Scorpius turned to look up at his father, beaming brightly. Oh sweetie, I don't doubt that you can, Astoria said as she knelt down, ignoring her husband and drawing her son's attention again. But I just think it would be better if for now you didn't try, she tried to reason with her son. However, all she was met with was the same amused disbelieving expression upon both her son and husband's faces. She knew that even to her own ears she didn't sound very convincing, but she wouldn't give in. I am serious, you too, Astoria said sternly, her hands on her hips. Scorpius is only 5.5. Father and son argued in unison, but Astoria ignored them and continued. I will not have him gallivanting around on a broomstick putting him at risk, and that's final. Later that night, Scorpius was awoken by the voice of his father. The pale man knelt beside his son's bed with the small broomstick in hand and a defiant smile. Hey, you wanna take it for a spin? Scorpius had leapt from his bed, eager to fly like the players he had seen at the professional Quidditch game. He slipped on his slippers and headed straight for the door. That was until the sound of his father's voice brought him to a halt. Scorpius. Yes, Dad, he whispered, turning around to see his father holding up his scarf and sweater. Forget something, Draco teased with a chuckle. Scorpius rushed back over and quickly took the sweater and scarf from his father before rushing towards the door again. When they had finally reached the small pitch at the back of the manor, Draco had immediately started teaching Scorpius the basics of flying. He had even managed to hover a few times. After about an hour, Draco said it was time to go back to bed. The next night Scorpius was awoken again, then again the next night, and every time Draco and Scorpius would both sneak back into bed at about midnight. They continued the routine for months before Astoria had finally given in. Did your mother ever find out? Rose asked with a giggle. I'm not sure, but she may have suspected and never said anything. Not much gets past her, Scorpius replied with a great smile. He didn't know how nice and refreshing it would feel to actually talk about the good times with Rose. I bet she knew, Rose smiled back at him. Probably, Scorpius said softly. Tell me another one. And he did. He told her about the mini campouts their family would have in the piano room. He told her about the family music jam sessions they would have on a Sunday afternoon. He told her about gardening with his mother and grandmother. He told her about how he always fell asleep to the sound of his father's voice. Often potion instructions, astronomy and herbology facts were the last bits of information he would hear before his eyes closed. She told him about how her mother would do the same and about her favorite memories in the kitchen with her grandmother. He told her about how his father taught him to play chess, and she told him how her father taught her. He told her about all the little things that were great back then. All the things he'd taken for granted, and wished he treasured more before it was too late. What happened to make him change? Rose asked, curious to know what had changed Draco from the wonderful family man he was in Scorpius' childhood. My grandmother died when I was 9, Scorpius answered, deflating and laying back down against the blankets. It all went downhill from there, he added as he tucked his hands behind his head and let out a deep sigh. Rose watched him for a little while without saying a word. His eyes seemed focused on the sky above them, but he didn't cry or show much emotion on his face. She recognized his mask and almost took comfort in the fact that she had recognized it. She was beginning to get to know him, the real him, the Scorpius who would hide behind this mask of emotions that she was sure he had learned from his father. Rose smiled at the thought before she lay back down next to him, her head resting against his muscular arm. They lay together in silence, with just the sound of their breathing and the night breeze. Rose figured that if he wanted to talk about what happened next, he would when he was ready. You know, I don't think I ever truly understood how Mother could put up with him afterwards. Scorpius spoke so softly, there was no doubt that Rose was the only one who could hear him. I mean, I understand, your mother dies, you sink down into a funk for a bit, but he just seemed to never rise above it again. He turned bitter about almost everything. I didn't, for a long time, understand how she could put up with it and stick with him for so long. And now, I understand, and I wished she had stayed with him a little longer, he said honestly. This time Rose could hear the emotion in his voice. She turned on her side, wrapped her arm around him, and hugged him tight. Rose, Scorpius whispered after a long while, his voice stirring her from her light slumber. She mumbled as she snuggled closer to him. Rose tried to tell herself it was just for warmth, but she knew better. Can I ask you something? Anything, she replied softly, closing her eyes. Is Ben still around? He blurted out as though it was a large breath he was holding in. Rose's eyes shot open, her heart felt like it was going to beat out her chest as she stilled in Scorpius' arms. She knew why he would be curious about Ben, and the reason thrilled and scared her at the same time. Rose. Scorpius shifted up onto his side to look at her. Rose gazed up into his hopeful eyes, noticing the dried tears on his cheeks from earlier, and gathered her nerve. No, she replied, he isn't around. Scorpius didn't say anything but continued to stare at her with a twinkle in his eye. I mean, he is still around, you know, living and all, she rambled nervously after he didn't seem to react or say anything. It's not like I killed him. So, he is still around, just not around me. That's good, Scorpius chuckled at her nervous rambling. It is. Yeah, it is, he confirmed as he smiled down at her. She easily returned the smile with one of her own as she reached up to caress his cheek. She leaned up towards him, her eyes focused on his lips, while she simultaneously tugged him towards her. When she was a breath away, Scorpius pulled away from her. Not like this, he whispered. Rose's eyes grew wide, immediately thinking she had made a complete fool of herself. Then she frowned, knowing that she couldn't have misread the signals that much, but nonetheless, moving away from him. She threw the blanket off and jumped down off the truck. Scorpius was quick to follow her. No, Rose, wait, Scorpius called after her. What? She yelled, turning back to face him. Don't go, Scorpius pleaded. How can you even say that after what you just did? Rose shot back coldly. Because I didn't want you to leave, Scorpius replied, his voice rising. Forgive me if I am a little bit confused about how that could be, Malfoy. Rose spat his name in a way he hadn't heard since he had got back, a way in which only Rose could. Scorpius knew he had to fix this and fast. At least let me explain, Scorpius appealed. Oh please, by all means, explain, she retorted, her hands of her hips. Explain how you can be so heartless to lead me on. Explain how all your actions and behavior this morning, tonight, and pretty much since you returned suggest that and you would be at the very least bearable for you, and yet when I try to you say no. She finished a little out of breath. Scorpius would be lying if he said that seeing her all frazzled, red-faced and out of breath again didn't make him want to her even more than he did before. He sighed and shook his head, deciding that he didn't want to anger her any more than he had done already. I didn't say no, Scorpius answered calmly. I said not like this, he clarified before Rose could argue. He slowly moved towards her as he watched her backtrack the conversation in her mind, her adorable thinking frown etched on her face. He nearly lost his self-control completely when he saw her anxiously nibble on her bottom lip. He couldn't hold back his smirk because he knew that meant she had remembered exactly what he had said. There is a difference, you know, he added playfully. It depends on how you look at it, Rose said stubbornly, not wanting to let him off the hook too easily. Well, look at it this way, Scorpius insisted. I didn't want our first key to be in the back of an old dirty truck, while we were wrapped in smelly, itchy blankets and I had been very unmanly crying minutes previous. He stepped closer and slid his hand into hers, entwining their fingers, his gaze never leaving hers. You deserve better than that, he whispered into the space between them. Rose glanced down at their joined hands, a smile creeping onto her face. Closing her eyes for a second to just smile and savor the feel of his hand in hers, hoping she wasn't dreaming and that his words were real, that this was real. Lips softly pressed to her forehead reminded her that it was in fact really happening. She let go of his hand and slid her arms up around his neck, drawing him into a tight hug. He responded by wrapping his arms around her, lifting her up off the ground as he held her snugger against him. What makes you think that I am the kind of person who would care about those things? Rose said over his shoulder. It just wasn't right, Scorpius replied. And I want it to be, not only right, but perfect, he added, pulling his head back to look at her, but still holding her in their embrace. It being you and me isn't enough? Rose asked as she locked her legs around his waist, her raised brow questioning, and her eyes mischievous. Of course it is, I just. Good. Rose cut him off, and before she could think about it too much, she dove in and pressed her lips to his. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.